shotgun, whatever you want to call it, Trump, and then said to heck with trying to figure the rest of this out.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Democrats will win with a slightly smaller electorate that voted in the presidential race is going to have not way more votes, but a significantly more votes than the governor's race and this council state races. Again, we'll have to see how it all shakes out, but that's how it looks like right now, is that there are some people who just voted in the presidential race and went home.
Yeah. And that is really interesting what you're mentioning right now. Why do you think this is kind of like, happening right now, specifically in like for the 2024 election, like people just like going to the polls and then like making a decision for the presidential ticket, but not for state elections? I feel like that's just kind of, is there a trend there that we're seeing, or what are your insights?
I want to go back and look at that for the other for previous years and see how that holds up for Trump. It is part of this it may be part of the unique nature of Donald Trump's appeal that he kind of pulls people out of the woodwork, people who aren't real interested in politics otherwise and really aren't excited about the Republicans. And also, I think, and I'll let Elizabeth comment, but I think it also, in this particular case, a lot of people probably said, I don't want to get involved with the Mark Robinson issue. So I'll go vote for Trump, and maybe just, said, I'm not going to go there. I'll just vote for Trump and go home.
Yeah, I think I again don't know what it is, if there is a pattern with Trump in this occurring previously. And I think that is a good point, right? That maybe he does bring these people out of the woodwork. But we do know that presidential races are different, right? These are high information races where people, just think of the sheer number of commercials, the ads that you've seen on social media. Plus, we're hearing, I don't know, I haven't seen the numbers for North Carolina specifically, but we've heard about record amounts of first-time voter turnout and young voter turnout, right? And so if you are like, yeah, I'm going to go vote, but you haven't done research on these other races, what we call that like voter roll-off, right? Essentially, you vote for the up ticket, the higher ticket races. So typically that's president, governor, and if we had a Senate race. And then maybe you don't worry about the lower ticket races, referendums, and things like that. And so that isn't uncommon, but to see it at this magnitude, I think for between president and governor, and I think probably Mark Robinson has some things to do with it. There was a lot of speculation as to whether he would even cause like negativity down ballot for some of the other Republicans. And so maybe it is a consequence of like kind of all of these things happening.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you both bring Robinson up, because one of my questions was actually going to be, did Mark Robinson's just like performance affected the down ballot races, particularly in just like the council of state races? What are your opinions on that?
Again, we'll need to see how it finally shakes out. But yes, I would say that it looks like Mark Robinson, the difference in the council of state races is only 2% right now at the most, and it was double digits with Mark Robinson. But yeah, you think of a Republican governor candidate who either wins like Trump or barely loses. You would think that the Republican Council of State people down the ticket would have been helped by that. And when your standard bearer loses by double digits, that's just not good news.
Yeah. And now kind of moving to the North Carolina Supreme Court race. This race is just like important as it could shift the ideological balance of the state's highest court. So I wanted to ask you, how significant is this race in shaping North Carolina's judicial landscape, especially with abortion and voting rights likely at stake during this election season?
Yeah, so the race is between Allison Riggs and Jefferson Griffin. I think a
Yeah.
lot of people probably haven't even heard their name in this election cycle because there's been so much attention to the other races. So
Mhm.
Allison Riggs was appointed by the governor, and she is now up for reelection. She is technically the incumbent. She
Yeah.
was appointed by the governor after the previous person who held her seat left to run for governor. And so the current balance of the court is 5 Republicans and 2 Democrats. So if she were to win, which as of the moment I am saying this,
Yeah.
92% of votes have been reported, and she's up 50.2% to 49.8%. So I mean, this is still so close.
Mhm.
If she were to win, it would maintain the balance of the court as is. Status quo would be maintained. That being said, this race is so important because in 2 years, Anita Earls, the other Democrat on the North Carolina Supreme Court, is up for re-election. She must win because in 2028, there are 3 Republicans on the court up for re-election. So if the Democrats want to retake the majority on the North Carolina Supreme Court before the next redistricting cycle, which we saw how important that was in this last cycle with the Moore v. Harper case making its way all the way up to the United States Supreme Court, they have to win this race in order to be competitive and have a chance to retake the majority prior to the next census. So that is why, although this race may not have that immediate impact that Democrats would expect, it is significant for the long game for Democrats in the state of North Carolina.
Right.
I agree. Yeah. If the Democrats go down 6-1 and easily then go down, it could easily go down 7-0. They really have no foothold. And unfortunately for the Democrats, the Court of Appeals candidates are losing right now. So Riggs would be the only winner. I think Riggs is up 22,000 votes at the moment.
Last time I checked, Riggs was having the lead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's very tight. And that's, again, probably Republicans will not exactly put it this way, but that's probably Mark Robinson's fault in their view. There was just enough static, and abortion became such a prominent issue. I agree with Elizabeth that how much voters knew Allison Riggs and Griffin, the opponent. I'm not sure of the names of, but it might have gotten through just a little bit that she was a defender of abortion rights. Just enough. But yeah, the Democrats are kind of fighting for their lives in the judicial sphere, and that a Riggs win would be some kind of consolation.
Yeah.
And what is unique about the North Carolina Supreme Court, just to add, is that they do run with a partisan label. Only 8 states in the country do that. And that was as of 2019, right? So that is something new. And because they added it back in 2019 because so many voters didn't vote because of that lack of partisan label. So
with this Council of State and judicial races, I mean, there are arguments on both sides, but this is part of the North Carolina tradition of the long ballot, where judges run for election and all kinds of, cabinet members, or you think in analogy to the federal level, all are elected constitutional officers. And it does raise the question, not Republican or Democrat, not partisan, is how little d democratic is this? As Elizabeth said, the lack of voter knowledge about the candidates. They're just voting D and R. By the labels. So this is a question that's been around in North Carolina politics for a long time, the so-called long ballot.
And again, kind of touching based on just like how we're seeing Riggs kind of like barely ahead of just like in the lead of the North Carolina Supreme Court race. Why can this unofficial result at like this point in time suggest about how North Carolina voters are feeling about the direction of the state's judiciary. Like, where should it be moving forward?
I don't. It's hard to read that the voters are kind of coherently commenting on the direction of the judiciary. Again, the 3 Court of Appeals Republicans are winning. Riggs is just barely ahead on the Democratic side. So again, the kind of verdicts in North Carolina, is such split verdicts and unclear how they go. But again, if abortion was not a live issue, I think the Democrats would even have more of a problem on the judiciary side of kind of, why do people need to vote for a Democrat? It would be a question. But I don't, maybe Elizabeth sees it, but I don't see a singular message being sent about the courts, especially because if the Republicans, they'll be in even stronger control of the Court of Appeals and will be still in control of the Supreme Court after this.
Yeah, I agree with Mac. I don't think that there's this is like a strong showing or referendum or anything on behalf of the voters. That being said, I do think that this race should bring attention to the important issues that the North Carolina Supreme Court is deciding and is potentially deciding in the future, right? So we have things like education, right? So educational funding is something that they've recently decided. Voting rights, not even redistricting, which we know is a hot button issue in the state of North Carolina, but the disenfranchisement of hundreds or tens of thousands of voters in North Carolina that happened when the Supreme Court flipped from Democratic to Republican most recently, right? So the court is deciding really important issues, and that's to say it may be too late to try to get people to pay attention now, but people should be paying attention to their state Supreme Court races, especially if Republicans end up winning at the national level, right? So we've already seen a trend of giving things to the states to decide, right, with abortion. And who's to say that will not continue with other issues such as IVF, other privacy related issues, right? And so that even increases the importance of someone's state Supreme Court and affecting their day-to-day life.
Yeah. And now talking a little bit more about how North Carolina also passed the citizens only voting amendment. I wanted to ask you both, what does that entail for us?
In my opinion, there's no change, right? You had to be a citizen to vote before. You're going to have to be a citizen to vote now that has passed.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not sure what Republican legislator decided on this. I did some work at the polls, and people were very confused about it. I think to the extent that they paid attention to it, they probably teed them off some because it seemed so. When they heard that, as Elizabeth said, there really was no effective change in the law. That's the kind of thing that makes people say, that's what I hate about politics. I think it brings up the issue, though, especially for the Democrats, is North Carolina is not a state that allows citizen-initiated constitutional or statutory referenda. And so the only kind of constitutional referenda you get in North Carolina is one that passes through the legislature. And again, if the legislature is completely under Republican control, you're never going to get anything, an amendment, Democratic or progressive. Think about, though, if there'd been a citizens, if you could have a citizens referendum, there could have been one on Medicaid expansion. The Republicans finally caved on that, but that would have passed easily. The protection of abortion rights would be way stronger in the citizens referendum. So there's a long history here. We don't need to get into it, but Democrats in this state are somewhat being crippled by not having that organizing tool and mechanism. And the only body or entity that can initiate constitutional or statutory referendum are the Republicans in the legislature.
Yeah. And I would say that, and I'll credit my colleagues, Andy Taylor and Steve Green for this. They mentioned that typically we see these referendums in maybe midterm years, right? When you want to drum up support for your base. Like this would have made sense for Republicans to do in a non-presidential year, right? To try to increase voter turnout. That's typically when we see these types of ballot initiatives.
Mhm.
So it was just kind of peculiar, and I haven't heard a lot of like explanation. And as I said, it doesn't change a whole lot.
Mm.
Yeah. And kind of going back to my first question, AP called already, the state, but I am also interested, in 2020, kind of like comparing voting patterns and trends. North Carolina was the one that got away from Democrats, and I know that, it's election night, and like regardless of news outlets like AP calling the state, I wanted to ask, like, as we wait for more results, what could change in the coming hours? Or what can we see changing, not only for the top of the ticket, but also for state races and local races?
Well, when we started, I haven't looked at this since we started,
Mhm.
but the reason I think other places might be more reluctant to call it is that there's still some vote to come in the Democratic strongholds. I mean, in this state, I mean, the 10 counties, there are 11 counties with kind of bigger cities or towns, include Chapel Hill and Carrboro as one, because, you kind of unite those, and
Mhm.
getting near 100,000 or so. And inside those city limits, Democrats have really strong. And you notice that tonight. Democrats won in Greenville, Pitt County. They won in Buncombe, Asheville,
Mhm.
Wake, Raleigh, Mecklenburg, Charlotte. And when I came here, there was still some vote in some areas that it might tighten. And people are probably concerned about that.
Mhm.
But when I looked at the vote, the 2020 vote, 24 vote was similar to the 2020 vote. It was that Trump did a little bit better in the northeastern counties where Democrats win because of the strong black vote, but didn't win as much. And he flipped Anson and he flipped Nash. Democrats won bigger in Wilson. So it was kind of a redo of 2020, maybe with just the factor that Harris was part of the incumbent administration and so lost a little bit more than Biden. The main problem for the Democrats, though, is I've tried to write, is it's not just in the rural areas. Democrats come out of the cities and those big city counties with good margins, very healthy margins, but they hit the walls of what I call the countrypolitan counties, the counties that are technically metropolitan because they have commuters going into the city and they've got signs of kind of big city life. But at the same time, there's a lot of rural small town legacy. So lots of people, for instance, focused on Union County right outside of Charlotte and thought there's where the Democrats really might make an inroads, or Johnston here near Wake. And in both cases, Trump hit his numbers, almost the same numbers as 2020. The only thing that's really breaking for the Democrats is Cabarrus, which is right outside Charlotte. But most of the others, he's even doing a little better or doing about the same. So it's not just rural North Carolina, it's areas that are in the metropolitan North Carolina where Trump is still winning. These are very white kind of exurb, suburb type places. And then Trump did a little bit better in some of the cities, not dramatically so.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm seeing more of the same. I think some people are waiting to see, right? So like population has changed in places like North Carolina since 2020, right? I think a lot of people are aware of the big influx and that's not unique to North Carolina either, right? We're seeing that in a lot of other states. I just saw them talking about it in Nevada before I came in here, right? A lot of people are leaving California for the Vegas area because it's much more affordable. And so I think maybe that was driving some of the hope as well, right? That maybe there's these people that are moving from maybe more northern metropolitan areas, right? And bringing those kind of voters down here, but it seems like that is not necessarily the case. And as Max said, it seems to be kind of a repeat, and that's what it is when you look at these like micro level county analyses, right? That they tend to do to compare, how are Harris and Trump performing to their predecessor and former self. Trump seems to have done better or the same in all of those places, and Harris just didn't make up any grounds in most of those places.
Yeah. There is migration in North Carolina. I think it is probably net advantage to the Democrats, depending on what exact period we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But it is only a net. I mean, you go to Brunswick County, which is one of the biggest growing counties in North Carolina, St. James Plantation, and lots of places, New York, refugees from New York are conservative and Republican. And then the other problem for the Democrats is, even though we'll see how much of the percentage of the white vote, how less white this electorate was, but it's been getting less white. But Democrats have been getting less and less of the white vote. Yeah. So while it is not as big of a share, Democrats are still leaking support. When I used to be a Democratic consultant, you thought you got to win. Democrats needed to win 40% of the vote, of the white vote, and now Democrats are really trying to win with low 30s, and that's not proving to be successful at the federal level. Grace.
And just because of sake's time, now we'll hear from students at NC State University about their engagement with the elections. Thank you both so much for being here tonight with us at WKNC 88.1 and with the 24-hour live transmission in partnership with Student News Live and iHeartRadio. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a good night.
You too.
Welcome back to our Election 9 coverage with partnership of iHeartRadio and Student News Live. I'm Emilia Rivadeneira, and I'm here today with Annabelle Rossi, junior studying political science and president of the Students for Immigrant Rights and Equality at NC State, and Sanaya Sanders, junior studying science, technology, and society, and IA ambassador at the African American Cultural Center at NC State. Thank you so much for being here today. How are you guys doing?
Frankly, feeling a little, anxious about tonight, but hopefully all things go well.
Yeah.
It should be great.
Yeah, same. I would say I feel a little anxious, like a little anxiety. But overall, I'm just tired. Just came from dance practice, but making it work.
Yeah. And well, this program tonight, we're basically looking back on this election season, and I wanted to ask you guys, what were the main issues and like the most important issues for you during the election season?
Okay, cool. I guess I'm taking the floor first, guys. Well, I would like to say I am president of Rise University here on NC State campus. So the main things that we have been focused on as an advocate, Youth Wave here at NC State University, Go Pack. We've been focused on like Project 25. Definitely because there's a lot of things that's going on with that. They're trying to take away education for K through 12. They're trying to take financial aid, grants, and things like that. They're trying to take away Medicaid, any type of like government help that could basically help low income families or minority families.
Yeah.
For me, more so, like you mentioned before, I'm president of Immigrant Rights and Equality, Students for Immigrant Rights and Equality. So definitely a big thing as a daughter of an immigrant, championing those immigrant rights. Recently, last semester, we attended a rally in DC against HB 10, a law that would allow or mandate NC State sheriffs to cooperate with ICE, which is something that is deeply impactful and hurtful in the immigrant community. So just making sure we have those leaders in place to prevent those types of bills. I'm also a member of the Row chapter of Latinos por Una Comunidad, Lambda Pi Chi Sorority Incorporated, and we also fight for those same women's rights, immigrant equality, those types of issues, more so affecting women of color. So those two things were a very big facet.
Yeah. And do you think that the issues that you guys just mentioned right now, do they kind of reflect the overall issues that college students, specifically here in North Carolina, are just kind of, it's in the center of the debate, specifically this election season?
I definitely think reproductive rights is a giant thing on the ballot this season, especially with those young women in university or those who need access to those specific reproductive freedoms. Abortion is a very big thing on the ballot, and that matters to a lot of people here, and especially a lot of people our age, even those that aren't in university. I think that has been the pinnacle thought in a lot of young people's minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. Even with, like I said, being with Rise, partnership with MPHC, as well as Alpha Phi Alpha, and then Miss Braxton Simpson. We've been definitely talking about how, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm parched.
No, it's okay.
Woo!
It's all good.
But we definitely been talking about these major things that can definitely impact a lot of minority races, ethnicities of that factor. It can affect a lot of things, and I feel like that's a lot of things that make us anxious, especially when we talked about immigrants as well. Because y'all are a minority as well. And them taking away all those resources, it feels like we stepping back into the 1960s a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just hey, let's not do that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
We came this far from your ancestors, my ancestors, other people's ancestors, and minority communities that we come too far to let it go back. And why are we making such an effort to want to move back when we came so far as America, as far as being back on our forefounders? Yes, the United States in general has forefounders, but we also have forefounders that paved the way for us to have the things that we have today.
Yeah. And are you guys first-time voters this year, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you have talked about all the issues that kind of resonate with you guys personally. But is there any specific kind of event or just in general that motivated you to just go to the ballots in this election, and motivated you on a personal level to just show up and make your voice heard through the ballot?
Honestly, I'm gonna say, because I feel like it just, again, what we put on is basically what we said, you know what I mean? Immigrants, minority communities, hello, what's not clicking, Stephen, you know? So it's with that going on, we just don't want to take a step back, way step back, going over a century, we do not have time for that. And honestly, I don't know how I would react, you know what I mean? If it just goes we really go opposite 10 times back from where we came from, and it's just gonna feel what was this all for? What did we do all this for? Why did we change all of these bills and putting all these implications for change? We talking about revolution, we talk about evolution, and it's just what's the point if you're gonna just strip it all away from us just so you can feel like you have a sense of control?
Yeah. And then building upon that, you asked what specifically inspired you to go to the ballot this season. I think it's very impactful when you look at a certain candidate that stands up there and tears down these specific minority communities, targets someone who is your father, targets someone who is your neighbor, calling them all sorts of senseless names and just derogatory terms. When we go to the ballot, or we go to cast our ballot, we're not just voting for us, we're voting for those who can't vote. I have many friends who are here on DACA status. they cannot vote and they cannot have their voices heard in a country that they've grown to love and that they plan on staying in. They can't put their vote in for that future. So it's also going to represent those who can't represent themselves.
Yeah. Building off that, I would definitely say also a program that Rise put on. I know I keep mentioning Rise, but listen, if y'all not involved on this campus, come on. Come on, so we can talk about this, okay? But we did a presentation, document/movie night of talking about how there's veterans, there's people that have disabilities and things of that sort, or a part of certain communities where they're taking away their ballots, they're taking away their casted vote because either they haven't voted in the past election or they just doing random selection of taking people's ballots out. And I feel like, that's a issue in today's present day. So it's just like, I feel like me as a youth, knowing what's going on politically, knowing what to advocate for and why I'm voting, it's a step in front, regardless if it's my first time, my second time, my 10th time. It's still putting in, I want change, and I'm putting in the effort to put my time out of my day to make it happen. So with that, also, you got to also ensure that the fact that, hey, I did this. So then when I talk to my kids, whatever, they know that their mom did this or whatever. And even when I seen today working with the voting, people taking their kids so they can see this in action, I think that's a really good idea.
And kind of turning into, like we are all part of Gen Z. And we have seen a lot of just like political analysts talked about like Gen Z voter turnout and just like youth turnout in general this election, and like just like its impact on like the 2024 election. And I just wanted to ask you guys, do you think your vote matters?
I think most definitely, because it's not just like the physical ballot you cast in, it's the influence you have over those around you. Like if I go to my friends and I say, hey, I'm going to go vote, it's like you're putting that influence on them to go. It's your intention to go vote. Like I've been to a couple of Rise events myself. It's just the power in that room and the influence that seeps from these events. Like any voter registration events, yeah, sometimes it'll get annoying if like the fifth person a day comes up and asks you if you registered to vote. But it's just kind of that, I don't want to say peer pressure, but just that like nagging to take on that civic responsibility and that civic duty.
Yeah.
But I definitely think it matters because it's not just like the physical ballot you hold in your hand, but the mindset that you give upon others.
Yeah. Kind of building off of that, I wouldn't say like it's a kind of peer pressure type thing. You were advocating, or basically saying, I think it's really just, you can say that you are a part of a change when it comes to being a part of voting election, especially if, like me, it's my first time. I can say I was a part of that election to make a change. So regardless if it goes this way or that way, I can say I did something instead of just saying, oh, I want things to change, or I want XYZ, or I want this person to represent us as a community. Instead of just saying I'm putting it into action, I can say that I'm about that action. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's a great thing to do, and being a change advocate, a youth changing advocate in my community, and say, I was there at that time and I also did something, instead of saying, oh, I'm not going to vote because, you know what I mean? It's, regardless, they're going to do what they're going to do. True that. But even after the election, we still have a voice. You know what I mean? So even after the election, we're still putting verbal action into actual physical action when we, post on Instagram, reposting, putting things on social media, advocating our, basically exercising our Second Amendment. You know what I mean? So regardless, put action to your verbal actions.
Yeah. And kind of building up of that, and what you guys have mentioned about, like your vote matters. Why do you think just like youth participation in the election also matters in general? Why do you think like just younger generations showing up to the polls, like it just makes an impact in just like how the election and the landscape will look?
Yeah, so like the older generations, they're very set in their ways, and just statistically, the policies that they favor and the policies that they care about are policies that are not exactly the best for the younger generation. And we're the ones that are most likely going to have to live with the ramifications of those actions for the long run. Like, say, Supreme Court justices, that's a very good example. Like, we're going to have to deal with the ramifications of like, say, a conservative Supreme Court justice for the next, like, 3 to 4 decades. I think the youth vote is also very influential because we are kind of the generation that's kind of mastered the various forms of communication, whether that be verbal, social media, like that type of marketing stuff, and just being able to influence each other one on one and have those difficult conversations. Because I also think Gen Z has a greater way to connect emotionally. Like, you can see how some of the older generations kind of tend to get away from the emotional side of politics, but that's really what politics is all about under the skin, is the emotions of it. But yeah.
That was some great, very good points. I would definitely also say, not just, the fact that, we are the younger generation and we're building it for the people after us and we're dealing with, the ramifications of things. I would definitely also add on to that, that when it comes to that, we are the younger generation that is becoming the older generation that's setting what's the generation that's happening after us. You know what I mean? So you got to think how we're in college right now and we're electing. We're setting forefront for the generation after us that's in K through 12 right now. You know what I mean? So it's like we're becoming the older generation. So we're setting a tone for the next generation that's coming after us to elect for the next election. So I feel like we're just setting tone. Like you said, the older generation, they're not going to see the way we see when it comes to education. It comes to, like you said, political. When it comes to parenting, things like that, we don't see the same things as, our parents did back then. So like you said, there wasn't an emotional side to it. It is what it is, and that's it. And they are also very, like, rigid. So it's like the pieces never, try to morph into each other. So I think with us voting, it does matter because we're setting a tone for the next generation in order to make it safe and also innovative for them. We have a lot of creativity, innovative. Every generation that comes, they're going to have different ways of thinking that can make the place and environment that we live in more better.
And you both are part of just student organizations on campus that have been active all throughout election season, kind of like either educating college students about election stuff or just like being active in general during the election season. And so I wanted to ask you guys, what role does these like student organizations on campus, or just like what role these groups kind of play in just election season stuff?
Okay, cool. I would say definitely with Rise. I definitely feel like me as a president's role at Rise here at State. Definitely with that, I feel like I think 2 weekends ago, we had Vote Fest, getting the advocation out there to show, like, you can still have fun and do activities and things like that, but also raising the awareness that, hey, we need to vote. We need to be that change youth wave for our community. You know what I mean? Raising awareness while having fun and being a community while doing it. Another thing with iAmbassador, we have a lot of What's on the Table events. So we talk about political things in a safe environment where we respect each other's biases and opinions. Sorry. So with a respectful manner to talk about it. And then also we have the MLK March coming up next year to talk about that as well. And then we have time to talk and handle like how we're feeling at that moment. So yeah.
Yeah, for Sire, we've been trying to do a lot of different events in collaboration with other bigger political advocacy orgs because we're just on the smaller side. So leading up to the election, we did have a collaboration with NCSU Dems, and we had we made it somewhat cute. Like, we were like, hey, come paint tote bags, and then also come make your voting plan. Like, come learn more about the candidates in your area. Are you not registered? We'll get you registered. Like, that type of stuff. because it's always a trend with like younger adults, younger people, especially like freshmen, like sophomores, those getting registered for the first time. You got to have something else to kind of reel them in, because sometimes voting is scary. Sometimes it's hard to navigate that by yourself. We also did a collaboration event with this local nonprofit here in Raleigh called La Fuerza. One of our alumni works there as an intern, so she was able to help us out a bit. Shout out to Kelly. She's great. We did a voter registration table and tally, and then when people came up to the table, in order to like spin our little prize wheel, they had to tell us their voter plan if they were already registered. So where you're gonna vote, when are you gonna vote, are you going with someone, and then they got to spin the wheel. So just kind of having that like little one-on-one combo was super cute. Additionally, with Latinos por Mi Comunidad named the Pi Chi Sorority Incorporated, we held a Activism is More Than Your Vote workshop. So while also advocating for people to go out and vote and getting people like registered or like offering rides to the polls, we also made it known to them that your activism and your like vote kind of extends beyond election day. It goes beyond this night. It's how you continue to show up for your community in those different ways. But
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So,
I
yeah.
was gonna say definitely like advocation off that. Like we do tabling events as well as Rise. Thank you for making me mention that. Yeah, tabling. We also do collaborations. Rise University is not just at NC State; it's at Central. It's at other big universities. So we do like a lot of like Vote Fest wasn't just here; it was also at Central. It was at other places. So we kind of work as a whole. To just have ambassadors and field workers, field organizers all over. We also partner with Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, as well as the other D9 chapters that help with the MPHC. And then we also collaborate with the NAACP on campus. So shout out to them. And thank y'all, MPHC, as well as the D9 chapter. And we also like collaborate with like other organizations like BMI and other organizations that could be on campus. So yeah, a lot of collaboration. Definitely is very innovative, and it helps us really get out there and also like networking to make a change. So as college students, as we can see, we're pulling it together. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. The journey like up to election night, I think just this semester in particular, it's been really interesting how like different facets of the student community has kind of come together and advocated and worked towards like a common goal just for voter turnout. Not even like making it like being, what's the word I'm getting for it? Like nonpartisan. Being nonpartisan about it and about it just being. Oh, thank you. It's a Chas major in me.
Chas major.
You know, just getting those voters and young people out, and it's made a lot of cross-sectionality between these different orgs that you normally don't see coming together, and I think that's been really beautiful.
I think it's beautiful even on Instagram that the fact that y'all see y'all, I know y'all see it in y'all notes section talking about some, hey, you can stand in line for a party. Why can't you go stand in line to vote? Oh, you can stand there all that time. Okay. All right. You clock the T for real. But I just love to see the advocation through like everybody's door. Like, hey, go vote. Your vote matters. Like even the fact that you're not even doing it for an organization. You still as a student in the community, you're making sure that your fellows still vote. Like this is the most advocation I've ever seen for voting. I've never seen it this much ever.
And you mentioned like kind of collaboration between organizations on campus. Does this, have you seen this same collaboration with like, again, like other campuses across North Carolina maybe? Or like, is it only here at NC State that you guys have seen like all of these collaboration, like coming together from like kind of the same goals that, you know, like.
Are you asking like in regards to like voting or just in general for change?
In regards to voting specifically for like election season, but I guess like again in general advocation too.
Honestly, I could just say just definitely for like, I know I keep missing this organization, y'all, but listen, Rise is so big, like y'all don't understand. But yes, definitely with Rise, you just see different like implications of collaboration when it comes to the election, seeing like the different D9 chapters and just advocation, just saying, hey, go vote. We have social media people that basically create and make TikTok videos. They make Instagram reels. They talk about all these things. People like, hey, your vote matters or whatever, doing implications of that. So I feel like it's just been everywhere as far as with Rise. But what would you say?
Definitely. My Greek organization, we have a lot of chapters within NC themselves, and
Yeah.
I frankly haven't collaborated with them a bunch until now. Like we've launched a bunch of different marketing campaigns between the schools, between the chapters, chatted with each other, like talked about voting and stuff like that. So it's definitely fostered like a greater togetherness within my sorority. With concerning SIRE, Students for Immigrant Rights and Equality, we've more so gotten more connected to our local Hispanic nonprofits in the Triangle area.
Yeah.
Ones from Duke and Charlotte and all that. But more so that.
Yeah.
Cool.
And kind of touching more about local elections and just, Raleigh and also like the state, North Carolina. I feel like a lot of people do see just like the top of the ticket and kind of overlook just local and state elections a little bit. How do you guys feel about this? Like, do you think that just the youth voters are like, do sometimes overlook like local and state elections, or is it kind of like the same? Just like, I guess.
I get what you're trying to
Yeah.
ask. I get what you're trying to ask. I definitely think for those young people who are not like deeply delved in politics, like that aren't part of a political advocacy org, aren't like a political science major, like the lower you go in the ticket, the less appealing it seems. No one's going to think the Raleigh City Council at large is going to impact their decision, or impact their future. Sorry. But it will in some way. You do live in Raleigh if you are registered to vote in Raleigh.
Right.
These people will have some hand in deciding your day to day. It may not be super noticeable as like governor or president, but it's still important because when you want to build your like ideal government or ideal representation, it's best to work from the ground up. Local elections turn a state blue, or turn a state. It all begins from the ground up. I definitely do think that like the typical college student does ignore the bottom of the ballot and just fills in whatever party affiliation that they identify with, which is not entirely like the wrong way to go, but it's always best to be more educated. It's always best to explore those candidates around you because you never know.
Yeah. Definitely I agree with what you said. I feel like people really just look at the presidential election instead of just the local as well. Because you gotta realize your local decides everything that's going on around you. And it's like you gotta think when it comes to your medical, when it comes to your food insecurities, and things of that matter.
Exactly.
It definitely does matter if you get all that money, especially y'all want that money. Okay.
Exactly.
And turning it a little bit more with like the issues that you mentioned at the beginning of the program, how does that issues kind of like resonate with North Carolina politics? And like I'm asking this in a way of like, what you mentioned, Annabelle, a lot of just like the younger generations do not see like below just like precedent, like, the top of the ticket. And in your guys' opinion, why do they need to like see all of this and kind of like connecting it to like all of the issues that you mentioned in the beginning, like the issues that you were like immigration and all that.
I'm sorry, I keep looking at you like that because you said a mouthful, girl. I was like, hold up, like, wait a minute, let's break it down.
No, you're totally right. You're totally right. What I'm asking is just like kind of why local elections matter in the sense of like connecting it to the issues that you mentioned in the beginning of the program. Because we see a lot in just national politics, like all the issues are like at the center of the debate, but when you see it on like a local level, those issues are still there.
Yeah.
So why do local election matter in that sense?
I'm gonna keep this short and sweet. When it comes to the local government, with the issues I talked about, when it comes to financial aid and it comes to like having medical insurance and all of these things, it does matter because when it comes to the government, here in Raleigh and things of that matter, they make those decisions, and it's just like, y'all, who do y'all think y'all go to when it comes to you needing, when it comes to like yes, financial aid is on a federal, higher up seat, but at
Mhm.
the same time, it's just like still, they still play a factor into making those decisions.
Yeah.
Recently, I took a tour with the Department of Political Science and International Studies, and we did visit like the NC State General Assembly, and
Yeah.
we got to walk amongst all the desks of like the representatives and the House senators and stuff.
Mm.
There's a lot of Republicans in
Yeah.
that General Assembly, and I did not realize that the balance was that uneven.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it really made me think like all these anti-immigrant bills, because that's frankly what they are, all these anti-reproductive rights bills, they come from this chamber because of this nasty divide, this nasty like imbalance.
Mhm.
So definitely, like, when you pursue and you show interest in local elections, you are showing interest in those big national policies, because it starts small.
Yeah.
But exactly what Sanaya said.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else that you guys would like to add just like before we wrap up this program?
Yeah, just, everyone that's feeling anxiety, feel a little uneasy and everything about the election, trust, we feel it with you, cause I think about it all the time, when it comes to, being on campus and things. I'm like, yo, to start right on this campus, I'm already mentally preparing myself, you feel me? So I'm just like, look, don't start acting crazy or you feeling like you have the upper hand and other things. I also will say just be careful. This is like a very soft subject, but like with the KKK and everything, when it comes to Black women, please just be safe, y'all, out there. That needs to be handled heavily, seriously.
Just exactly what they were saying about just anxiety. Do not let yourself get overwhelmed, and just frankly trust the process. Trust the American voting system. It's not perfect, it's not ideal, but it's what's going to get the job done for us. And post-election, if you feel like you didn't do enough in this campaign cycle, put in that more work. Explore your fellow advocacy orgs on campus, because we
Yes.
need you.
Be a change youth advocate, please.
Exactly.
Well, thank you guys so much for being here tonight with me. I appreciate it a lot. And yes, thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Howdy, and welcome to the Texas A&M segment of the Student News Live 2024 Presidential Election Broadcast. I'm your host, Alexia Serrata, a senior journalism student at Texas A&M, and I am joined tonight by my co-host, Cassandra.
Thanks, Alexia. I'm Cassandra Romero, a freshman communications student at Texas A&M. Tonight, we join the 24-hour Student News Live 2024 Presidential Election Broadcast, where we are highlighting the voice of the Texas A&M campus.
That's right, Cassandra. Tonight, we are bringing you the student voices of Texas A&M that highlight current issues, how our students feel about voting, and how students are attempting to find joy during the stressful election.
To start off, we turn to Valeria Colster Pasos, our reporter on the ground, who earlier today asked students what issues are important to them during this election season.
Hi everyone, my name is Valeria Koster. I have asked a few people what topic they think is the most important for this 2024 election. Here are the video clips.
What is your name, major, and class year?
I'm Tate. My major is hospitality and tourism. I'm in class of 28. I'm Charlotte. My major is kinesiology and I'm class of 28.
So what would be the biggest topic of concern for you guys in this upcoming election?
Mine would be abortion access and healthcare disorders.
What about you?
I was going to say reproductive rights.
Why do you guys think this is such an important issue and it's something that everyone has talked about today?
Especially with Texas being there are very limited access right now.
What about you?
Yeah.
So what do you guys think the first step should be in having more access to basic health care?
We had to get rid of the heart visa. The heart bill is insanely restrictive.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, the heart visa basically creates an 8-week abortion ban for women. Most women don't even know they're pregnant by 8 weeks. It basically makes it impossible. The other issue is that women in Texas are supposed to have an accession of life together. It's not actually women, it's a law, so they can't get access to the time, and they don't get access until they Anything to add?
All right, thank you guys.
Tell me your name, major, and your class year.
My name is Mantis. I'm a sophomore, and I majored in bioenvironmental.
All right, so my question for you today would be, what is the most important topic for you in this election?
I think right now the most important topic for me would be how they plan on handling like environmental issues,
Okay,
because we don't have a lot of time left with those.
okay. So what do you think the first step should be to handle that?
Well, it depends exactly on which ones they're covering, but I think the first thing would be to really focus on like inequalities in the world, because those actually play a much bigger part in handling environmental injustices we think. That as well as also focusing more on what's going to help us in the future instead of just keeping their minds on the economy.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
State your name, major, and your class year.
I'm Daniel. I'm in general engineering and class 2028.
All right, and what would the most important topic of this election be to you?
I'd say probably the economy or people's cost of living, just because I think that's the biggest thing that people are affected by in general overall. So,
How do you find yourself affected by that particular matter?
well, it's cost of living goes up. It gets harder and harder for things like comfort. So, over time, things are
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Valeria. Thanks, Valeria. Speaking of importance, we have a representative from the Texas Aggie Democrats in our studio tonight to share what is important to them regarding this election. Welcome, Barrett Brown, to our broadcast. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Thank you for joining us. First off, we want to ask you what issues or policies motivated you to support the Democratic Party?
Right. So there's a variety of issues that I think that the Democrats are stronger on than the Republicans. The first one, and I think the most important to me, being democracy. And so, you've seen over the last 4 to 8 years how the Republican presidential candidate carried himself with respect to foreign policy in terms of democracy. And so, cozying up to dictators and strong men across the world, Erdogan in Turkey, Vladimir Putin in Russia. And that doesn't sit well with me. And so that's one of the reasons that I was inclined to support the Democratic presidential candidate and the Democratic Party as a whole. I also don't like the policies and attitude towards democracy he took here at home, undermining freedom of speech and the January 6th attack. That was something that particularly did not sit well with me, and I think is something that I'm very hoping will not present itself again in this election cycle.
Right. And how do you feel that the Democratic Party is addressing student concerns like college affordability and student loan debt?
I think that there's a lot of things that they could be doing better. Joe Biden did the thing where they canceled the student loans, and that was fantastic. Unfortunately, it doesn't affect me in particular because I took my student loans before or after the deadline for that was. But I think that's the primary thing, is that the cost of tuition and attendance and housing is really high. The range of stuff they could do on that, I think, is kind of limited based on who controls the House and Senate and election results in general. But I think that their attitude towards those policies is something that is much better for students in particular than the Republican Party. I think the Republican Party, with its war on woke and attitudes towards education in general, don't really facilitate an environment in where learning is prioritized, which is, I think, that's something that we should all be focused towards.
Got it. And in what ways would you like to see the party improve its outreach towards the younger generation?
Well, there was a visit here in College Station by the local U.S. House representative, and that was good. But we didn't see a visit from the presidential candidate for either party or the Senate candidate. To my knowledge, Colin Allred did not visit College Station, which is something Beto O'Rourke did back in 2018 or 2020. I can't remember which one it was.
Okay.
But that was the margin that we saw tonight was much wider in favor of the Republican candidate than it was for the Democrats back in 2020, 2018, 2022. And so I think that one of the things that the Democratic Party can be doing better is making, an outreach to those small towns and communities where they're struggling right now, as we saw in Georgia and North Carolina and here in Texas. And I think that's, particularly in places like College Station, which is a ruby red area. I think it was 25 points for the Republican candidate tonight. I think there's plenty of place that the Democratic Party has to improve with outreach in those areas. And so, yeah, visiting small towns and college towns like this.
Yeah, and now they're kind of like the golden question, not just necessarily for the Democratic or the Republican Party, but kind of both in general. Why do you think it's important to vote?
I think it's important to vote because it is your duty as a citizen and your most important right. When you vote, you exercise your voice in a way that is on paper and concrete. Protesting is great. Being active in your community is great. But those are things that push other people towards doing that. When you vote, you exercise your right in a way that is concrete and unlike any other.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you for
Well,
having
thank you so much for being here tonight, Barrett. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Barrett. We really appreciate the time that you took to talk to us tonight and to share your opinion. We really appreciate it.
Yes. And for most of our students, this is their first year being eligible to vote in a presidential election. For more insight on this momentous occasion, student reporter Lorelei Walker talked to several students outside the polls earlier today to ask how they were feeling about this year's presidential election.
Okay, could you just start by saying your name, age, major, and hometown to the camera?
Goodness, yeah, sure. I'm Meg Cowart. I am 20 years old. I am an agricultural economics major, and what was hometown? Hometown, I'm from Tyler, Texas.
Yeah. What are your thoughts and feelings going into this election day?
Oh man, I think it's a lot of excitement, nervousness probably, just a toss up in the air. I know that I've heard that this might be an election where we won't know the results until a week, 2 weeks, which is just kind of a little bit scary. But at the same time, I know that what's going to happen is meant to happen. And so it's a lot of just like, I don't know, let go, let God at this point. But it's exciting, and it's really cool being a first-time voter, especially just with the high stakes of this election.
What brought you to the polls?
Man, I think that, my mom has educated me really well on politics, and I grew up in a very safe environment to discuss political issues and very cordial debates. And so I think that with the knowledge that I had, I knew that it was important to go out and vote for what I believed and what I knew what was important to me for the presidential election.
Okay, if you would just start by telling the camera your name, age, major, and hometown.
My name is Caden Scott. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a business major from Plano, Texas.
Awesome. So were you a first-time voter in this election?
I was a first-time voter this year.
Awesome. What were some thoughts, some feelings going into this election day?
I would say it was just a pretty important election. You have two polarizing candidates with different perspectives, and I'm a Christian, and I believe I should vote based on that belief and just things that I stand for.
Good. What brought you to the polls?
I would just say not taking my right to vote for granted and exercising that so I can continue to vote in the future.
Okay, would you just start by telling the camera your name, age, major, and hometown?
Okay, my name is Neil Othie. My major, I'm an industrial distribution major from Katy, Texas, and I am 21 years old.
Awesome. Is this your first time voting in a presidential election?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just talk about the feelings behind that.
Honestly, it was really cool because I did early voting like last Friday, and it was like we were all just in one giant line, but it was just kind of cool because everyone was like waiting for it, but everyone was kind of excited at the same time. So it's a little exciting. It's like I was like 17 the last presidential election, so I missed the cutoff by like that much. And obviously, I just haven't gotten a chance to vote because I've been really busy with school. But like I figured for this election, and since it's such a major one, a massive one, like I figured I might as well go out for it. I'm really glad that I did.
Thank you so much, Lorelai, for bringing us that information straight from the polls.
Joining us today is Texas A&M Student Representative Audrey Moreno, a member of the Republican Party, who will be sharing why they feel tonight's election is so significant. Hi, Audrey.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here today. We're very excited to have you on. So the first question that we have for you today is, what issues or policies motivated you to support the Republican Party?
As a Republican, as the supporter of the Republican Party, one of the biggest issues that motivated me to support this party was the economy and how Trump plans on lowering taxes and lowering prices for food, lowering prices for gas. I mean, I know that's a really big thing right now. The economy did go a little bit higher. The prices did go a little bit higher, I think, under the Biden and Kamala administration. And Trump does plan to lower the economy, the prices. Another one is abortion is a big thing, but what Trump has been regularly saying is that he is allowing the states to be free to decide on what they will allow. You know, there's on the rights of abortion, right?
And how do you feel the Republican Party is addressing student concerns like college affordability and student loan debt?
I think they are doing a pretty good job. Half of the Americans are in favor of canceling at least some of the student debt. The Republicans have showed considerable restraint towards it, and they have opposed canceling some student debt.
Sounds good. And then in what ways would you like to see the party improve its outreach to younger voters?
Well, our Texas A&M is a conservative school, and a lot of the young voters, they tend to go to what their parents, like when they're younger, they hear their parents who they are voting for and stuff like that. And I feel like once they enter college, they have the chance to choose who they can be on their own. And I feel like the Republican Party can definitely just outreach more to its younger voters, because I feel like they tend to focus more on older adults, like white men, women, and they don't tend to reach out to younger voters.
Mm-hmm. And why do you think it's important to vote? That's the golden question here.
I think it is important to vote because as a citizen, we are protecting our rights, and it's our rights to feel safe in this country, the rights to feel safe in the bathroom. It is the American dream. We want to feel safe in our country. And I think that by doing so, by voting, we can have the right thing that's best for our country.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Audrey. We appreciate you being here.
For many, not just students, but U.S. citizens as a whole, the process leading up to Election Day can bring stress, fear, and anxiety. In an effort to lighten spirits, student reporter Tori Hillis went around Texas A&M campus to ask some more lighthearted questions.
Bigger rivalry, Harris versus Trump or Longhorns versus Aggies?
Longhorns versus Aggies, all the way. Everybody knows about that one.
And we all know it's A&M on top, right?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, Griffin, what celebrity, if elected president, would unify the whole country?
Ryan Gosling.
Okay, and who would be his running mate?
Andrew Garfield.
Okay, do you think the White House would turn into a Mojo Jojo Casa House?
Oh, for sure.
Probably. We'll see if Margot Robbie approves.
Yeah, wait, can I revise my answer? I'm saying Margot Robbie. I didn't think about her for like Vice.
So we might have a little bit arguments between the two, but we'll see. A little bit of tension, but that's okay. All right, so I'm here with
Brian Gua.
What is your election night setup? Are we doing popcorn? Are we doing PJs? How are we watching the election?
I'm gonna be in my bed on my phone. I'll probably be praying a little and seeing what happens.
All right. Are we having any election night snacks?
Yeah, probably some chips, more prayers.
All right, so we're doing chips and prayers. That's the election night setup. Okay, Tatum, what do you think is Kamala Harris's guilty pleasure song?
Probably Old Town Road.
featuring Billy Ray Cyrus.
Horses in the back, horse stock is attached. Head is matted black, got the bushes black to match.
I'm here with Reagan. Okay, Reagan, if you were elected to be president today, what's the first law you're enacting? No homework due on the week. Lots of homework due on the weekends. So this is like a good personal choice. Yes, very personal. Okay, I'm here with.
I don't know, he just gives off ranch. And then I feel like Kamala is Polynesian sauce.
That's always a great choice. Maybe like Pink by Lizzo from the Barbie movie. Why is that so true? All right, I'm here in front of God's Chicken, and we're wishing you a happy election night. Good luck and dig 'em.
We like other colors, but pink just looks so good on us.
And tonight we're joined with Valeria Pasos. Hi Valeria, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
You were one of the student reporters that we featured here on our broadcast. Tell us about your first time voting. I know you got to interview other individuals on campus, but how about you?
My first time voting was during this presidential election. I know some people have already voted in the past, not for presidents necessarily, but this was my first time voting.
Mm-hmm.
I went back home to Dallas to cast my vote, and I went with my parents. I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest, but it was all digital. We got in line, and they gave us a piece of paper, and then we all stood in line once again, got to the voting machine, made our choices, put the paper in, and then took it back out, and once again inserted it, and of course got the I voted sticker.
How was that, getting the I voted sticker?
It was so crazy because you've seen those everywhere. I mean, that's just a really big part of voting. So it was crazy to get it back, and finally I have one for my collection. Hopefully a lot more to come.
Yeah, and Valeria, as a student, here on the college campus, we want to know a little bit about what issues are important to you. What are some of the things that stuck out to you the most during this election?
I think it's important to notice that everyone has different views. Something that I always say is it doesn't matter who you're voting for as long as you do your own research and figure out what you think is important. Because I know a few people who have not done any research and they just go into the polls not knowing who to vote for, and they just kind of randomly click. So that includes a few friends of mine, and I think just educating yourself is really important, and it's underrated. No one really mentions anything about that. So that's definitely something that I think is the most important part of this election. I definitely did my research before I went and voted, and that helped a lot as well. So
definitely.
Yeah, and talk to us about the local elections, because you said you went back home, right?
Yes, I did.
So did you do your research for the local candidates as well, or was it more just kind of just presidents?
It was definitely local as well. Researched everything. It took only about an hour, so it wasn't too big of a time consumer either, as long as you just know what you need. And you're always welcome to take a little piece of paper, which is what I brought in. I just took a little piece of paper and had everything that I was voting for, so I would make sure that I would remember. So
that's definitely a very good strategy.
For sure.
And I think kind of on a more general scale, what is one thing that you would share with not just Texas A&M students, but college students in general when it comes to the importance of voting in a presidential election?
Voting is your voice. If you want to be heard, you have to vote. It's the first step. So just make sure you go out there, take a little bit of your time. It took only around 15 minutes for me to vote. I did do early voting, so it really wasn't a long line at all. So just take that time, go vote if you want to make sure that you're being heard in this country. And that's such an important part of being an American citizen.
And now tell us how what the experience was like to get to walk around campus and ask students, our fellow classmates, questions about their first time voting.
I actually really enjoyed it. I like hearing everyone's story, and I like how different everyone is. Some people voted here, other people went back, and it's so fun to see all the different things that people experience in their voting, because it's such a similar experience for everyone, but it's so different at the same time.
Right.
Definitely.
Right. Well, thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you so much for going ahead and filming that video for us. I'm sure it was wonderful for our viewers that are watching tonight.
Thank you so much. It's great having you on.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to talk. So now we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to talk more about our personal experience when it comes to voting in the presidential election. So if you want to go ahead and start us off, Cassandra, what did that look like for you?
So I live 6 hours away from here.
Right.
I'm originally 6 hours away from College Station. And I was not about to make the drive, for 1 week or a weekend. It just didn't fit into my schedule. But luckily here in Bryan, the College Station area, there was a site. I'm not sure exactly where it was, but it allowed for a lot of us college students to go and cast our vote.
Right.
And although it wasn't for local elections, it was more it was presidential and I think for federal, but it was great. And I felt it was like such an exciting feeling, because, I'm casting my vote, and this is something that I was looking forward to since I was little. And then getting that sticker is just like the cherry on top, and then you're like, oh, where do I put it? And then I want to post a picture, go vote, And I think it's just super exciting. It's just a really fun process to be a part of, and I think it's something that everyone should participate in.
Yeah, definitely. My experience was very similar, just because I'm also from about 7 hours away. I'm from Brownsville, Texas. So my experience was definitely the same. I was not about to go drive home just to vote. But I think something that's really important to mention is, like we were saying earlier, to do your research. A lot of people don't know about the opportunities that are out there for them if they're not from a certain county. So the way that it works is you have to be registered in Brazos County in order to vote in College Station, Texas. That's how it works in Texas in general. So since I'm registered in my county back home, you do have to go and cast something called a limited ballot. So that's what most of our students did. I know most Texas A&M students in general had to go through that process, because most people don't live 2 hours away, 30 minutes away. Not everybody has that privilege. So once you go ahead and cast that limited ballot, you're able to cast it, like you were saying, for more national level elections. You can't necessarily vote local when it comes to Brazos, but you can kind of vote more on a national scale. So that's how I was able to do the presidential election. And like you were saying, it's such a time full of pride and excitement, and you're literally making history as you cast that ballot. And voting is just so important, and having our voices heard, and it's just such a privilege. And I feel so lucky to have been able to do that.
Definitely. And how did you feel today? I know, I woke up today and I was like, okay, first things first, I have this tonight, right? The broadcast tonight. But besides that, it's the election.
Exactly.
This is a historic election. I would consider it a historic election. I'm sure many others would. How did you feel?
I think in general, this is something that we all kind of felt today waking up. I was talking to several peers around my day today. I think you can definitely feel that intense kind of dark doom and gloom energy around our world today. I'm sure, like we were saying earlier, a lot of people are filled with anxiety and fear and stress when it comes to something like this. I think that's normal. I think election anxiety is a common thing that a lot of people go through. I think it's important to recognize that you're not alone when you do feel that. People are feeling that all over the U.S. today. It's not just you in your certain city, right? So I think even though it felt a little bit on a darker scale, I think we can trust that we're doing the right thing. If you voted, you did the right thing, you did your part. Now it's kind of just time to sit back, take a breath, watch everything unfold, even though it may not unfold tonight, it may not unfold tomorrow, in the upcoming days. I think it's important to just know, as long as you voted, you did your part, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
And then how was that for you? How did you feel this morning?
I think I was very anxious. I think just throughout the entire day, and then getting closer, towards once those election places started closing, the polls started closing, I was like, oh my gosh, the results started coming in, and then I put on my phone the notification, the reminders, who has the most votes and things like that. And so that was something that wasn't helping with the anxiety.
It can get overwhelming.
Super overwhelming, but at least we're here, and we'll find out the results sooner or later. And like you said, we did our part, and that's all we can do. And the rest is just
Exactly. Something that I do want to take the time to highlight is, as college students and being in a college town, I've seen a lot of social media presence in this election. And I'm not too sure if it's just because we might have been a little bit younger in the last presidential election. That happened when I was personally 16. I'm sure it kind of was around that age for many people that are currently at least studying undergrad. How do you feel about kind of like the social media presence, the celebrity endorsements, just in general, celebrities kind of putting out things to vote, reminders to vote, and sharing their opinion online? I don't know if you noticed that happening heavily in this election.
No, I definitely did. And I think it's something that is very strategic and very smart for these candidates to do, because, I mean, if you want to get those voters, you want to appeal to them, and you're going to appeal to them with people that they like and that they listen to or that they watch, you know? And so I think it was very strategic, and I think it's also, it helps us relate back to them, you know, and kind of supports us. So, yeah. What about you?
I think kind of like the same thing. I've seen a lot of, like you were saying, both presidential candidates, you know, going a lot on TikTok. That's been like a really big app that they've been using to appeal to Gen Z. I think that there's good and bad that comes with that. You know, I think it can get a little bit on the more lighthearted side and kind of steer away from more serious topics and conversations. But I think overall, it's a really good way to appeal and kind of help Gen Z and just young voters understand their policy a little bit more. So I've seen certain TikToks like explaining things on a more lighthearted level, and even though that can get a little bit, you know, questionable at times, I think it's just helped us overall understand the policy and what they mean with that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, it was great talking to you and getting your side and getting everyone else's side here and the Texas A&M population.
Most definitely.
Great.
Well, that does wrap up our coverage on this historic 2024 U.S. presidential election. On behalf of Texas A&M students, Texas A&M faculty, and professors, we are honored to have been part of tonight. My name is Alexia Serrata.
And my name is Cassandra Romero. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Thanks and Gigam.
Hi guys. Hello. Hello. We're going to be representing Titan Radio today. Thank you for joining us on this live coverage of the election this fine, horrifying evening. Who's nervous?
I'm nervous.
I'm feeling nervous. My name is Emily. I'm feeling nervous.
My name is Tanya.
How are you feeling?
Nervous?
Okay.
I'm Viridiana Salgado.
Oh.
And I'm feeling nervous.
Okay. Well, in light of everything going on, we're just going to talk about some type of propositions we think that might be impactful to college life, student life, what we are constantly faced with every single day and going through. And to help this with us, we have shout out to Daily Titan, these amazing newspapers on the propositions. So good. You know how they're wordy on the ballots? This helps with that. Makes them much more palatable and understanding, because that's important. You want to reach young voters, you have to make it interesting to read. Let us see. Well, which propositions are most important to you guys? Because I have the ones that are most dire to me, but I don't know if we want to go off that immediately. We know about Proposition 3. Like,
yes, of
obviously,
course.
of course, you know, we recognize the right to marry regardless of sex and race, you know? And you're like, how is that impactful on college campuses? I think we know that this is a safe space, you know? So we want everybody here to maintain the right to marry. At least I do in the future. So it's pretty important to me. There's also Proposition 2.
Yeah, Proposition 2 is probably obviously a big one because it directly impacts college facilities.
Public schools.
And, our funding and everything like that. So I think that's a major one as well.
Especially for like future college students.
Of course.
Yeah. And if we want to read the actual definition for the people listening, Proposition 2 would allocate $1.5 billion to community colleges and additionally add $8.5 billion to K-12 schools, which would be intended to improve facilities, construct new facilities, and increase eligibility for financial hardship grants within the small and disadvantaged school districts, which is so important. Like, I was talking about it with Viri earlier, just talking about how, like, I've been like obviously an adult American paying taxes for like not that long now, but the money's going regardless. Like it's literally,
Yeah.
I would so much rather it go to this, like
To our community.
to the community, to the future, to the generation that's going to be dependent upon us, and we're going to be dependent upon going forward in the future. Like that would just be so much like better placed in heart. You know what I mean? And like in the specifics of it, just it not even going to like funding, but addressing things in like they said, poor income like communities, like leaky roofs, like broken AC, removing lead from water, things that we like think are pretty standard that should already be done, or like they already done in our everyday life and community. I hope Cal State Fullerton, I hope. It's not in a lot of places, so like that is a big one. And then additionally, that funding to community colleges, that's huge, like universities get so little funding as it is. And I think community colleges additionally are so overlooked. I was a transfer student, so I think enrichment in any area, regardless of how much money you're paying into tuition, is so important. So that would like really be good. That would be really important.
I feel like so many people disapprove of it because of just the fact that we're going to get higher taxes for it. But like, we got to help the kids.
Yeah, how she said, it's like the thought behind it, knowing that like, yes, like a big portion of my paycheck is getting taken out, which a lot of people in general, they don't like their hard earned money being taken away, but knowing that it's for something that I would actually want to support, that kind of makes me feel better about it, knowing that my money is going towards something that I would actually, if I was in that position, I would benefit from it, and I would want these kids to benefit from it
like
as well.
it matters so much.
Yeah.
I feel happy when I see potholes getting fixed on the freeway. Like literally that makes me feel
I
happy
start
about paying
cheering.
taxes. Like I'm like, wow guys, like I'm making a difference. Like
drinks tonight on me. Like,
right,
a pothole got
genuinely,
fixed.
like a little
Lives were changed when like I started driving to work and there was no pothole in the middle of the street.
They fixed that one on the 91.
Imagine that at your high school.
Imagine you can go to class and there's not a roof leaking.
Yeah.
Like, wow, or your AC works in the middle of summer. Hey, we live in the southern of California. Like, hello? It's hot. And you're telling me we haven't been funding ACs to work in every single school? That is insane. That's insane. The heart being not in it is insane. So, yeah, there's a lot of them where it is like, I think positioned in a way for the propositions that is based on like testing people's like sense of moral or morality, and then also like capitalistic, what is fiscally best, I guess, for the community, if you want to even say that, or whoever's doing it. So I think like the elusiveness intended in the wording is kind of made to hide that, and kind of like confuse people who might go into the propositions with a good heart and then get kind of lost in the wording. I know for the proposition, I'm trying to find which one it is. The one regarding the working for prisons, the prison work.
Proposition
Prop 6, yeah. That, it's like, obviously, it's like, I know where I stand on that, but the wording was so intricate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, Proposition 6 is the amend California Constitution to not force incarcerated persons to work. So,
basically just making it like more involuntary and like using incentives for the workers to actually want to go in and make it something that they want to do, not something that they have to do.
right. And then it's like also, I think, important to remember, like, this proposition, I feel, also resonates a lot with current social justice movements that we kind of are being made more aware of. Like, as students, I've taken a lot of classes that kind of focus and shed light on this, whereas I don't think I would give an access to that education in just high school curriculum. It's definitely been like upper division college level courses where I've been learning about this kind of stuff. So again, it goes into that Prop 2 again, like the funding, the curriculum is so important to even just teach these things. But voting yes on this would mean all prison labor would be voluntary. And so then the credits would be given as incentives. And then like from these courses and credits, we kind of learned that a lot of organizations and companies abuse prison labor and they use that to cut corners. And I think it's important to remember to see incarcerated people as people and not numbers or a means of labor. And so obviously, like, where your heart would stand, I think, is pretty evident with this one. And then I think it's good to question, like, is this the kind of change students want to see in California's justice system.
I think there's also an issue of the fact, like, on the opposite argument, people will say, like, oh, these prisoners are getting paid, though, even though it's not involuntary. They are getting paid for it, so they feel better about that. But then at the same time, you look at the pay that they receive, and it's a very, very
It's
low
nothing.
amount. It's
Yeah.
basically nothing.
It's like a
So-
couple cents.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they even when, at least in California, we have our forest fires. They make the prisoners go out there and risk their lives to go fight our fires for us, and a lot of people don't even know that.
Yeah, I
So-
didn't. I had to be doing research on the propositions before I even found that layer out of it. So it's pretty intricate, and it's like she said, just so many people are unaware of that, and the wage that they're given is like literally nothing. And then also it's like, with this wage, what are they doing? Like buying livable things to make their experience that's already so difficult like a little bit more humane, you know? Like their humanity is so stripped, and on top of it, you want them to not even be given like payment for what they're doing, you know, like adequate payment at
Like
least.
treating them less than people.
Yeah, that pretty straightforward on my end. Kind of similar to, again, I don't know how intricately like this relates to specific student life, but just because we're on the topic of the prison reform and the work, the criminal justice reform for drug theft crimes, Proposition 36. So Prop 36 would improve harsher penalties for specific drug offenses, turning some misdemeanors into felonies. So for students concerned with campus safety might view this as a step towards reducing drug-related issues. However, it raises the question about whether harsher punishments or rehabilitative measures are more effective or not.
Because this one did end up getting passed. They did report on it within like the last hour. And I think one of the main reasons why it was being pushed, I think, and the reason why it got accepted is, I don't know if you guys have heard of a lot of these recent incidences that have been happening in major cities in California, like San Francisco and downtown LA, where there's a lot of like break-ins and vandalisms of like stores and cars. But a lot of officers and stuff, when this is brought to their attention, there's not really much that they can do. Because if it's like below that like amount, or if they have less than the 2 offenses like mentioned, there's just not much that they can receive. And a lot of people have, like worries about their personal belongings and stuff like that. Even, I don't know if you guys saw, I think it was like earlier in this year or last year, where there is a lot of people literally leaving their trunks and their cars open.
With their
signs,
windows down.
Their windows down, saying, please don't bring it to my car. Like, I can't afford to get it fixed because I just don't have anything. Like, please don't target me.
That was in San Francisco?
Yeah, in San Francisco. It was getting really bad. There was even a video I had seen that was going viral for a moment where literally on the freeway, a car got stopped and like hijacked, basically, where they like took stuff from their trunk and everything, like on the freeway. So
this proposition then would be like basically
to deter, like
by enacting harsher, longer sentences and penalties.
I feel like that's the reason why it ended up
getting passed. So it, in hindsight, could enhance community safety by discouraging minor theft and drug crimes, but it also like has the argument like, do increased penalties really do that much? And like, should we be putting that effort towards rehabilitation instead, and kind of looking towards the main cause issues of why people kind of choose to do this in certain areas to begin with, you know? Because if it's concentrated to certain areas and communities, obviously like that's a systematic socioeconomic issue that is deeper than just that. So like, obviously, yes, it's like a Band-Aid, I think, on the issue, and I understand why it got passed, but like, do we really think stricter penalties are the right solution? Or I don't know, could there be a bigger focus on rehabilitation?
Yeah, like how you say, like, is there more that can be done that can further prevent without it kind of like how you said, looking more into the like rehabilitation stuff? Because you hear about this in like other countries where even their jails and their prisons are more about like reforming than it is about punishment.
And even like the ones that do have more showcase rehabilitation aspects, it's like the higher funded ones and higher funded communities, and the people that often end up in higher ones are not people for petty theft and drug related crimes. You know, like this is already in the criminal justice system, like the bottom of the barrel, and so to speak, of how humanely you're treated, you know, and to be in the system for something so small, not that this is crazy, like obviously nobody wants their car broken into, you know, but like people are doing crazier things, like way crazier things that aren't enacting entire penalties to get put on them, you know, or like you said, there are many more aspects of the community that can be focused on that we can like grow as a whole for the future and not just like mend the current people as the present.
In the description for Prop 36, it says that Home Depot like supports it, and I work there, and I feel like whenever someone steals there, it's always like obviously like it's a huge thing, you know, like the managers always want to like be very involved and try to make sure that that person doesn't stop, but it becomes like it doesn't, they take it more personal than like, it's not like they're directly stealing from their pockets, but I feel like with this proposition, it's more like they just want, I don't know how to say it. They just want like a power high.
And that's definitely like a trending theme, I feel like, in many of them. Let me see. So, I don't know. I think it's important to talk about as students just because it's important to think about these things going forward and like just with all of these impending things. But what was a big thing for me, like I voted in 2 elections now, is really just like doing what's best, yes, for your community, but out of the best of like heart. Do you know what I mean? Not like you said, not like for a power trip high, or I think kind of what a lot of themes can be in American policies, you know, or like capitalistic policies. So those ones are pretty imperative to me. We do have more people willing to come talk and share their thoughts on these policies. I'm interested if they want to come give their thoughts on ones that are important to them. It might be the same as ours, but we have the music team here to give their few thoughts. So I think they're going to take it over for the next 15 minutes. But thank you for hearing our thoughts. I hope you liked our 3 that we were talking about.
Like the lack thereof transition. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
What's
hello,
up?
Hello.
So my name is Kabir.
My name is Amir.
And then I'm Bashar. Yeah, we're the music team here. So Bashar, he's our music director, and then me and Amir, we're music interns here. I do want to give myself a quick little shout out. I also work at the student paper. I helped work on the voter guide we made.
Beautiful
design,
reading. Beautiful.
Did some of the graphic design on here. It was cool. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to step in here and talk about the props as well because I heard the conversations that we're having, and I felt like I could relate a lot to like the kind of things they were saying and the perspective they're coming from. Because I feel like as college students, we're coming to an age where like a lot of this stuff affects us a lot more than we think it might. And the things about like $10 billion on like wildfire, like it might just seem like it's so far out there of like, oh, it's just 10 billion that I'm not going to see. And it's all like wildfires that aren't going to touch me. But it's like in SoCal at this age, I feel like it's a lot more important to pay attention to stuff like this because it's way more of a concern when you consider like we're coming to an age where we got to look at like things like home insurance or like vehicle insurance and things like that, which definitely could be affected by like natural disasters or like just like freak accidents and things like that. So like being a little bit more knowledgeable about the props was definitely something that we at the paper wanted to like emphasize and like making sure people could really understand like what's going on with the props and break it down in a very understandable way. But yeah, I mean, my ears especially pricked up when they was talking about Prop 36, which is the increasing punishment for drug and theft crimes.
Yes, sir.
And I was really rocking with the perspective Veer was given about how she worked at Home Depot and how she feels like managers take the theft a little bit more personally and stuff. Because I used to work at CVS, so like I feel like I would see the same kind of behavior there in terms of like petty theft and things like that, and sort of the managers being a little bit more uptight than you might think they would need to be about that. Especially when it comes down to the fact that like a lot of times when people were stealing things from the CVS, it was never like, I don't want to say it was never, but like it wasn't like liquor or like all of that type of stuff. It was like diapers for their kid or like cereal or like bread and things like that. And I think that like that kind of led me to not feel as strongly for Prop 36 just because like I think it's wrong because even if they increase the punishment, that doesn't stop someone from needing what they need and having to get what they have to get.
Yeah.
It just means they risk more to get that stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't take the incentive to, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
we should be focusing on keeping people away from the idea of having to steal.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah.
I don't think the punishment is gonna be the thing that keeps away, because we've been taught as a kid, you know, you don't steal.
Right.
There's always a consequence to your actions. So to make more of a consequence is not gonna stop anything.
No,
You know what I mean?
definitely. Yeah.
And like seeing that stores such as Home Depot, Target, Walmart that are written in the paper that you wrote, you know what I mean?
I didn't write this. I just do graphics, but
in the paper you contribute to, seeing
Yeah.
that they have that, like they're in support of this prop just because of like the things such as shoplifting.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily the right way to look at things. Of, oh, if we punish it harder, then it's gonna stop.
right.
So
I think the only way to reduce the amount of theft and things like that isn't to increase punishment, it's to decrease prices. Because people are only going to feel incentivized to steal when they feel like they have to pick this over that, of like they
Yeah.
paying the bills, they buying the bread, or they buying the diapers, or they paying their car payment and things like that.
and then Amir had a really good point about Prop 36, and I'll let you share it.
Oh yeah, go for
of
it.
course. Okay, so towards the bottom of the description of the Prop 36, it talks about the disproportionately affecting like Black, Latino, and other marginalized communities. And I think the upping of the punishment is just it seems a little unnecessary. I feel like the treatment mandated, like I feel like changing misdemeanors to treatment mandates are for sure necessary, but I feel like upping it to a felony, I feel like it kind of it's similar to voter suppression in my mind, where it like stops once you become a felon. There's no
It like
you can't
removes you
vote.
from the population.
Yeah.
Like you lose that option, you lose that right and that
becoming,
privilege.
you lose being a citizen of America, and
You
I
lose
feel
a
like
lot,
it's,
yeah. Because then also like when they bump it up to felony, that affects your ability to get a job afterwards. It affects
Yeah.
your ability to like just do anything. So
So
I mean,
it also affects your ability to vote. So
Yeah.
which is what we're doing, and what
Exactly.
we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think for something like a misdemeanor that's considered a misdemeanor now, I feel like changing it to a felony is a little bit unnecessary. And I feel like we should be focusing on kind of Prop 32. That's a good segue
Mhm.
of raising pay, because cost of living in California in specific is
Ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
And I do think, it's 17 now, but I feel like upping it to $1, I feel like it's a good start.
it is a good start.
Because I feel like we can't meet an end with like cost of living in California. Like everywhere you look, everything is just super inflated. So I feel like you should for sure, Prop 32. Yeah.
Yeah. I really appreciate the initiative that's coming along with Prop 32, because I think it is important that we move that bar up and make sure that like people are being paid fairly for what they do. And I do think 18 is a good start, but I also don't think it's the end. I think that like the cost of living in California, like the raise to 18 might be nice, but the prices that are also going to raise at the grocery store and things like that aren't going to be nice.
Yeah.
So I feel like the 18 only matters if we keep things the same, but if we keep having to like run against inflation and things like that, then we're just going to have to keep fighting for a higher and higher minimum wage.
And to explain Prop 32, if we didn't earlier, it's the initiative to raise the minimum wage from $18 an hour. So now it's 17. And
Is
Prop
it
32.
17? Yeah, it is 17. Okay, yeah.
It's 17 now. And by January 2025, with this prop, it'll be 18. So, yeah, you guys can continue.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about Prop 32?
I definitely, I do support that as a college student who is like, living paycheck to paycheck. I think it would definitely help, myself and other students who I work with, like be able to go about their days and go about their weeks and,
Yeah.
afford things such as like basic groceries to even, affording, a great time. You know what I mean? Like we
Yeah.
are college students. I feel like we can't just live by our means.
No, yeah.
We need to live just to survive.
And
like,
especially like considering how expensive education can get, it's like one of my professors at the start of the semester, he made a point of like, if you got to pick between like buying that textbook and like filling up your tank of gas, fill that tank of gas.
Yeah.
And it's like, to me, like I'm blessed enough to be able to like take care of like what I need to right now. But like for a lot of students that have to make that decision, like to have to pick between education and survival when you really deserve to have both.
Yeah.
It genuinely does suck. So I feel like raising
Yeah,
the minimum
that's a
wage
great
would give
point.
people a little bit more of a fighting chance to have both and have what they need.
And I feel like it also like starts a more like equal balance of work and school, because I feel like a lot of people at least at Cal State Fullerton are commuters, and a lot of people at our school are working and going to school.
Mhm.
So I feel like this would maybe even like help maybe like have an off day where you can study or have a personal day or a mental health day,
Yeah.
whatever you need.
Like a little bit of cushion to fall back on.
Yeah, you don't have to
Exactly,
be
that cushion.
working. Just upping the minimum wage definitely will help.
Yeah.
And then with that cushion, it also like allows you to like not want to grind so hard at
Yeah.
work that you end up forgetting about your education because you do have to live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like knowing some people who are like new to the country and they're like working all the time just to live here. And like I understand it, but it's also like if we can do anything to help those people in need and like help the students, help whoever, I think we should definitely like, be a part of that and work to, get that goal.
Yeah. Another prop that really caught my eye, like just in personal experience and in life, was Prop 34, which restricts the spending of prescription drug revenue by certain healthcare providers. So from what I understood from it, basically it restricts the amount of money that comes out of revenue from
Yeah.
pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
And having worked at CVS and kind of seeing the money struggles that come along with just like trying to take care of oneself,
Yeah.
like this prop meant a lot more to me. Just because like I don't know, I've been at work and seen across the counter and like seeing that grandma that's like just trying to get by and just trying to get her medication to like continue on to the next day.
Yeah.
And like the check-in just don't hit or like
Yeah.
the insurance just ain't going for her
Yeah.
and things like that. So I think that like putting a little bit like more of a restriction on big pharma, on big pharma, and like making sure that people can actually get what they need is like it's important because like it's one thing to say like everyone should get what they need, but then to be in a situation where you actively watch someone not be able to get what they need when you know they deserve it is like it's a little gut wrenching to be in because you're like, and especially just as an employee too because it's like person to person like you want to be able to help but just like company policy I got to stand back and like just be there and just watch, you know what I mean? So it's like to have like some kind of program that kind of steps in and steps up for consumers would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And I know you did start off by talking about the increased budget for wildfires and natural disasters. And I think that's something that you, as you said, is like not too far out, even
Yeah.
though we believe like, oh, when is that going to happen? Like it's out of our control.
Yeah.
We don't really think about it often, but like we are living in a society where things are changing.
Oh, for sure.
Globally, economically, everything, and even naturally. And you know what I mean?
No, yeah. One of my professors, for one of my communications classes that I'm taking, he's a reserve firefighter.
Yeah.
So like when the airport fire was going on, he canceled one of our lectures. He was like, "Yo, I apologize to y'all, but like I got to go take time off and go help out with this." And like at the time, it like to me it was just like, "Oh, yay, free day, like day off class and all that." But like in the bigger picture, it's like this issue affected like me, and I didn't have to evacuate for the fire or nothing, but somehow that fire still had an effect on me.
Yeah.
And I'm just a student. I'm not even a homeowner. I'm not even like
Yeah.
like a person that necessarily is as greatly affected by the fire as like many of the locals and residents around that area.
Yeah.
So to see kind of how widespread the impact of something like that can be without even touching you or without even touching like the ones around you,
Yeah.
it definitely like emphasizes the need to be prepared and be protected for that. And the way I see it with a lot of these like 10 million in bonds and things like that, you know, a lot of people are focused on like the fiscal aspect of a lot of these propositions of like how much money is this going to cost me in taxes, what's this going to raise my like taxes to and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But maybe this is my like just pessimistic perspective, but I don't think any of that money was ever going to touch my pocket anyways. So I don't mind giving it off to like the people that are really going to need it or to giving it to the programs that are really going to help us stay ready to like for those moments, you know?
Yeah. And then that prop also, it doesn't just involve wildfires. I know
Yeah.
we're from California.
We're from
that's all
California, so that's
know,
what we
really.
think about. But
Yeah, but
yeah.
it does, the proposition would allocate, reading off the thing, the proposition would allocate the funds towards wildfire, drought, and flood mediation, as well as towards improving water quality and preservation. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know California in the past has been struck by drought. You know, we get it all, you know what I mean? Wildfire and
all of
drought.
it, man.
So,
Yeah. I heard them talking earlier. They opened up talking about Prop 2, which is authorizing $10 million in bonds for public schools and community college facilities. And I think that's also a really big deal.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't know, even though a lot of us here may not have taken the community college route, you know, went from high school to a 4-year. Went from like high school to a 4-year.
Yeah.
We might not think of community college as like as necessary to our journey, but for a lot of people, that is the medium they use to like get to where they need to be.
Yeah.
So to see money being allocated to that and really like providing resources to that initiative would be great, because also like I didn't go to community college, but I took like summer classes there to just like fill up some G's and stuff. And like even in my experience there, if they had more facilities or more like resources and stuff,
Yeah.
that would have made my experience even more seamless or that much more better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think even it contributing also to like the K through 12 schools. I feel like public schools, Especially, I'm from Los Angeles. LAUSD definitely would love or absolutely need this money. I feel like a lot of public schools go kind of unnoticed, especially in Los Angeles, because there is like it's very widespread. There's charter schools, private schools, and there's public schools. So I think the K through 12 school initiative to bring $10 billion in bonds for public schools, it'll definitely help for sure.
Yeah. And then, I know Grossmont College in San Diego, plugging them. But, yeah.
Shout out Sheffield College in Rancho, plugging them.
We're plugging all
SMC, SMC.
Before we dip out, I got to plug Daily Titan one last time, the student newspaper here at Cal State Fullerton, student voice of CSUF. Basically, they've been helping me a lot. I wasn't too politically knowledgeable before I started working with them at the paper, but they got me right, and they helped get a lot of other students right with this voter guide. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely helpful.
Yeah, this was
came in
very
clutch.
helpful. And I hope you guys found some help within our speaking and us talking.
Definitely.
And telling us about our business. But yeah, so we are from Titan Radio, if you guys didn't understand, or if you guys didn't get that in the first place. But we are Titan Radio. We are the music team.
Yes, sir.
We are the official sounds of CSUF. And we're just here to tell you about some of the things that are going on, some of the things that were on your ballot. Maybe you didn't understand them, but hopefully after this, you get it.
Yeah. Thank y'all for listening.
Thank y'all.
Wait, let's introduce ourselves one more time before we head out. I'm Bashar.
I'm Amir.
I'm Kabir.
And
We are the music.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
We are the music team.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Bye. Have a
Bye.
good one, everybody.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Jason, let's go see your room.
How was it? Is it good?
Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for young Americans. But this isn't just another story about gun violence. More than a dozen student journalists have come together to explore what it's like to grow up in this generation.
I survived and witnessed gun violence in downtown Orlando.
Michigan,
Oakland,
Philadelphia,
Tennessee,
Washington, D.C.
People have to wake up and realize that this is bound to happen to everyone if there's no change.
I don't care what the people in charge do, but do something.
He was there, but then he wasn't.
After the shooting, I'll beg my parents to let me go outside to play, but they wouldn't let me because they think that I would have got killed.
I hate that we have to beg for safety, but I love that we can come together.
I believe in the power of thoughts and prayers. Prayers without action is not going to do anything.
My generation is facing a major crisis. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for young Americans, killing or injuring more than 5,000 teens in just the past year. But I'm not here to share the usual depressing facts and statistics. I'm here to share stories produced by more than a dozen student journalists from across the United States. We spent months exploring what it's like for our generation to grow up in the shadow of gun violence, how it feels and how it impacts many people, even those who were never shot. We also explored how young Americans are pushing for change and a safer future. Our first story comes from student journalists at Michigan State University, which was the site of one of the nation's many mass shootings last year. They found students who had already lived through similar traumas even before coming to college.
Keep your hands up if you have experienced a lockdown drill before the age of 18, the age of 12, and the age of 6.
Before you learn ABC, you learn how to run, hide, and fight. And that's where we've failed.
Gun violence has become tragically familiar to people like Maya Manuel, a student at Michigan State University. On February 13th, 2023, 3 students lost their lives to a gunman. During the shooting, students received text messages from the university instructing them to run, hide, and fight.
Inside an academic building, and then later
doing a deep dive on our home state of California's national propositions. And so, to start off, let's talk about funding. Nearly half of the statewide propositions this year were related to state finances and service funding, all of which, if passed, would have significant impacts on not only the communities who directly receive these funds, but also the state as a whole. So first off, there's Proposition 2, a bond measure that would provide a combined $10 billion to fund K through 12 school and community college renovations and facility constructions. Since the passage of Prop 13 back in 1978, smaller and lower income school districts have struggled to maintain their facilities, as lower property values within these lower income districts tend to lead to lower property tax revenues and therefore lead to smaller district budgets. This proposition, if passed, would do wonders to address the state's aging infrastructure in education and provide new and expanded educational services to new generations of California youth. As of now, the Proposition 2 is reported to pass with a majority of 52% of the vote, with less than 50% of all votes counted. Next, let's move on to Proposition 4, another $10 billion bond measure that would authorize debt spending on environmental and climate change projects, with funding to improve water quality being the largest part of this proposal, with an earmarked $1.9 billion. The rest will be spent on projects designed to protect the state from flooding and droughts, ecological restoration efforts, wildfire and extreme heat protection, agricultural projects, and further clean energy investments. California, as the largest state in the country, is also one of the highest producing of renewable energy, and so this proposition will only further that agenda. All in, analysts expect the repayment of this bond to cost roughly $400 million annually over a 40-year period, and as of now, Proposition 4 is also set to pass with around 58% of the counted vote. Currently, local governments need a 2/3 voter majority to approve funding proposals, making it especially difficult to fund public infrastructure projects and affordable housing efforts. Prop 5 makes this process easier by lowering the required voting threshold to 55% for any borrowing used for affordable housing construction, down payment assistance programs, and public infrastructure projects like water management, hospitals, and parks. If passed, this would not only apply to future bonds in future elections, but any that are currently on the ballots in this election cycle, making it easier for cities to build more affordable units and provide down payment assistance substantially increases housing sustainability and home ownerships, respectively, in communities where people, particularly people of color and low-income families, are currently struggling to find affordable housing. 30% of all Californians are renters, and over half of Californian renters are rent burdened, meaning that over 50% of their income is spent on living expenses. This proposition, if passed, would immensely help these burdened renters in helping them afford the rising costs in living. As it stands, the electorate is split, with 46% voting for and 54% voting against. And finally, there's Proposition 35, which would require the state to spend money from existing taxes on health insurance on Medi-Cal, the state's public insurance program for low-income and disabled Californians. The revenue from this new requirement would primarily be allocated to specialty care, emergency services, family planning, mental health, and prescription drug coverage. Prop 35 also prevents the state from using the tax revenue to replace existing expenditure on Medi-Cal services. This proposition comes as more and more providers have begun rejecting Medi-Cal patients due to nationally low reimbursement rates, despite nearly 1/3 of all Californians, that's roughly 12 million people, being covered by the insurance provider. If Prop 33 were to pass, supporters hope that the increase in funds would increase payments to providers and therefore grant greater access to healthcare for millions of Californians. Currently, a solid majority of voters support this initiative, with over 62% of likely voter approval. For more insight on the remaining propositions, let me hand things off to my lovely co-producer, Divya.
All right. Hello, national listeners. And thank you so much, Jamie, for that lovely breakdown. So 4 of the major propositions that are on the ballot this year pertain to civil rights. And the language on them can be a little hard to decipher, but the results will be far-reaching. But no worries, we're going to break it down for you. Let's start off with Proposition 3. Proposition 3 is to reaffirm the right of same-sex couples to marry. In 2004, Gavin Newsom, who at this time was San Francisco's mayor, in defiance of a federal ban on same-sex marriage, began to hand out marriage licenses to same-sex couples, which was consequently shut down by the California Supreme Court. If passed, Proposition 3 would repeal Proposition 8, a measure which voters approved in 2008 that defined marriage as between a man and a woman. Supporters argue that this proposition simply enshrines the already nationally recognized right for same-sex couples to marry. Notable supporters of Proposition 3 include Equality California, American Civil Liberties Union of Northern California, Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California, California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists, California Democratic Party, Governor Gavin Newsom, League of Women Voters of California, California Labor Federation, and the California Chamber of Commerce. Proposition 3 support has garnered around $3.8 million in funding, according to Cal Matters. Opponents of Proposition 3 include California Family Council and the American Council of Evangelicals, with no media endorsements and no funding raised, according to Cal Matters. As of now, the constitutional right of marriage has 45% of the votes in, with 63% saying yes and 37% saying no, meaning it is very likely to pass. So the next proposition we're going to break down for you is Proposition 6, which is to limit forced labor in state prisons. Proposition 6 would amend the Constitution to prohibit the state from using involuntary work assignments to punish incarcerated individuals who refuse to work. California's state prison system employs nearly 40,000 inmates, with the majority of them learning less than 74 cents an hour. There has been no official ballot argument filed against Proposition 6. In recent years, Colorado, Alabama, Tennessee, and Vermont have all passed similar measures. Supporters include ACLU California Action, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, California Democratic Party, California Teachers Association, California Black Legislative Caucus, California Labor Federation, League of Women Voters of California, and Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association and California Republican Party oppose the measures. As of now, Proposition 6 has 44% of the votes in, and it is currently leaning towards a no, with 55% voting against Proposition 6 and 45% voting yes. The third out of the 4 propositions pertaining to civil rights is Proposition 32, to raise state minimum wage to $18 an hour. Currently, minimum wage in California is $16. Many major cities have minimum wages above this. However, if Proposition 32 was passed, it would raise the minimum wage to $17 for the rest of 2024, and starting in January 2025, it would be raised to $18 an hour. For smaller businesses, this wage hike would be staggered, with businesses of 25 or fewer employees being required to start paying at least $17 in 2025, and starting in 2026, $18. As of now, the proposition to raise minimum wage, Proposition 32, has 45% of the votes in. 51% are voting no, and 49% vote yes, meaning it's still a little too close to call. That brings us to Proposition 36. Proposition 36 is to increase penalties for theft and drug trafficking. Proposition 36 has passed with a majority of 71%, which means reclassification of some misdemeanor theft and drug crimes as felonies. This proposition essentially undermines Proposition 45, which was passed by voters 10 years ago to attempt to reduce mass incarceration by making some theft and drug crimes into misdemeanors. This proposition is supported by prominent retailers and businesses like Walmart and Target, as well as the California Republican Party and California Chamber of Commerce, with their main arguments being that they believe this proposition would combat homelessness, drug use, and shoplifting. Governor Gavin Newsom and the ACLU of Northern California and the California Democratic Party remain in opposition of Proposition 36, with arguments including citing that this proposition would be a regressive measure, with no studies supporting that the proposition would actually reduce homelessness. Now back to Jamie.
Thank you so much, Divya. Now, for the observant out there, or any Californians listening, that is, you may have noticed two propositions we have yet to cover, Prop 33 and 34. Rest assured, dear listeners, we haven't forgotten about them, and we also haven't forgotten about you. And in fact, we have decided to dedicate the rest of our segment to cover these somewhat confounding propositions. So Prop 33 is an initiative that would repeal the Costa-Hawkins rent control law that limits the amount of control a city has over its rent control policies. While this issue is top of mind for a lot of voters, as nearly 30% of California renters spend more than 50% of their income on rent, previous attempts at repealing Costa-Hawkins have been tried and failed to receive a majority. To address the concerns raised by Prop 33, Governor Newsom signed a law that limited annual rent increases statewide to 5% plus inflation. But supporters of Prop 33 say that this does not go far enough to protect renters and prevent houselessness. With support for this proposition hovering around 42% in recent polls, it's uncertain whether there will be enough momentum to get Prop 33 passed a third time around. But you might be asking yourself, this Proposition 33 seems pretty straightforward. Why are people saying this is confusing? And I mean, you're not wrong. The confusion surrounding the pair doesn't have much to do with Prop 33 itself. That one's a pretty straightforward measure. Rather, it's the content and the supporters behind Proposition 34 is what makes it the more confounding of the two. But for a further explanation on that, I'll once again hand it off to the lovely Divya.
Thank you so much. Okay, so buckle up, guys, because here's where it's going to get a little bit rocky. Proposition 34, as it reads on the ballot, seems simple. It says, restricts spending of prescription drug revenues by certain healthcare providers. Let's break it down a little further. Proposition 34 would require California providers that spend at least $100 million on expenses other than direct care, that also own and operate apartment buildings that have racked up at least 500 severe health and safety violations in the next decade to spend, it keeps going, at least 98% of that net drug sale revenue on, quote, direct patient care. If that sounds a little hyper specific to you, that's because it is. Because here's the thing, there's only one organization that this actually applies to, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. And guess who's one of the main funders of Proposition 33, the one that Jamie so lovely explained to us? The AIDS Healthcare Foundation. So to understand why this is a proposition, how exactly it connects to Prop 33, we need to talk about Michael Weinstein. Weinstein is a longtime president of the Los Angeles-based AIDS Healthcare Foundation and is quite disliked by politicians and housing interest groups as a result of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation funding major statewide rent control measures. Supporters of Proposition 34 include California Apartment Association, California Republican Party, and the California Chamber of Commerce. They are viewing this measure as a call for accountability. On the other hand, opponents, which include, of course, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation and Consumer Watchdog, are calling this more of a political hit job as it only singles out one organization. As of now, Proposition 34, which is once again to regulate spending by healthcare providers, has 43% of the votes in, with 51% saying yes and 49% saying no. So this makes it a bit of a close call and definitely a confusing one at that.
Thank you so much, Divya. So, with that, I hope that this has helped our listeners understand the long and confusing road that often is California propositions. Stay tuned for more excellent student-produced news at 90.7 FM.
Thank you, Divya, Jamie, for the in-depth and incredible proposition coverage. Coming up next, we will have 3 UC Berkeley students come into the studio to share their thoughts and opinions on the election. I previously interviewed these students last week to just see where they were at in their thoughts and feelings about the election. So we'll be listening to those segments and then circle back with the students live. All right, they're coming in now. Welcome into the studio, y'all. Okay, so you're going to listen to yourselves for a little bit because I'm going to play your thoughts and feelings that you told me the last time we talked.
My name is Carly. I'm a full-time student at UC Berkeley, finishing up my senior year. I identify as a cisgender woman. I'm queer. I would say that's probably the most important parts of my identity. I'm feeling very anxious about the election. I think less so about...
Also, before we keep going, I'm going to have you all say your names really quickly so we know who's talking with who. So, Carly, if you could go first.
Yes, that was me. My name is Carly.
Hi, I'm Yasmin, and you're going to hear from me soon.
Hi, I'm Jackie. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, fantastic. Let's go back to getting to know our lovely students.
I think that's my biggest fear, the reactions from the election and the ways this is dividing the country. I mean, I think the most obvious one is I am a woman, and there may be a point in my life where I may need to use different reproductive services like abortions or birth control. And it's a very real fear of mine that if Donald Trump is elected, those rights will be taken away from me. I think that they're human rights. I think they're things that should be available to all women, even if it's not necessarily an abortion. Having access to a Plan B pill or having access to birth control is something that's really important, and I'm worried that that's something that I might not have access to in the future. And also, I think I worry about the queer community, and as premarital or not premarital, I worry that the queer community's right for marriage is something that isn't necessarily set in stone. I also really worry about the ways that homophobia manifests itself in our daily lives, and the ways that Trump, who has given a platform for racist, homophobic, sexist remarks, the ways that that gives other people in society the right to use those same rhetoric in everyday life. And that's probably another fear of mine.
You can call me Jackie, Jackalicious. I'm a student who does unpaid intern labor. I guess I'm a clerk at a courthouse in a way. but I'm also a student. I need y'all to get smart, okay? We'll talk about voting, but the civics courses that people are taking, or the lack thereof, are truly like failing the nation. I saw a tweet that someone was like, wait a minute, you had to register to vote? And I'm like, buddy, don't even care like you vote. Don't even pretend like you care about voting at that point if you're not going to take the necessary steps to make sure that your vote gets counted. Yes, I think we're all kind of aware that voting is a very illusionary scam, but it still is important. Vote in your local elections for sure. I also did see kind of a pretty profound statement. I guess I would identify as a pretty progressive person, but I will still be voting for Kamala Harris. I saw something that was like, of course your vote will not save a Palestinian facing literal ethnic cleansing, but it could save a woman needing an abortion, a Black person being systemically discriminated against, LGBTQ person, and so on and so forth. So it's like, voting isn't going to save everything, but it could prevent worse things from happening. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying. Oh, I'm a queer Jew, and I am loving it. I really do feel like my identity as a Jew is kind of like used as a political pawn. I'm an anti-Zionist, that too. And I just feel like people are using anti-Semitism in order to justify a war that is literally melting the planet. There's like flooding in Valencia. It's really frustrating seeing like Democrats hold these carrots over our heads. Like, if you vote for us, we'll codify Roe v. Wade. But it's like, it hasn't been codified since Carter. Codified, excuse me, whatever. Just vote with your heart, vote with your conscience, vote to protect others.
Hi, I'm Yasmin. I'm a full-time Berkeley student. Well, I'm excited for Doomsday. I think that, democracy's cool. I'm excited for the election. Obviously not going to be excited if it goes a particular way, because I do have very strong feelings about that. But I hope it doesn't go that way. So I am Middle Eastern. I'm Iranian American, that is. And this election feels a little bit volatile with that. And I certainly don't want someone like Donald Trump with access to nuclear weaponry with regards to his foreign policy. And obviously I am a woman, so reproductive health care is also very important to me.
And have you voted?
Not yet, but I will this weekend.
So have you voted?
I did over the weekend.
Fantastic. All right, so just for a numbers update, since I talked to y'all, we have 42 Democrats in the Senate, 51 Republicans, 166 Democrats in the House, and 190 Republicans, 23 Democratic governors for Democrats, 27 Republicans, 214 votes for Kamala Harris, and 267 votes for Donald Trump, as according to AP News, and it was updated about a minute ago. So, since I talked to you, since this update, how are we feeling?
I have some feelings.
Oh, yeah.
It's after 10 p.m., which is when the last poll should have closed, so I've been schooled or advised when essentially I've been told that I can say this. I hope whoever voted for Trump has a cool glass of water with the condensation dripping from the glass, the crispness of the ice. It's tantalizing. The condensation, but a foreshadow of what's to come. This cool glass of water. Because hell is going to be so hot for you. I can't even begin. It's just like, what? For the motor mouth, I really guess I have no words, there was such a punitive jump in voting, even in California. What do you mean we're permitting slavery in the progressive state?
Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing up those propositions, because I think that that's something that's really looked over, especially the progressive prosecutor movement, which county clerk, I'm I'm not sure if you
Mhm.
have thoughts on that, but yeah, it's so many things. Minimum wage.
The Pamela Price recall is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is. But Yasmin, how are you feeling?
I saw it coming because I was sitting in the library up and until like an hour ago, and I had 5 tabs open. One was a Twitch streamer, political commentator. Another one was the AP News Map. Another one was the ABC News Map. I had all of them open. I was just rapidly switching between them and not doing my homework, which I probably should do, but that's a different story. And I don't know. I mean, they haven't announced Alaska yet, have they?
They have not. It is
Okay.
trending for Donald Trump with 51% of the votes counted, according to AP News.
Yeah, it's kind of over, I feel like, which is really sad to say because I was, 12 when he was first elected. And I remember the first time I was like racially discriminated against was during the Trump administration as a 6th grader. So definitely really hard news to hear.
And Carly?
Yeah, I think I feel similar. I feel not great about this. I don't know. I think this, from what I understand, it seems like he will be winning both the Electoral College and the popular vote, which is kind of wild and not something that's happened in a long time for Republican candidate.
And the Democrats have won the popular vote for the past at least 10 years.
Yeah, so it's weird because I was pretty confident, even if she didn't win the Electoral College, that she was going to be winning the popular vote. And I think in a lot of ways it is I don't know, a slap in the face of like there are more than 50% of people, at least people who are voting, who actively want Donald Trump in office. And I think, I don't know, it's something I didn't expect, and it's like scary and weird, and I don't know how to turn that into progress, but I hope at some point soon I can. But I think it's pretty clear who will be the next president.
Yeah, I just want to turn it back around to something that we were talking about earlier in the first hour and just kind of bring it to Student News Live. Student News Live is very focused on young people and bringing national coverage to young people. That's what it's for, and the voices of young journalism. I was just told, according to AP, that Trump has won Pennsylvania, and that was the deciding vote to get him to 267. Just for that update. And sorry, I'm getting updates from my lovely head producers as we speak. And just as young people sitting in the room now, as young people who have already experienced a Trump presidency, I just want to know, what would you say to your other voters, to the people that maybe didn't turn out? I mean, we talked about that. We wanted to see the results of how many young people did turn out to vote, and I felt that there was a huge push this year, but maybe I was stuck in a bit of an echo chamber. I don't know. Do any of you have thoughts?
I think something that I think about a lot is I'm like a cisgendered white woman in California. I think I have a lot of privilege that a lot of people don't, and I hope that's something that my peers think about when deciding whether or not to vote. That your vote isn't just for you. It's not to better your own life. It's for every person in this country, especially those who are oftentimes underrepresented in votes. I hope my peers, people who didn't vote in this election, are able to think about the ways that even if their life doesn't change under a Trump presidency, the ways that so many people's will, and so many people's who don't have as much privilege as I do.
In particular, I'm thinking about a friend I have in Alabama who will be losing access to birth control that she needs to regulate menstrual pain. And I'm thinking about my friends who are undocumented, and I'm thinking about my friends who are trans, and I'm thinking about my friends who are queer. And I am absolutely devastated for them. But I think this also points to another, obviously, I don't know if we have demographics out for voters yet. I don't think we do. But my understanding is that the white male vote probably will be skewed for Trump. And unfortunately, that's just a continuing trend from older white men. So it's just disappointing to see. I guess we haven't, as a generation, we haven't progressed in that sense.
Well, to your point, I don't think we can even count on Gen Z anymore to be the generation that, makes the change or whatever, especially with social media and just sort of the proliferation of women's rights, making men feel like they're losers. And so they turn to incel content and they turn to conservatism or even just kind of strict Christianity. But it's clear that this country hates women more than anything. It's clear that genocide was never a viable platform to campaign on. Thank you. It's also more apparent than ever that the lust for money and the greed for profit, the evils of capitalism, if we're being straight up, it will be the undoing of our country as we put profit over the environment, over human lives, over standards of living, over minimum wage. There's people who don't even know what a tariff are voting for Trump and his economic plan. And somehow that's more compelling than, saving a woman who needs a medically necessary abortion, for instance. So I just do not think people's heads are where they should be, is all.
Yeah. I think just to maybe get down into some specific issues that will see repercussions based off of this candidate's stance. Something that I do want to talk about that I feel like you kind of alluded to with capitalism and the effects of capitalism is climate change. We're in this moment right now where we've run out of time. We ran out of time. We ran out of time in his first presidency. And I just want to know where you all are at with this and what you see as the next steps.
I think it's really up to us. Everyone who thinks that they were too high and above to vote, those are the people, and everyone should follow suit. I think we need to start organizing amongst ourselves rather than relying on these institutions that clearly no longer fear our voices and they no longer prioritize our voices. Because what else can you do? I mean, even Kamala Harris was campaigning on a domestic fracking platform. So now I just think those negative effects will be all the more visible.
It's unbelievable, I think. And just to your point about fracking, I think it's crazy that they tried to appeal to a, I guess, more moderate voter, and they still could not rack up the votes. Now, I don't want to prescribe it to any one thing, or any one reason why she's lost the Electoral College or will be losing the Electoral College unless something absolutely crazy happens. But I think that it really just felt like she was running a campaign based on vibes, unfortunately. I'm so serious. And I don't know what to say. I am rethinking wanting to have kids because I'm thinking, what's the point if they're going to if everything's just going to be on fire, metaphorically and probably literally.
Yeah, I think I feel the same way, but I also, in my life, try and figure out ways to like turn these strong feelings I'm having into some sort of action. I agree. I think like grassroots movements are going to be really important. I also think local and statewide politics are more important than ever. And I hope to find more ways to get involved because you're right. Like we can have a Trump presidency and for 4 years, access to abortion will be restricted and gay marriage will be in danger. But at the end of the day, what happens with our climate, especially in the next 5 to 10 years, is permanent. And I hope people in our generation especially make that change in their own lives and get involved and make changes in their day-to-day. But I just want to it sucks like sitting here finding out that the election is for all intensive purposes lost is obviously really hard. So it's going to take a minute to like sit in that sadness and then kind of figure out what happens next.
Some of the conversations that I was having prior to this of what it would mean in a Trump administration, the conversations I was having broadly is the question of democracy. And we've touched on a lot of different issues and a lot of different personal issues, but in the structures of democracy, the structures of government, the things that Trump has threatened, the fact that he is a felon and he's in the position that he's in, not officially, but according to AP is trending that way, is what does this mean? It's a huge question, but just in your initial gut reactions, I mean, I have some thoughts on what it means on an international scale, but democracy and how we've grown up with democracy, and I do think in our generation we've seen it shift a lot from I mean, the only time I was conscious of politics was Obama. And until now. So if any of you have thoughts.
I mean, since we're talking about democracy, I think it's crazy that, 51% of the electorate saw a racist candidate who orchestrated, I don't want to say orchestrated, but definitely incited January 6th and decided, no, I'm okay with this. This is fine. This is normal, actually. And this is who I want to be sitting in the highest office of the land. That just infuriates me, quite honestly. And I think I'm going through all the stages of grief right now, so I'm kind of in the anger stage right now. But I just cannot fathom that. I cannot fathom that 51% of Americans saw this guy and went, that's my guy. I support this. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I agree. I genuinely cannot fathom the idea of voting for Donald Trump. And it's clear that, I mean, he is impeached. He's a felon. Felons cannot legally vote in the United States if they're incarcerated, yet he can run for president. It's crazy the ways that he has been able to override tenets of democracy. And probably my biggest fear is that he changes the US composition in a way that makes it impossible for change to happen after his tenure, because that is what's so scary. What's happening in Florida with the LGBTQ education. I think education is really important. I think it is our key to success as a country. And the fact that he could fully rewrite the education system and not allow change to happen for so long is really my biggest fear. And I think that's kind of what I said beforehand.
If it wasn't apparent now, America is a fascist country. I'm also just thinking about how often do you see one party control all three branches of government? And especially with that dandy Project 2025 thing, right? What was once kind of like a boogeyman and even a democratic like talking point at once is now a little more real. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to bring my head producers back into the studio to offer some thoughts as well. Thank you, three, for being here, and for your words and feeling what you were feeling as feeling what you were. Do you have something else, Jack?
I did not mean to cut you off, my good friend.
No, it's so fun. I want to give you the platform that you deserve.
I really,
Jackie Green.
That felt like such a somber note to end on, and I don't think that's what we need right now.
I was going to ask if you wanted to say anything.
Oh, I literally, okay, yeah. No, you made it sound like they were the
No,
head
I was
producers.
transitioning
Oh,
from the
genius.
somber.
You're kind of a genius.
This is
You're kind of a genius with it.
I was slowly getting there. You know.
I just got a little excited.
You drove my train a little faster than I could hop on it, but
Dude, this sounds like a crazy train. Well,
so
I'm shifting into DJ mode here. Without further ado, I just wanted to say to everyone out there listening, I think it's more important than ever if you find yourself threatened by tonight's development. I think you must remember that you have to live and you have to be visible and you can't shy away. I need all of my trans brothers and sisters to live your freest life. I need all the religions of the world to do their thing. And I'm really trying to be genuine with this. But the point is, you can't give in to despair about them apples.
Beautiful words from my comrade. Where my train was going was to stop at the station before we head off. Really honing in on this train analogy right now. Just words of advice, words of wisdom. You know, what are we looking towards the future? Because we'll wake up tomorrow and we'll keep going. So what does keep going look like, Yasmin?
I think we can. Okay, voting didn't work, clearly. But what we really, I think, the best thing you can do right now in this moment is take care of yourselves, take care of your friends, especially your marginalized friends who will be impacted by this. Obviously, we'll all be impacted, some of us more than others. Please hold your loved ones close. Do what you can for each other, because at the end of the day, that's all we have.
Yeah, I would say don't stop just because the election cycle is over. Change happens on a day-to-day basis. Keep having conversations with friends and family. Keep volunteering and organizing. Just because November 5th, 2024 has passed doesn't mean that the work is over. And there's still ways to make change in this country every single day, whether or not you see such a direct outcome.
Thank you all so much. And I was joined in the studio by
Jackie,
Yasmin,
Carly, and I'm Kat Smith, your news producer. Thank you for your time and your voices. I'm going to pass it off to my head producers now. So we got some pretty big news while you were away. We just heard the voices of Jackie, Yasmin, and Carly, who very amazingly came into the studio and shared their emotions and what they were feeling as the Pennsylvania news rolled in from AP News and just where they were at. So I have back in the studio my 3 head producers who have brought you incredible coverage on this podcast, this radio show, however you're listening to it, whether it's over, whether it's happening live, if you're viewing us on this screen. So if you could just say your names one more time.
Jamie May Louise Judson Krebs.
Karuna Chandan.
And Divya Chandrasekharan.
And I'm Kat Smith, your news director and your producer for this 2-hour broadcast. So how are we feeling? Where are your heads at?
It's hard to not feel numb about this, personally. In the last hour, I urged progressives out there listening to remember this feeling, but to remember that Kamala also had a chance to win. And with the results out of Pennsylvania, almost certainly giving the presidency to Donald Trump, you know what? I'm going to rescind my prior statement. You're allowed to feel this for as long as you need to. This is the failure of not you and not of all the hard work that everybody, progressive or otherwise, has put into this election cycle, and honestly just into organizing in general. This is the failure of decades of far-right politics infesting a once great nation. Tonight truly marks the first night for me that I've lost hope in the American dream and in American democracy. I'm sorry. I'm sure that's going to sound incredibly trite, and it's going to sound like I'm overreacting, but not to position this onto myself, of course, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Americans and undocumented residents in this country who are going to face far worse consequences of this election. But when it comes down to the brass tacks, I have to consider the impacts to myself. And, when my personhood, my right to exist in the eyes of the American law is now up for debate and up to be rejected on a national stage, it's hard to have faith in this system. It's hard to have faith in America.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to know how to feel. I'm honestly still in go mode. I'm at this for the past 4 hours, preparing for this broadcast, trying to, figure out the right things to say, trying to sort of see what's going on, and things have been changing so quickly. And now with Trump likely to win the presidency, things are honestly feeling certain. One of my speakers who I interviewed was talking about how she kind of just wanted it to be over, and well, I guess now it kind of is. But yeah, I'm just trying to just keep learning, keep staying active in what's going on. Yeah, as a reporter for the news, I'm just trying to keep doing my duty, keeping people informed, and yeah, I'll just continue to keep doing that. Yeah.
think right now I'm really thinking, I kind of want answers. I want to know how exactly, you take Pennsylvania, right? That's a state that this year I believe almost in every county, Harris underperformed Biden's 2020 performance. And we see so many swing states. The polls that we've all been watching for the last couple of weeks have called, they've called this an exceptionally close race, but, it's not even midnight on the West Coast, and we're pretty certain which way this race is going to go. And I think that the Democratic Party has a lot to learn from this in terms of how to better reach people in these swing states, because obviously many went red, and I don't think that was something that Democrats were expecting. I think that, AP still hasn't called the race yet. I know they're waiting for updates from Michigan's Wayne County. They're waiting from Wisconsin's Milwaukee County. So those are really the only two Democratic strongholds. And if Harris were to win either state, that would honestly be her only path right now. I think, right now, Trump's speaking at the election party. He's surrounded by political supporters, his family, his friends. Meanwhile, the same is not really going on the Democratic side of things. And I think right now, I really just want to know answers. I want to know data. I want to know why exactly people voted the way that they did, especially in swing states. I think that as much as, I'm feeling not super, obviously not stoked about these results, but I can't help but wonder, 4 years from now, I hope that Democrats are in a different position. I hope that things change, and I hope that we can move forward, because we will move forward. That I do truly believe.
There's a lot of things that we could talk about right now. A range of identities that we all hold that are going to be affected by this. Thousands and thousands of Americans to hold in this space that are going to be affected by this. I mentioned this earlier, but what's incredible about this opportunity to be on the radio in this way is that it is platforming the voice of young people and young journalists in particular. And we are journalists who have been given a platform. We are journalists who work at a Bay Area radio station, not just a on-campus news mag. No hate, no shame. Y'all do great work. But we have a platform, and we have access to young people. And as student journalists, what can you do with that? What are we doing next?
I guess I can kind of just talk a little bit about, so in terms of the national races, those are also going on. I'm kind of just looking honestly at at Congress and kind of what's going on there. So Republicans have taken control of the Senate for the first time in 4 years. And so that also means that they're going to have central role setting both the presidential cabinet and also confirming any Supreme Court justices. So that could also lead to a possibly even stronger conservative liberal imbalance. So I'm kind of just trying to look at all the information that we have right now, trying to see where things are going to go. I think in my mind, I'm always what's the next step forward? What's the next path forward? The House is still, as of now, yet to be called. So we're kind of still seeing that, and many states are still in a fierce control of the House. So yeah, we'll see what goes on with that. Harris is probably going to speak tomorrow, probably late afternoon. So I look forward to hearing from her side as well. So yeah, I'm just kind of looking forward to seeing what's going to come up in the next couple of days, because there surely will be a lot. Yeah.
Your questions got me thinking about back when I joined Calix for the first time. And it's a cliche, but I think it's a cliche for a reason, and that's that knowledge is power. And I think as student journalists, we have not the power, but we have the platform to talk about the issues that we want to talk about, but also not just issues that matter to us, but issues that we know matter to others. And we have a platform to talk about it. We have the platform to talk about it from all angles. We can choose whether we take a stance on things. We can choose if we simply just want to give the facts and let listeners make their own decisions. And I think that's that's something that we'll be holding on to like for the next few months, even after these results come in, and we'll be sitting with them. And I think we'll continue to have a responsibility to keep putting information out there, to keep telling people stories. And I think that's something really powerful, and I'm really proud. And I'm really, even though, you know, the mood is definitely different tonight, but I am really happy to be here with you guys, with people who understand the power of journalism, the power of reporting. And yeah, I'm so glad to be here with you guys, even if it's under different circumstances than I might have hoped.
Yeah, you know, to all to all the aspiring and honestly just those who are listening who are interested in journalism, I invite you to truly dive on in during these next 4 years. You know, I mean, the man in the White House is the same man who, you know, told people that people were eating animals in Springfield. It's the same man who can't distinguish asylum seekers and people in insane asylums. There is going to be so much news. There's going to be so much disinformation. And like my lovely colleagues have mentioned already, we have an immense and incredibly honorable duty to report the facts and to hold whoever is in charge accountable. So really, I invite you all listening to dive in and just eat your heart out. The next 4 years are going to be rough, but I mean, and like, this is going to sound cheesy, but the power of journalism will get us through it.
I completely agree. And I'm feeling the range of emotions that I've felt over the course of producing this broadcast. What it's been like to be here with all of you and to have this incredible opportunity. Journalism can provide a space to inform, to process, to platform. I'm thinking about the journalists in Gaza and how important it was to have those perspectives from on the ground. Journalists in Ukraine. It is about what is on the ground. It is about your community, what you can do for your community. It's about serving your local elections and your local authority and your local representatives, because that's what we can do now. This is a call to action. This is a call for you, student, young person, advocate, journalist. This is a call for you to act and to act in your community. And that's what I want to leave this 2-hour CalX broadcast with, is a call to action. This has been reporting and production from
Jamie May Louise Judson Krebs,
Karina Chandran,
Divya Chandrasekharan.
And I'm Kat Smith, the news producer, very proud news producer of KALX Berkeley at 90.7 FM. Thank you for tuning in nationally. I know it's quite late for you at this point, and tuning in locally. We appreciate you, our Bay Area listeners, the most. This has been CalX News. Good night and good morning, Berkeley.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hey, there we go. Welcome to Student News Live. I'm Dr. Rob Quick here at Marshall University, the W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications. We have something right now that we've never done before. We think this is a very exciting moment of cultural exchange, if you like. We're about to connect two countries with each other. One country is 7,913 miles. That's almost 8,000 miles from the other. We're talking about the USA and Nepal. And let me talk to you a little bit about those two countries. For example, in Nepal, about 40% of the population is under the age of 25 years old, representing a huge youth demographic. In contrast, in the USA, about 25% of the population is under 25. In terms of geographic size, the USA is vast, 9.8 million square kilometers, making it the third largest country in the world. Nepal is about 147,000 square kilometers, about the size of the state of Arkansas by comparison. The USA, therefore, is approximately 66 times larger than Nepal in terms of land area. Population, the USA has a population of around 334 million people. Nepal has a population of around 30 million, about 9% of the population size of the USA. Cultural diversity, the USA is known as a cultural melting pot with large populations of various ethnicities, including Hispanic, African American, Asian, and European communities, with over 350 languages spoken. Nepal, also highly diverse for its small size, with more than 120 ethnic groups and 123 spoken languages in the country. So it's quite diverse as well. And economic scale, the USA has the world's largest economy with a GDP of around $25 trillion a year. Nepal's economy is much smaller, about 36 billion. This economic difference reflects the difference in living standards, resources, and global influence, although Nepal has shown significant economic growth in recent years. Two very, very different countries, but today we're going to ask some important questions about how students in both countries see this upcoming election, and then let's see what these students who are divided by 8,000 miles have in common with each other and what they may view differently. And I'm delighted to moderate this with my friend and colleague over in Nepal, Gani Ansari, who works for the BBC. Gani, thank you for joining me for this, and thank you for helping us organize this.
Thank you. It's really an honor to be part of this discussion. So as Rob introduced me, I work with the BBC Nepali service based in Kathmandu.
And let me just introduce to you who we have the students on our end, and then you can introduce your students. We have here at Marshall University joining us Dave, Lawrence, David, Emma, Chloe, and Wade joining us here today. Thank you for coming.
Hello.
And then, Gani, could you tell us the students who are joining us in Nepal, please?
Hello, everyone. It's me, Ankush Vista. I'm a student of third year. I'm studying on RR College. So,
Yes, this is Saru Rahal. I'm studying RR campus. Hello everyone, I am Parisa Burathuki from Nepal. I study in third year with a subject of journalism and political science. I am a student of TU University of RR Ratnaraja Lakshmi campus. Thank you so much.
And Rob, Ratnaraja Lakshmi campus, known as RR College, is Central Department of Tirubani University, the oldest and largest university of Nepal.
Okay, so let's go into the first question. I'm going to ask the students here the first question, and then we'll ask your students if that's okay, Nepal. So the first question here is, what do you feel about the upcoming elections in the USA? And let's be a little bit more specific. What emotions does it bring up with you? How do you actually feel about this upcoming election? And I want to start here in the USA, then I'll come to Nepal. Who'd like to go first?
Well, this upcoming election, I personally believe, is one of the most important, not only in our lifetimes, but the lifetime of our country. It's very, very polarizing on both sides. You have almost complete opposites when it comes to policies or lack thereof. I believe that it's very important for us to realize that this election won't only affect the United States, but probably the entire world.
Excellent point. Thank you very much, Wade. Anyone likes to get a couple more comments as well from the panel? Go ahead, Dave.
I am honestly nervous about the upcoming election. We're in a environment right now where we have media narratives that play off our cognitive biases, that foment fear, prejudice. And so really moving into what we have ahead, I am nervous. And it is, those cognitive biases exist on both sides. And we really at the moment need to challenge ourselves to think critically about the narratives we're presented with. Again, fear and prejudice, the enemies within, it's potentially dangerous what we have coming up with the group dynamics that are forming.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Can I get one more comment and then we'll go to Nepal about your thoughts about the upcoming election? How do you feel about it? Go ahead.
It's definitely pretty stressful. Just because I know a lot of people feel this, but I kind of feel as though I'm getting conflicting stories on each side, almost like I'm getting pulled in two different directions. And people feel very strongly, most people feel very strongly one way or another. And it's just, it's stressful.
Thank you for that. So let's go to Nepal then. Let me ask your students then, Ghani. I know the election is happening here, 8,000 miles away. What
Yeah.
opinions what do they think about what's happening in this country with the election?
Perisa, what do you think about the US election? What do you feel about the upcoming US election? Please.
Thank you so much, sir. It's precious things to elected in USA. We are happy for know them, but I really don't know about the election about the USA, which means I can't express my feelings, thought. But elections means a lot things for the country, people.
The most important thing about the upcoming election is it is going to be so competitive, in my opinion. And since the voters are deeply polarized, so the election result will be very interesting to wait for.
How much influence do they feel their generation? I'm talking to the students now. How much influence do they feel they have on the outcome of elections?
I'm so excited, and there are two factors of the election. First factor is social media factor, and second one is our thought level factor. My generation is not interested in election, because of even Nepalese people's. My generation is not interested for the election of Nepal, and so they are also not interested in American election, which is just because of I think mentally, or which is physically, is both are different. We seen what we perceive, what the media, the international media perceive that we get. So we think based upon the media.
May I ask Sunil, how much influence do you feel your generation has on the outcome of elections?
Obviously, we people who are youth and the university students are feeling influenced by election either from Nepal and the neighborhood, and obviously from the outer world also, that is Europe or America. And while the US election is going on, Nepali people like me and my peers, when we discuss in our meetings, share that they are excited because of US election, as it is the superpower in the world and it impacts all over the world in different aspects like economy and sustainability of the politics or whatever. So we are influenced by the elections, we youths are.
Excellent, thank you, thank you. Can I go now to our students here and ask you the same question? How much influence do you feel your generation has on the outcome of elections? And I want to hear 3 comments. Go ahead.
I believe that in our generation, it's a very important generation, especially with the social media culture in our country, that people are able to broadcast their views broadband throughout the United States. Yet still we have an older population that watches the news. So I think for our generation, when it comes to the elections at the federal level, we don't play too much of an impact right now. It's going to be the older population that plays at the federal level. But for us who strike at the more state level in our politics, we have the generational impact. We'll be able to put those politicians in place be able to keep them in check by both social media, by being outspoken, by getting out there and campaigning for the people we want in office, that we can actually put candidates forward that'll go to the federal level. So therefore, if our generation would stand up and actually speak and do what we proclaim we want to do, I believe we can put these people in places, and our generation will set the president of this country in 25, 30 years.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Can I have a couple more comments, responses?
I think, jumping off what you said about the internet, I think our generation within the state is becoming more interconnected, right? We're seeing a lot more about what's happening in the state, what's happening in the country. I think if we direct attention towards the state, we can definitely have an impact here on our local elections. But it's definitely a struggle taking our attention away from the federal election to the local elections for our generation, because everything on the federal level becomes sensationalized. We're all looking at that. We're all glued to that on Twitter, on Facebook. I also think in terms of on the federal level, there is disillusionment. There's so much money involved in politics. And we also have the Electoral College, where if you win the state, it goes either way. And there's no give or take between where your vote can go past that point.
Anyone else? I'll take one more comment. Go ahead, Chloe.
I think a lot of people in our generation, again, are very disillusioned. And I think a lot of people believe that they don't have much control, that their vote doesn't really matter when it does. And I think we have a lot more influence than we think we do. And I think once our generation, wakes up and realizes that they do have the power to change things, then I think that's when real change will start to happen.
I actually spoke with about 20 students about the upcoming election a few days ago, and 12 of them said that they would vote, and the other 8 did not know or they would not vote. So if those other 8 were to go out and vote, that would make a significant difference that I think our generation needs to realize that we can really make.
Thank you for those responses. Let's go on to the next question, and we'll start with Nepal. I want to ask your students over here, and we're going to come to your students in a second, but I'd be interested to know in Nepal, Ghani, how much of an impact does social media play in shaping people's views about politics and what's going on in the country? So the impact of social media, is that a big thing in Nepal? I'd love to know.
Social media plays a very vital role in election, because people who use social media put their point of views, and the information shared in social media are very much influential among our society in Nepal, and much more influential among the students, because almost all the students and youths are social media users, and information shared here obviously influence people and the students as well as the youth. And then while we discuss about the US election, and a student of MPhil, I have come to know about US election through social media, because I do not follow these days all those international news in print media, etc. So social media, I think, is very much influential, and Nepal, the users are very much influenced by social media about the US elections.
So Rob, I think social media is playing a vital role to shape your thinking about what is going around you. And in terms of the US election, I see many people, especially on Twitter, they are sharply divided about who is going to win or who should win the US election. So I think social media has played a vital role in shaping their ideas and views. And this is the same thing happening in the recent days since the US is going, the US voters are going to elect their new president, and the number of users in Nepal is increasing in the recent years. So there is lots of buzz about the US election. I have been observing it.
What are the biggest challenges young people face in this country?
Well, two challenges immediately come to mind for me is gun violence and not economic. What's the word for the environmental challenges are two of the biggest ones. You know, growing up, all of us had to do active shooter drills in school. You know, and for a young kid, you know, that can be really scary. And that's one of the most important things to me this election is, you know, what candidate has, you know, better gun control policies. And then environmental, you know, we're the generation that, you know, if we don't fix the mistakes of previous generations when it comes to the environment, we may not have a world to live on very much longer. Environmental policies are also very important to me. And I think that those are two of the biggest challenges that our generation faces from here moving forward.
Would anyone like to add to that? Wei, thank you very much. And we're going to come to Nepal in a minute, but yes, go ahead.
I think one of the big things that our generation, I mean, the country as a whole is the economy. I think especially for students our age or even like high schoolers that are looking at college, like seeing the cost of college and higher education is definitely something that worries a lot of people and could really swing their vote. So I think, rising cost and the economy is definitely a big issue.
I think what you said before about like both of these, the economy, the environment, especially in Appalachia here in West Virginia, they're interconnected. I think as a state, as Appalachians, we've seen older generations have their resources extracted by the rest of the country, have their labor exploited by the rest of the country. And so I think moving forward, we want to kind of really take back power and be able to make these changes and to be able to lower prices and have an affordable life in the state.
Kind of go on those. Most of my life, it's like either been, okay, do I pay my electric bill or do I buy food this week? And that's a big thing, especially in Appalachia, where the rest of the country's like, oh, they're just stupid. They don't know anything. And we're just like, no, we're just doing the best we can with what we've been given, you know? And so I think all of these topics are like things that we need to be paying attention to.
Let me stop you there. So Ghani, let me go to you, but let me just pull out a couple of things there, 2 things or 3 things. First of all, the students have just said the biggest challenge is the economic, trying to live, affording food and stuff like that. Secondly, I would love to know from your students, are there economic pressures? What about the issue of the environment? Is the environmental issues big for Nepal? And thirdly, and I would really like to know, is gun violence, gun shootings and violence and the issue of guns being everywhere a big problem in Nepal? Could we get some responses from your students?
So please, who wants to go first?
And there's a lot there.
Okay.
Yeah.
May-
Yeah.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, so
while we discuss about the challenges we people are facing in Nepal, gun violence, I think after the comprehensive peace occurred, there is no that much pressure of gun violence while during elections. If we give the instance of Nepal in the election of 2064 in our calendar, it was somehow a very difficult situation during elections and other time because Nepal was going through a 10 years long, a decade long armed conflict. That's why there was the problem of gun violence. But after the comprehensive peace accord, we are not facing such problems. There are very few cases of gun violence, and police is becoming able to control them, I think. And while we discuss about the environmental issues, then climate change, the issues of climate change and other issues are also rapidly being discussed in Nepal. And then while we discuss about economic pressure, our Ganesh sir just mentioned that due to the remittance, Nepali people, though they are poor, also working in abroad or foreign countries, they are sending the money, and gradually the economic status of Nepalese people is going a bit higher. So we are not under that much economic pressure these days, I think. But still we are facing the poverty, but the situation is being changed in the last stage.
And let me add some more points, Rob. And we, as Sunil mentioned, we can say that we are not facing any problem related to gun violence, but unemployment and issues related to environment, climate change is very prominent. I am mentioning a recent data. According to data of the Department of Foreign Employment, a total of 600,000 Nepali youths have gone abroad for foreign employment between mid-July to mid-April of the current fiscal year. So unemployment is big problem for Nepal. And since Nepal is hugely depend on its mountains for water resources, the climate change has hugely impacted Nepal. The rate of snow melting is so higher and it is increasing in the recent years. So we can say that unemployment and issues related to climate change are a big problem for Nepal.
So there, from my side or from our side, there is economy, not economical, but little bit economical, but environmental. As you know that some July or May, mid-July or May, there was a first polluted city in Kathmandu. As you know, there is economical and political, little bit of political also challenges what are my generation and our people face for furthermore. And there is economic means, yeah, as Ganesh sir say, unemployment when our degree is finished, but there is no people were employed. That's all.
I just point out the another things is also exist in Nepal. Unemployment is already exist, which is we are talking about unemployment or economical crisis. I just point out the resource. Okay.
So what people say these days in Nepal, Rob, is that Nepal is importer of goods and exporter of its youth manpower. So trade deficit is one of the big challenge for Nepal.
I do think, just from what you said, there are some shared common concerns about your future from your perspective. That is, what's going to go on economically, about finding a good job, making ends meet, being able to pay for life, afford the cost of living. And then the other thing, of course, was the environmental points that you brought up. And apparently in Nepal, that's a big concern as well. The big contrast, of course, is gun violence. Gun violence doesn't seem to be so much of an issue over there as it is over here. That's a big contrasting point. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the final question now. This is the final question, and I'll start here. This is speaking to those in Nepal right now. What is one thing you wish people in other countries, in this case Nepal, understood better about your country? Are there any misconceptions or things you think outsiders might not realize, or perhaps that they need to know? So what is one thing you wish people understood better about this country? I'll open it up first. This is the last question.
That's tough. Let me think on it for a second.
I think my thoughts are more along the lines of Appalachia than the entirety of America.
So explain to Nepal, explain what Appalachia is.
Appalachia is a region on the eastern part of the United States. It's much more poorer than the rest of the country. It's also geographically divided because by mountains and hills, and it's formed a unique culture to the rest of the United States, but it also interplays with the rest of the national culture as well. It's often, honestly, these are misconceptions within the United States. A lot of the rest of the country thinks that we are white, poor hillbillies. And I think when you take a look at West Virginia, yes, we have our isolation. Yes, we've had our economic problems, but we also have diverse communities, right? We have Black Americans, white Americans, Native Americans. We have large amount of LGBTQ citizens, students, young people. We have the highest per capita amount of trans people compared to the rest of the country. So we're not just hillbillies, we're a diverse voice within the country, and I think we're looking for some change.
Okay, let me take one more comment and then we'll go to Nepal. Yeah, go ahead.
I think as far as what somebody from another country might see America, looking in from the outside, I think it's easy for the media to portray kind of the extreme right and the extreme left, and what's most sensationalized is what's going to get clicks, and that's what's going to get really popular. But I think there are a lot of people that are in between. There are a lot of people that were really divided in this election. It's one of the closest elections we've ever seen in history. So I think it's important that we see that there's not just these far sides, but there are people that not only can agree with people from both sides, but that maybe have more in common than we think.
I actually will take one more comment from this side. Do you want to add to that? This is a really fascinating question.
Well, I mean, we really are separated, and that's what gets clicks. The extreme opinions on the left, the extreme opinions on the right are what's going to get, people talking about the United States and noticing the United States. The vast majority of our country is in that middle ground, like you said. The vast majority of our country thinks very much alike. But it's those very few on the extreme ends of any spectrum, not just the political spectrum, that people notice and that people speak about and read about. And I do wish that the rest of the world would realize that, most of us are not like that. We are right in the middle.
Yeah, Emma wants to add in. This is Ghani, this is a very hot question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also think so.
Go ahead,
My
Emma. Go ahead.
biggest thing is that if you imagine an American as what media has portrayed us, we're not all like that.
No, we're not.
And that's kind of where I'm at. We're not all just like how we are portrayed. And I think that goes for anybody.
Yeah, these are excellent comments. Thank you to the panel. I want to go to Nepal now. Let me ask you about Nepal. What is one thing you wish people in other countries, let's say here, USA, understood better about you? Are there any misconceptions or things that we should know about you?
We people in Nepal are very eager to always know about US, and US is granting us some sort of visas like DV, etc. And people in Nepal think America as a dream country, and America has taught us so many things like different aspects of development, like feminism, and then the cultural transmission and balanced production of the cultures, etc. And US is aiding us so many amount of money, like in USAID and other. And these days, the recent controversial MCC also is coming. And what American people or America should think about Nepal is, people of Nepal want to make very good bilateral relationship with Americans, and our government is doing so as well. So the special thing about Nepali people are innocent, and Nepali people are always honest, And Nepal people are always demanding the aid from the developed countries as well, because of being a comparative low economy country. So we have so much natural resources, and America is producing much of carbons because of being industrial and a business country, a very strong economic having country. So the relationship must be reciprocal. We are aiding for the greenery, and America is producing carbon. America is teaching us so many things, like in development and other things, and we people are going there. Our culture, our culture is being transformed from here to there, and many of the Americans like to come for visiting Nepal as well. So, as I think, in the people's level, we are so much exchanging with each other, and our government is doing so. So, America should not view Nepal from the eyes of like superpower of Asian countries like India and China. Nepal should be viewed by America by its own eye, so that we can have the direct relationship in between our governments, and we can exchange our cultural values, etc., among the peoples from Nepal and America.
America is accused of seeing Nepal through the lens of China and India. And so what people want that US should see Nepal through its own lens. Since Nepal is a sovereign country, it has its own foreign policy, so it should not be viewed through the lens of either China or India.
Ghani, did you have a question that you wanted to ask our students, or are we good?
Yes, I have one question. The USA is one of the biggest donors to Nepal. So what do you think the US government should do, or what steps should US take to increase people-to-people connection in the coming years?
Do you understand the question? That the USA is actually a big donor, financial donor, right, to Nepal in terms of foreign aid. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what, first of all, do you feel about that? And then what can be done to further improve connections? That's a good question. That's a question for you.
Well, the United States, is the biggest financial superpower on the planet. I don't think anybody can argue that. And I believe that with, such big financial resources, it should be our duty, our moral duty to help people that need it. So I really like, that, the United States is providing aid to countries that may need it. I think that's very important.
Like Nepal.
Yeah, like Nepal, like Ukraine. I think that's very important to provide aid to countries that need it.
Yeah. I do think on a foreign aid, I do think the United States should scale back, especially in many countries. We are trillions of dollars in debt, and it's just hurting us. And our economy, eventually in 20 years, is not going to be the most powerful economy in the world. I think to help Nepal, what would be necessary is to say, okay, listen, we'll help you whenever you need help, and we'll help you especially in military intervention. And that's where we really play a game in the world, military intervention. So I think that's how we can work on. But foreign aid, I think, should probably be scaled back in many countries, not just Nepal.
These are great, very diverse opinions. Anyone else want to add to that?
I was going to add another thing. I think the most important thing that, we could do to help other countries, developing countries, is provide vital infrastructure, highway systems that can go from one side of a country to another, more accessible airports, because a lot of countries, especially smaller countries like Nepal, don't have gigantic international airports like we have 13 of them. Don't quote me on that exact number. I just know we have a lot of international airports. I think providing, essential infrastructure, assistance in providing that essential infrastructure would be very big on not just, a small scale of a single country, but, that could help the entire world on a more global economic scale. Providing infrastructure that more countries can communicate and trade and travel with each other.
Providing aid in a way that will help these particular nations become more self-sufficient.
Yeah. Yeah, piggybacking off of that. We often
We have
treat smaller countries as pawns in like a geopolitical game, right? Oftentimes, when dealing with probably Nepal, the U.S. is often thinking about its neighbors and how relationships with Nepal is going to affect relationships with China, with India. And so it definitely a monetary investment is what we need, but also a change of mindsets in treating Nepal as a pawn in negotiations with these other two bigger countries and give it the autonomy and money it needs out of respect, out of humanitarian respect, out of a respect for other human beings.
Okay.
Can't agree more.
Yeah, Ghani, those are some interesting answers to you there, to your question. I don't know whether you have a response to that, but that's what we have for you, for that question.
And so before wrapping up, Rob, can you take 1 minute? Since we were talking about the US election and the impact of US policy and US elections, allow me to give an example of how the US policy affects countries like Nepal. Shortly after Donald Trump was elected as president of the USA, he activated the Global Gag Rule, also known as GGR, banning US funding of foreign NGOs that provide abortion, counseling, or referrals. Since the USA is one of the biggest donors to Nepal, the effects were terrible for women's health. So I just gave an example how the US policy affects country like Nepal.
Right. And I'll ask my students, did you know that?
I
had no earthly idea, no.
Pretty good.
I knew about the cut of funding for NGOs, but not the direct effect that that had down the line.
So I would say, Ghani, the response to that question is that our students were more or less unaware of that impact.
So many NGOs stopped their programs on women's health. Some of NGOs closed their office just after US stopped providing funding to those NGOs.
Right. Interesting. We didn't know that. Yeah. Let me ask you, Ghani, then, final for you, what do you think we have learned from today's discussion?
I think we learned a lot from you guys, though we could not express many views, but we got an opportunity to learn many aspects of the US election, how peoples are polarized in the upcoming elections. So it was a great opportunity for us to learn about the US elections and the perspective from your students.
Absolutely. And I want to thank students and panelists and participants on both sides. I want to thank you. I know that you are many hours difference ahead in time and 8,000 miles away from us, but we want to thank you, Ghani Ansari, for helping us do this today. And I want to thank all the students and all the participants involved. I want to thank Dave, Lawrence, David, Emma, Chloe, and Wade from here at Marshall University. And I want to thank the students on your side as well. Ghani, thank you so much for your
Thank you so much and hope to see you all at some point in coming years, month.
I'd love to.
And good luck with your upcoming election.
Yeah, we will be in touch. And so please come to Nepal.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ghani.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you, guys. Namaste from Nepal.
Take
Bye.
care.
Hello, everyone. As we approach the upcoming presidential election, it's a great time to reflect on how political changes can impact countries around the world, including Nepal. Nestled between China and India, this beautiful nation is not only known for its stunning Himalayan peaks, but also for its rich culture and diverse population. Today, we will explore how the political landscape in Nepal has evolved and what it means for its future, especially in the context of global events like the US election. Let's dive in. Many Nepalis in Nepal are closely watching the US presidential election because US immigration policies could directly impact their lives and future plans. Many Nepali students and professionals aspire to study, work, or live in the US, so shifts in immigration policies such as student visa, regulations, H-1B visa, availability, or post-study work opportunities are particularly relevant. Families who have relatives in the US or wish to sponsor family members also keep track of policies that could impact family reunifications or green card process. The US election is covered extensively by Nepali media, and political discussions in the country often include speculations on how a new administration might shape policies affecting international students, job seekers, and immigrants. Social media also plays a major role in disseminating election-related news, with Nepalis sharing their opinions and analysis on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. They're also concerned about world politics, including Ukraine war and the Israel war. Russia has recruited as many as 15,000 Nepalis to fight in its war. Nepalis in Nepal are closely following the US presidential election, not just out of interest in global politics, but due to significant personal stakes tied to the outcome. While some may be engaged in international affairs, even those who typically focus on day-to-day life have a deep interest in the election due to the different issues directly affecting their families and future plans. For many Nepalis, topics like US border policy, temporary protected status, which is TPS, the diversity visa, DV lottery, asylum cases, and the status of undocumented family members are pressing concerns, making the elections pivotal to their lives and those of loved ones in America. The issue of temporary protected status, TPS, is central for many Nepalis. TPS was granted to Nepalis in the United States after the 2015 earthquake, allowing approximately 15,000 Nepalis who were already in the US to apply for legal protections. Today, around 8,000 Nepalis retain this status, and many of their families are back in Nepal, anxiously observing the US political landscape. Former President Donald Trump made repeated attempts to end TPS protections, which would have left thousands vulnerable to deportation. Nepali TPS holders, along with advocates like Keshavraj Bhattarai and Sajjan Pandey, legally fought against these moves, leading to a court-issued preliminary injunction in 2018 that temporarily maintained TPS. However, this protection faced renewed risk in 2023 when a U.S. appeals court overturned the injunction. President Biden later extended TPS for Nepalis and others through December 2023, but Trump has indicated intentions to remove these protections if re-elected. Families in Nepal worry that a Trump victory could see TPS revoked, potentially placing their relatives in jeopardy of deportation. Another topic is the DV lottery. The DV lottery is another significant issue driving interest in the US election. For many Nepalis, the DV lottery represents an opportunity to legally immigrate to the United States, which has become increasingly restricted in recent years. Former President Trump repeatedly sought to eliminate the DV lottery, which he described as allowing undesirable individuals into the US. His administration supported the RAISE Act in 2017, which aimed to abolish the lottery. In addition, a passport rule requiring lottery applicants to have valid passports reduced the accessibility of the program. Nepalis have been among the most significant beneficiaries of the DV lottery, with approximately 45,000 Nepalis having obtained green cards through the program since 2008. Each year, over 1 million Nepalis apply, hoping for a chance at U.S. residency, with successful applicants often sending remittances home to support their families in Nepal. The termination of this program would cut off a valuable pathway for economic opportunity and disrupt remittance flows that sustain countless families. Nepal is a small landlocked country in South Asia, located between two large neighbors, China to the north and India to the south. Although Nepal covers a relatively small area, it is home to some of the world's most beautiful landscapes, including the towering Himalayan mountains. Among these is Mount Everest, the world's tallest peak, which draws climbers and adventurers from all over the globe. Nepal's economy is still developing and faces many challenges. A lot of people work in agriculture, farming crops like rice, maize, wheat, and vegetables. Another key part of Nepal's economy is tourism. Every year, thousands of tourists visit Nepal to see its natural beauty, trek through mountain trails, and experience its rich cultural heritage. The mountains, especially Mount Everest, attract climbers, while ancient temples and historic sites draw those interested in learning about Nepal's culture and history. Additionally, many Nepalese people work abroad, especially in countries like the Gulf states, Malaysia, and South Korea, sending money back home to support their families. These remittances have become a major source of income for the country. With a population of around 30 million, Nepal is known for its rich diversity in culture, language, and traditions. The people of Nepal come from a variety of ethnic groups, including Brahmin, Kshatri, Newar, Magar, Tharu, and Sherpa communities, each with unique customs and lifestyles. While Nepali is the official language and is widely spoken, many other languages are spoken across the country, reflecting its cultural diversity. Nepalese culture is vibrant and colorful, with a strong emphasis on art, music, and dance. Traditional Nepali art includes pottery, wood carving, metalwork, and beautiful hand-painted thangka paintings, often depicting religious scenes or symbols. Festivals are an important part of life in Nepal, bringing communities together for celebrations with food, music, and dances. Dashani and Tihar, two Hindu festivals, are celebrated widely, with people decorating their homes, exchanging gifts, and visiting families and friends. Politically, Nepal is a democratic country. After centuries of monarchy, Nepal became a republic in 2008, replacing its royal family with an elected government. Today, the country has a president as the head of the state, a prime minister as of the head of the government, and the parliamentary system where leaders are elected by the people. Nepal adopted a new constitution in 2015, establishing it as a federal democratic republic. Another reason is asylum. For those seeking asylum in the US, the stakes of the elections are equally high. Many Nepalis have sought asylum due to various personal or political reasons, with around 9,000 cases pending in immigration court and an estimated total of over 15,000 Nepali asylum seekers waiting for a decision. Their families in Nepal are actually aware that a Trump victory could mean tightened asylum policies, potentially restricting the chances of their loved ones being able to stay legally in the US and reunite with family members. The situation of undocumented Nepalis in the United States adds another layer of urgency. Former President Trump's firm stance on undocumented immigrants has led to widespread concern with the Nepali community. Trump has pledged mass deportations if re-elected, which would put thousands of undocumented Nepalis at risk. Many of these individuals have family members in Nepal who fear they could be separated indefinitely if deportations are accelerated. Moreover, increasing numbers of Nepalis have sought entry into the US through the southern border, often spending up to $100,000 in fees to traffickers and risking their lives. Over the last decade, more than 10,000 Nepalese have been apprehended at the US-Mexico border, and many more are believed to have crossed undetected. For Nepalis planning to enter the United States without a visa through Mexico, the US presidential election holds particular significance. During his previous term, former President Trump initiated constructions of a border wall along the US-Mexico border and promised to complete it. He has reiterated his commitment to finish this project if he is re-elected, signaling a likely intensification of border security measures. The potential completion of the wall and tightening of border enforcement would pose serious challenges for Nepalis who have already embarked on the dangerous journey through Mexico or are considering it. For Nepalis already en route or planning the journey, a Trump victory could mean the journey becomes even more difficult. Those back in Nepal worry that stricter border policies would jeopardize the prospects of reaching the US and achieving the life they have envisioned. Thus, even those not directly engaged in US politics are closely following these elections, aware that the outcome may significantly impact the future of loved ones attempting to make it to the United States. Nepalis planning to come to the US on student and other types of visas are also closely watching the US presidential elections. Many students aim to build careers in the US after completing their studies, but a shift toward stricter immigration policies could make it difficult for them to remain in the country or secure work opportunities. Under a Trump administration's policies could become more restrictive for visa holders, limiting options for those looking to transition to work visas or secure residency. For Nepali families and prospective students alike, the election's outcome holds the potential to shape the educational and career paths of many who have long dreamed of studying and working in the US. Let's talk about the environmental issues. Nepal is facing some serious environmental issues that affect both people and nature. As a country with many mountains and forests, Nepal is very vulnerable to problems caused by climate change, such as extreme weather, landslides, and melting glaciers. These issues can damage homes, roads, and farmland, making it difficult for people to live and work safely. The United States, being one of the largest countries with a strong influence worldwide, has a big role in addressing climate change, which affects not only the US but also countries like Nepal. Many people are paying attention to the upcoming presidential elections in the United States because the future president will make important decisions about how the US handle climate change. If the US takes strong actions to reduce greenhouse gases, like moving towards cleaner energy sources, it could help slow down global warming. This would have a positive impact on countries like Nepal, where people are already experiencing the harmful effects of environmental changes. For countries that are affected by climate change but don't have as many resources, global cooperation and support are very important. Decisions made by large countries like the US can influence international policies and funding that help smaller developing countries protect themselves against environmental changes. Let's talk about the environmental issues. Nepal is facing some serious environmental issues that affect both people and nature. As a country with many mountains and forests, Nepal is very vulnerable to problems caused by climate change, such as extreme weather, landslides, and melting glaciers. These issues can damage homes, roads, and farmland, making it difficult for people to live and work safely. The United States, being one of the largest countries with a strong influence worldwide, has a big role in addressing climate change, which affects not only the US but also countries like Nepal. Many people are paying attention to the upcoming presidential elections in the United States because the future president will make important decisions about how the US handle climate change. If the US takes strong actions to reduce greenhouse gases, like moving towards cleaner energy sources, it could help slow down global warming. This would have a positive impact on countries like Nepal, where people are already experiencing the harmful effects of environmental changes. For countries that are affected by climate change but don't have as many resources, global cooperation and support are very important. Decisions made by large countries like the US can influence international policies and funding that help smaller developing countries protect themselves against environmental changes. We talked about a lot of different reasons. Let's talk about role of youth. Youth have a significant influence on the outcome of the upcoming election. Young people, especially those aged 18 to 29, make up a large part of the population, and their votes can really change the results. When young people get involved and show up to vote, they can make their voices heard on issues that matter to them, such as education, climate change, and social justice. This means that candidates must pay attention to the needs and concerns of young voters if they want to win. One of the reasons youth have so much influence is that they are passionate about the issues they care about. Many young people are active in their communities, participating in protests, advocacy, and discussions about important topics. This engagement can inspire others to vote and can even encourage candidates to focus more on issues that are important to young people. Social media also plays a big role in this. Young voters use platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter to share their opinions and mobilize others, which can amplify their voices and encourage more people to participate in the election. Additionally, youth voting trends have shown that when young people vote, they tend to support candidates who address their concerns and propose solutions for the future. This can definitely shift the focus of campaigns and lead to policies that benefit not just young people, but everyone in society. When candidates see that youth turnout is high, they may prioritize issues like affordable education, job opportunities, and climate action in their platforms. Overall, the influence of youth in the upcoming election is crucial. By voting and advocating for the issues they care about, young people can help shape the future of their communities and the country. It's important for them to recognize their power and participate in the electoral process, as their choices can lead to meaningful changes that impact their lives, the world around them.
After months of campaigning, Election Day is finally here. And millions of people have cast their ballots across the country and right here in Arizona.
Good evening and welcome to Cronkite News. I'm Lauren Avenatti.
And I'm Wilder Adams. Thank you for joining us. The polls are officially closed in Arizona, but we don't expect to see results for another hour. But there is already a lot of activity underway. We have a reporter at Election Central where the votes are being counted in Maricopa County. We also have reporters at the Democratic Party headquarters in Phoenix, as well as a party for a GOP candidate in Lake Pleasant. We'll get to all of them in a moment.
But first, Maricopa County elections say they expect more than 2.5 million people to cast ballots in this election, with an expected 500,000 voting in person. After lawsuits, recounts, and protests after the 2020 election, the county put millions of dollars and lots of resources into improving the voting process. Ann Perry is out at the Maricopa County Tabulation Center to tell us how things have been going out there.
Here in the most populous county in Arizona, staff have been working long hours at the tabulation center. The county said they have hired 400 additional temporary workers for this election. Polls opened before the sun rose, but the staff at the Maricopa Tabulation Center started work long before that. In a press conference on Election Day, officials from Maricopa County say everything is working as planned, and misinformation about closed sites is just that.
There have been no vote centers that have been shut down. We are out there going ahead and servicing the printers as we normally would if there are issues, where people, where we need to update the toner. But there have been no vote centers that have been shut down. Things are moving very smoothly out there today.
There is heavy security presence at the tabulation center with a secure perimeter, strict ID requirements to enter, and metal detectors. The Maricopa County Sheriff says they are ready for any threat.
With anything that comes up at this point in time, we've had no credible issues relative to public safety, and we will continue to monitor and assess and have those resources deployed throughout Maricopa County until those polling centers close, and then obviously things will start to wind down over at the tabulation center.
Officials say that by 8 p.m. they hope to have majority of the early ballots counted.
We anticipate that those numbers that we report around 8 p.m., that'll be about 70 to 75% of all of the early ballots have been cast.
Polls officially close at 7 p.m., but officials say that anyone that was in line at 7 p.m. will have the opportunity to vote. Later in the show, we'll have a report on when results will post from the more than 1.5 million ballots that have been processed and counted. Live in Phoenix, Ann Perry, Cronkite News.
The Arizona Republican Party decided not to have a single watch party this year, saying instead they wanted to spend their money on getting candidates elected. But this may also be a sign of the divisions in the state party, as a number of prominent Republicans in the state have come out saying they will not support Donald Trump in this year's election. Cronkite News reporter Sam Dayton was able to find one celebratory party held by Republicans. He joins us now live. And Sam, who's celebrating?
I'm at what's being called a victory celebration for Abe Hamadeh as he runs for Arizona's 8th congressional district seat. We're standing here in Lake Pleasant at Dillon's Bayou, a barbecue chicken joint that's transformed into a political event tonight. Of course, with Hamadeh in attendance, his supporters are as well, hoping to see their district go red tonight, hoping to see their state go red tonight. Of course, Abe Hamadeh heavily favored to win in the district that's heavily Republican. It also helps he got a big recognition from former President Donald J. Trump, sharing many of the supporters Hamadeh as Trump, both hoping to see their candidates win. But it's looking good right now. The energy is palpable. Food and drinks are flying off the tables. And of course, above all, eyes are glued to television screens. With that, we'll send it back to Phoenix. In Peoria, Sam Dayton, Cronkite News.
The Arizona Democrats are hopeful about a number of races, both at the state level and at the national level. They have a chance to balance the power of the state House and Senate, needing just one additional Democrat in each of those bodies to tie the Republicans. And they are hoping to turn at least one of the 6 U.S. House seats currently held by Republicans blue. DeAndre Sanders joins us now live from the Democrats' watch party. And DeAndre, what is the early mood there?
Yeah, so within the last 3 minutes or so, we start seeing more and more people start to file in. The music did increase as people did start to walk in. But I will say about 20 minutes ago or so, we did see a large presence of police officers kind of canvassing the building. They walked in from this side and walked out through the other side, just surveying the area. We did see Ruben Gallegos. He did make a slight appearance, but he did soon leave after that. But other than that, everything is going great. We know that there's a lot at stake at the top of the ballot, but we cannot ignore what's happening here in the Senate race between Gallego as well as Kari Lake. So please stay tuned. We do know as well as the night progresses, there should be more leaders from the Democratic Party who does come to this event to watch the results roll in. So stick with us. We will have more for you as the night proceeds on. I'm DeAndre Sanders in Phoenix. Cronkite News. Back to you guys at the studio.
Arizona Senate candidate Kari Lake showed up at several polling locations earlier today. Those include a Mesa Convention Center where she arrived with her son. Cronkite News reporter Stella Tai has more on one of the lake's mini stops.
At noon, Kari Lake came to Mesa Convention Center to see how active voter turnout was early on this election day. She called for every citizen to get out and vote. And her 19-year-old son, Leo, set the example by casting the vote at this polling station.
I want to see every single one of those registered Republicans get out there. If you know somebody, if you've already voted, go to your contact list, reach out to your friends and make sure they vote. I don't want one ballot sitting on a kitchen countertop and not turned in. I don't want one Republican to sit home. Our country is depending on us getting out and voting today.
After visiting different polling locations, Lake was dissatisfied with what she was seeing. The Senate candidate felt the long lines outside the polling sites could discourage voters from casting their ballot.
Lines are always difficult, and some people don't want to stand in lines. We've had a few problems at some of the polling locations, and with running out of ink and things like that. But we're trying to monitor all of that and make sure that nobody gets stuck.
Meanwhile, in the early morning hours in Scottsdale, it was a sparse crowd at the local community center where voters trickled in. This election year, voters had to fill out a ballot 4 pages long, which made a lot more research for some.
I do my own research, my own reading, along with my wife, who is a member of the other party. So we're able to bounce ideas off each other and try to be, educated voters.
With much at stake in this battleground state, Arizona will be in the spotlight once again, both locally and nationally. In Mesa, Stella Tai, Cronkite News.
Kari Lake did tell the media today that she will accept the election results no matter the outcome.
All eyes tonight will, of course, be on the presidential election and the Electoral College. Jason Goldie joins us now with a look at how things stand so far in this race.
Thanks, Wilder and Lauren. Here's how CNN is currently projecting the Electoral College votes for this year's presidential election. Red for Donald Trump and blue for Kamala Harris. Remember, 270 is the number each candidate is hoping for. As it stands now, we see 7 swing states in yellow here, with a combined electoral count of 93 votes. And I want to point out, the only swing state Trump won in the 2020 election was North Carolina. President Biden won the rest. However, in 2016, Trump won 6 out of these 7 states. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. Once again, Arizona is one of those toss-up states with 11 electoral votes. And I'll have the voting history from the 48th state in a bit. Back to you at the desk.
The battle for Arizona's 9 congressional districts and one of 2 Senate seats highlights how Arizona has shifted from once being a Republican stronghold to a competitive purple swing state. Jackson Sutter joins us from Washington to talk about how Arizona's national figures will play into the shape of Washington politics.
Barry Goldwater was the father of modern American conservatism. John McCain was a conservative maverick, even the GOP pick for president against Barack Obama. For decades, Republicans have had control of Arizona's U.S. Senate seats. Kyrsten Sinema, who is now an independent, ended that winning streak when she took office in 2018 and was followed shortly after by Democrat Mark Kelly in 2020. Democrats are looking to hold on to Sinema's seat as she leaves it. Without it, they may not be able to have control of the Senate anymore. There's also 2 out of the 9 House seats that are available that have both parties fighting for control in Washington. In Tucson, Republican Juan Ciscomani is fighting against former state senator Kirsten Engel. That's a rematch, and he beat her by only about 5,000 votes 2 years ago. In Maricopa County, 7-time Republican David Schweikart won his last election by even less, only about 3,000 votes. He faces Democrat Amish Shah tonight, and more than $70 million has been poured into those 2 contests. Republicans hold 6 of Arizona's 9 congressional seats. They can't afford to lose too many across the nation, so many eyes are on Arizona. In Washington, Jackson Sutter, Cronkite News.
Coming up next, a closer look at the race for U.S. Senate.
There are currently 34 Senate seats up for grabs. Find out why, without a friendly Senate, the next president might have trouble delivering on their promises.
Three, 2, 1. Cronkite News. Get real professional experience in areas such as reporting, broadcast editing, and behind-the-scenes production, such as technical director and audio.
Kill the mics.
Or go out in the field and cover important local stories.
To learn and master the English language.
In a fun, welcoming atmosphere. Cronkite News. The future starts now.
ASU's one and only student-run radio station, Blaze Radio, provides students with opportunities to cover a variety of topics. From music,
this is Sun City Garage,
to sports coverage,
against the Brewers in his last outing, he went
to news.
The bill also gives parents the ability to swim,
and entertainment updates. Blaze Radio offers a fun environment to gain valuable broadcast experience. To find out more, visit blazeradioonline.com.
Here at the Walter Cronkite School, students produce award-winning content that focuses on health disparities in underserved communities and how to turn things around. In Cronkite News and Cronkite Noticias, students cover stories that affect people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, people with disabilities, and others across the Southwest.
We highlight big problems that are often overlooked in communities that are underserved.
Those stories not only inform and educate people about the challenges, but we work hard to highlight potential solutions. In the Cronkite Agency, students work to connect with community members through social media campaigns in English and Spanish.
Being a Hispanic myself, it's nice to be able to give back to my own community.
Find more of our health coverage at cronkitenews.azpbs.org.
Voters, of course, are casting a ballot for more than just president.
Another big race this year, Arizona's seat for a U.S. Senate. Republican Kari Lake is running against Democrat U.S. Representative Ruben Gallego. If elected, Lake could become the first Republican woman ever elected for this office. And if Gallego wins, he could be the first Latino from Arizona elected to the U.S. Senate.
But those aren't the critical races for the U.S. Senate.
As Lauren Bly reports from our Washington, D.C. bureau, dozens of Senate seats are up for grabs.
Without a friendly Senate, the next president will have a hard time delivering on their promises. Of the 34 Senate seats up for grabs, only a small handful will determine control. Currently, Democrats hold a 51-49 majority, but they're almost certain to lose a seat in West Virginia, where Democrat-turned-independent Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrats also face trouble in Montana, where a Trump-backed challenger is leading Senator Jon Tester. There's worry for Democrats in Ohio, too, where Sherrod Brown is fighting for a fourth term. That's now the most expensive non-presidential race in American history, spending about $500 million in the fight for that seat. With Republicans on offense, Democrats have very few opportunities to pick up any seats. One target is Texas, where Republicans have dominated for decades, but Colin Allred has kept the race tight against Senator Ted Cruz. Democrats aren't sweating as much in Arizona as other must-win states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. In Washington, Lauren Bly, Cronkite News.
In Arizona, 3 congressional district races have gotten a lot of attention from state voters, Districts 1, 2, and 6. In District 1, Republican David Schweikert is seeking a second term in office. Schweikert was first elected in Congress in 2010 and held office as the District 6 representative from 2013 to 2023. Amish Shah, the Democrat in this race, is an emergency room doctor and a former state lawmaker.
In the District 2 race, incumbent Eli Crane, a former Navy SEAL, is seeking a second term in office as a Republican. Crane has also been endorsed by former President Donald Trump, and Jonathan Nez, former Navajo Nation president, is running as a Democrat. In 2022, Nez lost his re-election to be the Navajo Nation president against current President Boo Nygren.
And in District 6, covering most of Pima County, Republican Juan Ciscomani is seeking a second term in office. Ciscomani is the first naturalized Mexican-American representing Arizona in Congress. Democrat Kirsten Engel is running for Congress again after losing to Ciscomani in 2022 by a tight margin. As we wait for the votes to be counted, Maricopa County officials say they're making safety a top priority.
And one group is also taking the time to make sure Arizona residents exercise their right to vote. Cronkite News' Ignacio Ventura tells us more.
First Institutional Baptist Church pastor Dante McGilvery spent election morning at the Cartwright School District Training Center in Phoenix, volunteering as a poll chaplain.
There's nothing to fear. Things have been going smoothly, and you have at each polling site, not only are there poll chaplains, there are other workers, different kinds of organizations represented to ensure that safety is in order.
McGilvery serves as an Arizona state leader of Faiths United to Save Democracy, which, according to its website, is an independent multi-faith voter protection campaign focused on 10 states. The organization's goal? Make sure everybody can exercise their freedom to vote without interference. Protecting that freedom to vote brought Solveig Moose out to the polling place at the South Phoenix Missionary Baptist Church.
It's important to know that these folks that come out for election protection are passionate about the safety of our elections and letting people know that it's okay to vote and that it's a trustworthy process.
Democracy Defense Front's Eleanor Johnson says things were peaceful here at the church.
It's been nice. I've met quite a lot of people. They've been grateful for us being out here. I think they feel safe with us being here.
Peacekeepers and other poll observers received training before heading out to any voting locations. Pastor McGilvery says this training helps in the event conflict does arise.
The actions we have to take in case of harassment, we first try to de-escalate the situation by talking to the people and letting people know this is just a place to catch a ballot, and then let people move around and go about their day.
State and federal law both prohibit voter intimidation, and Arizona law dictates a 75-foot perimeter around each polling location, only allowing voters, election officials, and authorized election observers inside. In Phoenix, Ignacio Ventura, Cronkite News.
In some counties, however, the operation isn't running as smoothly as hoped. In Apache County, ballot-on-demand printers were not working as planned, causing a delay in voting. Pre-printed ballots and voting devices are still available at voting locations until the problem is resolved. Coming up after the break, young voters will be the key to this year's presidential election.
In fact, Gen Z gained more than 8 million new registered voters this year. We'll check in with the first-time voters after the break.
innovation at the Walter Cronkite School is pushing the boundaries of traditional journalism.
Storytelling has evolved over the years. This is part of that evolution.
Students in the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Lab are using emerging technology to create scenes in augmented and virtual reality, coding playable games, and bringing the audience into the story.
They're only limited by their imagination and their willingness to learn.
Find out more at cronkite.asu.edu.
When I was younger, there were no engineers around me, so I had to become my own role model. At ASU, I wasn't just learning to be an engineer, I was actually engineering. And graduating, I already had real-world jobs lined up. Before ASU, my goal was to be a strong, confident woman. And when I left, I became a strong, confident engineer.
3, 2, 1.
Coming up on the cut.
Coming up on the cut. Coming up on the cut.
How students can build their broadcast journalism portfolio with opportunities to learn more about on-air reporting and studio production.
Be sure to follow us on Instagram at @thecut_network and on X at @CutASU.
Welcome back. You're looking at the very first in-person ballots cast of the 2024 election. In the tiny town of Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, the polls opened at midnight Eastern Time. There were 6 voters this year, 4 Republicans and 2 undeclared. These votes were tallied and showed a tie between Harris and Trump with 3 votes each. The polls are now closed across most of the country, including here in Arizona, but some are still open in the western states. And as you know, all eyes are on the poll results. Iman Abraham joins us now with the latest numbers.
Thank you, Lauren. Now let's go ahead and take a look into these battleground states. But first, let's take a quick peek into the Electoral College. As we can see, former President Donald Trump is leading with 177 votes so far compared to Vice President Kamala Harris's 99 votes. Now let's go ahead and take a look into Pennsylvania, where we can see Harris is currently leading with 57% out of the 22 of votes counted so far. Now we're going to go ahead and take a quick jump on over to Michigan. As we can see, Harris is also leading by 53% of the 11% of votes counted so far. Now Michigan is a very important state this year, as Michigan has been a blue state for the last 3 decades leading up to the 2016 election where it turned red. Now we will see what happens this year. Now, as we actually go ahead and take a look on down to Georgia, we will see that Donald Trump is taking Georgia by 52% of the 70% of votes counted so far. Now, Georgia and Arizona, we are still waiting for those votes to come in for Arizona, but Georgia and Arizona played a very big role in last year's election, being red all the way up until 2020, where they turned blue for the first time in a very long time. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at when these polls are going to be closed. We will see that Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia have already closed, so we should see those final votes coming in pretty soon. And Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan have also officially just closed those polls. Now we are just waiting for Nevada to cast in those final votes by 8 p.m. tonight.
Gen Z voters, people age 18 to 27, make up nearly 1/5 of the electorate. That is a powerful group of voters, and as Alyssa Firestone reports, voting locations on college campuses were especially busy today.
As today marks Election Day, I'm out here on a few different campuses throughout the Valley to find out why Gen Z voters feel that their voice is important during this election season.
At Arizona State University's Tempe campus, students wrap around the Sundsville Fitness Complex waiting to cast their votes, many for the first time.
How are you feeling today, and why did you decide to come out here to vote as a young voter for Gen Z?
I'm definitely excited to vote. I mean, there's a lot of energy on campus. We've got a lot of people lined up. I came out to vote because I believe there are a lot of important issues in this election.
And he's not alone. Young generation voters we talked to say there are a lot of issues that could impact them.
I feel like anything relating to like minimum wage or the affordability crisis is going to affect students primarily, especially because they're barely entering the workforce.
Some think the stakes are even higher.
It's important for Gen Z to come out and vote this election cycle because our entire future is at stake.
On USC's campus in California, young voters say they are also worried about the direction of the country.
Just like what's going on with our border, our economy right now.
We also talked to young voters at Mesa Community College. One thing all the Gen Z voters agree on is their voice matters.
I saw a graph or a chart that said young voters vote marginally less, and if we vote at the same as 65 plus, then we would have the same power or voice as older generations, and so that's what inspired me to vote as a young voter.
Alyssa Firestone, Cronkite News.
Thanks, Alyssa. In this election, there are 8 million newly registered voters.
For Arizona voters, immigration is an important issue this election cycle.
After the break, we have a breakdown of a controversial immigration proposition. Find out what Prop 314 does and who it could affect. This and more after the break.
When I was younger, there were no engineers around me. So I had to become my own role model. At ASU, I wasn't just learning to be an engineer. I was actually engineering. And graduating, I already had real-world jobs lined up. Before ASU, my goal was to be a strong, confident woman. And when I left, I became a strong, confident engineer.
Innovation at the Walter Cronkite School is pushing the boundaries of traditional journalism.
Storytelling has evolved over the years. This is part of that evolution.
Students in the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Lab are using emerging technology to create scenes in augmented and virtual reality, coding playable games, and bringing the audience into the story.
They're only limited by their imagination and their willingness to learn.
Find out more at cronkite.asu.edu.
The scientists and engineers that support the next mission to Mars could be in this class.
Getting a degree at ASU is a journey that can take you anywhere. Into a world of groundbreaking technology and renowned award-winning faculty. Professors who help you to
The border is one of the big issues on Arizona's ballot. Macy Markham in Washington tells us more about a proposition to put Arizona police on the front lines of immigration enforcement.
Illegal entry into the United States is already a federal crime. If voters in Arizona approve Proposition 314, state and local police could detain anyone suspected of being in the country illegally. Critics are calling the bill a show me your papers law and warn that U.S. citizens could get caught in the dragnet too, especially if they have a foreign accent or brown skin. But State Senator John Kavanaugh says Border Patrol needs help.
The federal government does not appear to be capable of controlling entries, illegal entries between ports of entry. They are overwhelmed with people who are trying to enter illegally and by people claiming asylum who have bogus asylum claims.
Asylum claims peaked last year at 248,000. Roughly 80% of those asylum seekers were allowed to stay in the U.S., though conservatives like Kavanaugh say most of these claims don't meet the legal threshold for asylum, and he rejects the idea that Prop 314 would lead to racial profiling. Saul Rascon Salazar grew up in Arizona after his family came from Mexico before he started kindergarten. Now with Aliento, a group that advocates for undocumented immigrants, he says Prop 314 would create a divide.
It would plant the seed for fear to go to the grocery store, as simple as that sounds, which then trickles down to people not feeling safe, people not feeling a trust with the community, whether that's police officers, first responders and like in the medical field.
Salazar says police are already stretched thin, and adding immigration enforcement will only make it worse. Proposition 314 is modeled after a similar law in Texas, SB 4. That law has caused strained diplomatic relations with Mexico and is on hold pending a ruling from a federal appeals court. City councils in Dallas and Austin have condemned the law, and Austin says they won't enforce it. Arizona tried something similar back in 2010, a controversial law known as Senate Bill 1070 that was ultimately blocked in the courts. In Washington, Macy Markham, Cronkite News.
Thanks, Macy. The nonpartisan Grand Canyon Institute projects that enforcement of Proposition 314 could cost Arizona taxpayers $325 million a year.
After the break, a closer look at the presidential election. Do you know the last time Arizona turned blue? We'll have an answer.
Plus, how the political parties from both sides are spending election night here in Arizona. Details when we return.
3, 2, 1. Cronkite News. Get real professional experience in areas such as reporting, broadcast editing, and behind-the-scenes production, such as technical director and audio.
Kill the mics.
Or go out in the field and cover important local stories.
Learn and master the English language.
In a fun, welcoming atmosphere. Cronkite News. The future starts now.
ASU's one and only student-run radio station, Blaze Radio, provides students with opportunities to cover a variety of topics. From music,
This is Sun City Garage,
to sports coverage,
Against the Brewers in his last outing, he went
to news,
The bill also gives parents the ability to see
and entertainment updates. Blaze Radio offers a fun environment to gain valuable broadcast experience. To find out more, visit blazeradioonline.com.
Here at the Walter Cronkite School, students produce award-winning content that focuses on health disparities in underserved communities and how to turn things around. In Cronkite News and Cronkite Noticias, students cover stories that affect people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, people with disabilities, and others across the Southwest.
We highlight big problems that are often overlooked in communities that are underserved.
Those stories not only inform and educate people about the challenges, but we work hard to highlight potential solutions. In the Cronkite Agency, students work to connect with community members through social media campaigns in English and Spanish.
Being a Hispanic myself, it's nice to be able to give back to my own community.
Find more of our health coverage at cronkitenews.azpbs.org.
Welcome back to Cronkite News. In our coverage of the 2024 general election, Arizona has gotten a lot of attention from the presidential and vice presidential candidates this campaign season.
In fact, both Trump and Harris were here on the same day last week. In addition, President Biden and former Presidents Clinton and Obama both came to drum up support for Harris. So what do the political supporters make of all of this attention? Aaron Nemiroff is at the Democrats' watch party. And Aaron, it looks like the party is energized.
Yes, I'm here at the Democratic Watch Party, and the vibe here is a lot more energized than it was just 30 minutes ago. There's a long line outside the door, and the crowd really packed in. Chairwoman Yolanda Bejarano spoke first, and the crowd was really eager to hear from her. There was a lot of excitement when she spoke. Next up is going to be Mark Kelly, and later this evening, we will hear from Ruben Gallego. At the Democratic Watch Party, Aaron Nemiroff, Cronkite News.
All good. As for the GOP, the Arizona Republican Party opted to not have one watch party this year. Instead, they say they're using the money on their candidates. However, we caught up with supporters of Republican Aim Hamadeh in Lake Pleasant, who is running in Arizona's 8th district for U.S. Congress.
Voters have been showing up to the polls in Maricopa County all day. Polling places in Phoenix opened early this morning, and our Ryan Posesnik started his day at the Burton Barr Library, where the Phoenix mayor joined voters who were looking to fill out their ballots around 9 a.m.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego paid a special visit to the Burton Barr Public Library, where she greeted voters with donuts who were casting their votes on Election Day.
The debate here at this polling place has been very positive and healthy.
I think that's good news for our democracy. We don't all have to agree, but hopefully we can agree on the importance of the democracy and supporting whoever wins.
People from across the valley have shown up at various polling locations to go and cast their vote. It is the final push to make sure that their voices are heard for every candidate they vote for and every proposition that is on the ballot this November.
And for some, in-person voting was especially important.
There was like a lot of weird fires going on with ballot boxes, drop-off boxes, so I didn't really feel safe to just send my vote off somewhere. I really wanted to put it into the box myself.
While parking lots were full at places like Burton Bar, at Ability 360 the lines were reasonable with voters moving in and out efficiently and keeping things civil.
The vibe here is very positive. Like I said, we had a DJ out here. People were dancing. They were very cold early in the morning, but we've been passing out candy to try and make sure everybody gets a little sugar, a little energy.
With Arizona being one of 7 states in the electorate labeled in the toss-up category, election officials say that we most likely won't know the final results on election night.
Whether they mailed it in, whether they're dropping it off today or voting in person, it's all a celebration of democracy. And if it takes longer to count those ballots and to get those results, that's okay, because that's democracy. What we don't want is a rush process where numbers could be skewed or it could favor one party over the other.
The key for all voters in Arizona is to remain patient. In Phoenix, Ryan Pesesnik, Cronkite News.
We should note that Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego is seeking re-election and is running against software engineer Matt Evans.
In 2020, Arizona voted for the Democratic candidate for president. But as Jason Goldie tells us, Arizona has only turned blue a few times in the last 50 years.
As I previously mentioned, Arizona is one of the 7 swing states in this year's election. In 2020, about 10,500 more Arizonans voted for Joe Biden than Donald Trump. It was the first time the state voted blue since 1996, when Democrat Bill Clinton was elected. Before that, you have to go back close to 50 years to 1948, when Arizona went for Democrat Harry Truman. So historically, Arizona has tended to vote for Republicans, which includes former President Trump's victory in 2016. Now, let's take a look at what's changed in between the last 2 elections in 2016 and 2020 in the state of Arizona. This map shows how each Arizona county voted in 2016 and 2020. As you can see here, the main difference between these 2 maps is Maricopa County, which voted for Republican Donald Trump in 2016, but switched to Democrat Joe Biden in 2020. This year, Maricopa County could once again make a difference in how the state allocates their 11 electoral votes. We'll know initial results soon, as the polls have closed and the county election office has said the first numbers will drop around 8 p.m. Back to you guys at the desk.
Extra election centers, hundreds of more people to help. Lots of social posts and updates throughout the day. Maricopa County was determined to make Election Day run as smoothly as possible. So now that the polls have closed, how did they do? Sienna Monea joins us from the Maricopa County Tabulation Center with an update.
There haven't been many major issues so far today, but there has been a minor issue with printing. But we've been told that this is typical for any election, and we've also been told that these issues have been solved quickly.
Those are results that we've been working towards before today, but we're also going to be receiving all the equipment and all the results from those 246 vote centers, and that's going to take time, especially with the new state law that says we have to hand count any early ballots that were dropped off on Election Day at vote centers.
It is expected that staff will be here for a long time tonight as they count the votes. There have been 200,000 voters that have checked in at the 246 voting locations. And because of mail-in and drop-off ballots, we won't know the results for hours or even days.
Coming up after a quick break, a report from our bureau in Washington, D.C.
We'll have a closer look at some of the national races that could impact control of the U.S. House.
Plus, our reporters here in the Valley have been visiting polling locations all across the area. We'll check in on the mood of those that voted in person today. And a live look at the crowd that's gathered at the Kamala Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. right now. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Three, 2, 1. Cronkite News. Get real professional experience in areas such as reporting, broadcast editing, and behind-the-scenes production, such as technical director and audio.
Kill the mics.
Or go out in the field and cover important local stories
To learn and master the English language.
in a fun, welcoming atmosphere. Cronkite News. The future starts now.
ASU's one and only student-run radio station, Blaze Radio, provides students with opportunities to cover a variety of topics. From music,
This is Sun City Garage.
to sports coverage,
Against the Brewers in his last outing, he went
to news,
The bill also gives parents the ability to see
and entertainment updates. Blaze Radio offers a fun environment to gain valuable broadcast experience. To find out more, visit blazeradioonline.com.
Here at the Walter Cronkite School, students produce award-winning content that focuses on health disparities in underserved communities and how to turn things around. In Cronkite News and Cronkite Noticias, students cover stories that affect people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, people with disabilities, and others across the Southwest.
We highlight big problems that are often overlooked in communities that are underserved.
Those stories not only inform and educate people about the challenges, but we work hard to highlight potential solutions. In the Cronkite Agency, students work to connect with community members through social media campaigns in English and Spanish.
Being a Hispanic myself, it's nice to be able to give back to my own community.
Find more of our health coverage at cronkitenews.azpbs.org.
Welcome back. This year, races across the country are neck and neck.
And as our Macy Markham reports, the House majority could come down to razor-thin margins.
Control of the House of Representatives is up for grabs. Republicans currently hold the slimmest majority in decades at 220 and 212. But only 22 districts nationwide are considered toss-ups, 2 of those in Arizona. To give you a better idea of how badly these parties want to win, over $1 billion have been spent on House race ads just since Labor Day, according to Ad Impact. 2 of the most expensive races in the country in Maricopa and Pima counties, where Republican incumbents David Swiker and Juan Ciscomani are defending their jobs. Most of the districts Democrats are targeting are held by Republicans, even though Donald Trump lost there in 2020. A number of those are red pockets in New York and California, both strongholds for Vice President Kamala Harris. California's tightest race is a rematch between GOP incumbent David Vallejo and Democrat Rudy Salas in left-leaning Central California. Vallejo won by less than 4,000 votes in 2022. Control of the House is vital to both parties because without allies in the majority, it's hard for the president to deliver on campaign promises. In Washington, Macy Markham, Cronkite News.
Voters in the West Valley faced some long lines today, but despite this, they were determined to get out and vote. Reporter Eddie McGovern brings us what voters are saying.
I'm actually very excited. It's my first time voting, so I felt like it was an important election to participate in.
Phoenix resident Anna Pinellas is one of many voters who stood in line to cast their ballot at the Tolleson Civic Center. Election volunteers said some voters waited here for 30 minutes, but as Election Day went on, that wait time went up to 2 hours. Von Trail Valentine of Tolleson said the wait didn't matter.
If you can vote, go vote. A lot of people can't, so you got to take advantage.
And while most voters in Tolleson tell me they're excited to be out and voting today and making their voice heard, some say they are concerned.
Personally, I don't see how is it such a close race? It's crazy, right? It just seems like it's one of those things that's supposed to be a little bit towards one side, a little easier, you know what I mean?
And for voters like Mike Anderson of Glendale, it's about doing your civic duty.
This is your opportunity to do something for the country, whether you're Democrat or Republican.
Overall, voters said they were optimistic and looking forward to the results of the election. In the West Valley, Eddie McCoven, Cronkite News.
Coming up after the break, a closer look at a controversial proposition on this year's ballot. Proposition 139 would guarantee access to abortion in Arizona. We'll take a closer look at just what the proposition would do, if passed by Arizona's voters. And we're taking a live look now at the Trump campaign headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida, where the crowd has gathered for the results of tonight's election. We'll be right back.
Three, 2, 1. Cronkite News. Get real professional experience in areas such as reporting, broadcast editing, and behind-the-scenes production, such as technical director and audio.
Kill the mics.
Or go out in the field and cover important local stories.
To learn and master the English language.
In a fun, welcoming atmosphere. Cronkite News. The future starts now.
ASU's one and only student-run radio station, Blaze Radio, provides students with opportunities to cover a variety of topics. From music,
This is Sun City Garage,
to sports coverage,
Against the Brewers in his last outing, he went
to news,
The bill also gives parents the ability to sue.
and entertainment updates. Blaze Radio offers a fun environment to gain valuable broadcast experience. To find out more, visit blazeradioonline.com.
Here at the Walter Cronkite School, students produce award-winning content that focuses on health disparities in underserved communities and how to turn things around. In Cronkite News and Cronkite Noticias, students cover stories that affect people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, people with disabilities, and others across the Southwest.
We highlight big problems that are often overlooked in communities that are underserved.
Those stories not only inform and educate people about the challenges, but we work hard to highlight potential solutions. In the Cronkite Agency, students work to connect with community members through social media campaigns in English and Spanish.
Being a Hispanic myself, it's nice to be able to give back to my own community.
Find more of our health coverage at cronkitenews.azpbs.org.
Welcome back to Cronkite News election coverage.
Now we head back to Iman at the touchscreen for the latest results on tonight's presidential election.
Thank you, Wilder. We do have quite a bit of activity as these votes start to trickle in. I actually kind of want to start here with Wisconsin, as we have seen that now Harris is taking the lead here by 49.4%, while 26 of the votes have been counted so far. So just a minute ago, Wisconsin was led by Trump earlier, so now we are starting to see it's getting pretty close with these votes coming in. Now, if you actually want to take a look over here by North Carolina, we will see that Donald Trump is taking the lead here in North Carolina by 51%. out of 63 votes counted. So there is quite a bit of votes coming in now over here, and we also are still waiting for these votes over here. We still haven't gotten anything in Arizona quite yet. However, those votes should be coming in quite soon. Now, as we take a look at the Electoral College, we will see that Donald Trump is still leading with 188 electoral votes so far. So we are still seeing that there are quite a bit of movement, but we are still pretty close call as we still wait for those votes to come in. Back to you guys.
Abortion access is a big issue for voters this year, and one proposition would enshrine it in the Arizona Constitution.
Aiden Hansen joins us now with more on Proposition 139.
One proposition getting a lot of attention this year in Arizona could decide access to abortion in the state. Prop 139 is the Right to Abortion Initiative. This prop would ensure the right to an abortion in the Arizona Constitution. Under the current law, abortions in Arizona are banned after 15 weeks of pregnancy without exemptions for rape or incest. If passed, this prop would allow abortions up until fetal viability, as it was under Roe v. Wade. Supporters of Prop 139 say that the law gives women the freedom to make their own healthcare decisions. Those against it say that the prop goes too far and will cause health risks for pregnant women. One interesting fact is that Proposition 139 is a citizens' initiative. The Secretary of State's office validated over 570,000 signatures for the proposition to appear on the ballot, the most ever in state history.
Coming up after the break, millions of people have cast a ballot today from all parts of the USA.
And even some cast a ballot from outer space. When we return, find out how these astronauts were able to vote from the International Space Station.
Three, 2, 1. Cronkite News. Get real professional experience in areas such as reporting, broadcast editing, and behind-the-scenes production, such as technical director and audio.
Kill the mics.
Or go out in the field and cover important local stories.
To be able to learn and master the English language.
In a fun, welcoming atmosphere. Cronkite News. The future starts now.
ASU's one and only student-run radio station, Blaze Radio, provides students with opportunities to cover a variety of topics. From music,
This is Sun City Garage,
to sports coverage,
Against the Brewers in his last outing, he went
to news,
The bill also gives parents the ability to sue.
and entertainment updates. Blaze Radio offers a fun environment to gain valuable broadcast experience. To find out more, visit blazeradioonline.com.
Here at the Walter Cronkite School, students produce award-winning content that focuses on health disparities in underserved communities and how to turn things around. In Cronkite News and Cronkite Noticias, students cover stories that affect people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, people with disabilities, and others across the Southwest.
We highlight big problems that are often overlooked in communities that are underserved.
Those stories not only inform and educate people about the challenges, but we work hard to highlight potential solutions. In the Cronkite Agency, students work to connect with community members through social media campaigns in English and Spanish.
Being a Hispanic myself, it's nice to be able to give back to my own community.
Find more of our health coverage at cronkitenews.azpbs.org.
We're getting a live look now at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. at Howard University. Quite the crowd, Wilder.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting crowded. We are really feeling the energy of tonight's election. It's only going to continue for a while.
Absolutely. Finally tonight, several astronauts also cast their ballots from outer space.
Hard to believe, but the astronauts cast their ballots from the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore, Suni Williams, and Don Pettit all posed for a photo in patriotic colors aboard the space station. So just how did they vote from space? Well, their ballots were cast electronically and beamed back to planet Earth.
That's it for tonight's edition of Cronkite News. I'm Lauren Avenatti.
And I'm Wilder Adams. Thank you for joining us.
And to see top Arizona stories anytime, log on to cronkitenews.azpbs.org.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy, it's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax, it always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
New brew, this room is clean room.
You're listening to UCC 98.3 FM in Cork City, Ireland for Student News Live. With thanks to Marshall University and William Patterson University and support from iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy and PBS NewsHour. Now, I'm joined here in studio by a number of students. I have Juice over on mic 1.
Hello, hello, hello.
I have Caitlin on mic 2.
Good morning.
And I have Alice here.
Hello.
Now, I will flag myself and Juice are studio producers, but we do have the experts in who are politics students. And we are going to be talking about everything that's going on with the US election. Now, I suppose the first thing that we'll just touch base on is how are we guys feeling? That's not a sentence. Anyway, how are we doing? How are we feeling?
Definitely here. Definitely awake, right?
I think in shock. Yeah, I woke up terrified.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very reminiscent of 2016 when I woke up then and checked the results. It's a similar feeling.
Yeah, no, it is mad because I suppose from our perspective, 2016, we were all kind of kids then, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we're more educated, more in tune with what's been going on. And so now, do we feel like it's even more of a shock than the first time around?
I think it's definitely more of a shock this time. I think the first time in 2016, Trump was severely underestimated, but he didn't win the popular vote. Whereas at the moment, Trump is winning by an absolute landslide. It's, it's called he's won, and Harris is still only on 224 electoral votes. Like this level of his win, like winning in Pennsylvania, where Biden won in the last election, where he insulted Puerto Ricans, and Pennsylvania has such a large Latino base. It's just, I think, even more shocking knowing what was at stake, even with the amount of Republicans that came out speaking against Trump, like his advisors, his chief of staff, his own vice president. I think it's more people have been pushed towards Trump in this election than even there was in 2016, which I think is probably the most shocking part.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, like waking up this morning to see so many states that had like swung red. Like in the 2020 election, you could see Biden had a great grasp over many states, especially with a lot of voting Democrats, where this year they're all gone to Republican, and it's a terrifying outcome, especially as you're looking at a person who's going to be a president with many felony convictions.
Yeah, and also, knowing who Harris represents, the people that, she said that she will represent, the people that, are behind her, knowing that and seeing Trump pull ahead here it's just incredibly interesting.
It is incredibly interesting. That's definitely one word for it. But I suppose today we really want to look at it through a student lens and try and see how young people are being impacted by this as well. So I suppose if anyone wants to weigh in now, I do have a couple of things because I was running around the place yesterday, talking to people, getting their opinions, talking to students on campus, and figuring out where we're at. And of course, while we're having discussions around the US elections, we're also ramping up for our own general election. So it's very much in the forefront of students at the moment. So I suppose like one of the first ones that I want to get into is the main student issues that we're facing at the moment. Now, would anyone like to weigh in on this first, or would we like to be inspired by a little vox pop?
I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
What I have
You
to
go
say
ahead
about
and then
this,
we'll weigh in. Yeah.
student issues. Okay, well, the thing is that as a student, I definitely feel like a lot of us are stuck between a rock and a hard place because we have to work and also do our degrees. Not many of us have the luxury of just focusing on our academic stuff. And also, even if like I'll flag this, I have like a couple of 9 a.m. lectures, but that bus, like I'd have to get the bus at like 6 a.m, and I know I'm not the only one who has this issue. And these are all things that a lot of students, I feel, don't understand that this is directly impacted by how they might be thinking of voting. So yeah, someone else can weigh in on this now, because otherwise I'll go into a big whinge about the 220. So
I think students, even when you talk to people on campus here, I think even when you talk to people in Ireland, the whole Trump versus Harris debate, it's not that controversial here. I think everyone is very staunchly Kamala Harris supporters. I know there's big talk in America how you can't speak about politics in the workplace or in classrooms because it's such a divisive debate, which we can clearly see with how the election has played out now. Whereas I think in Ireland in particular, and even more particularly on campus with students, people are very pro Kamala Harris. I think UCC is quite a more left-leaning area of society in Ireland, so it's probably even more to the point where people on campus are actually critical of Kamala Harris for not being progressive enough, whereas in the States, they see her as, Trump called her a communist or like a Marxist supporter, which is just
Comrade Kamala.
yeah, which is just crazy because here people see her as too like center right or too like much of a supporter of Israel and big business.
Yeah, no, especially talking to people who I know, and like a lot of my friends were saying the same thing. Like, I mean, I feel like here it's definitely the silent agreement that, Kamala Harris is the way forward. But then again, being very critical of her, a lot more critical than I would personally think in America. Sorry to our American listeners and watchers, of course. But I guess it's a lot more of a hot button issue over there. I guess it's definitely more, and I see it this way as more kind of like good versus evil is what a lot of people are thinking of it as, like that. And like here, it's a lot. I wouldn't say less, because there is implications, and we will get into that, the implications that this brings. But like it's a lot less pressure on students here, I feel, and they're a lot. They can say their own opinions a lot more vocally than in other places. At least that's my opinion on it anyway.
Yeah, like I have to state that I think we're slightly lucky looking at this, that we are like, yes, Kamala's the obvious winner or the better choice compared to Trump, because we're not facing the same issues as the Americans are with ideas of like the women's right to choose and the price they pay for education. So I think we're slightly lucky to be able to be like, yeah, this is the obvious choice to have Kamala as president, and that our political issues are slightly smaller. So it's actually terrifying that they've chosen Trump when there's a better option for them for the long term.
Absolutely. And I suppose just to bring it back to the student perspective a bit more, I will dive into that question that we asked students about what they think the biggest student issues that they're facing are. And then we'll jump into a bit of a chat about that and see how we're feeling. Because as you said, like, the issues that they're facing in America, we're kind of out here, I think about like, we're so like in a bubble in UCC, in Cork City, and we don't see like a lot of the issues that are happening on a wider basis for students in more rural areas or all this kind of stuff. And I feel like it's a very kind of Irish thing in the sense that like, there's cow paths instead of roads out in some places. Like, anyway, so I'm going to jump into that.
I'm not going to go into it now.
Huh?
I have a story for that, but I'm not going to go into it now.
We can get back to that, Juice. Don't worry about that. So, yeah, I'm going to jump into this and we will have a quick chat on it then.
I think just the cost of certain fees and stuff like that, I think it's unfair, especially when not everyone is on a minimum wage of kind of some sort. It's very hard to kind of try and stay afloat.
Housing's definitely a big one. Like, I really feel like there's not much hope for me ever even being able to afford a house. And I think cost of living's another.
Cost of living, definitely. Just the value of our money isn't strong enough anymore, and paychecks aren't getting you through the week anymore. And housing, obviously.
I suppose, people are relying on seasonal work as their source of income, which is a very unreliable source of income because it fluctuates so much. It's literally not a permanent job if it's part-time work, and that part-time work can last a very short amount of time. So I'd say that's one issue that a lot of students have as well.
Because of cost of living prices and with the fees gone up in rent, I have no social life. Social life is living in the library and drinking cups of coffee from the student centre. Can't even afford a Starbucks.
Housing, student housing, especially student accommodation, because like you don't choose what university to go to based on which degree you'd like to do. A lot of people just pick it based on the available accommodation. So definitely housing, and like obviously wider society as well, not just students. Healthcare as well, obviously. Like I think it's pretty obvious what needs to be fixed. Like, and we have all the money in the world to do it.
Probably either the housing crisis or climate change, I would say.
Definitely housing. Just transport in the sense of kind of infrastructure. I know they're trying to make cities more walkable, and I like that. I think the problem is, though, that in doing so, they've just left an awful lot of cities looking a bit war-torn, especially Cork at the moment, up kind of North Main Street.
Probably rent and housing.
Transport is a big one, as well as just the general sort of cost of living. I'm lucky enough to live at home, but there's still a lot of other things that people are held back by, and the minimum wage not going up until several months after the budget has increased the price of everything anyway.
They've cut down 205 and 208 buses, which are the most important ones for college students. But like, because they don't have enough bus drivers, but they cut down the most important ones for students to get to college.
And that was some of the voices from campus in UCC. So we're back. Juice, would you like to?
Yes, I'd like to remind you that you are listening to UCC 98.3 FM in Cork City in Ireland for Student News Live, with thanks to Marshall University and William Patterson University, and support from iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy, and PBS NewsHour.
Fantastic. So I guess just on that, we had just had a look there at some of the issues that students think that are the biggest ones that they're facing at the moment. How do you guys feel about that?
Not surprised.
Because there's the first-hand issues of, let's say, higher rent prices, the commute and all this stuff. But then there's the secondary issues, and people seem to be missing out on the student experience overall.
Yeah, the price of living has like killed most in night out industry in Cork or in Ireland, and students can't afford to have these same experiences as college students like 10 years ago, where a good night out and a good dinner with friends, it is a part of university that people don't recognize a lot, that is actually really affected by the cost of living.
And let me ask you guys this. Do you think that these issues are enough to get students engaging in their right to vote? Is that enough to push them to engage in politics in this way?
I think, like you said earlier, that these kind of issues, students and people in general don't necessarily recognize them as political issues,
Yeah.
more as, people complain about the price of this or the bus is late, and they don't realize that it directly links to who's in government, what policies are being applied, what is being funded in the budget. And I think we do see a lack of young people voting, particularly because they feel disillusioned, that they feel left behind, and they don't realize that this is sort of a way to solve those issues.
So do you think then that, and I know we've touched on this previously, but do you think that shows that young people don't really have either faith in politics, or that there's a gap in their understanding of how political systems work and how they might work in their favor?
I was just going to say, as a young person, as a young person, at least I like to think of myself as young. I completely understand why people would have issues or feel as if they're being left out, right? I mean, when you see stuff happening that feels like it's completely out of your control, and it feels like, and especially in Ireland, I know that people who voted for the referendum, that was just on recently, that like they felt as if their vote didn't matter, And I feel like there's a lot of that, and I completely understand young people understanding that they're thinking that their vote doesn't matter. I mean, especially some young people might be thinking that now in the States for sure, seeing results, they may be thinking, "Oh, my vote doesn't matter," but like it does. You matter. Your vote matters. And I feel like while yes, these issues can definitely bring people out to the poll, I feel like also getting people to vote is just telling them that they matter, being there, telling them that like your vote. You have a choice. You that's your right, and you should exercise your right, because nobody else can say what you want to say. Do you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, there's a bit of audio now. Juice, you're aware of this, but I don't think you guys have heard this. And I think it would be really interesting to get your guys' take on it. So we had, I think it was yourself, Juice, and Rosie had a chat, and
We did.
something very interesting came out of it. And it is along the lines of recognizing our right to vote, but I think she speaks very well on it. So I'm going to play that for you guys now, and I want to know your thoughts. So yeah.
This has been a very interesting show on democracy. I'm glad we are having these discussions, because they have to be made.
Absolutely. And I think, my granny, Kathleen, may she rest in peace, she was such a big advocate of women using their vote.
Yeah.
And she was literally alive through the period where women weren't allowed to vote. Women were expected to give up their jobs and be at home. And she was such an educated woman who fought so hard for like her college experience, and like she was so determined that I would get a chance to go to college myself, and now I'm doing a master's, and like a lot of that is thanks to her. But a lot of it as well is because of that drive, that like almost out of spite that this wasn't a possible option for women before, and to just not use your vote and to let it pass or not register would be you doing a disservice to your ancestors who didn't even have that choice.
I never understand it, to be so real. Like,
And I honestly just like every time a vote comes around, I think of my granny and I think this is because, you know, people like her who were so strong willed and
Yeah.
stuff like fought for that. And it doesn't even matter if you feel like, you know, I don't know enough. Like even just you putting a vote out there that's more in the right direction of what aligns towards you will make a difference to stop. It's almost like process of elimination,
Yeah.
like stopping the worst outcome.
yeah,
And
it's incredible.
like, you know, we're a lucky country to have this in our country as well.
Yeah, we're very lucky to be able to.
We could have a dictatorship for
Yeah,
crying
we're very
out
lucky
loud.
to be able to vote on these opinions. And also, everything we've gotten, like, it was made with people who got up and made a change, you know, who went out of their way to vote, to make a difference. And not just vote, but actually campaign on issues that were incredibly important to them, you know, like women having the right to vote, which is still
Suffragettes.
an insane thing to even hear that now, right? Like that women
And
were
it's
not
not
able to
even that
vote.
long ago.
It was not that long ago. No, that was very,
And
very
this is the
soon.
thing as well about history and like studying the past is that if it's happened once, like you can't ever take for granted the rights that we have now because that
Yeah.
stuff could unfortunately happen again. So while we have it, we need to make full use of it and like grab it by both hands.
I think you have to be, and I think you have to be radical in how you go about these things.
Mhm.
You know, you have to make a difference. You have to make a change. And I know, you know, a lot of people, it's not happening. You got to go for it. You know what I mean?
And like, you know, some people say, well, I'm not political, but like you just being a human on this country, you're going to have rights you want to keep. So just going out there and making sure.
Yeah, everything like everything is political in my opinion.
Mhm.
Like everything has to inherently it's political. I don't think you can go around and do something that's not political. Because when people say these things like, "Oh, don't bring politics into this," or "Don't bring politics into that," that's not normally what they're talking about.
Mhm.
And it's incredibly disheartening that people say things like that because again, politics is everywhere. If we don't have politics and things, we're not going to see change. We're not going to see, you know, like sustainable good change. It's just going to stay the same.
Mhm.
And that's not, we can't live like that, you know?
An inspiring insight there from both Juice and Rosie from a previous show that was ran last week. Now, Juice, how did it come to this inspirational thing of it went from, listen, we have to recognize that women now have the right to vote and we have to appreciate that and we have to like get out and do stuff. And then it went to everything is politics. Do you want to talk a bit about that?
Well, I think a lot of people, we were just having that discussion there while that was playing, that like a lot of people might think that things aren't inherently political. A lot of things you see nowadays is, why are you bringing politics into this? Why are you bringing politics into that? But I think everything is inherently political. You can't do anything without politics. And that's the way it should be, I feel. I mean, you should have an agenda. You should be able to push your beliefs, I feel like, right? Like everything is inherently political and that's okay. We need to deal with that in political sense.
Absolutely. And do either of you want to weigh in on that as well?
I think even how you mentioned about women's rights, I think since that's been such an important topic in this election, it's kind of from Ireland, it's nice to have the perspective that the stakes are so high in America, but it's nice here that the stakes are much, much lower.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people talk about how you were saying it's hard to convince people that everything is political because they're like, they aren't engaged, they aren't as worried about, you know, losing these rights because we have them protected. Whereas in America, you know, they're on the line. And it's kind of, I think that contributes as well to why so many people are disengaged here
Yeah.
because there's not as much at stake and there's not as much, you know, we're not losing our right to healthcare. We're not losing our rights to vote. You know, we're not talking about deporting immigrants on such a mass level that the states are like, we're relatively safe. Like while we have our issues, we are a lot more protected.
And I guess we're less of a global superpower in that sense as well, where it's a lot less pressure on us, depending on who goes into power. Whereas in the States, it's definitely like a lot bigger because of how big of a power they are in terms of, you know, what happens. Like their politics can completely affect our taxes. You know, what happens over here as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I suppose like just going back a little bit, we had spoken there about like engagement and especially something about like how Caitlin, you were saying that there's like is it that students want to vote or don't know that there is this impact there that they can have, that they can make a change?
I feel that students would, if they recognize how important their vote is to changing the small things in their lives. Like you've mentioned, the bus systems here in Cork are awful. It is true, they are absolutely atrocious. But students don't realize that by voting in X party or X TD, that could actually change the way our services are ran here in Cork on everything. As it's not just Bus Éireann who is our national bus company, but it's actually the Minister of Transport, and that everything ties back to the government and how you vote and how you understand how the country works. Because I don't think students or young people understand how important voting is in changing the small things, because it's not just an institution that's running this, but actually all connects back to the government, and that our country is built on a platform that they don't have in the States, in the sense that everything is tied to the Irish government, where in America it's a federal government who has the oversee, but it's then statewide too. So they might have a national law, but they also have different laws in their states. So in Ireland, we're lucky enough that once we vote, it actually affects the things we want to see, compared to America, where they'll vote for this president, but they might see something completely different happen in their state.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, do you have something to say on that?
Oh no, just that like you always, while it is important, and I feel like it's a more important thing to say it here in Ireland than America, because I feel like in America they would probably already know this, but like a lot of people here are like, they're watching the presidential race, right? And they're like, oh, this is so interesting. You should also watch the senators and the people that are being elected as governors. That's a really important thing to watch as well, because that, as Kaylin was saying, that's a very, like, they are the people who really dictate what happens, you know, like whoever becomes president needs to get it through Senate. And if the Senate is a majority to their party, that's great. If it's a majority to the other party, then that's not so great. So, you know, that's also something that I feel like people need to know and think about.
Completely. People do not realize how important the House and the Senate is in America. They control everything.
I think one thing that's interesting about the election results we're seeing now as well is how almost unhappy voters are in America. Like usually when you have a president, you could have a Democrat, and then in a House you could have the Republicans, and in the Senate you could have the Democrats again. You know, it's different, it fluctuates. Whereas in this election, it's looking like Republicans will dominate through the presidency, through the House, through the Senate.
And the governor's office.
Yeah, and which will just make Trump passing bills and policies he wants a whole lot easier.
It's an ideal situation for him at the moment.
Yes. Oh, I'd say he's delighted with life at the moment.
Oh, for
It's a
sure.
massive win for him.
Yeah.
So let's check in on how the polls are doing there. I think one of you guys has it open there.
Yep, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, Maine, and Alaska are still to be called. In Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska, Trump is still leading. With Maine, Harris has one of the congressional votes, and sorry, not congressional, the electoral votes, with Trump having the other one, so two are still up for call. But at the moment, I am reading that though Michigan is still polling Trump as leading, Harris is making a significant eating into his lead a lot.
Okay. So I have a couple of things here on possible student engagement, because Cormac was talking on one of the shows recently, and he does talk about student engagement in politics, and I think that could be an interesting thing to listen to, and I really want you guys' thoughts on it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to jump into that. I think it's a short one. I think it's short and sweet. So I will throw that on and we will talk about it right after.
Having students' voices heard matters so much, both at a college level and at a level of national politics, because these issues do intersect. You know, you can't enjoy the events that are put on by the entertainment officer of the Students' Union if you don't have effective transport, if you don't have accommodation, if commuting is impossibly difficult, if you can't get a ride home on a night out.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important that students engage with these issues, but also that, you know, whether it's governing bodies in a university, whether it's national politics, are receptive to students' engagements in these issues as well.
Yeah.
So that was Cormac there, another one of our studio producers, talking about student engagement in politics and how important that might be. And I do feel that students are engaged, but of course there are two sides to it. Now you're listening to UCC 98.3 FM in Cork City, Ireland. for Student News Live, with thanks to Marshall University and William Patterson University, and support from iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy, and PBS NewsHour. And I am joined here in studio by Juice, Caitlin, and Alice, and myself, Mia. So we are going to get into a bit about what it would mean for either of the candidates to get into office. So who would like to get into that a small bit? I'm looking at Juice, but I think they're quiet.
You started me on all these topics.
Yeah. Okay. Who else would like to take this? Alice?
Repeat the question for me, Mia.
So, the impacts that could come into play here, in a general sense, if there's anything specific that you would like to touch on if either candidate goes into office.
Well, in an Irish perspective, each candidate being in office would have quite a different impact. So I could speak on Trump's impact. A large thing is we have a lot of multinationals from America based in Ireland. It has increased business, and so many people in Ireland are employed by American companies. It's part of the reason why we've attracted American companies to Ireland, for anyone who's listening and doesn't know, is because of our corporate tax rate. So originally it was 12.5, but now it's actually 15%. We know Trump wants to lower his corporate tax in America, which is currently 21%, to 15%. So it would be on par with the Irish corporate tax. This would kind of disincentivize future multinationals from locating in Ireland if it is for corporate tax reasons, purely because we were kind of more of a tax haven. The less tax they had to pay, the better. We still have the whole advantage of being in the European single market, an island close to both America and Europe, an English-speaking country, a highly educated workforce. So I think the current multinationals we have here, there isn't any fear of them leaving or losing them. It takes a lot of money to relocate, and if we're on par with corporate tax in America, then they're not going to leave us. Now, if corporate tax is lowered further in America, that's where we could see a real issue. And I don't know, does anyone else want to weigh in here?
I have something about, we might fear slightly. Trump is also wishing to impose a tax bracket to cut taxes for companies who produce stuff in America. So if they went and decided to relocate their the American tech companies back to America, to be getting massive tax breaks for their federal taxation. Along with, we also had a bit of the incentive, as you stated, Ireland's tax is 15%. Harris wants to boost that up to 28% compared to Trump's cut. So we would have maintained our companies probably with less fear. There's also the idea that Trump wants to impose a tax that would tariff Irish goods going into America. At the moment, we sell around 63 billion, maybe million. A lot of money goes towards Irish exports to America, much more than we sell to Britain. So if they impose taxes on Irish goods going to States, we'll be facing major economic issues.
I think there's also the risk there in a Trump presidency of blanket tariffs on goods that are created outside of the US.
Yeah.
This could begin, now this is very much an if situation. If tariffs are placed on goods imported, the EU could have to escalate, and it ultimately could be a trade war. Now this is worst case scenario we're speaking of.
I saw that already, that there could be implications if Trump wins of a trade war, which is definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting to see that. But I feel like, just objectively, no matter who wins here, it definitely is an interesting time to be alive. I feel like, it's definitely very interesting election.
Yeah, no, he wishes to impose 60% duties on goods coming from China. So it is going to be crazy, and 10% everywhere else. So I don't know what a global economy will look like afterwards, especially with America being one of the top powerhouses of it.
And so I'll weigh in here as well. And I wonder what you guys think about this, because you guys are talking a lot of numbers and a lot of business things. And I will flag that I am not a politics student. And I read things, but I don't understand it. So I wonder, and I'm also thinking that a lot of my information on things comes from social media now. And a lot of the information around the US election has come from social media. And I know, while I'm looking at it, that I'm skeptical, and I'm like, I am reading social media right now.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you think that impacts people?
Well, it's definitely the young voter that people are looking at when they go to social media. I know Harris ran a campaign on TikTok and other social media platforms, using, I guess, young people like memes and stuff to try and interact with young people. Then on the other side, Trump went on multiple podcasts that statistically young people would listen to, and kind of was on there. So I mean, there's both sides there using social media to their advantage. Looking at Trump again, he was very lucky to have Elon Musk and X, formerly known as Twitter, basically on his side as well, because Elon has been very vocal about being pro-Trump. Has actually set up a America account. I don't know if you've seen this on X. It's an account that's just America. It's set up by Elon Musk, and it's used to promote Trump.
But do you think that now the majority of young people, I would believe, are in the depths of social media and not exactly reading the broadsheets? Okay, so on that breath, how would that impact their voting? Or do you think that we're so full of maybe misinformation or things that are just little snippets of infographics? How do you think that that's impacting things? If either of you guys wanted to weigh in on that.
Well, I think in the US, there's been, and I think obviously globally, there's been a large move towards social media and alternative news sources. In America, in particular, their news sources are quite divided in the sense that a lot of Trump supporters get their news not from traditional, you know, broadcasting sites, and a lot of it is biased information. And even on the Democrat side as well, if you're looking at news sites like CNN and Fox News, whereas in like Ireland we have RTE, which would take kind of a non-partisan approach. In America, they're staunchly divided in the media. So I think depending on what media you're consuming is definitely influencing your vote, whether that is like the older people who are traditionally watching the news on TV or reading the newspaper, or young people on social media. Even I know on TikTok, my feed living in Ireland is completely consumed by TikToks from the Kamala Harris campaign. And I'm not seeing any TikToks from, Donald Trump supporters or Republicans. And if I lived in this haven of just my social media bubble, I would have woke up this morning and said, what? There's actually people voting for Trump. You can live in a bubble and not know that there's people out there with different opinions to you. And I think being conscious of that can sometimes be hard if you're not taking that step back.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to kind of come out of this conversation, because it requires like that thing, like that echo chamber thing that you were mentioning, like that's very scary when it comes to like the algorithm.
Yeah.
So people with different opinions don't seem to be influenced by anything outside of their own worldview, unfortunately. So, and it is about taking that step back and understanding, like, we can critically think about things and understand why certain things are coming up on our social media and why are we in this little bubble.
Because most algorithms now and most social media platforms are designed to cater the media you see to you.
Yeah.
So like when you look at, let's say you're on a streaming service and you want to, I don't know, listen to a song. The song that you're going to listen to is going to be something very similar to what you've listened to before, or even to songs that you are listening to concurrently. Same with video streaming platforms. Same with news platforms as well. It's all catered towards you. So as you were saying with TikTok, like you could be looking at it and being like, oh, these are all pro Harris videos that I'm looking at, and I feel like that's also very indicative of where we are right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's definitely something that we need to think about as well, is social media bias and how, like, it's happening as well. It's obviously not just Harris, it's happening very much so for Trump as well, again with Twitter and all that. So I agree.
Wow, thank you.
Can I put in, I think they call Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, perfect. Thanks so much, Caitlin.
1 sec. Let's just wait for the
Take
update
your time.
from the AP. No misinformation
Yeah,
here.
have.
They called Wisconsin. Okay. Yeah, Trump's won.
Trump's
won. He's a president of America. He's over the 270. So he has 277 electoral college votes.
Well, there you have it.
There we have it,
There we have
guys.
it, the next president of the United States.
We said we might get it on air. We did.
Oh my God, that's actually
so
crazy.
for people that don't, well, it's all probably Americans listening that the US president has to get 270 of the electoral college votes. Kamala Harris had 224, Trump had 267 up to 10 seconds ago. But Wisconsin was just called and they had 10 electoral college votes, so that got them over the line.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, there's still four states to be called, but that doesn't matter anymore. So yeah,
It's interesting.
interesting, guys.
Wow. I suppose
Wow.
it matters for like the senators and stuff.
The senators and stuff, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a different race.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like the only place that Kamala might get 2 electoral college votes is Maine. So yeah.
One thing we were discussing before going on air, which I think could be an interesting topic to touch on, is how you said it, Juice, earlier that each election that Donald Trump has won in, he has ran against a woman, whereas in the last election he
except for-
lost in,
yeah.
he ran against a man, whereas the ones he's won in is against a woman, which is quite interesting.
It is quite interesting. And it's a lot of like the talk around it becomes a lot about like gender. It's very gendered talking when people are like,
Yeah.
oh, which way are you going to go? And it's very, very interesting to listen to, but also to analyze, because it's like very like strange in the sense that when I'm looking on social media, for example, instead of all this stuff about like, taxes and whatever impacts, I'm seeing all the kind of talk around gender issues, women, and all this kind of stuff, which is quite interesting. And I wonder if it is obviously because there are 2 different genders involved, but also that's what seems to run on social media, is that kind of more because social media is a very activist space.
Yeah.
And those are like, you don't really see a lot of shouting around the streets with placards about just tax itself.
Yeah.
So
I think it's something that's also very different because in Ireland we've already had 2 female presidents, and in
Mm.
Europe and like in the EU we have a very wide range of political representatives that represent everyone, especially in the Netherlands, France, Germany. So it feels very old fashioned to have such a divide in the US, and especially when you see it on social media a lot, because it's not mentioned in Europe at all.
So I'm going to circle back for 1 sec, and we had the chairperson of Sinn Féin Society
We
in.
did, yeah.
And Juice, you'll remind me what his name is.
That's Oisin.
Perfect. So I have a little bit of audio there from Oisin on social media and possible desensitization around certain issues. So I'm going to grab that there now.
On the face of it, social media is great for politics because you can reach people where they are. You don't have to physically go out to them. Accessing information, there's some very good pages to do with the Middle East, to do with Irish politics, and so on, where people can get information. But I think, especially since Elon Musk took over Twitter, and it's just become a cesspit of bile, essentially. I think that maybe has turned a lot of people off of it. I think the desensitization point, though, is important because, I was saying it in the context of Trump, but we have it here as well, that, going back to the housing crisis, how is it that 5, 6, 7 years ago, whenever the homelessness figures went up, every month, and they were announced, it was the top story, and everyone was discussing it and saying, oh my God, isn't this awful? And now they're higher than they ever have been, and it just doesn't seem to be an issue maybe it's an issue for people. It's not discussed in the media. Other scandals and controversies take first place. And I think that's very dangerous if we were to get to a position where some very serious gaps, some very serious problems in society were just seen as that's the way it is and nothing you can do about it. So I think that's kind of a dangerous desensitization.
So that there was Oisin from the Sinn Féin Society here at UCC. And so you're listening to UCC 98.3 FM in Cork City, Ireland for Student News Live with thanks to Marshall University and William Patterson University with support from iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy and PBS NewsHour. Now, it's myself, Mia, but I am joined here by my other student producer, Juice, and 2 political students. What? Politics students. See, I don't even know the lingo. I'm a philosopher over here. Please leave me. Please leave me alone. But I think having a team like this in studio is a very interesting way to bring up a topic around, we were talking about gender in these campaigns. Now, 2 politics students, please weigh in, and I will give you my little philosophical insight shortly.
Do you want to go first, or will I?
Well, you go first, because yeah,
Okay. Well, I think I've seen a lot of talk about this in the days leading up to the election online, is the different standards that each presidential candidate has been held to. Like, and this is also, I think, a lot to influence which the different bases have. But if we're specifically examining it based on gender, Kamala Harris was a prosecutor, a senator, a vice president. You know, she has the CV, I suppose, for a candidate to apply for president, whereas Trump is a convicted felon. So there was a lot of talk online recently, a lot on TikTok actually, which was interesting because it's coming from a younger demographic, of how Kamala Harris has been held to such a higher standard because she is a woman, that it almost every aspect of her campaign, of her as a person, has been criticized and divulged into. Even the fact that it's really interesting how a lot of Trump supporters have attacked her for not having children, that it's almost, you know, she's at a, you know, a disadvantage. She's not able to understand American people because she doesn't have her own children. And I think that's something a lot of women can relate to, is the criticism of not being a mother, almost seeing it being seen as less of a woman, which is just interesting that it was used against her in her campaign rather than for her. Whereas you don't really see male candidates for president being criticized largely on their children. I know it is, you know, particularly always been a thing where if a president has a family, it's almost seen as a good thing, but it's never been such a particular analysis of a character flaw to not have children.
So I'd love to jump in on that, because that phenomena is known as the double bind, where a woman basically can't do right by any means. So you'd mentioned career there. If a woman gets a career, they're like, oh, but aren't you going to have kids? And then
Yeah.
if you have kids, what about your career? And so we can see that throughout the campaign with people's standards of Kamala Harris, where it's like, oh, but you're a woman, so you should be advocating for women's rights. But then people are like, oh, she's just using it because she's a woman, and da da. What? So that is what it's by a philosopher whose first name escapes me, but their surname is Fire, I think, Fyore. I could be like dyslexing that a little bit, but it is a really, really interesting thing to see when you see women in being covered in social media or by the media in general, where it is that critical lens that you don't see. They're on like different standards entirely.
Yeah, something that I saw that was quite interesting. I think was it somebody on Twitter brought it up. X, formerly known as Twitter, brought it up, saying that everyone, so females tend to be called by their first name, Hillary and Kamala. Now, I guess for Hillary, I guess there already was a Clinton, so I mean, plausible deniability, you could say, well, you're calling her by her first name because, you know, her husband was president. But with Kamala, it's not really that simple, you know, whereas people call Donald Trump, Trump. People call Kamala Harris, Kamala.
That's interesting, because when I was saying that sentence, I was like, do I say her full name? I was actually like, because I'm actually not hearing it in those discussions, so it didn't actually come naturally to me.
Yeah.
So I just used her full name to not be like, so me and my buddy Kamala. Like,
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
It creates like a sense of like connection between you and like Kamala Harris. But
Yeah.
when you say Trump, it's like you're
I
putting
think,
him on a
yeah,
pedestal.
I think
Yeah.
I
That's
saw like
interesting.
discussion about this, like you were saying, on TikTok as well, of how everyone is calling her Kamala. And I think we're all guilty of it. Even like I saw it and was aware of it and have still gone on to call her Kamala,
Yeah.
because it's such a thing that is done in our society of almost taking away the title from a woman. And it's, you know, given naturally to the man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see that most people don't refer to like female lecturers as doctor. They'll just go like so and so, where it's always the male lecturers would be referred to as like doctor.
Or even
Whoever.
when our lecturers, even within, I don't want to name names,
Yeah.
obviously, but when our male lecturers, a lot of the time we'll refer to them by their second name, even if we're not saying a doctor or their full
Mhm.
name. Whereas the women, we always would refer to them by their first name.
Yeah, that's actually
interesting.
very true.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I feel so wrong now for doing that.
I feel
it's
so
something
anti-feminist.
Yeah.
But it's so ingrained, and it's something like that's so kind of passive, and also like anything in like a society like this, it's only when you take a step back do you see like why it's fed, why it's been created in that way, you know.
Yeah.
But I guess before we go, I do want to include our Faith in Politics Vox Pop.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I do want to get you guys to chat. Oh, Juicy got something?
No, I'm just saying that's a really interesting one because I saw people being asked that question if they had in America being asked the question of if they if they had faith in the voting system, and a lot of people who were going for Trump said they did have faith in the voting system, which is very interesting. It's very interesting to see that because there was claims from the Trump side last 4 years ago that there was voter fraud. So to see that they actually now have some sort of what's the word, that they have confidence. Some of them anyway have confidence in the voting system is very interesting to see that.
But then there was, and you might weigh in on this, Juice, again, there was those attacks as well.
Yeah, there was, and I feel like Caitlin, you probably have more information on this than I do at the moment. But there was threats on voting stations, wasn't there?
This year the voting, it's actually quite saddening to hear, but there was many interviews by people who are running the polling stations in the States, and they have been trained for everything. Bomb threats, shooting threats. It is actually crazy how much they had to prepare this year and how genuinely scared they were to go work the polls, the booths, but they were going out and they were working it, hail, rain or shine. There was also many of the ballot boxes in Washington and in Oregon were set alight because in a few cities they can't even run polling stations due to threats. They have to do mail-in ballots. And was it 6 of them were set on fire?
That's
Like,
just
it's a crazy system.
Or I'm sure you've all seen even the videos and photos of like Washington DC with all the businesses bordered up
Yeah.
preparing for rioting just in case of worst case
something
scenario.
Yeah, they were doing major security all week for this. And
The
like,
FBI
this
even-
shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And the FBI even put out a statement, I think, telling people to basically don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, please no.
Everyone just stay home, just eat chocolate and just be depressed.
Just-
Like, oh my
yeah.
gosh. Just
So I'm gonna jump in with the Faith in Politics Vox. So I was running around like a crazy person around campus asking students their opinions and if they had faith in politics.
Anymore, to be honest. No, it's not that I don't have faith. It's just like there's no one you can really get behind this time, I think.
I think we are politics. Like, it's what we do, it's the actions that we take, it's who we vote for. I think, politics, it's not always very inspirational. Like, it's not always gonna mirror our biggest hopes and our biggest dreams.
I feel like at the moment, not as much as I probably should. I feel like we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and I feel like not enough people are willing to give other parties a chance because they feel like they'd kind of mess up the country more than Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have already done.
Not a whole lot.
Little to none.
Very little. I think most political parties are completely detached from what the actual issues are. Kind of the average person is facing, primarily transport and accommodation.
I have faith in politics. I think that, there's a lot of ability to change the way things are, and, it produces a lot of change makers. So it's just having that determination and the perseverance to kind of stick through, and hopefully things will change.
Irish political parties or like the political system? I think like pretty good system, to be fair. We've pretty good media system anyway. Like, we have a very good state public media service in RTE. I think they're very objective. And like, obviously, like everywhere in the world, we have our problems with media, but I think overall we're definitely one of the more stable countries in the world, one of the more stable like political systems. So I think we have a very like solid political system. All right. I wouldn't be sure about or like constituencies model. I think there's a lot of like the likes of Michael Healy-Rae who are getting elected because they're sorting out things for the fellas down the road. And those are the people that end up in national roles. So they're more concerned with local issues, even though they're meant to be representing the whole country. Like,
A lacking amount.
I guess I do have faith in politics. I think one of the biggest issues, though, with politics is that most people don't have faith in politics. I think that issue is probably needs to be solved in the next few years if we want to see our politics reflect us as a society.
So that was a little bit of feedback from students here in UCC in Cork City, Ireland. So you're listening to UCC 98.3 FM, and I'm here with Juice, Caitlin, and Alice. Now, Caitlin, you had said you're spieling some things here and you need to explain them to me. So yeah.
So as we all know today, this week marks the presidential election, but it also is the US Senate and the US House election, which in the Irish equivalent, it's the Seanad and it's the Dáil. In the US Senate, we have most seats have been called apart from 7, and 2 have been flipped from a Democrat seat to a Republican seat. 7 still be called. They were previous Democrat seats, so we'll see now, will they be flipped or will they still go to a Democratic senator? In the US House or Congress, we have a Republican majority and we still have 59 seats to be called. So in this, what this means towards like the presidency is depending on who controls the House, it will depend on what legislation gets passed. So as we now have a Republican president and a Republican majority in both House and Senate, it means that even if we had Kamala Harris as president, nothing would really get through due to the voting powers in both House and Senate. So it just makes it really illustrates where politics becomes politics.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think that a lot of students and young people understand that?
No, not really. People, especially American politics, it's been quite dramatized. So everyone focuses on the presidency. Where when I was like, oh yeah, and like the Congress and the Senate's up for election, they're like, what do you mean? I was like, people don't understand that. Though yes, the presidential election is so important. It really reflects on who gets in the House and Senate because that's where the voting happens and that's where legislation gets passed. And if we had even Kamala Harris as president and we had a Senate and a Republican majority in Senate and House, we wouldn't get anything through because they'd block votes. So yeah.
It's gone. I had an idea and it's gone now.
That's okay.
That's okay, Juice, that happens.
I think, though, that the general dominance of Republicans throughout each of these areas in the House, the Senate, and the presidency, it kind of, and in the governors as well at the moment, with 27 to 23 governors being elected as Republicans, I think it highlights an issue in the US that people are generally unhappy with what is happening there at the moment.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people discuss when you look at like Vox Pops is done with Americans, it's like issues with the economy, the price of groceries. And I know now some of the economy issues they talk about, there's arguments saying that they say Trump's economy was better. People argue that it was inherited from Obama. We could be an hour discussing the economy of the US, but I think there's a general issue with poverty and being able to afford the cost of living in the US, which has probably pushed people who would have voted again for Biden barely in the last election to push them towards Trump again in this election.
Economy was one of the biggest ones. It was one of the biggest when people were polled. They were asked, what are you voting for? Economy, I think, was the biggest one.
And it's an overarching
it's very telling
issue.
It's very telling. I mean, it's overarching. Like even here, even in Ireland, economy is a massive issue.
Yeah.
So that kind of tells you if it's an indication of what's going to happen coming forward with not just the US economy, but with any other economy happening as well. This might be an indication of something to come. Not sure. Can't call that, as you said, we'd be at that for another hour.
Yeah. That's it. And I suppose we have touched on how young people and students in particular get their information on elections and politics and figuring all that stuff out.
Yeah.
Yet there does seem to be that gap because now, as I'm saying, like a lot of the things that I'm seeing just passively on social media, but at least I know that I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't all there is to it. How would you guys say that this issue could be looked at or fixed a little bit? How could students get that information? Or is there anything that the college could do? On we'll just take it at a local level.
It's not on the student. See, the thing is, right? It's on the people themselves to get people educated, right? And I guess when you become a student, it is inherently on you to get yourself educated. But we should have supports. There should be supports in place for people to know what they want to know. It should be a lot more readily available for people. And I know, especially here, we're very lucky to have the conversation that we're able to have. There's a lot of people who are very politically inclined, and that's great. But for people that aren't as politically inclined, or for universities that just don't have political inclination, it's sad. It's sad to see that. And I feel like some sort of I don't know, mandating people to be able to give the option of education on these matters, I think would be quite important. But if you guys want to weigh on that, go for it.
I think it's within everyone's best interest to have an educated force going out to vote. And I don't even think that means is in education as in, oh, you have to have sat a leaving cert and you have to get a third level degree. I mean, general keeping citizens up to date with politics, unbiased sources that can lay out exactly what is happening and how it's happening and when you can vote and how to vote, making it accessible, if that's through social media or through the news. I know the Electoral Commission in Ireland does do a lot of work when it comes to referendums. Even increasing their capacity almost could be of benefit. I think having people educated in what they're voting for will increase, number one, turnout, but it also increases educated votes. It decreases the need for continuous voting. So like the referendum in Ireland we had recently, a lot of people didn't understand what was happening with that referendum, and now eventually we're going to have a second referendum. But if we'd went into that with it explained completely what this referendum meant, then there might only be need for one. In the long run, it saves us time, it's more efficient, it saves us money as well. Elections are expensive.
Oh yeah.
And I think overall people will be able to be more inclined to make decisions that can directly benefit them well, knowing that they have all the knowledge at their capacity to make the decisions right for them.
Yeah. One of the truest in the idea of democracy, like when you define democracy down to its truest point, one of the most important factors is an educated electorate. Like for a democracy to be effective and to be working, the electorate have to be educated. So
Oh yeah.
it is one of the most important concepts in if you want to call your country a democracy.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have something to weigh in on there?
Just before we finish off, I just want to say that you were and are listening to UCC 98.3 FM in Cork City in Ireland for Student News Live, with thanks to Marshall University and William Patterson University, and support from iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy, and PBS NewsHour. I knew that, by the way. I'm just looking down at my pants because I like them so much. There's nothing in my hands. I don't know.
I was wondering because I was like, what are you pointing at? Oh wait, the sheet is blank, I will say.
It is, yeah.
Like, I am impressed. It took you 1 hour to memorize, but no, that is impressive.
Yeah.
And I will say, guys, thank you so much for coming in to have this discussion. And I think that it's super important for students to be this engaged. And I feel like just by partaking in these chats with you guys, as I say, I'll say this for the 400th time, I'm not a politics student, nor do I feel like I'm very armed in the topic. But yeah, so I feel like I've gotten a big insight, and I feel like that I've been inspired to try and educate myself
Yeah.
in the general election coming up, because I find that like I try and do it every year, then it's like starting from scratch almost every time. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the chats.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
being
for
an
having
amazing
us.
host.
For having us. It's been a really
You've been
fun
brilliant.
opportunity, this.
Yeah.
I'm glad we had these conversations.
Yeah.
And just on like a final point, I guess, these conversations have to be had, without institutions like this, without student radio even. I don't think people would be able to say what they want to say on such a wide on such a
Mhm.
great way, because through student media, you're really able to get yourself out there. You're really able to express who you are and your beliefs, and that's incredibly important, especially coming into this election, coming into at home here in Ireland, coming into our general election. So like it's incredibly important that you get out there. You have your voice. You say what you say your voice. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words now. But it's incredibly important that you get out there and speak your truth.
Absolutely. So today now it's been myself, Mia, Juice here. We're studio producers, and we also have two politics students here that helped us get through this whole chat on the US election. So thank you so much for listening with Student News Live. But yeah, we're gonna call it a day, and thank you so much, guys.
Enjoy the rest
Thank
of
you,
your election.
everyone.
Bye, guys.
And I'm happy to bring back our wonderful conference co-chairs, Bill Selleck and Liz Ortiz, to introduce our final keynote. Hi, guys.
Hey, how are you? Thanks so
Oh,
much,
good.
Michelle. Awesome. We're going to switch gears and get our final keynote started. We are so excited to be able to welcome this cohort of truly amazing student journalists that are creating election content and reported stories with PBS Student Reporting Labs. This past year, SRL convened 26 students from across the US for their student advisory team. They met monthly to shape their 2024 election coverage plans. And this group pitched a student election podcast, and they're working together to produce a 7-episode election special edition of On Our Minds, SRL's mental health and teen life podcast, co-created with students.
Thanks so much, Bill. The future looks so bright, right? In this very anticipated keynote conversation, we'll hear from 3 of the students leading this work to discuss the impact they hope to have on young people this election cycle, how the podcast process has impacted their education and civic engagement, and how journalism has helped them to discover their sense of agency. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Pooja Sai Kona, Maria Wichter, Maggie LeBeau, and senior K-12 education reporter at LAist, Mariana Dale.
Joining all of you today. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm Mariana Dale. I report on education in Los Angeles, where I'm coming to you from now. And I am really excited to facilitate this conversation. Part of the reason I love covering education is the opportunity to hear directly from students about the things they care about, not the things I care about as an adult. And I'm really excited to introduce you all to the people that are making the Student Reporting Lab's election podcast happen in this critical year.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pooja Sai, and I'm going to be the co-host, a part of this project.
And next, let's hear from Maggie.
My name is Maggie, and I am a special correspondent for the podcast.
And last but not least, Maria.
Hello, my name is Maria Wichter. I am the social media content creator for this podcast.
Pooja Sai, can you start us off? You're the host of the podcast. How did you approach pitching the concept?
Well, I guess it's going to sound super cliche, but it kind of started from Nico, my co-host Nico, DMing me on Instagram and saying, hey, I have an idea, and he started telling me about, oh, maybe we should pitch to SRL about an elections podcast. And I'm not back then at least, I wasn't super into politics or elections. I knew the election was coming up, but other than that, I didn't know there was so much that goes into this entire process. So, Nico and I were talking, and while we were talking, we found out that there isn't a lot of young people or their perspective that's in mainstream media about anything election related. And that's really ironic is what we found out, because young people, especially for this election, I think they're very important decision makers for the election outcomes this year. So we were like, well, we're already associated with SRL in this way, and we have them as a great resource. So we're like, it wouldn't hurt to pitch it to them. So, we tried to gather so much support. We reached out to all the students we knew at SRL, and we were like, hey guys, we're thinking about proposing this to SRL, would you be interested? So, we got at the time 15 students that were super into it, and we created this entire presentation, and we pitched it to the producers, and they were into it. So I guess here we are today.
And Maggie, as one of the correspondents, I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you approached what topics it would cover. It's this elections is such a vast topic, and how do you pick out the pieces that you feel like students can best speak to or want to speak to in this moment?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, especially since there is so much to cover in an election. And one of the big goals of this podcast is to really educate young people about what is going on. And so we did a great job of dividing up episodes into topics. And in those episodes, there are about 4 to 5 students working on their own story. And this is a national podcast. So there are students from all over the country and representing themselves in their stories. And I think something that's really great about working on this is that you get to pick your own story and pitch it and really come up with something that is happening in your community or something that you really care about and connect it to a wider audience and to what the topic is you're covering. Like, for example, the episode that I'm working on is the Who Can Vote episode. So we're talking about voting access and motivation to vote, especially with young people.
And I know it's still in process, but I'm wondering if you can give us a little sneak preview of what you've learned so far working on your episode about access to voting.
Yeah, so it's been really interesting because it's so interesting to look at voting in different regions and amongst different demographics. So for example, one person in our episode group is working on the LGBTQ group in Florida and what they think of voting in Florida, which is such a red state, and how these laws are impacting them and if they still feel motivated to even go to the ballot box. And so when we were brainstorming that idea, I thought to myself, well, I'm really interested in looking at a heavily blue state and how people who are more, conservative and more rural feel about their access to voting. So I was really inspired by the LGBTQ story in Florida and kind of took it to where I live in Illinois and made it into how do rural and conservative voters feel about being in Illinois and if they're still motivated to vote and what they think that the future of the state looks like. So I think it's really cool that you can take a topic and connect it to anything that's going on. And another great story that we're helping produce is about homeless voting and homeless people voting in Detroit and looking at how people who are homeless can get access to voting and what their thoughts are on it. And another story we're working on is Puerto Rican voting rights, and their view of America. So really just within one episode, we have 4 different amazing stories going on. And there are just so many stories that we're looking forward to listening to once this comes out.
And Maria, can you tell us a little bit about your role on the show?
Yes, so I have the part that isn't as time consuming and serious as everyone else's. Mine is quite literally me having fun. I'm in a cow suit. I wear gecko outfits. I painted my face yellow. I'm basically explaining what is going on in the episodes. I'm also kind of bringing people to our podcast. So trying to get that engagement, trying to get people excited for the podcast, all those things. So yeah, I basically just dress up, have fun, do really cool graphics, and kind of create a fun little short film even of why you should listen to our podcast.
Now, I want to give you some kudos because it's no small thing to try and find an audience for something like the elections. Like, I'm a journalist right now, and I'm constantly thinking about how do I reach more people? How do I reach different audiences with the work that I'm doing? And we're increasingly seeing that, whether we like it or not, a place that people are getting a lot of their information is from social media. Maria, can you tell us a little bit about what kind of content really resonates with students in your experience?
Honestly, students or people really in general really connect with people being authentic and being honest and just being themselves. I found that is what gets the most viewers to follow me on my social medias or my Instagram. Just being yourself, being truthful, having clarity in what you do are probably something you've heard before. It's probably a little bit of a cliche, just being yourself, but honestly, it's the truth. People like people being themselves. People like people. So covering something like the election, I have to really find a middle ground because the election is a very serious topic, but no one wants to sit through a lecture for 10 minutes on TikTok. I don't. So I have to figure out, which is the hard part, how to make it not only informative, but entertaining as well for the younger demographic. A big thing that I found is really helpful is visual graphics, making things look fun visually and being yourself, making jokes, smiling. I have very bright red hair in some of my videos. I'm running around in different costumes. I'm playing funny music in the background, but I'm talking about something I'm passionate about. And I'm presenting it to people so that they learn, but they can smile while they're learning, I feel like you really do your best work when people leave your video with a smile on their face. So I try to have that same when I'm making these stories.
I love that. And I can't wait to see the videos. And I know there's a sneak preview in the chat right now. You can see some more tips from Maria and some examples. Pujasai, you're based in Frisco, Texas, but this show is national, like you all said. You're trying to reflect a wide swath of experiences. How do you make sure that the podcast is reflective of not just your community and your peers, but really students throughout the country?
That is something that I guess we would have to thank our entire podcast team for. All of our journalists that are associated with this project, we're not all from Texas. We're not all from California. We're from all over the nation. Like Maggie herself is from Illinois. Maria is from Michigan. I'm from Texas. Like my co-host Nico's from California. We have people in Florida. We have people in New York. Like they're all over the place. So, and when we have these meetings together, we are bringing this new perspective. We're bringing these new ideas because, you know, maybe I'm sharing something that happened in Texas, but then we have someone in New York, they're like, wait, hold up, but like this happened in New York. So it's a lot of just, you know, having this open conversation and being open to the new perspectives and opinions we have. And that really helps us to make sure this podcast, this season is really accurately depicting who we all are as Americans and who we all are as youth and all the things we're going through and everything we're seeing.
And as a follow-up, I'm wondering, what do you think makes it possible to have those really open and sometimes vulnerable conversations within the Student Reporting Labs team? I was listening to some of your past episodes, and I know there's different students that work on it at different times, but you talk about some really serious stuff like gun violence. And so what are some keys, do you think, to making sure that there's a space where students feel like they can authentically be themselves and really bring these ideas to the table?
That's very hard, I will say, just being vulnerable and stuff, because it takes this extra bit of courage to just say that one sentence, that one word that's really scary to say. But it's also important to remember, if you're thinking about saying this vulnerable thing, this opinion that might not be maybe usually accepted more against than others, we're all students and we're all student journalists. And what we do usually as student journalists, as I think opposed to others, is we listen to understand, we don't listen to respond. So we're okay if we don't agree with each other, because our overall concept is to understand each other's perspectives.
And Maggie, I don't know if you would have something to add for that. I know we have a lot of educators in our audience too. What tips you would have for them to create those kind of spaces?
I would say for educators, make sure that your classroom is really collaborative. One of my favorite aspects about working on this podcast has been our I think bi-monthly Zoom meetings where the special correspondents and the hosts get together and they just kind of go over what they've been working with. And I think that hearing other people's ideas can really get you excited about what to create, and just being around other young, inspired journalists is a really great way to motivate yourself. And I just think it's a great environment to learn more about what's going on and just hear from other people's perspectives. And I just feel like I've learned so much. And also another great thing is that we have episode meetings. So you meet with your small group. And again, like I said earlier, that was actually how I came up with my idea of my story, because I kind of thought about what the other story in Florida was looking at. And I was like, oh, I want to do that, but kind of flip it and look at the other side of the aisle, because I just think it's so important to have multiple perspectives, both demographically and politically. And yeah, so I think that's a great way. I think teachers should have students brainstorming with each other. And I just know that in all of my journalism experiences, just being, on my high school newspaper, I always thought it was great just talking to other young people, because you might have one perspective as a young person, but another young person might have a totally different perspective, which I think is really great. And so, yeah, just collaboration in the classroom is really important.
And Maria, is there anything that you'd want to add?
Yeah, so I feel as though with the social media perspective, a big thing that people who are trying to reach a younger audience could look at is more so focusing not only on just posting on social media, getting that one day post, getting the algorithm to like them, but focusing on having a connection with their community. The people that follow you because they like what you post. They like something about you. And that makes me happy. Like the 50 people that follow me, I'm like, wow, they really like Maria Witcher. I make them laugh. So I interact with them, you know, in the comment section. You know, I like their stuff. I follow them back. And I think that it's really easy to get sucked into the social media thing where you're just kind of on a pedestal. But the best way to get a good audience is to have good engagement and treat them like your neighbors. Like, this is community. And it's so weird because you're in community with someone across the country, but that's just the beauty in it, you know? So definitely being open to connecting with people in the way that isn't just texting them or posting your story, but connecting in them with the way that you care and showing them that you care through your content and how you go about that.
And Maria, I wonder if there's any misconceptions that you would want to dispel, or just things that you think are really important to know about how young people use social media. I know the conversation's gotten really heated lately. Here where I am in Los Angeles, the school district here announced that it was going to ban all cell phone use during the school day. And they said that the reason that is because they're really concerned about the mental health impact. But when I talk to students, sometimes I see a much different picture of the role that social media plays in their lives and how they absorb information.
Yeah, so social media definitely has its pros and cons. I mean, it's the internet, it's the whole entire world. So it's not always going to be perfect. But I do feel as though social media is a key tool that we have, and we can take advantage of it in today's age, especially when we want to cover something we're passionate about, like the election. Being that person, being that light to push out truthful, factual information about the election is very, very valuable. And in relation to students and social media, I wanted to say one of the biggest misconceptions I found is that the attention span thing is like, people will click off your video after 5 or 6 seconds. That's true, but you don't have to lower the quality of your work in order to get people to watch your video. You don't have to make your video have flashing lights, have backflip, people running around your screen to show something you're passionate about. There's many different ways to go about it, but the best way to go about it is honestly just being yourself and doing what you want to do, focusing on the quality of the content and not so much the quantity. And I think that it will really benefit you and it will show in your work.
But if the opportunity to wear a cow costume arises, like, definitely
Yes.
take it for sure. Pujasa, you said something earlier that I think resonated with a lot of people about how being a journalist means that you are listening to understand versus listening to respond. And I wonder how you kind of came to that conclusion, and whether there are other ways that being a journalist has shifted your perspective.
Yeah, so really, when I came with that, I made that up on the spot, guys. I didn't really think it would hit, but so I really thought about that after really me and Nico kind of talked a lot. Now, obviously, Nico lives in California and I live in Texas. Like, we are not the same. The state demographics we're living in, like what our state legislation is doing, it's so different. And obviously, our experiences are different too. So when Nico and I are having these open conversations, and student journalists, we're people, you know, we have experiences too. So when, you know, Nico and I are talking ourselves as student journalists, he might have a different opinion than me and I have a different opinion than him, but we don't criticize each other because we understand that the opinions we have, they're made off of the experiences that we've lived through, the experiences that we've had. So when we're talking to people, when we're making these episodes for our podcast, the people we're talking to, like, I know that Maggie is talking to conservative people for her piece. And now I don't know what Maggie's opinions are like during the elections, but obviously she's going to listen to understand what those people are feeling about the elections. Like, even if Maggie might not be a conservative, her opinion, I don't want to say your opinion doesn't matter, but it's important to understand their perspective, because understanding someone else's perspective kind of just makes you be aware of those perspectives and know that, wow, there's people that aren't like me, but we're so similar and so different in the same way. It's just fascinating because as a student journalist, you talk to so many people and you're just like, wow, we're all, at the end, we're really all humans.
And if you don't mind, Mariana, could I add on to that?
Go for it.
I think it's funny that Pujasai was talking about my example, because before when she wasn't talking about my story specifically, I was kind of thinking about my own story and what she was saying, because like when you really are trying to consider the different perspectives, like mine is talking about conservative voters, but it's also really interviewing people who are conservative, but also living in downstate Illinois. And I am from the Chicago area, and I live in the northern part of Illinois. So I just thought, for my experience, it was really interesting to interview people who live in completely different areas than me politically and both geographically. But it's really about understanding what their life is like and what their beliefs are, because I interviewed somebody who said he has lived on a farm and he has lived in a very rural area. But for me, that's not what my living environment looks like at all. But the great thing about that is that it really expanded my knowledge about the state of Illinois, the state that I live in. And, just looking at like Nico, for example, he lives in California, right? But he lives in, I think, the San Francisco area, but somebody who lives in like Sacramento might have a completely different experience than him. And even though you live in the same state, or even though you live in the same country, right? And that's such a great thing about this podcast, is really getting to talk to so many different people, and people from all over the place with completely different beliefs and views.
Yeah, it sounds like it's really opened up your mindset to be a journalist and to do interviews in a way that, reading stories in a book or even watching videos online hasn't. And Maria, how has taking on this role as a journalist kind of shifted your perspective, or what do you think you've learned, even just as a person, from taking part in this project so far?
Yeah, so besides running around in a cow costume, there are a lot of lessons I've learned from doing this. Recently, I worked with Michaela. She's one of the people who are working on an episode regarding homeless voters in Detroit. And when we were discussing like what she learned from her interview, I learned that like there's a lot of people who are very passionate about the upcoming election and like the upcoming the voting. And I don't know, I didn't grow up in a family who was very big on elections and politics. They were more so like football fans before they voted for presidents. Like they were doing fantasy football every day, but when it came to elections, it wasn't the same energy. So when Michaela took me along with that, it was really insightful to hear people talk so passionately about what they care about, and people to really put elections and politics in a light that I've never really seen it before. And it really made me feel more, I don't know, I got emotional like watching the video, but I really wanted to make sure I did everyone a justice when doing the story, because the internet is so big and, you can reach really far places. And I want to be a beacon of like light and positivity when I do my stories, so I can reach deeper depths of the world. Someone from a whole other country could see my video. And I think knowing that and knowing the place that I'm in, and I represent a lot of this for social media, I want to make sure I do it correctly, because I know that this upcoming election is extremely important for a lot of people. And this podcast has showed me that in many different ways. And honestly, I'm really happy to see that now, because next year I'm gonna be a voter, and I did register to vote. So yeah, it really got me more connected to politics, a lot more than I was before.
We love to hear it. And you brought up an important point, I think, which I think for people who are of voting age and who are able to vote, it's like, well, the election is important because you're going to be voting in the election, so you should know what it's about. But not all students who are in high school or middle school or even elementary school at this point, they're not going to have the ability to vote in the fall. So I wonder what advice you all would have for making the election still be an engaging topic for folks who aren't yet able to vote. And it might be because of their age or even something like their immigration status.
I would say that that's a really important question. And I have met so many people, especially in high school, who, aren't seniors in high school yet and are like, why should I pay attention to this? It's not going to affect me. And first of all, with that, I think a lot of this podcast is about showing people how politics and elections can affect them, even if you're 14, right? But the other thing is, I think driving home how you can be involved in politics and civics and advocacy and not be able to vote. There are so many different ways that you can get involved. Just keeping up with the news, that's really important if you live in America, and seeing how it does affect you. And also getting involved in organizations, or you could canvass for a local politician, and really paying attention to the local things that are happening. Like, an abortion ban might not affect a 12-year-old, but the local road system might, because they might not be able to get to school if there's a bunch of potholes and they get a flat tire in their car. There's things like that. And so even if not every issue applies directly to you, there are so many different things that you can pay attention to and also get involved. And also a lot of local governments have youth boards, or things that are trying to engage young people. And I think that's so important to keep an eye out for. And again, that's a big reason why we're doing this podcast in the first place, to get young people who can't vote more motivated and more interested in politics and civics beyond just the classroom.
And I'll add on to that, but I think it also goes back to these two questions you're kind of introduced when you're in kindergarten, what it means to be an American, or what is the American dream. I myself, I'm not a citizen here. My parents, we immigrated from India here. And, when I was younger, I'm wow, America is this amazing thing. I can't wait to vote. I can't wait to do everything, right? But, and my parents they left India because they're wow, we came here to give you a better opportunity at everything. And I'm okay, that's a lot for a child, but okay. And so, when I was in kindergarten, I'm America is this great place. I would probably say the pledge, I would probably stand up for the Star Spangled Banner and everything. And then as you grow older, and you're when I started reading the news, I'm wow, there's a lot of things wrong with our country. Even if we're very progressive, even though if we have a lot of good change that is happening, there's still a lot of work we have to do. And so for me personally, what this project and what being involved in in elections and politics means to me is in a way, it's kind of a tribute to my parents, because they left everything they knew back in their home. They left their family, they left their friends, they left all of those experiences that they've had there to come here. I'm over here complaining, I'm gonna go off in college in 2 years. I'm over here complaining that, oh no, I'm gonna go to college 4 hours away. I can't do this. And my parents over here literally crossed 7 oceans, and I don't ever see them complaining. So it's kind of a tribute. For me, at least, it's can I try to make this American dream a reality that they thought it was? What happened? That's what encourages me to fight anyway for these rights, that encourages me to be a part of this podcast, make sure people see that, hey, your vote, what you believe in matters, because that's going to affect the future generations. And those future generations, obviously we're going to create change that's coming.
And I would like to add on very quickly. I 100% agree with everything that was said. And even for me, when I was younger, when you hear something repetitively over, years and you growing up, you begin to feel more passionate about it, or you grow closer to it. And if we push out the election more and our political system more to a younger demographic, which is what we're doing now, we'll be able to see a better outturn in our upcoming elections. And so we're not only affecting the youth now, but we're affecting the youth in the future and generations to come, which is the goal here with putting out information for young people. So yeah, I feel it's very, very, very important to not only be a young person passionate about journalism, but bring other young people. I'm in school telling everyone, I put flyers up around my school about the election, about places they can go. I'm learning how to animate so I can draw little stories for the people in my little brother's elementary school. These are just some little things that I'm doing to put more to my community and help them to make better choices and put out what they're passionate about, because everyone loves something, everyone's passionate, everyone cares about something. And I think though, because the election in America is so big, it's easy to think, I won't have a voice here, but we really, really have a voice, Posting on social media, you have a voice. So keeping that in mind whenever we're doing the election is something that I find very crucial. And I keep that in the center when doing this project.
And I wonder if participating in this process has changed the way that you seek out and absorb and analyze information from different sources on different topics. And this can go to anyone first.
The way that I kind of do it now is when after I read this really interesting topic or something, even if it's the most credible source possible, I'll like go to my friends or I'll go to like my parents and I'll just start talking about it because I think whatever that article says, like it might be so factual, it might be like most accurate information possible, but I will still go to like my friends and stuff and have like an open conversation about them because again, the writer who wrote it, maybe they have, of course, journalists, we all try to be like unbiased and stuff, but sometimes it happens, like people, it's not just journalists, but every person does have a biasy and like there's no way to just get rid of that. So how I do it is I just kind of go and like always have an open conversation. And even if I'm the only one talking, at least I get it in somebody else's mind to start thinking about it.
Maggie, what about you? How has this changed, or has it changed the way that you absorb information or kind of explore different topics?
Well, I would say something really great about this podcast is that it has opened my mind up to doing more research. And a really great aspect that we have is that we actually have 2 fact checkers working on this podcast. And this podcast isn't just educational for the people listening to it, but it's also been educational for all of us, I would say, because we get to learn how to fact check for our pieces and really develop context in what we're talking about, especially since we're all talking about different things and a lot of these issues are local issues. Like, for example, me, like if you don't live in Illinois, you're not going to really know that much about the demographics and the politics of what I'm talking about. But, I have a little blurb at the beginning talking about the context and the history of Illinois politics and the different populations in the state. And I got to work with one of the fact checkers, Risa, a lot on what to include in that and also what to look for in my research if I should look into numbers or facts or little anecdotes, because I think a really cool part of journalism is that you can incorporate so many things. You can incorporate numbers, but you could also incorporate personal stories into the same story. So that has been a really great experience, just broadening my fact-checking skills and my researching skills for sure.
And Maria, is there anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, so with this podcast happening, is really appealing to your ears because it's a podcast and there's not much video being presented. So that's kind of where I come in to be the eyes for you and to be the video. So making it look appealing and understandable through infographics and animations is something that I've been really working hard on so that I can present these numbers and statistics in a way that is not only informative, but fun, and a way that you will see it and you remember and retain that. Because that's my goal, is for you to leave with something. So kind of taking what they're doing and the work they put in, the research they put in, and putting it into visuals for your eyes and social media.
We are going to get to audience questions in just a couple of minutes, so you can go ahead and start queuing those in the Q&A. I am really excited to see what our audience wants to know from the students and share the microphone a little bit. But I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming podcast launch. On Our Minds Election 2024 comes out. First, it launches at the end of August. So I'm sure y'all are like deep in production right now. I always know that's like for me a kind of like a nervous part of my process is like right before the thing comes out and then like immediately after the thing comes out. And I know that people are going to like start responding to it. And for you all, what do you hope is the impact that the podcast and all of the surrounding content on it has?
I'm really hoping that for this podcast, it will make politics, government, civics, and voting more digestible for a young person, because the subject can be really dense and really complicated, especially, Mariana, like you said at the beginning, an election, especially in a national election, a presidential election, is such a big thing. It's hard for anybody to really grasp or to really keep paying attention to it, especially in this 24/7 media cycle and social media. There's just so much getting thrown at you. I just hope that this can educate people and make it a little bit less intimidating. And also the fact that we're all young people, youth correspondents presenting these stories, I think is going to be super helpful for that, because we know that young people are going to listen to their fellow young people a lot more than, older adults, or no offense, but to their parents. Like, they're going to listen to their friends maybe a little bit more than their parents from time to time. So, and I hope that it's really inspiring that, some person might be, oh, well, these young people are doing it. These, like a 16-year-old can do it. Why can't I? And maybe they'll get into journalism, but even if it's not that far, just, pay a little bit more attention to politics, or be a little bit more hopeful and excited, especially since a lot of people's representatives, senators, and our presidents are a lot older than we are. But, if there's a couple of journalists out there reporting on young stories and there are young journalists, there's that representation that can really inspire people to get more involved in civics.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because even though I try to talk to a lot of students in my reporting, in some ways, even my stories are shaped by my perspective, by my editor's perspectives. And really what you're getting with your all's work is something that is not only like student voice, but you guys are initiating and creating everything that you hear, everything that you see on social media. So Pujasai, what are your hopes and dreams for the impact that this project will have?
I'm really hoping that I hope that like schools see this and they understand that, students, like, we care more than about politics and elections. And we don't really have the space in schools that much, or really in even a class, really, to talk about what's currently happening in our country, currently, like the issues that are currently happening. So, I don't know how it's going to happen, but it would be nice if, if teachers start seeing this and they're like, okay, why don't we just talk about what's happening right now, guys? Like, what are your guys' thoughts about these issues? Because, I get it, like, schools don't want to get involved in like all these politics and stuff. Like, that's totally understandable. But are they expecting us students to just like act like this just didn't happen around me? Like, so I'm really hoping that, this podcast can kind of, I guess, inspire schools to, start this and start these conversations.
And I feel as though the thing I'm most excited to look for in this is, honestly, I really got into journalism because of my journalism teacher sophomore year, and she pushed me a lot, and I didn't even know anything about. I couldn't even spell journalism for me to even be doing it, but she got me into it. Mrs. Crouch is amazing, and I hope that people who are in this webinar will see us, and want to push their students more, and see the podcast and show that to their students, and their students be like, oh, I can do that. I can go out and do a story. I can post on social media about something I'm passionate about. I want us to be the beacon that puts other young people who were like me when I was younger and I didn't know what I wanted to do, and help show them something that they may be passionate about, and show them something that they can genuinely enjoy and make into a lifelong career. Because this is really fun. But yeah, honestly, just to motivate others is my biggest goal with this.
Thank you for bringing fun into it and for bringing fun to this conversation, because I think levity is something that we really need when we're thinking about the election coming up. We have gotten some awesome questions, so I want to share a few of those. This one comes from Leslie, who writes, would you all be willing to share some of your processes for fact checking or for research? And Maggie, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that's a really important question and a very relevant question to this conference for Namely. So like I said earlier, we do get to work with somebody whose whole job it is on this podcast to fact check. But I would say in my specific process, when I have a question about something, I search it up, but I try to look at as many sources as I can. Like, for example, when I was looking at, the history of Illinois politics, I just briefly, scanned Wikipedia, but I also looked at news sites, historical sites, but also just blogs. But I also just kind of asked around, my family members, my friends. And so I would say that finding a wide variety of sources, online, in person, whichever you can do, is really important to expand your perspective. And we've been talking about that this entire session, and I think that's really important. Another thing is just going and checking the numbers, doing as much research as you can, and finding a lot of sources. So yeah.
I would also say that what I usually do in my fact-checking processes is I would compare my sources to see if is this statistic matching this other statistic that this source is telling me? Is this fact matching this fact that this other source is telling me? To try to see okay, are they kind of saying the same thing, or are they like totally apart? And obviously checking like things like the URL. Is it a .org? Is it .edu? Is it a some blog? Like, simple things like that just helps make sure that the information that we are trying to get across in this podcast, like we're making sure that these youth are getting accurate information.
And I would just quickly like to add on before Maria speaks. Sorry. I would just like to quickly add on. I appreciate how important fact checking has been throughout this podcasting experience. SRL really prioritizes that because of how important this podcast we hope it is. We're really trying to make sure it's as accurate as possible. And, we are an educational podcast because the internet is such an overwhelming place. We want to make it a lot easier for people to access information about the election. So we need to make sure that the information that we are giving is completely accurate. And especially once we interview people in our stories, just making sure what they say is accurate, fact checking what we're reporting. And yeah, that's just really important for us.
Yeah, and for my infographics and things where I talk about data, I like to look at research papers. I learned that a lot from Ms. Crouch. It was an assignment. It was our final exam. So I had to make sure my data was very correct because I lost so many points if it wasn't. So looking at different types of research papers and comparing and contrasting data, seeing what's consistent, seeing what isn't, seeing what has fluffy language is what I like to call it. When they say stuff that isn't very direct, but it tries to hint at something else, those may be ideas of bias. And you want to try and like dive into that and see, is it bias or is it the truth? Looking at little details, it's really analyzing every little detail of information, especially specifically for me because of infographics. I have to tell the right data to show what's going on in this country, especially with the election being such a serious topic. So yeah, definitely comparing, contrasting data, reading research papers, reading some books even too. I know no one wants to read a book, but I had to read a book a couple times to learn definitions about what certain election terms were. I have so many books on this desk about politics because I didn't know anything about it. So yeah, just being really curious and open to learn is the best advice I can give on research in general.
And I want to know if you all have any advice for engaging middle schoolers around the topic of the election, especially given the challenge. And middle school can be kind of like this fraught, awkward time, I think, for both students and then also for the teachers that they work with. So what are your tips or ideas?
I would say when I think back to myself in middle school and I think about all of my friends, we weren't thinking about an election. We were thinking about the acne on our faces. If we talk to our crush, just your typical middle school shenanigans, right? And I would say, especially for teachers who are trying to drive home the election, trying to present it in creative ways, especially how Maria was talking about it. One, showing the perspective of young people, kind of a plug, but, showing young journalists that can definitely help because they might take it more seriously if it's coming from somebody around their age. And the other thing is just showing all different types of methods. And I'm sure teachers are very familiar with this, especially nowadays with social media, but showing all different types of media and ways to engage your students. Because, if you just lecture them, if you just have a textbook in front of them, it's just like every other class that they're attending that day, right? It's just like their science and their math classes, but really engaging them and, throwing a little bit of fun into it, like Mario was talking about, can really help them be more excited, because these middle schoolers are already struggling with their own mental health and their self-esteem. We can't just show all of the negatives of the election and just politics in general, because there is such a depressing tone regarding politics a lot of the times. Like, I tell my family that I want to be a political journalist, and they go, why would you ever do that? That's so depressing, or it's such a corrupt space. And so really showing the hopefulness of it. And, one of our episodes is talking about youth candidates, young candidates who, might be just reaching adulthood and running for an office or getting involved in a youth board. And I think that can get people more excited, and that can show middle schoolers that, yeah, they can actually get involved beyond the classroom. So yeah, just showing them that they can somehow impact the election, regardless of if they can vote or not.
Thank you, Maggie. And Pujasai, do you have anything to add?
I think it's also important. I think I would love it at the time when I was in middle school anyway. I think I would have loved it if my teachers were actually like, they were really real about this. If they even talked about politics and elections in the first place. Like, I didn't think about any of this until like literally like 8 months ago, guys. Like, and if teachers really were talking about it again in a very creative way, because that's really an only way you can really engage with a 7th grader, and like being real with what they are, just don't do it and then like give them homework about it. Like, have an actual open conversation and like just talk to your students. Like, don't show them a presentation. Nobody's paying attention to a lecture. Just literally make one of those circles you make when you're in kindergarten with like a group, and like just have honest conversation somehow.
Yeah, for my school, I have a teacher, Miss Harrington. She does a great job at making really difficult topics into fun activities. Something she does is like engagement with us. She has a gallery walk. I love a gallery walk. I like looking at pictures and like deciphering what that is. Or she will have us all like Pujasai said, we just sit and have a little community conversation about what we think we don't know. When I was in 7th grade, COVID was happening. And I was very into politics. I thought I was going to be the president. I was so into politics. So with that being said, I definitely appreciated my teachers for having that space for us to learn more and showing what the truth is. Because when you're young, you don't really know. When I was 13, I didn't know if .org or .blog was a difference, but there's a difference for sure. So yeah, just being open to having some fun ways to explore these topics. And I think that it will greatly benefit the students, not only now, but in the long run too. Because just like me, I still remember what happened 5-6 years ago from a lot of my other teachers.
And as we get ready to wrap up the conversation, and I want to thank everyone for their thoughtful questions, we've talked a little bit about how being a journalist has shaped you, how this topic has shaped you, but it seems like a critical part of what you all are doing with Student Reporting Labs is actually connecting to other students across the country. And so I thought we could close by everyone sharing one example of something that they have learned or some feedback that they've received from another student that has shaped them. And Pujasai, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so this goes out to a lot of students actually, but the biggest feedback at least I've gotten is they're always like, don't hold yourself back, like just say the things you need to say. Because I'm a very anxious person. I'm always like, oh no, what will other people think of me? What will like if I put this in, what would the person who's reading this think about me? And one of my friends from SRL, like, he was like, don't hold back, just say everything you need to say. But yeah, that's my biggest like advice and stuff.
I mean, I feel like that's applicable at all ages. I'm going to take that too. Go, Maggie.
I would say, well, first, just something that I've gained from working with SRL is some great friendships. And, those friendships can help you out journalistically, but also be there to support you as a journalist. Like, sometimes I'll post something and Pujasai will like heart it or like respond. And it's just so kind, having a lot of people there to support you and amplify you, especially since being a young journalist can be so intimidating. And but I would say the other thing is just learning about so many different stories. So for example, in my Who Can Vote episode, there is one story on the Puerto Rican perspective of young people and their view of America and also voting. And I took APUSH, but I did not really know that much about Puerto Rico, the history of Puerto Rico. And Nico has been reading so many books about it, has been talking to Puerto Ricans, and on our Zoom call, we had 2 Puerto Rican high school students. They came on and they were talking about the process of developing their story. And I was just sitting there in like absolute amazement about all of their knowledge on their country. And it was so fascinating learning about Puerto Rico and it's so interesting. Like, for example, their political parties, a lot of it is based on their relationship with America. I didn't know that we had that much influence on them until they were telling me about it. So I think something super great about this podcast is just learning about so many different stories that I've gotten to do and that I've gotten to hear about and help edit and produce. So it's been a really amazing experience.
Can't wait for that episode.
Yeah, and I feel as though for me, the biggest takeaway I've gotten is just to be Maria, honestly. Like, I don't want to have people come onto the social media account and not leave feeling positive or having a smile on their face. And I understand that's a little bit optimistic of me, but I feel as though it's possible. This is a really dense topic and election times can be scary. And I want to be a safe place for people to come and learn without having heated arguments or, really scary remarks or threatening remarks in the video. I just want to make people smile, honestly. So in whatever way I can. So doing this is the way I'm choosing to, and the way I'm hoping to not take away from the fact that this is really important, but also smile about it. Like, you have a voice, like that's something to smile about, and focusing on the positive, because perspective is everything for me.
Pujasai, Maggie, Maria, thank you so much for all of your work on Our Minds, Election 2024. Thank you for taking the time to be part of this conversation and inspiring us as we just barrel the election in the fall. And I am going to turn it over to the staff at Namely.
In 2019, Santiago Mayer was a high school student when he started Voters of Tomorrow, an organization that helps young people engage with politics and helps politicians engage with young people.
Until lately, no one really took young people in politics seriously. And that's largely due to this historical notion that young people don't vote. But no one was really working hard for their vote.
Despite his status as a first-generation Mexican immigrant who can't vote in the U.S. elections, Mayer was determined to get his classmates more engaged in politics through his social media platform.
We have so many incredible young people, many of whom also can't vote, who are working to accomplish this vision because they understand that their future is at stake as well. And if they get that, how can I not?
Voters of Tomorrow now has local chapters in 23 states and moved in their first office in Washington, D.C. in June. They are led by volunteers ages 16 to 27 who run creative left-leaning campaigns. Voters of Tomorrow has pushed youth into politics by giving out banned books, a COVID-era Prom at the Polls campaign, and have passed out condoms branded with voter registration sites.
We have so many phenomenal chapter members who all come to us with ideas. And that's something that no campaign is going to do, no other organization is going to do. That's something that we did because we felt that was going to grab people's attention, and it did. It was very successful.
In 2016, less than half of eligible 18 to 34-year-olds cast a ballot in that year's presidential election. In 2020, youth voter turnout surged to 55%. The largest increase of any age group and the highest turnout since 1972. In 2019, Roxy Ndabamadu became the youngest woman and first Black woman elected to Bowie, Maryland's City Council. She's a Republican who worked with the nonprofit Running Start that trains young women to run for office.
It was super important that we not only change the narrative around how young people engage in elected office, but we pass legislation that is most closest to the issues that they find themselves caring about and being affected by.
She says youth are often unaware of local political opportunities or don't know how to get started, and some face resistance when they try.
There were a lot of challenges that I faced running for office, specifically as a young woman and specifically as a Black woman. Let's start with the young piece. Oh, wait your turn. She doesn't understand government. She doesn't get it. Maybe next time, why don't you volunteer, and then when this comes around in a few years, then maybe you'll be in a better position to run.
During her campaign, she hired college students to help her understand the problems young people face and the social media platforms they used.
I remember when Barbie came out and she did this TikTok video where it said, "Hey Barbie, hey Barbie, hey Barbie," and it was pictures of me in different forms of my life.
Earlier this year, Congressman Darren Soto, a Florida Democrat, held a press conference with a coalition of youth political activists to promote a bill that creates a Young Americans Advisory Council in the White House.
There's so much at stake when you think of the decisions being made up here in Washington for young people. These are Americans who are going to be around the longest.
Voters of tomorrow and Santiago Mayor were at that press conference and visited lawmakers on Capitol Hill. A Tufts University poll shows that youth could turn out big again in 2024. 57% of 18 to 34-year-olds say they are extremely likely to vote, and 15% are likely to vote.
That doesn't happen by accident. The reason those rates are increasing is because never has more attention been paid to young people, and never has more attention been paid to young people's interest in government.
For the PBS News Student Reporter Labs, I'm Morgan Hawkins in Washington, D.C.
The American dream of owning a home or even renting one is turning into a nightmare. Home prices have jumped 47% since 2020, and half of all renters nationwide are cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on rent, according to the 2024 Harvard University Housing Study. University of Michigan Associate Professor Roshanak Medapana is the director of the Housing Solutions for Health Equity Initiative.
Housing has shifted from this idea of a basic human right to now becoming a commodity. It's no longer seen as this basic shelter that every human should have. And so when you move into that investment territory, that's when things get more difficult.
And the 2024 Detroit Metro Area Community Study found the cost of housing is on voters' minds. Mara Asfield is the University of Michigan faculty lead of the study. She says that about 50% of Detroiters prioritize some element of housing costs as an issue that they want the government to address.
When people say the economy, they're talking about housing. When people say cost of living, they're talking about housing. Even when people talk about schools, they're talking about housing. It's one of those things that really permeates all of the policy issues that we see creeping up as a really big concern for Detroiters and Americans throughout the country.
Affordable housing is one of the top concerns for young people.
We really saw this pop out among younger Detroiters, and this is consistent with national polls that younger Detroiters and younger Americans are far more concerned about the cost of housing, especially as they're entering into that phase of their life where they're starting to pay their own rent or starting to put down payments on their own homes.
A 2024 Harvard Kennedy School youth poll found that 56% of people ages 18 to 29 nationwide say housing is more important than other issues in the United States today.
Yes,
Medapana says the reason housing costs hit younger people harder are complex.
And this can be attributed to multiple factors, including housing that is more expensive and many more hurdles or barriers for individuals to have to cross, from credit scores to having enough of a down payment and such. And now we're at a time where interest rates are so high that it all makes it very difficult for younger folks to buy their first home.
Medapana says solutions include expanding eviction protection programs to protect renters facing financial hardship, And Asphil adds that contractors are not motivated to build affordable housing because of lower profit margins. Government policies could change that.
Cost of living is seen as something that's really dictated more heavily by federal policies than by local policies.
Addressing issues important to young voters may be especially important in a key swing state like Michigan.
If we want to see more young voters participate in the electoral process, then we need to pay more attention to the issues that they're saying are their top concerns, and housing is clearly high ranked among them. Voters are looking for candidates to say they hear the concerns of the public and that they have a plan to address that.
Good afternoon, my name is Madison Meyer, and I am a senior from Harrison High School, as well as a teen journalist for Vox ATL. Here at Harrison, I produce our school podcast, Hoya's On Air, and I'm the founder of our school newspaper, Hoya Headline News. Here at Harrison, we have our own voting polls, which I got to walk through on my way in today. They've been a little bit slow this morning, but we anticipate that they'll pick up as we roll more into the afternoon. Many voters in Georgia have actually participated in voting through early voting and mail-in ballots. In fact, more than 3 million Georgia voters participated in early in-person voting, and more than 200,000 did mail-in ballots. Here in Cobb County, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Sean Harris go head-to-head for District General. More information on that soon. But in regard to the presidential election, tensions have been high in recent months, with a visible uptick in the amount of campaign gear. In my neighborhood, at least, almost every single yard has a sign on the front lawn that says Harris or Trump. In our AP Government class here at Harrison, students are participating in a congressional simulation where they've split into Republican and Democratic parties, which many of them have expressed is causing them a little bit of anxiety as we move forward this tense week. Here in Cobb County, many voters seem mostly concerned with taxes and civil rights. One voter I spoke with yesterday even conveyed that she was stocking up for the election, buying toilet paper in bulk and other necessities. She said that this was because she was worried that taxes would rise almost exponentially depending on who won the election, and she was worried about her ability to provide for her family. She did admit that this was a little unfounded, but I think that her anxieties are representative of most of the country in today's election. It's very reminiscent of 2020 in that way. That's all that we have from Harrison High School for right now, but make sure to tune in later through Student News Live for more updates soon.
Hi, I'm Allie Rock. I am one of the instructors here at the Ohio Media School, and I'm also one of your live correspondents here for Student News Live. I'm going to be doing my best to keep you up to date with what's happening here in Cincinnati and Hamilton County, as well as just Ohio in general. Our students are currently out in the field filming content for you guys so that you guys are always aware of what's going on, at least here in Ohio, as far as that goes. Of course, major things on the election ballot here. We have the presidency. Several Supreme Court seats are up for grabs. We also have a U.S. Senator's race between Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. There are also several races for county commissioner, as well as our Congress seats. Greg Landsman is our incumbent. Orlando Sanza is his opponent in today's race. And then again, we have state reps, sheriffs, treasurers, and clerk of courts positions on our current ballot today. One of the other major issues is issue 1. It's about redistricting and removing certain politicians from that process, or creating a 15-bodied commission of citizens to decide how districts will be drawn according to the political maps. So some people want a yes vote on that, which gives you the Citizens Committee, and some people want a no vote on that, which will keep it with 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats on the board, and then the rest of the seats to be filled by citizens to decide, again, where you would vote, where your polling places would be, and the district that you would officially be in. Both sides are claiming that this will help end gerrymandering, but again, this is up to the people, and that is issue 1 that is on our ballot. We've also been making sure that people are aware that they have until 7 p.m. to vote here. So again, 7 p.m. most polling places are beginning to, 6:30 most polling places will begin to close, but as long as you're in line by 7 p.m., you should be fine. If you need any provisional ballots, you can always go to your local board of elections, and they can give you a provisional ballot as well as a receipt. And then also, if you need to find out any information specifically here in Hamilton County, you can go to votehamiltoncountyohio.gov. That's votehamiltoncountyohio.gov. Or you can go to ohiosos.gov. That's ohiosos.gov to find out where you should be voting, and if you need any further assistance with how you should be voting this evening, meaning if you need to find your polling location, if you had any issues at the poll, that kind of thing, the Board of Elections can help you, but you can also find more information at ohiosos.gov. ohio.ohio.gov. I've been Allie Rock. I'm reporting live for the Ohio Media School here in Cincinnati, Ohio. You guys have a great day. I'll see you later.
The sun is getting lower and the sky is getting darker, but the lines at Harrison High School's polls are only growing longer. My name is Madison Meyer, and I'm a senior from Harrison's broadcast program, Hoya Vision, here to give you some updates. Almost all of the propositions that voters in Cobb are voting on relate to taxes. For example, one proposition is about creating a Georgia tax court to handle taxation issues outside of the general judiciary system. Another seeks to raise the amount of personal property tax exemption from $7,500 to $20,000. Another proposition would allow the state to keep property taxes on homes from going up too much, but would give local governments the ability to opt out if they chose to do so. Finally, the MSPLOS proposition would enforce a 1% increase in sales tax to provide funding for the expansion of transportation systems like the MARTA and better connect Atlanta with Cobb County. My education as a journalist goes back to my sophomore year of high school when I took my first journalism class. Since then, I've become a producer on my school's podcast, Hoya's On Air, and I founded our school newspaper, Hoya Headline News. I also work as a videographer for Skillshow and Wow Factor, as well as a student journalist for Vox ATL. All of those experiences have prepared me for covering this election by giving me experience with harsh deadlines. This coverage does, however, differ from my previous experiences because of its collaborative nature. I've never worked on a project that involves journalists from the West Coast and beyond, and it's been a little bit stressful, but incredibly fun. And honestly, what surprised me the most was the turnaround. It's been kind of challenging to produce content so quickly that's still accurate and of high quality, but it's definitely pushed my skills and made me a better journalist. As a student journalist, my coverage differs from larger corporate organizations like Reuters and Sky News because everything I produce is mine and mine alone. Of course, I collaborate on bigger projects like the 30-minute show that Harrison's High School just aired as part of the live stream a little bit ago, but these live updates are made entirely by me, set up by my own camera, I write my own script, I do my own research, and I film my own B-roll. It's much more independent than it is on the big screen where everyone's role is more specialized. I also think that it's important to note that my perspective as a teen journalist is a little bit more unique because I've grown up in a divisive nation my entire life. I was 9 during 2016's election, 13 during 2020's, and now 17 covering 2024's. I've never witnessed an election that wasn't incredibly controversial or divisive. One thing I have noticed growing up with all this polarization is the role that social media plays. Algorithms like those employed by Instagram, X, and TikTok cause confirmation bias en masse. I explore that idea more in an article that will soon be uploaded on the Vox ATL website, that's voxatl.org, where you can find more stories from teen journalists. That's all from Harrison High School for now. Back to the rest of Student News Live's 24-hour election coverage.
Hi everybody, I'm Allie Rock here from the Ohio Media School in Cincinnati, here to keep you up to date with what is happening for us here in Hamilton County as well as just Ohio as a whole. There are several hot button issues that are currently sitting on our ballot. One of them would be issue 1, which is about redistricting, and then issue 2 is actually an amendment that would commercialize, regulate, legalize, and tax the adult use of cannabis. The measure would allow adults 21 and over to buy and possess up to 2.5 ounces of cannabis and grow plants at home, and it would also impose a 10% tax on those purchases that would be spent on administrative costs, addiction treatment programs, municipalities with dispensaries, as well as social equity and job programs. So according to the official language that is currently on the ballot, it defines adult use of cannabis to mean marijuana as defined by section 3719.01 of the revised code. It would also establish a division of cannabis control within the Department of Commerce here in Ohio. It would authorize the division to regulate, investigate, and penalize adult use cannabis operators, as well as individuals required to be licensed. And of course, this would legalize and regulate the cultivation, processing, sale, possession, home growth, and use of cannabis by adults at least 21 years of age or older. If this passes, Ohio would become the 24th state to legalize cannabis for adult use, and the law would take effect 30 days after the election. So again, there's a lot of things to be discussed here in Ohio. We still have several very key elections happening for us in addition to the presidency. We have a congressional race happening. We have state representatives that are also running for re-election, the sheriff, the treasurer, county commissioners, and then we also have several clerk of courts positions, which are also happening here in Ohio. We will keep you up to date and continue to let you know how things are panning out here. Our students are at the Board of Elections as well as other polling places. So we'll keep sending you updates. We'll keep letting you know how things are going, and we'll try to give you as many results as we can as they come in for us here in Ohio. Thanks, everybody. I'm Allie Rock signing off for Ohio Media School.
Hello, my name is LeBron Bowes. I'm reporting from the Ohio Media School located off Rockside Road. We are on track to have record voter turnout, with many polling stations reporting long lines. Over 2.5 million voters have already cast early ballots. Aside from the top ticket candidates of former President Trump and current Vice President Kamala Harris, Ohioans are also casting votes for Senator Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. It is still early to see who's ahead in the polls, which will be closing here shortly at 7:30. At stake during this election in Ohio are the key issues of 1, 49, and 55. Issue 1 seeks to repeal laws from 2015 and 2018, which have passed on a rare 3/4 majority. It establishes a taxpayer-funded 15-member committee made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 5 independents to oversee redistricting. Aiming for impartiality, the initiative will incur new taxpayer costs for committee operations and legal support. Issue 49, the measure seeks to authorize the school district to issue up to $295 million in bonds. This funding is aimed at constructing, renovating, and improving school facilities. The proposal is designed to not increase overall taxes, as it is based on older home values rather than current appraisals. It is expected to cost homeowners approximately $3.73 per week for a middle value home. Issue 55 seeks more than double the excise tax on cigarettes from 1.5 cents to 3.5 per cigarette. The revenue generated will go to school arts funding, including Playhouse Square, Cleveland Institute of Art, and individual artists. This tax originally produced $20 million per year. It is expected to produce $160 million between 2025 and to 2035. During this election, we had rumblings of Russian interference in Atlanta due to credible bomb threats that may be a precursor of more to come. This is LeBron Bowles of the Ohio Media School. Stay tuned for more developments on the election going forward. For now, signing out.
Hi, my name is Michael Chimay. I'm a sophomore here at Georgetown University, majoring in American Studies and minoring in journalism. And right now it is election day here in Washington, D.C. Now, Georgetown being a private institution, majority of the students here are from out of state, so they have requested their absentee ballots and have been voting by mail. However, a lot of those students have faced complications. I talked with one of my friends just earlier today who flew home to South Carolina, 550 miles away, just in order to vote because of a problem with her state board of elections. Now, she flew all the way to Atlanta, then drove up 2 hours to Greenville, South Carolina, in order to exercise her constitutional right. I knew another voter who flew back to Texas, another one who went back to New Jersey just this morning. So a lot of people are very excited to partake in what's, for a lot of them, their very first presidential election. Now, on campus, the mood is very excited, however, very anxious. There was an article in the New York Post that just came out today about our grad school that is offering mental health services to those that are feeling a little anxious about this election. Talked to a lot of people that are very stressed, very nervous, but also want to participate. A lot of people are going to Decision Desk HQ to help report election results later this evening, and a lot of people are canvassing for their candidate in nearby swing states such as Pennsylvania or for the Senate race in Maryland. On campus, I would say the majority of voters do tend to lean left. However, I've also seen Trump-Vance flags in various dorm windows around campus. Just a few weeks ago, Nikki Haley did visit campus, and I would say she received a relatively warm reception. There is a somewhat larger contingent than you may expect of Haley voters here at Georgetown. Now, which way those Republicans will vote, I really don't know. But I can tell you that a lot of the posters on campus are for Harris Walz. The college Democrats have been very active in promoting really their top 2 issues, which is reproductive rights and gun control. There's been a lot of activity by Students Demand Action here at Georgetown, and a lot of activity by just students who enjoy and are pushing for the Democratic platform this election cycle. Some students just didn't go to class today or have been very excited about this election. I also know people that registered to vote in Washington, D.C. due to a complication in their home state. So we will see what the mood is tomorrow. I know several people that ran down to the Capitol building in order to celebrate there and have also been scared. Just, simply the White House is very barricaded today, as with the Capitol, because this is, of course, the seat of our nation's democracy. So we will see what happens tomorrow morning, but for now, I'm Michael Chimay in Washington, D.C.
Good morning. I'm Moss Charles reporting live from Santa Monica College for Student News Live on Election Day 2024. It's a beautiful day in Santa Monica, a little windy, but the crowds are amazing. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, folks. We're at Santa Monica College reporting live from the election polling zone. We have 2 first-time voters here. Let's ask them their names. What's your name?
Jody Palacios.
And your name?
Marilyn Palacios.
Wonderful. So, is this your first time voting?
Yeah, I'm 20, so
Awesome. How about you?
yes, sir. It's my first time voting.
Oh, terrific. Are there any issues that were really important to you today?
Yeah, well, for me, it's obviously to keep our rights ensured.
We're with Samuel here at SMC College. So, Samuel, why did you vote today?
Well, I'm on my way to vote right now. Yeah, so I haven't yet, but I will be.
Okay, and are there any issues that are really important to you?
I mean, everything in this country, I think, is coming into question today. So I would probably say most important to me, border issues, healthcare, immigration, all that stuff. Very important. But yeah, I just want to support my candidate, and hopefully we can win.
Awesome. Was this your first time voting, or have you voted before?
This is my third time.
Third time voting. Awesome. Thank you, Samuel. Have a wonderful day. Good. Thanks, bud. Good job. Hello, folks. We have Freddie here at Santa Monica College. So, Freddie, why did you vote today?
I voted because I want to make money on the conservative country and
Were there any issues that were really important to you?
I would say the minimum wage one. I forget which one that was. I did it.
Cool. Was this your first time voting?
Yes, it was.
Awesome. Thanks, Freddie. Have a great day.
Take care.
Yeah, good job, bud.
My name is Eric William, and I'm reporting from the Ohio Media School, located off Rockside Road in Valley View, Ohio. Polls in Ohio have been closed, and the state has been called for former President Donald Trump, with about 52% reporting. Also at stake during this election in Ohio are key issues 1, 49, and 55, as well as the Senate race between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. The current election results put Donald Trump ahead of Vice President Harris, 117 electoral votes to 99 votes. Of course, results are still coming in across the country. Voting on Issue 1 is tight, with 53.3% of voters voting no on Issue 1, which seeks to repeal laws from 2015 and 2018, which passed with a rare three-quarter majority. It establishes a taxpayer-funded 15-member committee made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 5 independents to oversee redistricting, aiming for impartiality. The initiative will incur new taxpayer costs for committee operations and legal support. Issue 49, the measure seeks to authorize the school district to issue up to $295 million in bonds. Thus, this funding is aiming at constructing, renovating, and improving school facilities. The proposal is designed to not increase overall taxes, as it is based on older home values rather than current appraisals. It is expected to cost homeowners approximately $3.73 per week for a middle-valued home. Issue 55 seeks to to more than double the excess on taxes from cigarettes from 1.5 to 3.5 cents per cigarette. The revenue generated will go to schools' arts funding, including Playhouse Square, Cleveland Institute of Art, and individual artists. This tax originally produced $20 million per year. It is expected to produce $160 million between 2025 and 2035. This is Eric William with Ohio Media School. Stay tuned for more developments on the election going forward. Now signing out.
Hey, I'm Allie Rock, and I'm reporting live from the Board of Elections here in Hamilton County, Cincinnati, Ohio. Behind me, you can see that they are setting up to receive as many ballots as they possibly can, and will start coming in shortly. Here in Ohio, the polls close at 7:30. As we know, around the country, some of these polling places will be open a little bit later. I know that in Alabama, they are currently reporting places will be closing between 7:45 and 8. We also have reports that Georgia will be closing at 8. And then in certain parts of the country, the polls will actually officially close at 10 p.m., which of course will lead us into tomorrow as people continue to count the votes in various Board of Elections around the country. We also are happy to report that there was a really great voter turnout here in Ohio. We had over 96,000 people actually come out to vote in person, as well as 67,000 people come out to vote by mail. As we know, there'll definitely be more votes coming in by mail as the evening goes on. As we continue to report to you, we will let you know more as we get more information from various precincts, as well as from the Hamilton County Board of Elections, which again is where we are currently. And we'll also make sure that we keep you up to date with any other information or news that is coming down the pike. Right now, as it stands, according to the AP, the Associated Press, Donald Trump is currently carrying 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is currently carrying 3. And then we also have some very important elections happening here in Ohio for our Congress, our Senate, as well as commissioners, treasurer, and a series of clerk of courts. Again, we also have issue 1, which is redistricting, as well as Ohio issue 2, which will possibly give people the age of 21 and over the ability to legally possess, sell, and grow marijuana. Again, my name is Allie Rock. I'm reporting here for Student News Live and Ohio Media School.
This is West Virginia Morning on Election Day. Marshall University's campus TV studio will be the hub for a nationwide broadcasting network of collegiate perspectives on the presidential race and issues facing many first-time voters. Randy Yohe has more.
The project, called Student News Live, will involve 24 hours of election reports coming in from universities across the United States. The students of Marshall's W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications will anchor coverage, including contributions from more than 70 universities and other national organizations on board. Project co-founder, Marshall School of Journalism and Mass Communications Director Dr. Rob Quick, says the unprecedented multimedia effort puts his students at the heart of a unique generational perspective on the 2024 national vote.
So we're going to go coast to coast. Hundreds of students are going to be involved, and it's going to give them an opportunity, a platform for their generation to have their voices heard and for people to understand what the issues are of importance to them. So it's going to be an important thing for the students in their generation.
Other schools involved include Ohio State, Texas, Georgetown, New York University, and others from the West Coast. The initiative, which runs from noon on November 5th, Election Day, until noon November 6th, has national support from PBS, iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy, and many more. Marshall Broadcast Journalism student Emma Gallus will work as Student News Live studio manager and segment producer. She says there is not a more important student topic.
I think it's very crucial because this is our future we're playing with, you know? It's our rights, it's our planet. And I think that if we're not paying attention and we're not fighting for what we want and what we need, that we're just going to be kind of pushed off to the side.
Quick says the Herculean planning effort of 24 straight reporting hours will be a real-world career launching pad for Marshall Broadcast Journalism students.
I don't think you'll be able to get better real-world experience than doing something like this. So actually reporting on the election, real-time, interviewing people, putting together packages, editing, writing stories, that is the kind of thing they'll be doing professionally, and they're going to be doing it for real for Student News Live.
Marshall J. School faculty, staff, and alumni, among other professionals, will offer support, including mentorship, copy editing, and food for the 24-hour broadcast marathon. Gallus hopes Student News Live content coming from students about students' national issues and concerns stimulates a better informed young voting bloc.
I think that it will help them be better formed as citizens, and they'll be more informed on, okay, this is how this works. This is what I can do. And especially if they can't vote yet, they can see, okay, these are the topics that are important to me. If they're on the docket, I need to pay attention and I need to do my own research and all of this, and just so I can form my own opinions.
For details on how you can view Student News Live, go to our website, wvpublic.org. For West Virginia Public Broadcasting, I'm Randy Yohe in Huntington.
This is West Virginia Morning. I'm Teresa Wills.
In 2019, Santiago Mayer was a high school student when he started Voters of Tomorrow, an organization that helps young people engage with politics and helps politicians engage with young people.
Until lately, no one really took young people in politics seriously. And that's largely due to this historical notion that young people don't vote. But no one was really working hard for their vote.
Despite his status as a first-generation Mexican immigrant who can't vote in the U.S. elections, Mayer was determined to get his classmates more engaged in politics through his social media platform.
We have so many incredible young people, many of whom also can't vote, who are working to accomplish this vision because they understand that their future is at stake as well. And if they get that, how can I not?
Voters of Tomorrow now has local chapters in 23 states and moved in their first office in Washington, D.C. in June. They are led by volunteers ages 16 to 27 who run creative left-leaning campaigns. Voters of Tomorrow has pushed youth into politics by giving out banned books, a COVID-era Prom at the Polls campaign, and have passed out condoms branded with voter registration sites.
We have so many phenomenal chapter members who all come to us with ideas. And that's something that no campaign is going to do, no other organization is going to do. That's something that we did because we felt that was going to grab people's attention, and it did. It was very successful.
In 2016, less than half of eligible 18 to 34-year-olds cast a ballot in that year's presidential election. In 2020, youth voter turnout surged to 55%. The largest increase of any age group and the highest turnout since 1972. In 2019, Roxy Ndabamadu became the youngest woman and first black woman elected to Bowie, Maryland's City Council. She's a Republican who worked with the nonprofit Running Start that trains young women to run for office.
It was super important that we not only change the narrative around how young people engage in elected office, but we pass legislation that is most closest to the issues that they find themselves caring about and being affected by.
She says youth are often unaware of local political opportunities or don't know how to get started, and some face resistance when they try.
There were a lot of challenges that I faced running for office, specifically as a young woman and specifically as a black woman. Let's start with the young piece. Oh, wait your turn. She doesn't understand government. She doesn't get it. Maybe next time, why don't you volunteer, and then when this comes around in a few years, then maybe you'll be in a better position to run.
During her campaign, she hired college students to help her understand the problems young people face and the social media platforms they used.
I remember when Barbie came out and she did this TikTok video where it said, "Hey Barbie, hey Barbie, hey Barbie," and it was pictures of me in different forms of my life.
Earlier this year, Congressman Darren Soto, a Florida Democrat, held a press conference with a coalition of youth political activists to promote a bill that creates a Young Americans Advisory Council in the White House.
There's so much at stake when you think of the decisions being made up here in Washington for young people. These are Americans who are going to be around the longest.
Voters of Tomorrow and Santiago Mayer were at that press conference and visited lawmakers on Capitol Hill. A Tufts University poll shows that youth could turn out big again in 2024. 57% of 18 to 34-year-olds say they are extremely likely to vote, and 15% are likely to vote.
That doesn't happen by accident. The reason those rates are increasing is because never has more attention been paid to young people, and never has more attention been paid to young people's interest in government.
For the PBS News Student Reporting Labs, I'm Morgan Hawkins in Washington, D.C.
Good afternoon, my name is Madison Meyer, and I am a senior from Harrison High School, as well as a teen journalist for Vox ATL. Here at Harrison, I produce our school podcast, Hoyas on Air, and I'm the founder of our school newspaper, Hoya Headline News. Here at Harrison, we have our own voting polls, which I got to walk through on my way in today. They've been a little bit slow this morning, but we anticipate that they'll pick up as we roll more into the afternoon. Many voters in Georgia have actually participated in voting through early voting and mail-in ballots. In fact, more than 3 million Georgia voters participated in early in-person voting, and more than 200,000 did mail-in ballots. Here in Cobb County, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Sean Harris go head-to-head for District General. More information on that soon. But in regards to the presidential election, tensions have been high in recent months, with a visible
We're right on time. Perfect. Okay, let's get started. So your microphone. Good morning, listeners. It is a beautiful Wednesday morning here in Hackettstown, New Jersey. Coming at you live from Centenary University, we are the WNTI radio station. My name is Tanner Sullivan. I am the student programming director here. And joining me today is a very special guest of mine. He's a fellow DJ here at WNTI, a writer for our newspaper, the Cyclone Chronicle, and on top of that, he's also a very good friend of mine. And right over here across from me is my old friend, Joe Hamway. Thanks for joining us, Joe.
Hi, thank you, Tanner. Thank you for having me.
You okay with being on camera?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm just going to turn this around here real quick.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Tanner, thank you for having me.
Anytime here, man. So we are live on the Student News Live program, which, by the way, it is an absolute privilege to be a part of this program. Now, we're doing this because it is recent light of Election Day. And because of this, it is, well, the results have been coming in flat. It'd be great if I could think straight today. The results have been coming in quickly. And more updates are coming out, and we figured, well, let's talk about how they're looking here in New Jersey, especially now that we're looking at the aftermath of Election Day. The polling and voting systems, they have closed for now, and the next presidential election will not be until 2028. But until then, let's just talk about what we know right here in the now. And heads up, all of these results are courtesy of AP News that I have right here. So first off, let's talk about the presidential election. So when it comes to the presidential election, it was a tight race between Kamala Harris of the Democratic Party and former vice president of Joe Biden, and coming back for another round, Republican candidate Donald Trump, who's running with Vice President J.D. Vance. So it looked very close from the glimpses of it. It's kind of a split vote in like the early numbers. I saw a lot of people said they were voting for Kamala, a lot of people voting for Trump. We are not going to get opinionated here, so
yeah, Tanner, it really did start very close right off in the beginning, like you said. Yeah, I feel like what it came down to a lot was these key swing states that really started to change the game for the candidates.
Yeah, it also fell a lot kind of on the Electoral College because they sort of have like the final say. But in terms of the results, so when it comes to here in New Jersey, Kamala Harris actually won the state of New Jersey with over 2 million votes. And the polls, this was called at 8:30 p.m. last night, shortly after the polls were closed. And Kamala Harris, I forgot to mention, her vice president this year was Tim Walz. And even with New Jersey win, Kamala also won several other states, including the likes of, I can pull the results here, including the likes of New York, Virginia, Minnesota, Colorado, New Mexico, and California. But even with this, it looks as though the election will be going to Donald Trump, marking his second win of the presidential election following his defeat of Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Trump got 70.9 million votes across the country versus Harris's 66 million. And Trump also won the Electoral College vote. Now, the needed electoral votes to win, there needed to be 270 votes total, to which across the country, Trump won 277 of those votes to Harris's 224. And just this morning, AP News declared him the winner of the election after he won the state of Wisconsin. So, and he'd be taking over, like I said, with his vice president, J.D. Vance. So, and I read, it looks like Trump is going to be taking away this election. You have anything to say about this?
Yeah, so there's a couple things, really. I was very interested in this election because it was mainly so split. Like you said, Tanner, it started off pretty split right off the bat. I think it was around 11 p.m. you started to see a shift here in the swing states, a lot of them now leaning towards Trump. We look at Pennsylvania, which is a huge one, Michigan, which is another big one, although Michigan has not been counted yet. Georgia leaning towards Trump. These are a lot of electoral votes that immediately started to pile up for him,
yes,
making making the gap in between Kamala and Donald very, very large. So that was something that I think a lot of people started to notice around 11 p.m. Pennsylvania going for Donald Trump was massive. I do think, though, that it's noted that 277 electoral votes for Donald Trump, although I don't think that they are all fully counted in yet. They're still counting Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Alaska by the looks of it.
But from the looks of it, it looks as though Trump might win those states based on the grid.
Yeah, by the looks of it, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, they all seem to be the pinkish color on the map. This does come as a bit of a surprise, considering the amount of the large following that Kamala Harris was able to garner when she started running for president just in the summertime.
Yes.
But it's extraordinary the gap that Trump wins in these swing states, I find.
Yeah, Trump made quite the comeback, arguably. Well, for lack of a better term.
Well, yeah, his career should have been over, I think, after January 6th, if you think about it. Realistically, I don't know if we knew that was going to happen. So it was pretty amazing that he's made this comeback and really touched people so profoundly to create such a comeback.
And Trump's made a comeback, but there was also some other big electoral moments that came out from the results here in New Jersey, including some down from our senator and from our representative. Now, in terms of our senator, from the looks of it, Andy Kim of the Democratic Party is looking to be the new senator for New Jersey, beating out Curtis Bradshaw of the Republican Party. to which Kim looks to be the first Korean American senator in the first Korean American senator, just in general, I believe. And then on top of that, when it comes to representative, it also, things are going well for the Republican Party again, as Tom Kean Jr. was reelected as representative, beating out Sue Altman of the Democratic Party. So it's looking like there's something that crossed. I don't even know how to really describe it off the top of my head, but results are coming in quick.
Yeah.
Even now, if we go to AP's website, there are more results that are coming in from across the country. For example, by the looks of it, Ryan Zink has been elected to U.S. House in Montana's 1st District. Tim Sheehy has been elected to the Senate in Montana, and several more. Other representatives and senators from across the state are being announced. Many more results will be finalized once those final votes in the electoral world are tallied up.
Yeah, I do also think that there were also in some local areas some Board of Education elections and stuff like that.
Yes, there were.
So if definitely look out for those if you voted in those.
Yeah, there were several different elections that took place. Camera, work with me. There were several different elections that took place over the course of this year. And this sort of, one of the big things with Student News Live, it's about students coming together to cover like the election and other forms of news. So I guess one of the questions I want to ask right now is, what do you think? Do you think it's important for students to get involved with these sorts of subjects, and if so, how come?
So I do think that students should definitely stay educated on what's going on. I do think it's important to know who's running the country and have at least a loose opinion, even if it's an independent opinion on what certain policies you may feel attracted to or not. I think that it's always healthy to have a good discourse. It's good to have conversation about certain things. But yeah, I do think it's important for students to remain educated on certain topics and have a voice, exercise their voice. There's a lot of countries in the world that aren't able to vote, and there's a lot of people in this country that aren't able to vote. So it's good to exercise that right and have the privilege of voting and speaking up for what you want.
I do also believe that in the world of journalism, it's also very important because it's an important means of staying informed. And whether this is through a newspaper or through like television or really any sort of journalism, I feel as though it's important to stay informed in situations like this, especially since this is a very big moment we're going through right now. And in light of, we're looking to do, and one more thing I forgot to mention with the Electoral College, for those who don't know how it works, it's basically like they're sort of like the final say in who gets elected. So, and even then, like it's even if you get more votes in general from around the country, it still might not affect it because the Electoral College, whoever has the most electoral votes will be the one that wins. I believe this happened in the 2016 election with Hillary Clinton and with Trump, because I believe Clinton got more votes all around, but Trump won the Electoral College.
Yeah, there's like the popular vote.
Yeah.
And that is a good point that you make. There's still a lot of data that I feel like needs to be collected, but it does, in just about every case, it seems like Donald Trump is projected to win.
Yes, and like it's even been the like even if we look at the map right now, it seems that out of all the 50 states, if we based on results from a while ago, from pictures I took at 6 a.m., this is Trump's officially won the states of Idaho, Utah, Montana, Wyoming, Texas, Kansas, South Dakota, and North Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Florida. He's won the vast majority of the states from the looks of it. Harris still had a good fight and came close with the electoral votes, winning, like I said, votes in Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Colorado, California, Washington, Oregon, New Mexico, and such. But it looks like Trump's going to be winning by just a few million votes. It came close like initially projected, because this did seem like it was going to be a pretty close election. And it looks like that it lived up to that case. But seeing how Trump's already gotten the electoral votes, it seems like he's going to be walking away with this election.
Yeah, I really did not expect Pennsylvania to go so red. So that did come as a surprise. I do, appreciate how in Donald Trump's victory speech, he spoke on uniting us as Americans, trying to heal the nation that he said was broken, and try to bring us all together. It was very interesting to see him speak on that, and I hope that although there's going to be heavy differences from now until his inauguration, it would be great to see us try to unite as a country and come together.
I wholeheartedly agree with us coming together, us being united. That's sort of, to me, what like democracy means. It's like, it's about coming together, helping each other, picking each other up when we fall. And it's really important that we pursue that mindset going into the future, especially since we don't know what's going to come up next in the world.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And you make a very good point about picking each other up while we're down. It's just it's also about being able to disagree with each other and being able to talk about those disagreements is something great about democracy. So it's going to be very unsure times, but it's important to just try to stay united, stay grouped up.
It is, yeah. Like one of the theme for World College Radio Day this year was the soundtrack of democracy, and I think going forward, this is a theme that we should try to encapsulate more of, especially since, like I said, we don't know where we're going from here, and this is a very important time for all of us. And putting differences and opinions aside, it's how we work together that truly matters in the end. Because then if we can stay united, that's how we can flourish the most, I believe.
Definitely agree. And as you can see through the whole voting process, it's nothing but a team effort. All these states come together to put the number of 270 together. So, yeah, it's just it's also surprising to me that we have a result this fast. And I'm sure you remember from 4 years ago how long it took, especially in some states like Pennsylvania and Nevada. We were waiting days,
Yeah, I think election day was on Tuesday that year, and we didn't get the results until like Thursday, Friday, or something.
Yeah,
I don't know,
something like that.
I'm not sure. I think that I'm not full. Don't quote me on this, but it might be because last year's election was during the pandemic, and
That is true. Yep.
And because there was more mail-in ballots, so there wasn't as much of like an immediate response.
Yeah.
But even so, now we've gotten, although we don't have all like the final results as of yet, we do have a very likely outcome.
Mm-hmm.
So already this is like reminiscent of other elections when like the winners would get announced like right as soon as the voting ended. Here we had to wait a few hours, but it did go through quickly. It looks like we have a winner in sight.
Yeah. And it happened seemingly very fast, but this really echoes a lot of what 2016 felt like for me, because I guess this was the last time that Trump was elected. But I was a sophomore in high school, and this just echoes a lot of that time of when he won against Hillary Clinton in 2016. It just the way that if you watched it on the news, the way that Kamala Harris's headquarters was being broadcasted, it reminded me a lot of the way the Javits Center was being broadcasted when Hillary Clinton was running, and the vibes were the same in the room. So it's just very interesting to kind of draw comparisons on 2016 now and 2024. We still have yet to have a female president in office, which is something to note. As a sophomore in high school, looking at Hillary Clinton and saying, "Oh, that could be our first our first female president." It's very, it's just, and then you look at Kamala Harris and you think the same thing, but it still has not happened. So that's something that I find very interesting in our country. We've had many, many presidents, and not a female one yet. We have come close, though. As you can see, we've come very close. But I just thought that was interesting to note.
Without getting too opinionated, maybe that could be like a foreshadowing of the future, I think. I'm not sure, just without getting too opinionated. But this is a very, like I said, this is a very big time, very important time for the United States. This is sort of a way where we can bring our voices together. And it's really just a way. That's why I think it's important for students to get involved, because not only can journalism and other forms of coverage help them to stay informed of what's going on in the world, but it could also potentially help them to find their own unique voice. It could help them to stand out more and be outgoing in their thoughts. Getting involved in these sorts of things, I feel like they help amplify students' voices in many ways, like what they're doing right now with this program. It's important, I think, to help for students to have their voices heard, especially in today's world.
Absolutely. These things that are going on in the election will affect us when we graduate. So it's important to stay educated also as a college student on these things, because once we graduate and we have the knowledge and our degrees and stuff, and it's time to start working and begin our lives, a lot of these things that these people are talking about, certain policies, will affect our lives for years to come. And it's very important to stay educated so you know what's coming and certain things. So I do find that important also for staying educated politically at a younger age. There's no harm in it because you just arguably could have an upper hand later in life, especially paired with your college education.
Definitely, I think staying educated is another important. That's also another reason why sort of coverage of this and involvement in these sorts of programs is important. And that, because I don't know, it's always good to be educated on the full state of the matter, I believe, rather than just falling on one particular mindset. It's good to expand your thoughts, I guess is the point I'm getting at here.
Absolutely. Critical thinking is really key. And I think here at Centenary, we have a lot of good professors, great professors that push us to think critically. We've had different things on campus that keep us educated on all sorts of different issues and things going on in the world. So for that, I'm grateful. Here at Centenary, we stay educated, and we have opportunities like this, like what we're doing right now, to really train those muscles of political journalism or political broadcasting. So we really get to train those muscles, which is great, especially for people that are in fields like you and me. I'm in writing. I like journalism, and you're in communications, so
Yes.
This is very much a great way to train.
Exactly, especially since in both of these worlds, politics play a very big role. In journalism, it's one of the big points of coverage. It's one of the big things that's talked about practically on a daily basis for many major news firms. And on my end, for communications in media, which in my case is radio, television, and film, it's always important to take into account the political side of it, whether it's you're covering these results live on air like we're doing right now, or creating a product about it through storytelling in some sort of movie. Politics, they play an important role in our day-to-day life, and it's always good to stay up to date and involved in these sorts of things. I say involved a lot, but it truly is important, I believe, to get involved in these sorts of things so we can stay at the top of our game, I believe.
Yeah. And for a lot of people, especially here on campus, this is a lot of people's first election that they're voting in.
Yes.
So it's really, it's hard sometimes for people to decide on a candidate, but it's really, really important for them to get out there and vote so that they can just feel the way they can exercise that right. So a lot of people here on college campuses, it's their first time voting, second time voting. So it's an unsure period where they're really trying to find their political voice, their political heart. So it's always interesting when it's election season on a college campus.
It is, especially since, like I said, in many people's case, in many students' case, this is their first time voting in a presidential election. Like, this was my first time I was legally allowed to vote in a presidential election this year. So either way, that experience is always going to have some sort of profound impact on me, because this is my first time handling something like this. But on a college campus, especially one that always prioritizes students' education and provides us with many useful courses and majors that help out amplify those courses, it honestly makes me, saying it out loud, makes me feel happy to be a centenary student, because I realize just how accomplished this school is, honestly. I think not to get too sappy or emotional, but this is truly schools that prioritize students' education and getting involved with certain things. I think that can help students find their voices, especially.
Absolutely. Like I said earlier, here at Centenary, I feel like they really do foster a way everybody can speak on certain issues that some might not be more open to speaking about, especially here out in Warren County. We have had different talks on political issues ranging from the Israel-Gaza conflict to LGBTQ plus matters. So it's just really interesting that all sorts of different teachers can come together and provide just kind of foster this inclusive environment where we can talk about these things out loud and beyond the classroom.
Yeah, and a comfortable, welcoming sort of environment too, not really any hostility. All right, looking at AP News, there has not been many new updates since 6:28 a.m. with Ryan Zink elected to Montana's 1st District. As of right now, though, it looks like, following Trump's win of Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes, that, according to AP News, they have officially declared him the winner of this election. Now, per the map, some states such as Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska and Michigan, they're still being counted by the looks of it. But based on the looks of this map, it seems as though Trump is going to be walking away with his second election, and he will be getting his second term.
He will. Alaska seems to be undecided, Nevada, Arizona. It'll be interesting to see how many electoral votes he ends up with. But considering this was your first election, how did it feel voting for the first time?
See, walking into the voting booth, again, I'm not going to disclose any details as to what my choice was, because I don't want to get opinionated.
Absolutely.
But it's walking into the voting booth, I just felt like some sort of sense of accomplishment, because I felt as though I was making my own voice heard in a way. I felt like I was doing myself a service to my state, my country, really anything here. Walking into my first election, this was my first presidential election, and it's just sort of gave me a new experience that I'm always going to cherish from here on out. How would you describe your feelings from your first presidential election?
My first time voting was in 2020, and it was we did mail-in ballots at the time, so it was a little bit different than this year. This year was probably the closest to I guess how it regularly is. But 2020, the election in 2020 seemed was very divisive. I would argue more divisive than it is now. It was a angry time. I found more angry than it is now. But it was. I guess it was nice to finally act on my civic duty. I was more enthusiastic about voting for some of the local New Jersey things in 2020 than I was about the presidential election. So I wasn't as enthusiastic about 2020, but I was happy, like you. I felt a sense of accomplishment to finally grow into the ability to use that privilege.
Yeah, it's an important time for all of us, I believe. Like I keep saying, this is a time for people's voices to be heard, a time for people to use their platform. It's a time for really any sort of like impact. This is some people's first time. It's going to resonate with them. This is a time period that's going to stick. Election day has always been like one of the standout periods of, I don't know how this country functions. And I feel like getting involved in all this, getting involved is a great way of amplifying your voice, like I've said. All right, looking at the time, it looks like we have to log off for now so we can make way for our next School and Student News Live. So Joe, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us on this.
Tanner, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Anytime. So this has been Tanner Sullivan of WNTI, the Sound of Centenary, and Joe Hamway of WNTI and our newspaper, the Cyclone Chronicle, signing off. And now we are going to be passing over the thing to the State University of New York. So, folks, thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll catch you all soon. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much.
You're listening to OWWR, Old Westbury Web Radio, and we are here at a special edition of OWWR for the election. And this, of course, is being broadcasted for studentmedialive.com, studentnewslive.com, excuse me. I'm Tim Coventry, and we had a tumultuous night last night. If you're like me, you got no sleep. But that's okay, because I'm here to break down a ton of different races here on Long Island and across New York State. Now, this is a global initiative, so we've got a ton of listeners. And I want to begin tonight by acknowledging that Donald Trump, the former president, is now the second president in history to win 2 unconsecutive terms as president. He will be the president. He is the president-elect, and he will be sworn in January 20th. And if everything proceeds correctly and as precedent shows, the current president typically invites the president-elect to the White House the week after the election. So we'll have to see if President Biden will do that. But I also want to get into the swing of things. So I just want to bring you the latest on some of the key races happening right here in New York that happened overnight and that are potentially still pending, with a special focus on what this election means for us, the youth and first-time voters tuning in. We're going to look at Suffolk and Nassau counties, House races, the New York State Senate race, the U.S. Senate race, and of course, like I mentioned previously, the presidential race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. This election was and is pivotal, not only for our leaders, but for the issues we care about: education, the economy, climate change, healthcare, and much more. So let's dive into the details together. Starting off, I want to talk about the House of Representatives and the races in Suffolk and Nassau County. To begin, starting with Suffolk County, Nick LaLota, the Republican incumbent, has served 1 term and was focused on his campaign through maintaining low taxes, improving local infrastructure, and supporting law enforcement initiatives. He was emphasizing the importance of economic stability, arguing that reducing taxes will encourage more businesses to invest in Suffolk, potentially creating more job opportunities. Kara Hahn, the Democratic challenger and former county legislator, was focused on healthcare and environmental issues. She proposed stronger local climate initiatives, including coastal protection and funding for clean energy jobs. With that being said, Nick LaLota ended up winning his seat again. So he will now be a 2-term congressman. What that means for Nick LaLota is that he can rest easy knowing that he won the seat comfortably. But if we move on to specific races across Long Island, I want to bring attention to a race that had a little bit more eyeballs than it normally does. And that's the New York's 3rd congressional district. And that had Tom Suozzi, the current representative, Democratic representative of that district, who ended up in a special election a few months ago, winning that seat. The same seat that George Santos held. And of course, he ended up getting kicked out of Congress for. Now, he was he had tough competition against a gentleman by the name of Mike LaPetrie, and he was a New York State Assemblyman. We actually here at OWWR interviewed him. I got to interview him just over a week ago, and we had a great conversation about what he believed in and what he stood for. And that you guys can check out on studentnewslive.com, the full interview from OWWR, Old Westbury Web Radio. And as it turns out, Tom Suozzi, the current representative of New York's 3rd congressional district, won pretty comfortably. And if any of you saw the debate performance from both candidates a few weeks ago, you could conclude rather that Tom Suozzi looked more polished. It looked like he knew what he was talking about. And Mike LaPetrie, by many critics, had looked a little nervous. But moving forward, young voters in Suffolk are paying close attention to this race because both candidates have addressed issues like housing and economic opportunities for recent graduates. Now, I want to move into a few other races. More particular, moving forward, I want to bring attention to the New York State Senate race with Kirsten Gillibrand, who was seeking another term. And funny enough, this senator took over the seat back in 2009 for Hillary Rodham Clinton, who ran for president a few times, but most notably back in 2016 when she ran against Donald Trump's first time running for president, and she ended up losing to Donald Trump. And that, of course, was a shock victory because a lot of the pollsters, a lot of the polls got it wrong. But she ended up winning, Kirsten Gillibrand, her seat again. So she's still going to be the state senator for New York. And why is that important? Well, that's important because the issues that she brought up resonated with many young voters. Issues like climate action, student debt relief, and social justice. She was committed to furthering federal student loan forgiveness programs and emphasized the importance of creating green jobs in New York. Tom Keogh, the Republican challenger, criticized Gillibrand's record, arguing that her progressive policies were out of step with many New Yorkers. Now, Keogh, a business-friendly candidate, believed in reducing taxes and cutting regulations that he had said stifled business growth. He's particularly been vocal about creating a pro-business environment in New York, which he claimed would generate jobs. Now, of course, that will not come to fruition because he lost. Gillibrand's campaign, however, throughout the whole election process, highlighted her record on healthcare reform and her fight to lower prescription drug costs. She argued that young people deserve affordable, quality healthcare. And she pointed out that her efforts supported funding for mental health services, especially on college campuses, as an example of her commitment. Now, young voters had mixed feelings about both candidates up until the election last night. Many of them supported Gillibrand for her stance on climate and student debt, but some were drawn to Keogh's emphasis on economic opportunity and security. This Senate race is seen as a test of whether progressive policies continue or not. Now, polls show Gillibrand with a lead, but Keogh's focus on security and jobs gained traction in recent weeks. Voter turnout among young demographics could be critical in determining whether she can maintain her seat in future elections. Now let's move on to the U.S. Senate race in New York. At the national level, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, was facing Republican challenger John Larkins in securing his seat yet again. Now, Chuck Schumer talked specifically about federal funding for infrastructure projects across New York and his commitment to protecting affordable health care. But Larkins argued that Schumer's policies contribute to government overreach and increase the national debt. He advocated for a leaner federal government, lower taxes, and policies that support economic growth without heavy government intervention. One of Schumer's key appeals to young voters throughout his campaign was that he supported climate change initiatives. He's committed to renewable energy programs and aims to make New York a leader in green energy. Schumer promised to fund green job training programs, which he says will provide new career paths for young people entering the workforce. And it's worth noting that Chuck Schumer has been a senator for a very long time, and he was rumored to be one of the key people, including Nancy Pelosi, to encourage President Biden to drop out of the presidential race back in July after Biden had a, as they called it, bad night when he debated former President Trump, soon to be President Trump, for the first time in the 2024 election cycle. Why is this important? It's important for many reasons, because if you're talking about Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, and then, of course, Chuck Schumer, who is currently, because the Democrats were in charge of the Senate, he was also in charge of the Senate. Now it's, of course, and I will talk about this, leaning towards the Republicans. But it's important because with that type of power, you can do a lot with it. Now, I want to specifically talk about Trump's win. And the reason why I want to bring this up is because this win caps a historic, tumultuous campaign that included 2 assassination attempts. And Trump, like I mentioned earlier, is the first person since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive presidential terms, the second president in history to do so. So either way you look at it, we're making history, whether Vice President Harris won or former President Donald Trump won. But we've got to recognize that this country is deeply divided, potentially more divided than ever before. And when Donald Trump stepped out onto that stage in Palm Beach early this morning at 2 a.m., around 2 a.m., there were rumors that they were removing the teleprompter, but they ended up bringing it back. And his speech was a call for unity. He actually mentioned people by name. He mentioned people like Elon Musk. He mentioned Dana White. He had mentioned a ton of people who've helped him get to this point, which is different from the Trump we got in previous campaigns. Now, if we're looking at the specific numbers, Donald Trump is currently at 277 electoral votes. Now, this is from AP. He wins that electoral map, but there are still many states to be called. The key particular state that everyone was looking at was Pennsylvania. Why Pennsylvania? Well, that's because it was one of those key battleground states that was a toss-up. You didn't know if Harris would win it. You didn't know if Trump would win it. And Harris and Trump campaigned heavily in Pennsylvania through the coming weeks up until November 5th, yesterday. So far as Kamala Harris left her campaign, out on the field on Pennsylvania the other night. But Donald Trump won it. And what's different about his previous presidency and when he won that back in 2016 was that he lost the popular vote, but he won the electoral vote. He was on track to win the electoral and popular vote with right now, as of November 6th, 8:14 a.m., he's got 71,202,731 votes to Kamala Harris's 66,264,540 votes. So that's 51% to 47.5%. Now that's notable because he's got over 5 million more votes than Kamala Harris. And again, that is notable because if you look at the campaign over the past few weeks, up until November 5th, you had people, key players in the Democratic Party. You had former President Barack Obama, and then, of course, former President Barack Obama's wife, Michelle Obama, out on the campaign trail, calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy. You had Kamala Harris essentially saying he's a fascist. And then you had language from the Democratic Party and from the media saying that Donald Trump potentially is the second coming of Hitler and comparing him to Hitler himself. There were scenes as far as side-by-side shots of Trump and Hitler at one point. And then, of course, Donald Trump had his Madison Square Garden rally a few weeks ago, and there was a comedian there, Tony Hinchcliffe, who made a tasteless joke about Puerto Rico. And after that was made, Donald Trump was put on the defensive because the Democrats had launched an attack and essentially said this is disgusting. And the joke was tasteless. But people feared, and a lot of people in Trump's campaign feared, that he would lose that Puerto Rican vote in key battleground states. As it stands, though, that didn't matter. It did not matter. You had current President Joe Biden calling the Americans that support former President Donald Trump, soon to be president again, Donald Trump, garbage. And then he later clarified, and he said he meant to, in a tweet, he said that he was comparing Tony Hinchcliffe, that comedian, to garbage. But if we look back at this map here, currently, the Senate is going to the Republicans, and they actually got the Senate back. They're at 52 seats to the Democrats' 42 seats. The House is what is remaining in question, because right now, through AP, there's 198 seats seated by the Republicans and 180 seats seated by the Democrats. As a reminder, you need to have 217 seats in the House of Representatives to hold a majority. So if they end up getting the House, the Senate, and then the presidency, that's huge because it's the first time since 2016, of course, that the Republicans had that. And then they'll be able to govern comfortably with Trump's agenda. Now, notably, Mike Johnson was in Louisiana, of course, in his home state, campaigning, and he was actually at a party, but he last minute ended up getting on a plane to Florida, to Mar-a-Lago and then Palm Beach to celebrate Donald Trump's win. Now, Trump claims this is a powerful mandate in his election night speech. And like I mentioned earlier, he calls for the nation to unite. Many world leaders are now congratulating former president and soon to be president again, Donald Trump. If we're looking at the battleground states right now, Ohio has gone to Trump. Florida, a state that many people back a few years ago thought that it was a battleground state, is looking like it's now settled on a Republican state. But I also want to mention the high Hispanic count in the Miami-Dade County in Florida. That's countlessly over past elections gone to a Democrat. But it actually went to Trump tonight, which is huge because that hasn't happened in a very, very long time. You had Georgia going to Trump. You had North Carolina going to Trump. Pennsylvania, like I mentioned, going to Trump. And there are still states to call. Arizona. There's Michigan, of course. There's Wisconsin, which, speaking of Wisconsin, that's another key battleground state that Trump needs to win or needed to win in order to get the White House. But if we look at the House of Representatives, the Republicans are extremely close to holding that majority, like I mentioned, with 57 more seats to be called. So we're going to have to wait and see what exactly happens there. But I want to emphasize that Donald Trump is running on a platform that spouts economic growth, security, and traditional values. He argues that his experience in business gives him a unique perspective on how to manage the country's economy and reduce national debt. Kamala Harris ran as a Democratic candidate, and it was the latest Democratic pick in history. Of course, 100 days before the election, she was picked. Now, over the next few days and weeks and months, you are going to hear a lot from the Democrats as to why they may have lost the election. You had Kevin O'Leary going on Fox News earlier today talking about how this is a blessing for the Democrats, that Trump blessed them, essentially, in short, in summary. And why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because he mentioned this to say that the Democrats now can go to square zero and over the next 4 years figure out how to get back to the middle, what they need to do to change their politics. Because fundamentally, it almost seems like Donald Trump understands Americans more than the pundits do at this rate. But what we need to emphasize here are the polls, because the polls were extremely tight. And there was an infamous poll that came out over the weekend prior to the election that had Trump down 3 points to Harris in Iowa. And that alarmed a lot of people because Iowa is a comfortable state that Donald Trump has won in the past. It's a comfortable Republican state. So that started setting off alarm bells in a lot of Republicans' heads, saying, okay, well, if he's down in Iowa, he must be down in other Republican states. But that turned out to be not true. And that pollster that said that had a pretty good track record. She called many different elections. She called Trump's election back in 2016 when other people said, oh, she was crazy or that's ridiculous. But Trump was leading in rural areas. And the fact of the matter is, he overperformed in many different areas across the country, more than anyone realized. And what also was almost like a flashback to 2016 was you had, of course, Harris, one of Harris's campaign officials coming out late in the night last night, basically saying there's a lot of votes to be counted and more states to be called, and urging people to go home and that there's more to be heard, more to be said, rather. Now, why is that a flashback? Because John Podesta, Hillary's campaign manager in 2016, did the same thing at the Javits Center, where they were hoping to break the glass ceiling. It is now 8:22 a.m., and we still don't have any direct word on when Harris will speak today, but we know that's going to happen. And we still don't have any direct knowledge if she ended up calling President Trump. But of course, we're going to find out later in the day what essentially happened. Now, there was also word earlier by some campaign officials at that party after Trump won, in Palm Beach, that there were rumors of another rally coming up. So we'll have to see what that's about. And if you remember back in 2016, he held these victory rallies after he won as well. Now, the Trump campaign has been eagerly vetting many different people for his cabinet. And now that he's won, there's a lot of questions on what exactly is going to happen. Now, one of Trump's rumored attorney general picks sent out a tweet early today signaling that Jack Smith, the same gentleman that's going after Trump for the January 6th, among other things, needs to lawyer up. That's very concerning. Very concerning. Now, what we need to do, and by the way, you're listening to OWWR, Old Westbury Web Radio, here in Old Westbury, New York. Now, I'm Tim Coventry, and you, of course, are listening to StudentNewsLive.com. What we need to bring up today after this tumultuous night is a few things. The fact that Donald Trump won when many people expected Kamala Harris to win. The fact that the Republicans won back the Senate, and the fact that as of right now, it seems like the Republicans might even win back the House of Representatives. So we'll have to see. I do want to bring attention to the fact that California is notoriously slow with vote counting. If you look back to 2022, it took them, if I'm not mistaken, 8 days to tally up all of those votes for the House of Representatives. So we may not find out who's going to win the House of Representatives for about a week or so. So we got to pump the brakes on that a little bit, because if the Democrats win the House of Representatives, you, of course, will have most likely Hakeem Jeffries nominated as Speaker. And, of course, that will put a stick in the thigh of the Republicans' plans and Donald Trump's agenda. But we'll have to see exactly what ends up happening. But to move back to the specific data overnight, a lot happened. Republican Morsi won West Virginia's governor race. Now, why am I mentioning this in particular? I'm mentioning this because he easily won the West Virginia governor's race Tuesday. And he used an endorsement from former U.S. President and soon to be president again, Donald Trump, to catapult him to victory in a deep red state. Why is this significant? It's significant because if we look back to 2022 during the midterm elections, there was a lot of people saying there was going to be a red wave. A lot of Republicans said there was going to be a red wave. And in fact, there wasn't. There was a blue wave. So this election ended up turning out and showing that Trump still has pull among the candidates that he endorses, because a lot of them won. And not only that, but it almost seems like for a lot of American voters, there was this amnesia, because a few years ago, January 6th happened. And 4 years later, you have the gentleman, the president, the former president, who's being accused of inciting an insurrection on the Capitol, winning back the presidency. What does that really tell you? Well, it tells you a few things. And a lot can be contributed to how a lot of Americans feel about the state of the economy, how a lot of Americans feel about the state of the border, how a lot of people in America feel about their livelihood, their home buying, interest rates. I could go on and on and on. The reality is, though, former President Donald Trump will be president again. January 20th, he will be sworn in. And not only that, but Vice President Harris, current Vice President Harris, will be the deciding vote. We'll have to ratify on January 6th the election vote. So not only did she lose, but she'll have to ratify a race that she lost herself. So that's got to sting. It definitely does. But again, there have been a lot of critics saying Harris should have gone out last night. You had a lot of people on Fox News saying that the Democratic Party has been saying for 4 years now that there should be a peaceful transition of power, that they should recognize when someone lost, they should concede. And now they're not conceding as of right now. Again, we haven't heard as of 8:27 a.m., any concession call to Trump. But as we move forward in this race, we've got a lot to look at, because New York State, Donald Trump won a decent majority of the state, but he actually had the slimmest margin between a Democratic candidate, of course, Harris won the state, and a Republican candidate in, if I'm not mistaken, over the past 30 years. In fact, if Donald Trump ends up winning the popular vote, and of course he won the electoral vote, it'll be the first time since, I believe, 2004 that this happened, if I'm not mistaken. So this is extremely significant. Again, what is this telling America? Did the legacy media get it wrong? What happened? Well, I think there's a lot to be said about endorsements. And we really don't know if endorsements really help. Now, the most popular podcaster in America, Joe Rogan, endorsed, now infamously, former President Trump the day before the election. Did that help? Who knows? You had Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, campaigning in Pennsylvania for over, I believe it was 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, for Trump. Did that help? Potentially. Now, he infamously was giving out $1 million a day starting, I believe, about a week ago or so. And, of course, the DOJ had sent a letter out to him saying that that is illegal and that you shouldn't be doing that. Trump surrounded himself with billionaires. Trump surrounded himself, of course, with loyalists. Trump surrounded himself with quote-unquote outsiders. What does this mean for a second and final Trump term, Trump presidency? Well, there's that old saying that goes, fool me once, shame on me, right? And then it goes on and on and on. Trump spent 4 years learning on the job. On that podcast with Joe Rogan, he talked about his first day in office and the fact that he knew nothing. He didn't know anything. He had to grab people, put people in office. Now he knows how to run government, how to run the office. And he's now said a lot of things. Let me remind you guys, he said that he's going to be a dictator on day one, that he wants to terminate the Constitution, and that he believes the real enemy is not with North Korea or China, but the enemy within. And keep in mind, with this recent Supreme Court decision on immunity for presidential actions, there's a lot of arguments right now that Trump can just pardon himself. And who knows what's going to happen when he gets into office with all of these federal investigations. But remember, too, all of the people that got arrested for inciting a riot on the Capitol, and Trump has vowed to pardon them as well. And what will that look like? If I'm not mistaken, that's over 1,000 people that were arrested so far. So that's alarming. That's extremely alarming. And there's a lot of people that are upset and have a right to be upset. And there's also a lot of people that are excited. Their candidate won, the other candidate lost. And that's how America should be. People will be upset. People will be happy. It's democracy. We move on. But there's a lot of, an argument to say that Trump won a democratic process, yet he himself does not like democracy. A lot of people argue that. And a lot of people compared him to a fascist. Now, remember, his longest staying chief of staff in his first term, John Kelly, attributed him to a fascist. And John Kelly endorsed Kamala Harris, along with many Republicans, many people from his first administration, as well as Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney. I can't believe I said that. Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney endorsed a Democratic candidate for president. That's shocking to hear. Scroll the wheel back 20 years ago, and I guarantee you guys wouldn't even imagine that. But again, there's still a lot to be said, and it's still bright and early. But here's what I want to bring attention to. Like I mentioned earlier, control over the House of Representatives is still up for grabs. And as it stands, as a reminder, the Republicans have 198 seats. 57 races are to be called. You need, not 217, 218, 218 seats to hold the House of Representatives. The Democrats have 180 seats. So they're going to have to kick it into high gear if they want to actually win the House back. It can be done. It can be done. But the reality is, House races are being decided across the nation. From hard-fought races in New York, like I mentioned previously, to elections in California, where I mentioned it's going to take a while. But here's what you missed overnight if you were sleeping. It's still unclear which party will control the House. Republicans are set to take control of the Senate. And Election Day was surprisingly smooth. Fears of violence or disruptions did not materialize in most places. But there were bomb threats, all of which turned out to be hoaxes, which disrupted voting in at least 5 battleground states. Voters in several states weighed in on abortion restrictions. Abortion measures were on the ballot in 9 states. In 3, Nebraska, Florida, and South Dakota, efforts to write abortion rights into state constitutions failed. Voters in Missouri, Arizona, and Montana backed measures to expand abortion rights. In Nevada, New York, and Colorado, voters reaffirmed abortion and reproductive health rights. Now, how are the markets responding to the election results? Well, future markets in the U.S. surged early Wednesday, with the Dow climbing 2.85% and the S&P 500 rising nearly 2%. Bitcoin, surprisingly, which many see as a winner under a Trump presidency, may I remind you that he was all buddy-buddy with a gentleman who was extremely into cryptocurrency, who also has ties to the controversial figure Logan Paul. But back to the cryptocurrency, it hit an all-time high above $75,000 a share. Tesla, the company run by Trump surrogate Elon Musk, spiked 12% before the opening bell, while other electric vehicle markers slumped. Banking stocks also moved solidly higher, with expectations of a pullback by regulators overseeing markets under Trump. Again, this is really not that surprising. Over the past few weeks, you saw who was donating to the Trump campaign, who was donating to the Harris campaign. And there were a lot of billionaires, business billionaires, throwing money at the Trump campaign. You had Jeff Bezos's The Washington Post refuse to endorse a candidate this year, which, again, do endorsements have that much power? We still don't know, but it's still surprising. But I do want to recognize that barriers were broken and history was made in several congressional races. New Jersey Representative Andy Kim, a Democrat, won his race to become the first Korean American elected to the Senate. Delaware State Representative Sarah McBride, a Democrat, won her race to become the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. The former Obama administration official was elected to the Delaware General Assembly in 2021. And Democrat Angela Alsobrooks won her race and is set to become Maryland's first Black senator. Alsobrooks is currently the county executive for Maryland's Prince George's County, one of the most preposterous Black majority counties in the nation. Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, a Democrat from Delaware, broke barriers again, becoming the first woman and first Black person elected to the Senate from the state. 7 years ago, when she was elected to the House, she was the first woman and first Black person to represent Delaware in the House. It will be the first time that two Black women will serve simultaneously in the Senate. I want to remind everyone, barriers were broken tonight and today. It will be moving on, North Dakota elected its first woman to Congress, Republican Julie Frederick, running for the House of Representatives, who won a race handily in the deep red state. Now, she's currently a member of the state's Public Service Commission. And Bernie Moreno, a Republican from Ohio, defeated incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown to be the first Latino from the state elected to the Senate. But I also want to bring attention to Arizona, because what's next in Arizona? That would be the reporting of what's known as the late earlies, or mail-in ballots that arrived or were dropped off at a polling place on election day or the weekend prior. Now, there's many of these races being called and also being looked at currently by many different media companies. But I also want to bring attention to the fact that Trump's base includes voters who prioritize border security and a robust economy. He promised to cut regulations and lower taxes to stimulate job growth, a message that resonated with many rural voters who felt overlooked by Washington. Harris, on the other hand, promised to expand healthcare coverage and work on policies to reduce prescription drug prices. She highlighted the need for reproductive rights and has openly challenged what she described as an erosion of women's rights under Trump's policies. Polls, again, were extremely tight, with Harris leading in urban areas and Trump leading in rural areas. And the youth vote was expected to play a critical role. And the Harris campaign earlier in the night, last night, started championing the fact that there was a large youth vote from many colleges. But as it turned out, that youth vote went for both candidates. And in this case, analysts predicted higher voter turnout, especially among younger demographics, and that was true. So another key incident that I want to mention in this presidential race, because I think it's very important, is podcasts. And the fact that podcasts, which are typically free, right, may have had a huge impact on this election. I say that because, like I mentioned earlier, the biggest podcast in the country, the Joe Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan endorsed former President Trump the day before the election. And of course, you had Kamala Harris going on Call Her Daddy, the biggest woman podcast in the country. And then Trump went on the Flagrant podcast with Andrew Schultz. He went on the Impulsive podcast with Logan Paul. He went on several different podcasts. And believe it or not, he actually credited his son, Barron Trump, the mastermind behind his whole social media blitz. And it looks like it may have worked. Again, he got a lot of the male vote, and it was split. The last time I checked the numbers, Donald Trump, and this is the first time in a long time, if I'm not mistaken, that there was a 20-point shift between the two candidates. Harris was 10 points ahead with the women vote. Trump was 10 points ahead with the male vote. Is that surprising? I mean, again, both sides were veering towards those respective voters. The Harris campaign realized that they were low in terms of male voter turnout, so they were trying to make him push towards the end of the campaign, but it seems like it didn't work, obviously. Now, Nick LaLota back in New York had a tough race. He had a tough race because for a seat that's red, he, in many cases, votes pretty moderate, and that upset a lot of Republicans in Long Island. Yet he still won. And then we look at Representative Tom Suozzi in the 3rd Congressional District in New York. This is actually really interesting because he just won his seat back a few months ago during that special election that Governor Kathy Hochul called. And now he won again. But the race itself was pretty tight. Now, if we look at that race in particular, there's a couple things that come to mind. Because if you, like I mentioned, when I interviewed Mike LaPetrie, he basically mentioned what he stood for, what he believed in, and really the fact that he was pro-choice and he believed that Trump lost the election. That should be a pretty simple thing to say, that Trump lost the last election. But again, a lot of Republicans refused to say that. Famously, Senator Vance, now Vice President-elect Vance, would not answer if Trump lost the election a few weeks before the election. But here is the news on that particular race I was just talking about. Of course, Tom Suozzi won and he declared victory, but Suozzi carried 52% of the vote, while his Republican challenger, Mike LaPetrie Jr., snagged 48%, with 84% of expected ballots tallied. And this was as of 12:14 a.m. So Suozzi told supporters gathered at the Garden City Hotel in Nassau County, I think that we all recognize that the people of the United States of America and the people of my congressional district are sick of extremism. They're sick of people attacking each other all the time. They want us to work together and get things done. And that's the only reason I won this race, because the people are resonating with that message. Now, of course, the 3rd District covers parts of Long Island and Queens and had once been held by Santos, like I mentioned earlier, who became the 6th House member to be expelled from the chamber after a scathing ethics report. Suozzi took it back during a special election in February, a few months ago, like I mentioned, and he aimed to seal a full 2-year term against challenger Mike LaPetrie, a former state senator. Now, House Republicans tried in vain to tank Suozzi's re-election bid by focusing on his ties to Mayor Eric Adams, calling them two birds of a feather. That's two birds of a feather. And they lost. Ahead of the polls closing last night, Suozzi felt confident he'd keep his seat. A source close to his campaign was told, they found out, They threw millions and millions attacking him during the special. He didn't change his message. It's what it's always been. He won by 8 points, this source said. So, this is significant, very significant. Now, if you remember, Tom Suozzi was rumored he was going to run for governor a few years ago. He ended up bowing out of that seat. George Santos came in. He ended up winning. Of course, there's a lot of controversy, and he's still under federal investigation for a slew of issues, which have not been resolved yet. Now, as we move on, I want to tie things back to Gillibrand. And before I do, this is OWWR, Old Westbury Web Radio. And of course, you can listen to our radio station on OWWRNY.org or on the TuneIn app. Just search up OWWR. Now, of course, you're also listening on studentnewslive.com. Again, I want to emphasize that you can listen to my interview that OWWR and I did with Mike LaPetrie a few days ago. I highly recommend you listen to it. It was, even though he lost, it was a very interesting conversation. But back to Senator Gillibrand. This was a big race for her. She won, and she won comfortably. And why does that matter, especially for people in New York? Well, it matters because she stands for a lot of things that people care about in New York. For one, she in particular won the vote 58% to 41%, which is huge. That's 4,246,344 votes compared to the 3,030,882 votes, which is really big. Now, that is significant for many reasons. Now, I also think that she has a lot to do, and she made a lot of promises this time around. I also want to emphasize that she's going to run again, and only time will tell specifically what ends up happening, particularly with her run in the Senate. But as we move forward, I think I would like to bring attention to the fact that it's still early. There's still a lot of House seats to be called, and we still don't know what's going to happen. And like I said, it could take a few days to figure out what will happen. But I also want to play part of Senator Kirsten Gillibrand's winning speech to her supporters after it was declared that she won. Let's take a listen.
Turning now to one of the hotly contested races, we are talking about District 17. Incumbent Mike once again for her Senate seat, and she is speaking to her.
The greatest support I could ever have. He is literally what keeps me standing on any given day. When I need a kind word, when I need a hug, when I need to just get back in there, he's the one who says the right thing at the right time. He's God's greatest gift to me to have a husband like Jonathan. Thank you, buddy. And I have my youngest son with me, Henry Gillibrand. Henry Gillibrand, who someday will be a politician. When he was 5 years old, we went over a pothole. They said, "Mom, what are you doing about the potholes?" I said, "Well, honey, that's not my job. I can bring home the money, but the mayor has to fix the pothole." He said, "Well, then I'm going to run for mayor and fix the damn potholes." So Henry will be a politician someday. We love Henry. He's in high school. My oldest son is abroad. He's at a...
Now, that was, of course, Senator Gillibrand, who is currently now the senator again in New York. So here's the thing, right? She declared victory. She had a massive win. Many people expected her to win. But again, this is big because with 96% of the vote in, AP called the race, and rightfully so. But again, she won by over 1 million votes. Huge victory. I also want to bring note into Amy Klobuchar because she also won her Senate race by 500,000 votes or so. She had the 56% of the vote compared to 40.5%. And Royce White, the Republican from, of course, the great state of Minnesota, was running against her. And he lost. Now, where do we go from here? Let's say, in particular, the Republicans end up getting the House, they have the Senate already, and they have the White House. What happens? Well, Trump has vowed to bring your, quote unquote, your taxes down. What does that mean? His critics have said it's just going to give more tax breaks to the billionaires. Elon Musk has now said that this country's going to be opened up and there's going to be a ton of freedom. And keep in mind, what's interesting about Elon is that if any of you were on Twitter this past night, you would probably think that it may have been a Trump fan page to some regard. There's been a lot of criticism for how it's displayed Republican ideology. And why is that funny? Well, let me think. Let's go back 2 years when Elon bought Twitter. He emphasized the fact that there should be free speech. And what ended up happening was he had his team boost his views because he recognized that people were showing up more than he was, and he didn't like that. He also silenced a couple people. He famously banned journalists and then begrudgingly brought them back after he got a ton of hate. This is a tweet from the richest man in the world, just so you're aware. April 27, 2022. Next, I'm buying Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in. And this man is actually potentially going to be in charge of some governmental regulations. Trump has said, this is the man that might be in charge of that. Let's just put that in perspective. One man I haven't even mentioned, which I will go into right now, is, of course, Robert Kennedy Jr. This man, Trump has said, will be in charge of women's health. And that has alarmed a lot of people because I could spend so much time going down the Robert Kennedy Jr. rabbit hole. And I won't. And I'm sure a lot of people are happy about that. But what's interesting is that he wasn't able to remove himself off the ballot in time from several states. And he actually got a decent amount of votes in several states when he even said, please don't vote for me. What does that say? Well, obviously people didn't like Trump. They didn't like Harris. And it's the same type of feeling. I've come across multiple people. I've asked multiple people about it. And it's almost like picking your poison. They're both terrible, I've gotten from people, which again, I don't think that's a good feeling for any American to have. They should feel comfortable and happy with the vote that they're giving. But I've also had Trump supporters and Harris supporters that love their candidate. Again, Trump, I can't even begin to tell you, and I actually want to bring this up because I find it extremely interesting. There was a Time magazine cover for Trump that just came out a few hours ago. And what's interesting about it is that it talks about I believe it was Time, if I'm not mistaken, but it was going through his 34 felonies. Obviously, he was impeached twice. And then, of course, he's now a two-term president or going to be a two-term president. I guess it's how you reward a person, right? That's interesting. But in reality, again, here's what I'll say to all of you that are upset by this Trump win or who think that there will never be a woman president. Here's what I say to that. It's up to us, of course, the younger generation. We're broadcasting from several different college radio stations. To all you listeners, depending upon how young or old you are, it could happen. It could be the next election cycle. It could be the election cycle after that. Who knows? What is significant is that in a span of 16 years, because 16 years ago, Obama won the presidency, you had a black man become president, black person become president. You had 2 women candidates almost becoming president, becoming the nominee of their party, only to be only to lose to a president, now president, former president, soon to be president again, who has 34 felonies, who was convicted for assault on a woman, and who currently owes hundreds of millions of dollars to the state of New York, and who is facing potential jail time, which now that he won, let's face it, he's probably not going to get jail time because that would not remotely make any sense. So that judge has a lot on his hands and has to figure some things out. But also, again, day one, you can expect most likely Trump to try to pardon himself, and then for him to pardon all of those, as he calls them, patriots who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2020. As we're rounding down here at OWWR, I want to just bring attention to the fact that this isn't just what we do. We have a range of things. We play music, we talk about the news, but I think it's important, and I'm very grateful that we had the chance to be on studentnewslive.com. So a big thank you to everyone at Student News Live, because this is an amazing opportunity, and I'm glad to share this whole operation with several different radio stations, college radio stations across the country, and with several different listeners across the world, more than several, of course. And then I want to give a big thank you to our production manager, Patrick Alexander Jones Brown, excuse me. And then, of course, our station manager, Professor Joe Manfredi. And of course, this could not have been done without the support of OWWR as a whole. We really came together. We have all the equipment set up, and we really worked as a unit. So I want to thank everyone here at OWWR for all of their dedication and hard work. With that being said, I also just want to say that, again, the race has not been called for several House seats. So we still don't know what's going to happen. And that's exciting to a few people. And it should be exciting to a few people, because if you're sitting at home right now listening, worried out of your mind or scared for what's going to happen next, if the Democrats end up getting the House, the Republicans, can't enact what they're trying to enact without their support. So there's a lot to be said, So at that point too, as we round things out, there's a lot of news coming out and starting to come out as the country begins to wake up. But of course, we're awaiting Kamala Harris to concede, and we should be expecting to hear from her at some point today. What that will look like, I don't know. Of course, what I will say is this. We have a couple things to round out this show. This campaign for Harris was supposed to be everything short of, a free ad. A panel of women not containing their excitement to welcome Kamala Harris, ready to introduce their and commitment to daytime audiences. It was a moment that encapsulated one of the biggest challenges facing her campaign. Now, here's the thing, right? I want to bring attention to The View, right? Because this may be where she went wrong. The question was, what, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years? And she responded with, there is not a thing that comes to mind. And she later clarified after that interview that she would have added a Republican to the cabinet. That could have been one of her problems. Now, again, I just want to thank all of you for listening. This has been a fantastic opportunity for myself. My name is Tim Coventry. And this, of course, is OWWR, Old Westbury Web Radio, broadcasted out in Westbury, New York, Long Island. Now, thank you so much for listening. and have a great rest of your day. Before I even go, actually, I just want to say voting is an important right. Everyone in this country has a right to vote. I'm glad that everyone gave that vote, or whoever wanted to vote was able to express their vote. Obviously, this may not have been the reaction that a lot of people wanted, but that's how an election works. And if we really look at it, we'll continue to bring you updates and in-depth analysis here at OWWR as the results come in. And our nation's path forward will become clearer. Stay tuned, stay informed, and most importantly, go out there and keep voting through future elections. Thank you. And thank you for watching, and thank you again to Student News Live.
Country and right here in Ohio. I'm Dan Gray at the State House. Coming up live, Gloria Jabu and I have more updates on issue 1 and other ballot issues alike.
And reporters are live around Athens with results of local elections and ballot levies. Stay tuned. Athens Midday is next.
Welcome to a special 9 a.m. Athens Midday. I'm Dylan Muck.
And I'm Tanaya Stevens. For the next hour, we will rejoin the Student News Live 24-hour election broadcast. This SNL is made up of student journalists from all over the world.
We will focus our coverage on how yesterday's election affects people here in Southeast Ohio.
It's the day after Election Day. To start, the presidential race has been called. The Associated Press called the race early this morning with 270 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris lost the race by over 50 votes in electoral votes.
Former President Donald Trump will resume office on January 20th, 2025. He'll be the first president convicted of a felony and the second president re-elected after not being elected for a consecutive term.
This decision reflects the majority of voters across the United States. This answer affects everyone in America, and thanks to our affiliates and their network of live cameras, we can take a peek at what's going on now across the country. Here's now a live look at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump reportedly spent election night surrounded by supporters. A very nice view and a great time for Donald Trump, as he was happy with that, him getting into office. We want to show you now another live look. Please just give us a second while we have our colleagues look in the control room to tune into the next live location. Now we are in New York with the billboards, and hopefully there were some signs that show of the voters winning.
Yeah, this looks like Times Square. It's really interesting. I don't see a lot about the election there, but, you know, I'm sure everybody in New York has opinions.
I'm sure they do. As we go into things, let's now look at a live look in Wisconsin. Okay. As states to continue to develop this morning, our affiliate reporters are now following both leading presidential candidates. Leah Waldman joins us now with the latest on Trump's and Harris' respective campus.
It's the day after Election Day and no more waiting. Former President Donald Trump is the president-elect and poised to become the 47th president of the United States over Vice President Kamala Harris. Wisconsin is the final state CNN projected to send him over the edge with 270 electoral votes. He is also poised to win the popular vote, a huge win for the former president. Now, he crumbled the so-called blue wall that had formerly sent President Joe Biden to the White House in 2020 over Donald Trump at that point. That was Harris's clearest path to the White House if she were to win the 2024 election. Another big win for the Republicans in the 2024 election is taking over the Senate and flipping the Senate. So another race we're keeping our eyes on is the race for control of the House. Republicans hoping to keep control of the House in this election. Now, Trump, he addressed his supporters around 2 a.m. Eastern time in Florida. Hear what he had to say.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people.
Now, Kamala Harris didn't talk to her supporters last night at Howard University. A member of her campaign staff said that she will be addressing her supporters at Howard University at some point today, not giving a timeline of that, but they did say they wanted to wait until every vote was counted. In Washington, D.C., I'm Lee Walden reporting.
Thanks, Lee, for that report. In 30 minutes, we'll check in again on the latest on the race for the president. Before then, if any breaking news happens relating to either former President Trump or Vice President Harris, Athens Midday will share it. Dylan.
We have two crews live in our state capitol covering Ohio races and the Buckeye State's reaction to the presidential race. Gloria Jabu joins us from Columbus. Gloria, what do we got going on right now at the Capitol?
So thanks, Dylan. Right now, I'm in front of the Capitol building, and it's a pretty chilly and cloudy day. Right now, I walked around the Capitol grounds, and I didn't really see much activity. The Capitol grounds are pretty empty, and in front of the building, there aren't really many people. So it's pretty much a normal day, and it's just people going about their day. Now, afterwards, Dan Gray is going to talk to us about the latest on the District 12 congressional race. So back to you, Dylan.
Thanks, Gloria. I appreciate the update. Tanaya?
Thanks, Dylan. Ohio University sits inside Athens County. Athens traditionally leans blue or Democratic. However, pretty much all surrounding counties in our area lean red or Republican. Zoe Blankenship joins us live now from outside the Athens County Board of Elections. Zoe, what's going on uptown?
Yes, Tanaya, I'm here right over by Athens County Board of Elections. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to step over there, so I'm keeping it safe. So I'm in front today of the Athens County Courthouse, and it was here in Athens County that the majority of votes seem to lean blue. However, as you said, the majority of Athens counties leaned red, and that means that Ohio voted for Donald Trump today and yesterday. But we are here today, and we are reporting, and we are ready. We are here covering your election today. Thank you so much. Back to you, Tanaya.
Thank you, Zoe, for that update on how Athens is keeping up with the presidential election. Arguably, Ohio-based race with the biggest national significance is for one of our United States Senate seats. The winner of the race between Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and Republican challenger Bernie Moreno could decide which party controls the U.S. Senate. The Associated Press called the race for Moreno allowing Republicans control over the Senate.
And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better.
Are not work for Jane. And leak that email.
Athens Midday and Student News Live for more information on the race and other U.S. Senate races across the country.
Troy Balderson's seat as Ohio's U.S. Congressional District 12 representative was up for grabs this election. Ohio citizens voted to keep Balderson in the House. With more on that, here's Dan Gray from Columbus.
Thank you, Dylan. And yeah, the people have spoken. Tory Balderson will stay in his seat and continue to be the state representative, going to Congress, going to Washington to represent Ohio's 12th district. Troy Balderson, he will be the representative. And as the campaign was winding to a close, I got the chance to speak with his opponent, Jared Christian. And in our sit-down conversation, he told me what it took him to get here on this journey. Let's listen in. Oh, all right. Well, we don't have the sound, but that's okay. He told me, and I quote, "This race gave me the hope that I have been lacking. I hope that this race gave the people the hope that they've been lacking." And we know that he fought hard, and so did Balderson, because obviously he came out on top. Balderson will be representing Ohio's 12th district in Congress in Washington for the next few years. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks, Dan. I've got to say that shot is absolutely beautiful. Thank you for keeping us updated. Coming up on this special edition of Athens Midday on the Student News Live Network, our live coverage team continues back up in Columbus.
Dan Gray will bring you up to date on Ohio's statewide ballot issue 1 and let you know if the party controlling the legislature will continue drawing congressional districts or if a bipartisan panel will craft the maps.
And Gloria Jabu will have the latest on the vital Ohio Supreme Court races. Please stay tuned.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
This is the walk whose steps you'll retrace forever. This is a 9 a.m. class that'll change you forever. This is a 2 a.m. study session that you'll remember forever. This view is one you'll cherish forever. Let's hope that's temporary, but that is definitely forever. Your idea of a classroom, your idea of celebrations, even your idea of what a successful career might look like will all change forever. And when you leave, fellow Bobcats will give you this nod and this career push forever. This bond, this community, this place, this experience will all stay with you forever. Forever can seem daunting from the outside, but once you're in, Ohio University will forever be in you, and a part of you will forever be here at Ohio. Welcome back. Last night, Ohio voters decided who will fill multiple state level judicial seats, along with state House and Senate seats. However, for the second November in a row, all Ohio voters essentially became legislators to decide the fate of Issue 1. Our State Capitol Bureau team joins us now with more.
Thank you, Tanaya. And yeah, Issue 1 was one of the bigger ballot issues that Ohioans faced on the ballot this election cycle.
Exactly. And the result of the Supreme Court census decision anyways, Dan, do you mind telling us a little bit more about Issue 1 and the results?
Yeah, I could do that, no problem. So Issue 1 was on Ohioans' ballot yesterday, and the ballot language was something that was on people's minds. But let's take a look at what we have.
The political rhetoric in Ohio surrounding
Well, it seems that we're having some technical difficulties with that. But issue 1, it was on the ballot for Ohioans. It had to do with voting redistricting and the redistricting commission process. All right, we're going to take a look at it now.
The political rhetoric in Ohio surrounding ballot issue 1 has been quite confusing in the lead up to Super Tuesday. Yard signs on both sides of the aisle mention putting a stop to gerrymandering in Ohio. So what does a yes vote mean? What does a no vote mean? Voting yes on ballot issue 1 would be a vote for a bipartisan citizen commission being installed in the voter districting process, removing elected officials from the proceedings. Voting no on issue 1 would be a vote to ensure that the current system stays in place, continuing the practice of having elected officials draw voting districts after the census every 10 years. Leading up to the election, citizen volunteers are mobilizing resources at the Democratic headquarters for Athens County. These volunteers understand well how this ballot issue affects their community.
We were carved out of the 94th House District and pulled up into the 95th, which takes us up to Harrison County, Guernsey, Belmont County. Why did they do this? Because Athens Township and Canaan Township tend to be Democratic.
And Republicans in Athens County have been getting the word out as well through student group initiatives and media appearances. We saw an example of that earlier today here in the pod at Ohio University's Schoonover Center. Aiden Fox is with OU College Republicans and has been canvassing against the issue as this election season winds down.
But the biggest issue is actually coming from Section 6 of the amendment, where it actually talks about the districting process, how they're actually going to draw the maps. You may say bipartisan, it's not going to be.
Jared Christian, Democratic candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives for this district of Ohio, wants the voters to know this about the ballot issue.
If you're tired of having representatives who don't represent you, vote yes on issue 1.
And with the information at your disposal, it's your ballot, your choice.
For Gen Z Up to the Ballot, I'm Dan Gray.
Voters have spoken. It's no on issue 1. Gloria?
Well, thanks, Dan. So as of last night, there were 3 contested seats for Ohio's highest court, the Supreme Court. Sorry, little technical difficulties. So thanks, Dan. So as of last night, there were 3 contested seats for Ohio's highest court, the Supreme Court. For years, in the state Supreme Court. And last night's results were pretty interesting. So first up, we have Democrat Melody J. Stewart against Republican Joseph T. Dieters. And last night, voters picked Dieters. Next up, we have Democrat Lisa Forbes against Daniel R. Harkins. And Mr. Hawkins won the seat. Afterwards, we end up with Michael Flannery, Democrat, against Megan Shanahan, and Megan Shanahan won her seat on the Supreme Court. And all 3 will start their terms next January. Thank you so much. Back to the studio.
Thank you for that, Gloria. For residents living outside of Athens city limits and further into the county, voters picked Republican Kevin Ritter to represent them in District 94. The district covers Meigs, Washington, and most of Athens County. However, the city of Athens is not covered in the 94th district, but instead the 95th district.
Ritter is coming in after Jay Edwards, who had the seat for about 7 years and termed out of the House. Ritter is currently a Washington County commissioner before getting into public office. Ritter also was a teacher, and he taught history and government at 4 colleges, even started his own school called Vertis. He thinks his skill as commissioner will be coming in handy in the state house. Ritter is coming in.
As a county commissioner, you gain invaluable experience in developing a budget, dealing with staff, dealing with personnel issues, being the face of the local government.
Ritter wants to unshackle the energy producers, including adjusting the way revenue is collected from oil and gas industries. He also believes in giving parents greater control over what their children learn in the classroom. He says he wants his students were big encouragement to get public office.
His opponent, Wenda Sheard, was at the Athens County Democrat watch party last night when she found out the race didn't go her way. Sheard says good race, and she even called to congratulate Ritter. She and Ritter were both teachers for work before she retired. Shearer was a teacher and taught students all over the world and even right here at Ohio University.
The Ohio Constitution requires a thorough and efficient system of common schools, our public schools. We have yet to have that materialize.
Sheard wanted to take her educational experiences to the State House. She says that the campaign trail taught her the issues she ran on are vital, including fixing cell reception dead zones and improving Ohio public schools. Sheard doesn't know what's next, but she says she'll continue advocating for these issues. In Ohio's 30th Senate District, Republican Brian Chavez won re-election over Iva Faber. Chavez won 68% of the vote in the district and says he wants to represent everyone in the district, according to the Times leader.
From the State House back to the courts, our very own Zach Ruiz joins us live here in the studio with the results of another judicial race. Zach.
Thank you so much, Tanaya. I appreciate that. I do have the results. It was not a very close contest. A lot of these were decided pretty early on. So let us take a look at this Athens County judicial race here. First, let's start off with Mr. Jason Smith. Jason Smith, it was not a very, like I said, close contest. He was in there for the past 5 years. He got elected in 2019, and he just got reelected now in 2024. Also, Mike Hess, another reelected judge in the Republican Party, he is also back in office. Was elected originally in 2019, and now here he is back in 2024. Welcome back, Mike. Welcome back to that judicial seat. We love to see you back there. All right, and now we got the school of district attorney. All right, so I'm sorry about that. We're going to have to, yes, the State Board of Education, Karen Lloyd. She's a former school teacher, and we're going to send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Zach, for that update. Coming up next on Athens Midday, we'll tell you why police shut down a major Athens road last night.
And staying in Athens, we will let you know who won all of the county races and whether the levies passed or not. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Last night, the main road on Ohio University's campus was blocked off. Court Street was closed for vehicle access only allowing election workers to pass through. Police officers were set up at each of the stoplights in order to stop traffic from getting through, and orange cones were positioned down the road with media outlets stationed outside the voting office. Election officials were the only vehicles able to pass through as police officers waved them through. Voting is an important civic duty for everyone. Local races matter just as much as state and national races, and we're starting with Athens Midday reporter Zach Ruiz, who has the latest on Ohio Supreme Court results.
Thank you, Dylan. Here we are. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm going to bring you some Ohio Supreme Court results. So first off, let's start it off with Mr. Brian Chavez. As Dylan said, Michael Donnelly and Megan Shanahan. Donnelly, unfortunately, takes the win, and Shanahan, she's down there for the Republican Party, did not win for the Supreme Court of Ohio. And now we got Lisa Forbes representing the Democratic Party, who took the win over Daniel R. Hawkins, the Republican Supreme Court of Ohio candidate. All right. So there you have that. Thank you, guys. That was your Ohio Supreme Court. Yeah, we're wrapping it. Sorry about that. We're running low on time. We got to send it back to the desk over there. But thank you so much for sticking with me. Those were your Ohio Supreme Court.
Let's take a look at some of the results from Athens County, including politicians and issues. Levy 20 is now passed, meaning Athens County Children's Services tax levy is renewed. Zoe Blankenship is out there on the streets to tell us more. Zoe, how's it looking out there? We appear to be having some technical difficulties getting to Zoe, but these tax dollars will be going to help children's services efforts to help local families. Athens County Children's Services is now facing a tax levy renewal after yesterday's election. The taxes for Levy 22 is $3 million and will provide more money for the care and placement of children in their care. Zoe spoke with ACC's Public Information Officer, Matthew Starkey, about how the levy benefits them.
Really, its impact is going to be, we will be able to continue serving the children and families how we're serving them.
This levy means that for every $100,000 of an assessed value, a person would be paying $60. The levy will not begin collecting funds until 2026.
Voters in Athens County were asked to renew a levy to support programs and facilities for senior citizens. Alice Patton joins us live from our control room for the latest on the levy. Allison, did it pass?
Fairly easily last night. In all, over 23,000 Athens County voters chimed in. One of those, well over 16,000 voted in favor for the levy. This is great news for several programs supporting our area's senior citizens. For example, some money raised benefits for Meals on Wheels.
Roll package, take package,
There is no
Meals
package.
on Wheels. Okay, there's no package around.
Are you still on
here? Yeah,
All right, we will go ahead and take it back to the desk.
Okay.
Athens County is to support the operation and maintenance of Athens County Emergency Medical Services is up for renewal. As part of the 2024 election, voters got to choose whether to vote for or against the issue. And the results reveal that more than twice as many people voted to approve it than against it. That has a big impact on the daily operations of the emergency medical services, whose budget heavily relies on this money. Just over 50% of the EMS funds come from the levy. The rest is obtained through patient billing as prices of fuel and supplies increase. The EMS would face budget cuts if the levy was renewed.
I don't have a plan written out or even in my head for this not to pass. We rely on that levy money for everything, from buying vehicles, paying the insurance for the employees, you name it. If it's not renewed, it's going to make things much, much tighter.
The levy begins in 2025 and we will run for 5 years.
I don't have a plan.
Now we're going to go over
to
our reporter,
not to pass.
Knapsinger, to find the results
for everything, from buying vehicles, paying the insurance for the employees, you name it. If it's not renewed, it's going to make things much, much tighter.
And now we are going to go over to our reporter, Gabby Nafsinger, to find the results for an issue 17 in Athens County.
We're going to look to see if the issue 17 levy passed, and it did last night for Athens County. Issue 17 is important to Athens County because it decides the important funding increase for the Athens Public Library.
The Athens County Public Library has been looking for an important funding levy for the 2025 year by increasing funds from the state.
There's a video before.
Like weaving something.
From the state by $300,000. The property value per month will slightly increase, but adding funding in the library could also mean adding important resources for the community. Nick Wood says the public library is a good resource for families.
Thought now.
Go back.
That's not me, not to me, go to Dylan. You're coming up to Dylan.
You guys, what is, I need a cue.
ME3, yeah.
There are 8 branches of libraries that would be affected by the polls. Help services such as voter registration, movie checkouts, bike rentals, kids center, and reading corners are currently available at the Athens Community Library. Nelsonville citizens don't have a local government. After a long legal battle to get issue 23 on the ballot, the issue passed last night to abolish the city charter. Nelsonville City Council argued the charter didn't grant rights to abolish itself, but a state appeals court says citizens have the right to choose their own government. According to a WOOB report, the old city charter was put in place over 30 years ago in 1994. Coming up after the break, Ohio University students will come to Athens from all over the country. We will explain how and where Bobcats who wanted to vote yesterday could submit a ballot.
Stay tuned for more.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
The Athens County Board of Elections was one of many polling centers that opened before yesterday. And Athens residents voted early all the way up to Monday for college students. However, the process looks a little different as most Ohio University students aren't registered to vote here in Athens. OU student Claire Crenshaw feels that students should be put forth the extra effort to vote, especially this year.
I think our vote is one of the biggest votes for this presidential election, and just getting the word out that students have access to places to vote is really important.
For students who did not submit their vote via a mail-in ballot, Baker Center was open on Election Day for provisional voting. We'll take a short break, but stay tuned for...
No break.
Looks like we're not taking a break here yet.
Stick
but
around.
We're gonna, coming up on Athens Midday again, we will bring you the latest live reactions to the presidential race.
I think our vote is one of the biggest.
Coming up on Athens Midday, we will bring you the latest live reactions to the presidential race from across the country and right here in Ohio.
I'm Dan Gray at the State House. Coming up live, Gloria Jabu and I have more updates on issue 1 and other ballot issues alike.
and reporters are live around Athens with results of local elections and ballot levies. Stay tuned. Athens Midday is next.
Welcome back to our special Athens Midday Election Show. I'm Dylan Muck.
And I'm Tanaya Stevens. For the next half hour, because we're at 9:30, we'll stay with the Student News Live 24-hour election broadcast. This SNL is made up of student journalists from all over the world.
We will focus our coverage on how yesterday's election affects people here in Southeast Ohio.
But not all of the races have had a clear winner. The Associated Press called the race early this morning with 270 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris lost the race by over 50 votes in the electoral votes.
Former President Donald Trump will resume office on January 20th, 2025. He'll be the first president convicted of a felony and the second president reelected after not being elected for a consecutive term.
This decision reflects the majority of voters across the United States. This answer affects everyone in America. And thanks to our affiliates and their network of live cameras, we can take a peek at what's going now across the country. Now we're going to take a look at the White House in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump will be inaugurated into office again in January in 2025.
I'm sure Donald Trump will be very excited to be back in the White House knowing him. But, you know, that was a great live shot.
And now we're waiting for our control room to give us another live shot that as we continue throughout the morning.
Here's another look at Times Square.
Indeed. It's not as packed as I would insist it to be with the announcement of our President Donald Trump being into office. But it looks like with fire trucks and stuff that, you know, it could be pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was up late last night waiting for the results of the election, so everybody might be snoozing this morning. But, you know, there's still some people out there, but, you know, I've been to Times Square. It was a little bit busier than that, so.
As things continue to develop this morning, our affiliate reporters are following both leading presidential candidates. Leah Waldman joins us again with the latest on Trump's and Harris' respective camps.
It's the day after Election Day and no more waiting. Former President Donald Trump is the president-elect and poised to become the 47th president of the United States over Vice President Kamala Harris. Wisconsin is the final state CNN projected to send him over the edge with 270 electoral votes. He is also poised to win the popular vote, a huge win for the former president. Now, he crumbled the so-called blue wall that had formerly sent President Joe Biden to the White House in 2020 over Donald Trump at that point. That was Harris's clearest path to the White House if she were to win the 2024 election. Another big win for the Republicans in the 2024 election is taking over the Senate and flipping the Senate. So another race we're keeping our eyes on is the race for control of the House. Republicans hoping to keep control of the House in this election. Now, Trump, he addressed his supporters around 2 a.m. Eastern time in Florida. Hear what he had to say.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. While I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people.
Now, Kamala Harris didn't talk to her supporters last night at Howard University. A member of her campaign staff said that she will be addressing her supporters at Howard University at some point today, not giving a timeline of that, but they did say they wanted to wait until every vote was counted. In Washington, D.C., I'm Lee Waldman reporting.
Thanks, Lee Waldman, for that report. If any breaking news happens relating to either former President Trump or Vice President Harris at this midday, we'll share it with you. Dylan.
Our two crews are still in Columbus covering the Buckeye State's reaction to the presidential race. Gloria joins us first from Columbus. Gloria, what is going on right now at the state capitol?
Thanks, Dylan. So right now at the state capitol, grounds are still pretty empty, and this was here for a while. It's still pretty busy, but there hasn't been a lot of visitors. So next, on
Thanks, Gloria. I can also give you a little weather update based on that. It appears to be windy out, but thank you, Gloria. Let's send it over to Tanaya.
Thanks, Dylan. Ohio University sits inside Athens County. Athens traditionally leans blue or Democratic. However, pretty much all surrounding counties in our area lean red or Republican. Zoe Blankenship joins us live now from outside the Athens County Board of Elections. Zoe, what's going on in Uptown?
Yes, that's right, Tanaya. It is the day after Election Day, and things are moving pretty regularly here in Uptown Athens. Students are going to class, business is going about as usual. I'm here in front of the county courthouse and the Board of Elections. And yes, you are right. Although Athens County does tend to lean blue, the surrounding counties did lean red, and Donald Trump won Ohio. But we are here and we are back to you.
Thank you, Zoe. Arguably, the Ohio-based race with the biggest national significance is for one of our United States Senate seats. The winner of the race between Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and Republican challenger Bernie Moreno could decide which party controls the U.S. Senate. The Associated Press called the race for Moreno, allowing Republicans control over the Senate.
And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is...
Stay tuned to Athens Midday and Students News Live for more information on the race and other U.S. Senate races across the country.
Troy Balderson's seat as Ohio's U.S. Congressional District 12 representative was up for grabs this election. Ohio citizens voted to keep Balderson in the House. With more on that, here's Dan Gray from Columbus.
Thank you so much, Dylan. And as we just mentioned, Troy Balderson will be the representative for Ohio's 12th Congressional District. That stretches from Athens proper all the way up to just west of Columbus. I did have the chance to speak with Jared Christian, who is the Democratic candidate. I tried to get in touch with Troy Balderson. He was not able to talk with me. But Jared Christian was able to give me a little bit of his insight going into the election leading up to Election Day, talking about his journey there. He said, and I quote, "This race gave me the hope that I've been lacking. I hope that it gives people the hope that they've been lacking." Once again, the people have spoken. Troy Balderson will represent the state of Ohio in Washington come the next few years. Back to you, Dylan.
Thanks, Dan, for that, keeping us updated from the Capitol. Coming up on the special edition of Athens Midday on the Student News Live Network, our live team coverage continues back up in Columbus.
Dan Gray will bring you up to date on Ohio State statewide ballot issue 1 and let you know if the party controlling the legislature will continue drawing congressional districts or if a bipartisan panel will craft the maps.
And Gloria Jabu will have the latest on the vital Ohio Supreme Court races. Please stay tuned.
Parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
This is the walk whose steps you'll retrace forever. This is a 9 a.m. class that'll change you forever. This is a 2 a.m. study session that you'll remember forever. This view is one you'll cherish forever. Let's hope that's temporary, but that is definitely forever. Your idea of a classroom, your idea of celebrations, even your idea of what a successful career might look like will all change forever. And when you leave, fellow Bobcats will give you this nod and this career push forever. This bond, this community, this place, this experience will all stay with you forever. Forever can seem daunting from the outside, but once you're in, Ohio University will forever be in you, and a part of you will forever be here at Ohio.
Welcome back. Last night, Ohio voters decided who will fill multiple state-level judicial seats and state House and Senate seats. However, for the second November in a row, all Ohio University essentially became legislators to decide the fate of Issue 1. Our State Capitol Bureau team joins us now with more.
Thank you very much, Tanaya. There was a lot to talk about yesterday as Super Tuesday had some fireworks.
Exactly. And also there were some differences made yesterday, especially regarding Issue 1. Dan, do you mind telling us about it?
Yeah, of course I can do that. So essentially, Issue 1 had to do with the voter districting commission, whether or not elected officials would be allowed to be in the voter districting process. Ohio voted no. Ohio voted no on the amendment. The current system will stay in place. Elected officials will be allowed to draw their districts. Let's take a look.
The political rhetoric in Ohio surrounding ballot issue 1 has been quite confusing in the lead up to Super Tuesday. Yard signs on both sides of the aisle mention putting a stop to gerrymandering in Ohio. So what does a yes vote mean? What does a no vote mean? Voting yes on ballot issue 1 would be a vote for a bipartisan citizen commission being installed in the voter districting process, removing elected officials from the proceedings. Voting no on issue 1 would be a vote to ensure that the current system stays in place, continuing the practice of having elected officials draw voting districts after the census every 10 years. Leading up to the election, citizen volunteers are mobilizing resources at the Democratic headquarters for Athens County. These volunteers understand well how this ballot issue affects their community.
We were carved out of the 94th House District and pulled up into the 95th, which takes us up to Harrison County, Guernsey, Belmont County. Why did they do this? Because Athens Township and Canaan Township tend to be Democratic.
And Republicans in Athens County have been getting the word out as well through student group initiatives and media appearances. We saw an example of that earlier today here in the pod at Ohio University's Schoonover Center. Aiden Fox is with OU College Republicans and has been canvassing against the issue as this election season winds down.
But the biggest issue is actually coming from Section 6 of the amendment, where it actually talks about the districting process, how they're actually going to draw the maps. You may say bipartisan, it's not going to be.
Jared?
All right, some technical difficulties on the end of that package, but that's okay. Issue 1 was voted down yesterday, Super Tuesday. The current system will stay in place. Gloria, let's come on back and let's talk a little bit about the Supreme Court. You have some results for us, don't you?
Yes. So 3 seats have been contested for Ohio's highest court. And for the past years, the Republicans have been a majority on the Supreme Court. So our first result concerns Republican Joseph Theaters and Democrat Melody Stewart. Theaters happens to win the race. Next, we have Lisa Forbes and Daniel R. Hawkins. Hawkins won this race. And up next, last but not least, Michael Donnelly against Megan Shanahan. Shanahan happens to have won that race. So that makes an all-Republican all Republicans have won this race. So, yeah.
course. So that's about all we've got from Columbus, from the State House. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to send it back to the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Now let's take a look at some state elections. In the 94th State House District, Republican candidate Kevin Ritter beat Wenda Sherrod, getting 0.3% of the vote. Taking a look at another Ohio election, in Ohio's 30th Senate District, Republican Brian Chavez won re-election over Eva Faber. Chavez won 68% of the vote in the district, and he said he wants to represent everyone in the district, according to the Times leader.
From the State House to back to the courts, our Zach Reese joins us live here in the studio with some results of major races.
Thank you so much, Tanaya. Well, like I stated before, we got Mike Hess, your Republican candidate for the judicial seat, back in office. We also have Mr. Brian Chavez won the state elections, excuse me, but we also have Jason Smith, another Republican candidate back in office. And we have Karen Lloyd, the nonpartisan candidate. She is a former school teacher representing the Ohio State Board of Education on the 8th District. And as far as our judicial seats here in Athens County, that's about all we got. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks, Zach, for that update. We will continue to give you more results as they come in.
All that right after the break. Thanks for sticking in.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Local races matter just as much as
This
state
is the
and
walk
national
whose
races.
steps you'll
We're starting
retrace.
with Athens Midday reporter Zach Ruiz, who has the latest on state Supreme Court results.
All right, thank you guys. These are your Athens County local results. Wasn't much of a competition, especially for people like your Sheriff Rodney Smith. Not much of a huge choice there. Sheriff Smith is back in office, and you have Candy Russell, obviously, the County Common Pleas Court clerk. She is on the clerk of courts for the Athens County Sheriff's Department. Candy and Rodney back there. Chris Chimel, the county commissioner, is back in there as well. And we have people like Micah McCary as well. Carl Ortman, the county coroner, he was pretty much the only person you got a choice to vote for. So love to see you back there, Carl. Keller J. Blackburn, again, back in office as the county prosecuting attorney. And I believe that should be all we have for your local, no, it's not. County Engineer Jeff Maiden, your Democratic representative. And that's going to be it. Thank you guys for joining me so much for these Athens County local results. Back to Tanaya and Dylan at the desk.
Thank you, Zach. Levy 22 has passed, which means Athens County Children's Services Tax Levy is renewed. Zoe Blankenship is out on the streets to tell us more. Zoe, how's it looking out there?
That is right, Dylan. Athens County Children's Services is now facing a tax levy renewal after yesterday's election. The taxes for levy 22 is 3 meals and will provide more money for the care and placement of children in their homes. I spoke with ACCS Public Information Officer Matthew Starkey about how the levy benefits them.
Athens County
Athens County issued 20, a proposed tax levy to support the operation and maintenance of Athens County Emergency Medical Services is up for renewal. As part of the 2024 elections, voters go to choose whether to vote for or against the issue. And the results reveal that more than twice as many people voted to approve it than against it. This has been a big impact on daily operations of the emergency medical services, whose budget heavily relies on this money. As prices of fuel and supplies increase, the EMS would face budget cuts if the levy was not renewed. The levy begins in 2025 and will run for 5 years. We are going to take a look at the results of issue 17 in Athens County.
Tanaya, so now we're going to be taking a look at the results of issue 17 for the levy for the Athens County Libraries. As we can see, that has passed, and we're going to take it back to you at the desk, Dylan.
All right, back to the desk.
I took to the streets, or rather sidewalks, to talk to students about the election, and more specifically, if they feel either candidate represents them well, and each candidate's reach towards Gen Zers.
For many students, this is their first presidential election as voters, and young voters are a very important demographic to gain control of the White House. However, sometimes they feel like their voice is not heard.
We all know that it just comes down to lobbyists and stuff. That's all that really matters. Money talks, and I don't got money, so they ain't talking for me.
While some students do not feel well represented by either candidate, others feel like this is not the case. More specifically, referring to current Vice President Kamala Harris.
I think that for the most part, President Harris has my best interests at heart, yeah.
Being a woman and having friends that are part of a lot of minority groups, I feel like Kamala definitely has mine and the people that I love, their best interest in heart.
A place where Harris has made ground this election has been with women voters. According to National Public Radio's last poll reported on Monday, Harris leads with a woman by 11 percentage points, while Trump leads men by 4 points. A 15-point difference overall. One trend from students I spoke to was that Harris seemed to have a much more noticeable impact on social media.
Kamala Harris's Kamala HQ account on TikTok.
Kamala Harris, she has like some Fortnite map now.
Sadly for Kamala, that Fortnite map did not help her win the election. But both candidates have had very large social media campaigns across many platforms, reaching almost everyone. That's all we've got for you until after this quick break. So let's take it to break. Stick around for more.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
This is the walk whose steps you'll retrace forever. This is a 9 a.m. class that'll change you forever. This is a 2 a.m. study session that you'll remember forever. This view is one you'll cherish forever. Let's hope that's temporary, but that is definitely forever. Your idea of a classroom, your idea of celebrations, even your idea of what a successful career might look like will all change forever. And when you leave, fellow Bobcats will give you this nod and this career push forever. This bond, this community, this place, this experience will all stay with you forever. Forever can seem daunting from the outside, but once you're in, Ohio University will forever be in you, and a part of you will forever be here at Ohio.
The Center of Attention for Elections exhibit at Ohio University Libraries celebrates the power of voting throughout history. This exhibit showcases presidential promotional materials from the 1820s and 1960s, reminding visitors of the importance of their voice in democratic process. Highlights include election tickets, political cartoons, and a donkey lighter from a historical campaign.
We need to make people aware of the election. I mean, of course they know, but this is just kind of a fun, creative way of doing that. This year, it's just really important to get out and vote. We really, really wanted to emphasize that. So.
Lambright focused on four main themes: contentious elections, women in elections, changing tactics, and connecting the past to the present. All four are essential to understanding our rights as voters. She is especially excited about the Women in Elections theme. It incorporates a Shirley Chisholm poster celebrating the first Black woman to run for president.
That's all of our election coverage for today. Thank you for watching. I'm Tanaya Stevens.
And I'm Dylan Muck. Thank you guys all for stopping in. And thank you to Student News Live for having us here.
Make sure you tune in for next Thursday as we come back for Athens Midday. And you can catch us on Athens Midday on Instagram and on X if able to.
Thank you, everybody, and have a great day.
Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. In the final 2 hours of Student News Live, I'm Sarah Davis. The idea for this unprecedented endeavor originated here at the Marshall's W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications, the base of operations for this project. We have spent the past 22 hours discussing student views from across the country and the globe. We have had colleges, universities, and high school student interviews and observations from coast to coast on the American political landscape in this 2024 presidential election. And Marshall has student reports live from the White House. Just before 6 a.m., the Associated Press declared Republican Donald J. Trump the winner, taking several of the key battleground states and going over the needed 270 Electoral College votes. And we will discuss the impact of American voters' choice as our program wraps up. Some students here at Marshall may be a bit ahead of the game when it comes to understanding the American political process. We now turn things over to my fellow student journalists, Jada Mills and Tariq Montgomery, joined by a panel of Marshall political science students who have volunteered to come in and discuss this sometimes overwhelming political process.
Hi, my name is Jada Mills and I'm a senior here at Marshall University.
And my name is Tariq Montgomery and I'm a junior here at Marshall.
We're going to go ahead and introduce our panelists. If you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what grade you're in.
Hello, my name is Bailey Dorr. I am a freshman here at Marshall University.
I'm David Haynes. I'm a freshman here at Marshall.
Hi, I'm Caleb Ferguson. I'm a freshman here at Marshall.
Hi, I'm Owen Smith, and I'm a senior at Marshall.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. First, let's start out with your general election reactions to the outcome of this presidential election. Whoever wants to start, you guys can go ahead and volunteer.
So I was not overall too surprised with the outcome of the election. I think the surprising thing for me was mostly the margins, especially in some of the key battleground states.
Absolutely. Anybody else have kind of the reactions of what went down in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, I think overall, a lot of news places were telling us that it was going to take a couple weeks to really iron out, or at least to the weekend, so to have an answer by morning was a little bit surprising. I don't think it was just surprising who won, but I think the timing of how quick it was decided was surprising.
Yes, absolutely. You guys?
The part that I found was most, entertaining or interesting was watching certain times it would idle, and then you'd see a big jump, and then it would idle again, and then you'd see a big jump. So it was very back and forth, and that's what I found very interesting about the whole experience.
Absolutely. Caleb?
Sure. I'm with Owen and David here. I'm not surprised by this result. I think that, like David said, we were expecting this election to carry out for a couple of weeks, and it's pretty much over this morning, and early this morning. I think the margins of victory are surprising. A lot of people expected this race to be much closer, and we're seeing that that's just not the case. And so, good on Donald Trump. He won, and, Harris, she's got a lot of work to do. So.
And what type of things did you think the Trump campaign did to sway voters and win this election?
I think one of the large things that the Trump campaign had over the Democratic Party was mostly the people that were supporting his campaign. He had several key figures that are in the media that supported him. He had an endorsement from Joe Rogan, which was pretty massive for people that are into the internet scene. And he also had a lot of help from Elon Musk, who's a pretty well-respected person around the country. So I'm sure that had a big effect on his campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. Bailey, what do you think about this?
I agree largely with what he said. I feel like the endorsements had a really big impact because you see those big names and those names that everybody know, and so it kind of gravitates you towards that person.
Absolutely. David, you have anything?
Not much that hasn't already been said.
Absolutely.
I think one thing that the Trump campaign did really well this cycle was get the early vote out. You're seeing that in Nevada. You saw that in Pennsylvania, in all these swing states, the blue wall. Back in 2020, Biden had a pretty strong lead in Pennsylvania, for example, with the early vote, and that was basically diminished pretty easily by Trump's early vote numbers. A lot of people had been saying you should vote on Election Day, but his campaign really used the early vote this time around to build that margin up and ensure that the result would be pretty apparent pretty quickly. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. What things did the Trump campaign do to sway voters to win this election? Anybody? Bailey, you want to start? Or?
I think one of the biggest things was the economy. I think there's a lot of people there's a lot of people that are looking at the price of goods right now, and we're kind of upset and are kind of having to live paycheck to paycheck and kind of deal with that fact of life. And so I think when you hear Donald Trump and the campaign saying that they're going to fix what Kamala Harris broke, I think there's a lot of people that are looking for that and want that kind of change of pace.
Absolutely. That's a big thing right now, the price of stuff. So can anybody else touch on what you might see the effects change, or will there be a change? What do y'all think about that?
Well, I think that the prices will probably change whenever we see a change in administration, just because a change of policy. We've seen Donald Trump has talked a bit about wanting to put in some tariffs in place, which generally it could increase our manufacturing jobs in the long run, but in the short term, prices are going to be higher for the average person for most consumer goods. But to what degree, I don't think we can really find out until we see what the actual plan is.
Absolutely. Kind of to touch back on the Elon Musk, how has that affected this? Like you said, it has affected it. His name's been out there. He's supporting Trump. Kind of tell me about that.
Well, Elon Musk has a lot of money, and he has formed his own political action committee that has given a lot of money to Trump and has encouraged a lot of people to get out and support Donald Trump as president. You could say that it has a very large effect, mostly because he just has a huge following, especially with how popular social media has become in terms of running a campaign. And as the person who owns what is now called X, he has a lot of reach in that kind of sphere.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything to kind of add to that?
I'll add one thing. When we're looking at, how Trump won, he got a lot of the mail vote out, and I think Elon Musk and, like you said, Joe Rogan, they had a huge factor in that. He went on a lot of podcasts. I think they're talking about it right now is kind of calling it the bro strategy, I think, where, men turned out for him in record numbers. And, I think that was due in part because of all the podcasts he went on and, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk's endorsements.
Yeah, and just to add on that, I think, one thing that they were targeting was not just the male vote, but specifically men that wouldn't have otherwise voted, that are then going to come out and vote for Donald Trump. I think we saw a lot of that during this election.
And then going on the flip side of that, what could candidate Kamala Harris and her campaign party have done differently during this process to maybe change the tide?
I think one of the biggest issues that harmed Kamala Harris's campaign is simply how late she entered the race. I feel like a lot of Americans probably weren't too familiar with what her policies were or what her plans were for the presidency, mostly because she was just kind of thrown in there a bit too last minute, and she didn't really have time to build that kind of relationship with her constituents.
Absolutely. And did you, like, during that process, did you think that was how it was going to go, or were you really didn't know?
Well, I mean, I think it makes sense that they had to throw Kamala Harris into, just because she was already the elected VP. I think it kind of made sense for her to step up into that nominee role, but I think that she probably just needed to have a bit more exposure onto what her presidential plans were.
Absolutely. Bailey, do you have anything to add?
I also feel as if the seriousness of it would have, I don't feel like she took it as seriously as she could, because if you see some of her rallies, there were some questionable things that went down. And so I feel like if she would have taken it more of a serious route, maybe we would have seen a different result. But I feel like the way things were handled, that's what swayed people from voting for her.
Absolutely. Should Biden have stayed in the race? What do you guys think about that? Him backing down and her stepping into place?
I don't think so. I think based on the poll numbers that we were seeing at that time, I think it made a lot of sense for Biden to drop out. I don't know if it made sense for him to drop out when he did. I think I personally would have preferred if he would have dropped out earlier, especially if you could have had more of a battle to see who would be that nominee, and it wouldn't just have automatically been Kamala Harris. So in my opinion, I think he should have dropped out earlier. But I do not think he should have stayed in.
Was anybody surprised about that, or were you guys kind of waiting for that?
I was a bit surprised just because he was very adamant about not dropping out. But after that first debate performance, it kind of made sense. I think a lot of people saw it coming after that one specific event.
Absolutely. Darby?
And you've all been involved in classes focused on elections and campaigns or similar political science courses. How have these courses shaped and or changed your understanding of the U.S. electoral system?
Anybody want to start?
I'll go ahead and start. A lot of times in these classes, I take campaigns and elections alongside Owen here this semester. We've talked a lot about money and how money plays such a huge factor in all of these campaigns. But the presidential race is unique in that Kamala Harris was able to raise over $1 billion in such a short period, but it still didn't win her the presidency. Oftentimes we find that at least 98% of the time when the candidate has the fundraising advantage, they win. This wasn't the case here. There could be many numbers of factors that cause that, but money plays such a huge factor in all of these campaigns. But I think it's unique to look at the presidential race and say, hey, there's something going on here. It doesn't align with, the normal trend of campaigns.
Thank you, Caleb. Do you think, did you guys look into West Virginia specifically with how much money West Virginians donated to the campaign and who they were donating to in your courses?
We haven't looked directly on the presidential level in terms of, West Virginians donating to Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, but we kind of touched on, the governor's race and the Senate race with Jim Justice. I think just Monday, in class, we talked about the Senate race with Jim Justice and Glenn Elliott, and Glenn Elliott was able to raise about $700,000, and Jim Justice won pretty well. And he was able to raise, I think, around $4 million. And so you see the margin there. And we've studied, outside and inside West Virginia where the money's coming from. A lot of times West Virginia is funded by outside sources. That's adamant with the governor's race, and so with Patrick Morrisey. And so we haven't looked directly on the presidential level, but we have looked at some, the state races and the Senate race. There's a trend there. West Virginia gets a lot of outside money, and we see that play out today. So
absolutely, thank you. What about you, David? Do you have any opinion about the money or campaigning?
As far as what my political science class is focused on and kind of how that has affected my personal really involvement or just like paying attention, I think I would have paid pretty close attention to the election beforehand, but because I'm in a couple political science classes, I think that's really forced me to stay informed, and I really appreciated that, especially with an election as tight as this one was and really as consequential as this one was. So I found that my political science classes probably aren't, we haven't been talking as much about specifically the campaigns, but we have talked about campaign finance, and we've talked a lot about we've talked a lot about Supreme Court cases and a lot of the cases that we've seen recently and historically, and kind of looking at our government from the ground up as far as, it's a Political Science 104, it's an American government class, so kind of taking a look at our founding documents and seeing what our country is founded on, and to see how that has evolved to where we are today, and especially in the election that we just saw is definitely interesting to see the continuity and change over time.
Absolutely. Taking it back to the Supreme Court cases and stuff like that, talk about a little bit about abortion and how, those things were brought up and, the effects of that on this election. Anybody want to start with that? Owen?
Well, Kamala Harris had said she had planned on codifying Roe v. Wade whenever she came into office, so I'm sure that encouraged a lot of people to go out and vote for her. But another issue is that now abortion is a states' rights issue, and there were a lot of these states that already kind of had these enshrined in their constitution, depending on the kind of leadership they had. And while Donald Trump has not claimed he's going to ban abortion nationwide, it is going to be more so up to the states. And we did luckily see several states last night that passed state constitution amendments that did allow abortion in states where it was previously banned. So there is some progress that's being made, but there's still no national protection for it.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything to add with that?
I'll say one thing. The Harris campaign was banking on abortion to be a huge issue, was running on it pretty heavily, and they were expecting, a lot of women to turn out and vote for her. They did, but it wasn't the number that they were looking for, and so you're seeing, the result play out now. But on the, state constitutional amendments, I thought it was pretty interesting. A lot of people were talking about the Florida constitutional amendment with abortion. It did, I think, get 57% yes, but it failed because they need a 60% threshold in Florida. And so, you see across the country, a lot of states are moving to ratify abortion protections, but because those constitutional barriers are in place, you're seeing that result play out now. But the Harris campaign, they expected abortion to be a big winner. It wasn't, so.
Yeah, and to add on the Harris campaign, a lot of people were expecting there to be a correlation between those that were voting to ratify those constitutional amendments and would also vote for Harris. And then in some states, we're seeing these constitutional amendments get passed, and those people aren't voting for Harris; they're voting for Trump. So I thought that was an interesting thing that I personally wasn't expecting.
Absolutely. Bailey?
Okay, I'm going to say one thing. I personally do not think that abortion needs to be a political factor. Sorry. I personally do not believe that abortion needs to be a political factor because it is healthcare in a way, and I don't think that politicians should be using that as a way to sway people for their campaign. But I do agree how Vice President Harris was trying to reiterate that and try to bring it back almost. And I do agree with how some of the states are saying, yes, we can bring it back into the state. But I personally do not agree with it being a political, standpoint.
Absolutely. And as a woman who has voted, how do you feel about that? And just as a woman in general in this election, there's just been a lot about her running as a woman. So kind of touch on that.
It did feel very empowering, knowing that a woman was going to run, because you haven't really, you have seen it, but you haven't really seen it. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, yes, President Trump did take it, but the fact that Vice President Harris was close, and that it was just the numbers and the certain states that, voted for him, that he won in, I feel it's very empowering that we had a close chance to having a woman president. But I'm not surprised with the turnout that he did end up taking it.
You want to go ahead and ask another question?
Yeah. So going back to those critical last 24 hours of the election, what kind of things you learned in class lined up with what happened in those last 24 hours?
So I think one of the big things, especially if you were watching the live coverage of the results, is you have to understand that the way that the votes are tallied in certain areas, it can be really discouraging almost to watch these results as they come in real time, because you see states trending red that are usually blue, or you see states trending blue that are usually red, and a lot of this comes down to the process of how they count their ballots. So one thing we have learned is, these more densely populated areas typically end up leaning blue, but they also take longer to count their ballots because there's more people living in these dense urban areas. And that can be a little bit helpful when you're seeing results and you see these swing states that already look as if they're going to go one way or another. If you sort of know how the tallying process works, you can look at what counties and what precincts are reporting already and kind of get a better idea as to how accurate the results you're seeing are.
Absolutely. David, do you have anything to add to that, or?
Will you go ahead and repeat the question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, how have things you've learned in this class lined up with what you've witnessed over the last 24 hours of this election?
I think for me in my American government class, we've talked a lot recently about kind of the institutions that we're seeing, or the institutions of the American government, and kind of how our three branches of government work. Really basic stuff. So I think it's interesting for me watching the House and Senate elections. I've been watching those almost as closely as the presidential election, and seeing that we might be trending towards a Republican supermajority, and how that can change the way that we pass legislation, or even what we're seeing in the Supreme Court with the majority that we're seeing there, and how that might change things moving forward. That's really been something that we focused on in class.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bailey, do you have anything to add to that, or?
So I take a world politics class currently, and the main thing that we talk about is the 3 I's, and one of them being interest. And I feel like interest plays a really big part in these and how people vote, because depending on the candidate, they will make their campaign to interest certain people, and whoever's campaign has the most interest, those will most likely be the person who takes the election.
Absolutely. Taking it back to our generation and voting as college students, kind of talk about what have you guys seen on our campus alone? Have you guys seen or heard of a good voter turnout from your classes or even just from your peers?
I can't speak too much to the exact voter turnout here on campus just because I haven't really been able to look into that too much. What I have seen a lot of is people that are pushing voter registration onto students. We've got a lot of student-run groups that have been setting up at different spots around campus, encouraging people to register to vote, especially out-of-state students that may not realize they're eligible to vote if they live on campus and they don't have to go home to be able to do that. So I think it's been great to see this student initiative that pushes towards a better voter turnout among students.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anybody else have anything to add to that?
I have heard just from quite a few people that there has been a pretty good voter turnout on Marshall's campus, and a lot of people are advocating for who they voted for and just saying it doesn't matter who you vote for, it just depends on who you think is the right candidate. And I like that there's no animosity on campus right now. They're genuinely just saying it doesn't matter who you vote for, just go out and vote. And I feel like that worked because a lot of Marshall students did end up going out and voting.
Absolutely. I've definitely seen that with my own personal social media accounts. People just encouraging you to vote, not, what I mean? It's okay what side, just vote. So I do like that. And I have heard a lot about that recently. Have any of your opinions towards either campaign or any particular issues changed as a result of your political science education?
I would say that my political science education has certainly changed the way I look at several issues. Something that I think is important to stress is that my education has not changed my morals at all. It has more so changed the way I look into these certain topics and changed how I look at them. And it really has just made me feel like my opinions are now less misguided than they maybe were when I was less educated.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think personally, I'm still in my first semester here, so I think there hasn't been much that has really changed anything. I think, knowledge is always going to be better, and a more informed electorate is always going to be good, and those that are voting and understanding these issues and these policy issues, because I think on some level, misinformed or disinformed voters is one thing that we really need to be fighting against. And so I think my political science education has really helped me to stay informed and to go to the right sources and to really be able to do some research on my own that's not just what maybe social media or the news is feeding me.
Absolutely. And going back to that mainstream media that we were talking about, social media, especially with our generation, how has that affected this election? There's so much that we see on social media, every single platform that we're on. Kind of talk about that. Even Snapchat, I feel like stories, people's getting their opinions out there. Tell me about mainstream media and how you guys have seen that affect this election.
I think there's been a big shift, especially in what we would consider mainstream media, especially because we had things like Donald Trump, who used to speak on fake news and would denounce certain news organizations, which kind of harmed their reputation a bit. And I mean, last night we saw a post from Elon Musk on X showing that traffic on that website hit an all-time high. And that, I think, can be really dangerous in times of elections, especially because it's just an unmoderated platform. And there's nothing wrong with social media, but I think people need to understand that there is a difference between what is real media and what is social media, as there's no really basis for what you're saying on there, and you can say whatever you want, and there's really no backlash for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would really like to kind of get this conversation going about the media. Some more opinions about this, or just like what you've personally seen, you know, like you said, versus social media versus news organizations putting real information out there, or our peers just kind of ranting about politics. You know, what have you seen, and how has this affected this whole entire election in this season?
I think overall, I think there's been a lot of emotion around this election. I think even going into yesterday, a lot of my peers were very anxious about the outcome and about how long it would take. And so, just seeing on social media over the course of the last few months, or really since Kamala stepped into it, because we saw a lot of that over the summer and her campaign, and how social media really formed a lot of her campaign and where she was pushing there. And now we're seeing that didn't exactly work out. And I think it's interesting to kind of see how social media played into that, especially when we look at Donald Trump and kind of his rise in 2015, 2016, and now how we're seeing what they're calling like a political comeback after January 6th and his indictments. To see him now win another election, it really makes you wonder about how much social media really does have an impact in the media as a whole, and like if somebody like that can win after all of that, then how much power really is there? So.
Absolutely. Bailey, do you have anything to add about this?
So I feel as if even if what somebody is saying is purely opinion, and if they're like from the younger, like from our generation, I feel like it's a good thing that they're still posting about it, because in a way they're still getting involved in politics, which is something that we need to see more, because you do have a lot of the older generation who are more involved in the politics, who do more of the political research, and they do go out and vote more. But the fact that we have access to social media and we can see everybody's opinions, we can form our own educated opinions, and we can find our own information on certain candidates based on what other people say and based on our own research, because it really gets your mind going on what people are saying. So you research to figure out if that's true or not.
Absolutely. Were you guys seeing a lot more of your side on your social medias, or were you seeing a mix, or were the algorithms giving you what you wanted to hear and see, or were you seeing both sides, and kind of what was the effect of that? Absolutely. Go ahead, Caleb.
I think these social media conglomerates are made to market whatever you want to see. I trafficked Twitter pretty heavily yesterday, and I was getting a lot of both sides there. But on other social media websites, it was one side or the other. I think they're in business because they use their algorithms to give people what they want to hear and what they want to see. And I think that's slowly a reflection of the trend in where people get their information these days. People are slowly entering into their own echo chambers where they only turn on what they want to hear, and they will turn off and disavow anything that they don't want to hear. I think that's, part of mainstream media, is that they're slowly turning that off, and they're going towards social media, because social media is such a expanded platform to where you can see what you want and you can hear what you want 24/7. And I think that's what has, plagued this campaign. Is Kamala Harris used social media pretty heavily, so did Donald Trump, and when you build off of social media like that, you can gain momentum to carry you into the election day. And a lot of Trump supporters, their social medias are very Trump. A lot of Harris supporters, the same. And so with the algorithm, I think definitely people get what they want to hear and see, but that's just social media. So.
Absolutely. Were you guys seeing on your personal accounts more local or national news stuff, or honestly both? Just kind of explain what you guys were seeing, and especially as political science students, I'm sure you guys saw double what I was seeing. Anybody want to start? Owen, thank you.
I can say through my social media feeds, I saw a whole lot of coverage on national politics. I did not see very much on local stuff. The stuff that I did see was because I follow people that are in the local scene. But I would not say that the algorithm has any sort of say in local politics. At least it didn't seem that way to me.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll completely agree with Owen. I think my social media pages were pretty national focused, where I was getting a lot of presidential results, Senate results, and feedback from those races. West Virginia is pretty cut and dry when it comes to politics. This is a ruby red state, and people know that, and there isn't a lot of reporting going on. The races that we had here in the state were called within minutes after the polls closed, and so there really wasn't much buzz or news or any surprising results in West Virginia. And so, when that happens, the media is pretty quiet here in West Virginia on the state level. And so, that's why the national, news and platforms there were all over my social media. And I'm sure we're, pretty common up here on the panel as well. I know with that one, but.
Absolutely, thank you. Now I kind of want to shift to the economic issues and, what is our economy going to look like? What have you guys learned in your classes? What are you guys hoping for? Just kind of the economy. What's that going to look like in the next 4 years, if you have any idea?
Well, one thing that we've seen with Trump's economic plan is he plans on introducing tariffs, which is basically a tax on imports. If someone wants to buy things from China, their company has to pay an extra amount of money to the United States government in order to get those products from overseas. And the goal of this is to try and build manufacturing hubs in the United States so we have more American-made products and more American jobs in the manufacturing industry. But until those factories are actually up and running and those jobs are secure, instead we're just going to have a raise in price because these companies are going to be paying taxes and they aren't going to just eat that cost. They're going to raise prices to the consumer to offset that.
Absolutely. So this is going to hurt us first, right?
Yeah, this is going to hurt us before it has any major effect on our economy that's good for us.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything to add about that?
I'll say one quick thing. I think Trump's taking a big bet on tariffs. I think back to 1892 when Grover Cleveland won. Tariffs he won his second term, but it was non-consecutive. Obviously, that's what happened here. He took a big bet on tariffs. Donald Trump is taking a big bet on tariffs, and it's either going to pay off quickly or it's going to doom him. I'm not really sure. I'm not, completely inclined to comment on all the economic issues, but I think, tariffs, he's made that a huge issue. Everybody knows his economic policy, and I don't think Harris made hers necessarily clear. She just simply said it's going to be different from Biden, and so I think people were a little weary of that, but they're expecting a lot out of Donald Trump because of, they look back from 2017 to 2021, besides the COVID years, the economy was doing fairly well, and they hope that Donald Trump can carry that back in.
You got some more to add?
Yeah, I think another thing that it'll be interesting to keep an eye on will be the Federal Reserve and how inflation is, because inflation has it's dropped down and it's at a more manageable level, 2%, the level that they're aiming for, and Trump has made comments about wanting to have more of a say in the Federal Reserve and how they deal with inflation. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out and whether or not he follows through on that, and if so, what our inflation starts to look like.
Anything else? Bailey, you have anything to add?
I will say that I do agree with what they said. It probably will get worse before it gets better just because the tariffs are new. They're trying, like Caleb said, he is taking a big risk, a big bet on these tariffs. And it's very common for things like this to get worse before they get better, but I do feel like in the end, they are going to resolve themselves.
Absolutely. Maybe we can shift to immigration and what that's going to look like and what Trump's plans are and how do they compare to, like you said, his other presidency? What's the changes and anything like that you guys can kind of share?
I mean, Trump, in 2016, he was build the wall. I don't think that's going to change here. I think he's going to try to pick that back up again. Biden famously stopped that and then kind of worked on it. It's kind of unclear what he did. But Donald Trump is pretty adamant on building the wall. He hasn't really made that huge, but he's made mass deportation a massive issue that he's campaigned on. He believes that there are, tens of millions of illegal immigrants here that shouldn't be here and that he will make them leave forcefully. It's expensive to do, number one, and two, he was only able to deport, I think, maybe 3 million immigrants when he was president the first term, and so, deporting tens of millions of people was probably not feasible for him, but that day one, that's what he's going to do. He said he's going to close the border. He's probably going to send National Guard troops down there to hold the line, and he's going to start mass deportations. And so that's his policy. It's pretty similar to 2016, but we'll see how effective he is over the next 4 years in doing so.
Absolutely. David, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's been, we've heard a lot of rhetoric about these illegal immigrants and what Trump plans to do. And it's interesting with some of the debates that their stances weren't too incredibly far off, that they both saw it as an issue that needed to be resolved. I think with Trump, it will be, I think we'll all be eagerly waiting to see what he does on day one, what that process starts to look like, and how that might look over the course of 4 years, and how that might change, and things that he said now, whether he said promises made, promises kept, and so it'll be interesting to see if he follows through on that promise, and if these things really do happen, or how far he intends to go.
Absolutely. Thank you. Tyreek?
And as you all followed the election process for both these candidates, are there any moments that stood out to you as being particularly strong or weak decisions?
I would say I think Donald Trump had both one very strong moment for his campaign and one very weak moment. The strong point would be the assassination attempt. I think that showed a lot of patriotism, and I think a lot of people were able to rally behind him, considering how fearless he seemed after that whole incident. But I do think his rally at Madison Square Garden, where he brought on Tony Hinchcliffe, who made several racist jokes under the supervision of Donald Trump's campaign, I think that really hurt him, especially with these minority votes that he needed to win over to win these swing states.
Absolutely. Anybody else want to add to that? Or repeat the question?
Yeah, I think some of the I think the two debate performances are some of the big things. You see the first debate and how poorly Biden did, and that was obviously a big win for Trump, and I think the polls reflected that. And then you see this last debate with Kamala Harris, and that kind of, you could take it either way. I don't think there was really a clear winner, but it was, each person kind of took what they wanted from it, and if you were a supporter of one, then you celebrated their performance. So I think both were, I don't know, I think the first one was a big turning point, especially in Biden dropping out. I think the second one was just a lot more of what we actually saw. It was a good opportunity for Harris to gain that exposure, and I think that really helped her campaign, but obviously not enough.
Absolutely. Do you have anything to add, Caleb?
I would just reiterate what the two gentlemen next to me have said. I think the debates played a huge factor into this. Obviously not enough for Kamala Harris because, a lot of people say the second debate was pretty favorable towards her. And, the assassination attempts, the two on Donald Trump, the one when he was out on the golf course and obviously the one that nearly killed him in Pennsylvania, that was a huge factor. But Kamala Harris, she's not really had any notable events for her campaign besides, maybe the debate. She really hasn't been that largely controversial nor, uncontroversial. I think one of the turning points for her was, last night when she didn't make a statement. They told, all the people at her rally or at her campaign watch party to go home and wait out this election. I think that was an attitude of this is not looking good. And, we see the result now. But for her, she really doesn't have any make or break moments. I would say a lot of the times where she avoided the media and sit down interviews, I think that hurt her. She had the notable one with Fox News and Bret Baier. I don't really think she gained anything from that. But overall, she's not really missing out on anything when it comes to that or, overachieving. And Donald Trump, he's had a lot of hit or miss, but he's fairly balanced himself out to where we see the result now. So,
absolutely. Thank you. Out of curiosity, what does the rest of your semester look like following this election? Will your poli-sci classes shift to less contemporary issues or continue focusing on the fallout of this election? If you guys know.
I have class today, and I'm really excited to see what we go over, because every couple classes we'll spend the first 10-15 minutes talking about the election or the debate that's coming up or whatever is happening in the current moment. So that's been that's been fun to really follow and really interesting to check in on. And so I think now we're definitely going to talk about it today. I wouldn't be surprised if that's all we talk about today. As far as moving forward, we'll continue to go through our coursework in the institutions of the American government, and I think it'll be interesting to see how this election shapes that moving forward.
Absolutely.
I would have to agree. As Caleb said earlier, me and him are in a class together called Campaigns and Elections. I'm sure we'll spend the next probably week or so talking about the different campaign strategies that both candidates used and what kind of helped them gain their voters. But I don't think this will last very long into the semester. I imagine by a couple weeks we'll be back to just studying regular coursework.
Absolutely, Bailey.
I feel like, because I have class tomorrow, and I feel like it's going to be a big discussion in my classes tomorrow. But I feel like a lot of my classes, just the way they're structured, they'll probably use this election as examples, but I don't think they will really dwell on it. They'll stick to the curriculum that they have, but they will probably use it as examples to teach what their curriculum.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And going back to both candidates' viewpoints, how do you think Trump's viewpoint of the war in Israel is kind of helped him out during the campaign process? And what do you think the next steps are now for our country regarding them?
I'll field this one. I would say that he is pretty adamant on saying this is going to be over the moment I'm president, especially with Ukraine as well. And I think a lot of Arab Americans, especially in Michigan, recognize that. If I'm not mistaken, I saw some numbers out of Dearborn this morning, and he was, I think he was up 40% maybe, and you were seeing at least 25% for Jill Stein there. And so I wouldn't say this is a reflection of, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because he's going to end this war, but I think it's a scenario where Kamala Harris didn't do enough to differentiate herself from Biden's policy so far in Israel that, would comfortably, that would, ease the fears and, make the Arab American populations here feel comfortable in voting for Kamala Harris. I think Donald Trump, I don't know if he'll be able to end it on day one. He's even said, I'll end it before I even become president. But he has catered, especially the evangelical crowd that is, very pro-Israel. He did well in that crowd. And you're just seeing kind of a reflection. It's not so much Donald Trump won this issue, but Harris lost this issue so much.
Absolutely. Anything else to add, David, to that, or?
Yeah, I think as far as Kamala Harris trying to win the young vote, I think there's a lot of young voters that really made Israel, the war in Israel, a big part of how they were going to vote. And it was, I think I definitely agree with Caleb that it was Harris lost that issue. It was Harris's to lose. She had the opportunity to win it, and that would have, I think that would have swung a lot of voters. I think those voters still voted for Kamala Harris, and so I think that's interesting to look at and see that even that wasn't enough. But I absolutely agree that she didn't do enough to differentiate herself from Biden and really the American stance as a whole.
Owen, do you have anything? Or?
I would have to agree with what both of these people just said. Trump may not have had much of a stance on how he was going to do this, but he has said multiple times that whenever he's elected, he's going to stop the war, which is at least some sort of substance that he's said. Kamala Harris, it seemed as if it was going to just be sort of maintain the status quo, which I think a lot of people were unhappy with. So yeah, I would say she dropped the ball and just did not really have as extreme of a stance as she maybe needed to win over voters that were voting on that specific issue.
Absolutely. I know there's a lot of concerns for healthcare in the next couple of years. Kind of talk about that. What's that going to look like with Trump as president?
I'll say something on this. In the debate, he said he had concepts of a plan regarding Obamacare, maybe reforming Obamacare, or even keeping it the same, or even expanding it. We're not really sure what he's going to do, and I think for a lot of seniors and for a lot of people that depend on Medicaid and Medicare, there's a little bit of uncertainty there. But in 2017, he tried to do a kind of subtle repeal of the Affordable Care Act. It was kind of a quick thing, and it didn't pass thanks to John McCain. But we're not really sure what he's going to do. I mean, he's in a position where, hey, he's going to have the Senate, and he may just very well have the House. That's still up in the air. But right now, we really don't know what he's going to do. He hasn't really stated. He's kind of largely avoided the issue, but that's still to be decided. So.
Absolutely. Do you think that had, a big say in the voters and the voter turnout and different things? Like you said, he hasn't really said much, so.
I think
What were
people
the
were
effects of
more
that?
concerned of other issues like the economy. I saw, democracy was a huge issue, immigration, abortion. I think all those issues way outnumbered the, healthcare crowd that voted on that basis. Healthcare for Harris was a, winning issue for the most part. It's, it's usually been for Democrats, but healthcare really didn't play that large of a role in this election.
Anybody have anything to add to that? No. All right. Do you think things you've learned in your election focus classes have shaped the location, have been shaped by the location of our university? Have things stayed at a federal level or local politics discussed frequently?
At least for my American government class, the focus is going to be federal, but I think Dr. Beller's done a great job of spending a lot of time talking about our state elections. And, we have students that are from, everywhere in the tri-state area or even outside of that. So for me, talking about West Virginia politics has been really interesting because that's been something that, I have followed, sometimes more closely than even the national elections, even just growing up. So I think it'll be interesting to see even how those turn out and how we talk about that today in class. But we've definitely talked about both. I think the focus has been more on the federal election and the the federal government. But I think it's been nice to have also talked about the state level things and kind of the different powers that the federal government and the state government has, and especially with things like abortion that are kind of in limbo right now. It's with the states, and then they're trying to do something federally and with the Supreme Court decision. So that's been really interesting to learn about.
Absolutely. Bailey, do you have anything to add to that?
So in my class, we talk a lot about how elections are globally, and my professor likes to relate that to how we do our elections nationally and locally. So he will take, let's say we have a specific country, he'll talk about how elections are run in that country, and then it'll be how elections are run in our country, and then we compare and contrast, and then we talk about what we learned in that and how we can apply it or implement it into our election.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything to add?
Yeah, I can say I don't think that or any of the classes that I'm in are catering specifically towards either local or federal elections. I think it's mostly just teaching general concepts and outlines, but I think they do apply very well to West Virginia. One of the things we talked about in our campaigns and elections course is the importance of funding in campaigning. And in a place like West Virginia, that's really easy to follow because we have a lot of key figures that are donors in races every 4 years. So you have the same names that are popping up all the time, and it's a lot easier than if we were to have millions more people that we had to keep track of.
Absolutely. Great.
And have the topics you studied in your classes seemed any different as a result of the election taking place?
I will say in our campaigns and elections class, we've studied a lot about early voting, mail-in voting, and get out the vote processes. I think a lot of times we've studied that Democrats are heavily favored in these areas of voting, and that just wasn't the case here in this election. I think that's one of the things that's most surprised me is we've studied that mail-in voting, early voting, Democrats, and it's just not the case here. And so that is something we've studied. I think also too the polls. The polls were so close all election season, and we studied the margin of error. All these polls were in the margin of error, so this race could have went either way, and we see which way it broke, and so.
Absolutely. Thank you. What are some surprises from this election that you guys have seen? What surprised you about this election or about the campaigning, just in general?
I don't know if I would say that this is necessarily surprising, but as far as during the debates and even a little bit earlier on, or even here recently, I think kind of the attacking of both sides and the polarization and divisiveness that we've seen from both sides has more been shocking than surprising. I would say, I think specifically with the election, as I said earlier, I think the timing and how quickly, and really kind of by how much Trump won, I think has been surprising for me personally, waking up this morning and checking my phone. So I think that's been the biggest thing for me.
Absolutely. Anybody else?
I will say, 106 days Kamala Harris had to pick up a campaign that she largely was out of because Biden was the nominee, and then she got thrown into it out of nowhere on July 21st. And so I think it's incredibly impressive and surprising that she was able to organize a campaign in that amount of days, that she had, an actual shot of winning that, in just over 3 months. And, I think, in terms of surprises, Donald Trump winning was obviously, not really surprised, but to some people it was. But for me, it was, how organized her campaign was and how cohesive it was in such a short period of time.
Absolutely. Anybody have anything to add to that? That was really good remark.
I personally was surprised with, once again, like we said in the beginning, how quickly we had the results of the election, because I had heard and read that it would be multiple weeks or even like days up to multiple weeks before we had an official call. But the fact that we already have the result was one of the most surprising things to me.
Anybody else? Let's see. Do any of you have any experience working in either local or national politics? If you could, or if you do, kind of speak on that experience and how it shaped your understanding of politics. Outside the classroom, inside the classroom.
I wouldn't say I have much experience working within local politics, but I have been present for a lot of events, and I've met lots of local candidates. And I think the biggest difference between something like local elections and federal elections is that usually these personal elections are much more personality-based than they are party-based. I know many people that are registered Republicans or registered Democrats that will vote for the opposing party if it's a local election, because maybe it's someone they know or it's someone they think would do a good job of running either their city or their town or wherever it is that they're living.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else have anything to add to that?
So I personally have not worked, but I have had a lot of sit-down conversations, almost like interviews with a lot of our local political figures, and a lot of them talked about how basically getting your name out there and about how much you're watched, because how personal it is, because they were talking about how if they make one little mistake, then all of a sudden people will turn on them, or if they do one good thing, now everybody likes them. That was their one big thing that was their concern, is how they're viewed in the public eye.
Absolutely.
And going into Trump, since he is, he won, how do you feel about his running mate, J.D. Vance? Can you guys give us a little insight on him?
I think J.D. Vance is a very controversial figure, especially in a region like Appalachia. A lot of people do not care for him very much because of some of the rhetoric he used in his book, Hillbilly Elegy. But he also was a sitting senator in Ohio, so clearly he has enough of a political following that he was able to help the campaign out a bit, especially with this certain voter demographic.
Absolutely.
I think specifically, at least from what I saw with the vice presidential debate, it was, for me, it felt like more of a return to normal politics between Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. So I think it was, J.D. Vance is a politician. He hasn't been a politician his entire career, but he's a politician recently, and I think, winning, having somebody that was from Appalachia and trying to really aim for that vote was really important to the Trump campaign, and I think, we can see, especially with a state like, Pennsylvania and kind of the states that he won in this region, I think that was very key to his campaign.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say something really quick about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance came into this race, right after Trump's assassination. They had the RNC, and at that time, a lot of people were like, Biden is sinking after the debate, and so Trump largely picked J.D. Vance as kind of a shore up on his base because he was, he's pretty popular with the MAGA base, and so that kind of changed once Biden dropped out. And J.D. Vance kind of lost some popularity, but he's grown on people, especially after the vice presidential debate. He resonates with a lot of people because he does have that Appalachian background. He grew up very poor. Obviously, he's made a great success out of himself, becoming a U.S. senator, and going to Yale Law School and all of that. But I think he didn't really add much to the Trump ballot. I don't think vice presidents really change anything. But he certainly has grown on people. A lot of people are saying, hey, watch out for this guy, especially with Trump's age. He may very well become president during Trump's term if something happens. And, Donald Trump largely picked him to be the successor of, the MAGA movement. And so we'll see in 2028 as well, will he pick that up? But I think he's grown on people, largely, around here. He's pretty popular because he has those Appalachian roots. But, time will tell. He opposed Donald Trump in 2016 and pretty well in 2020. And he's an example of people changing their minds and becoming way more favorable to Donald Trump. And so Donald Trump likes that.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think especially among the young voters, J.D. Vance is extremely controversial. At least, here at Marshall, talking to the people that I know from Ohio and what their thoughts are on him as their senator, I think is extremely controversial. So, seeing that clearly Ohio likes him and clearly Trump enough to vote for him has been interesting. But I think among young people or people that just might not be Republican or on that side of the right, I think they have pretty differing opinions.
Absolutely. Anything else to add to that? No? Go ahead.
Okay, and is there anything else surrounding the election you'd like to discuss? Like regarding how quickly it ended or the shortfalls any candidates had?
I think one thing that really kind of hurt the Harris campaign is the amount of publicity that Trump got from what I would call not necessarily social media sources, but other media sources. Donald Trump himself and Elon Musk, who's been doing a big part of his campaign, both went on the Joe Rogan Experience and were able to kind of speak freely about what they thought was going to happen without fear of being fact-checked or anything like this. And I think they were able to make a lot of statements that could sway a lot of people without any sort of factual backing behind it.
Absolutely. Anything else to add?
I would say one thing regarding the Senate. Obviously, the Republicans have won the majority in the Senate, but it's still to be determined, to the length their majority expands, whether, they win Pennsylvania or win another blue wall state or win Nevada. Because, when we look at, Trump appointing a cabinet, he's largely thrown out figures that are kind of unpopular, and the moderate to liberal Republicans in the Senate, like Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, they may oppose his picks, and that may cause him a little bit of trouble when he goes to appoint some of his cabinet members. But if he is able to expand this Senate majority to what a lot of people are saying would be much larger than expected, then he could comfortably pick whoever he wants for his cabinet for many of these Senate appointed positions. And so, time will tell, but, it's looking very, very favorable for Donald Trump here.
Absolutely. Anything else to add?
Going off of Owen, what you said about Joe Rogan, him getting not only the endorsement of Joe Rogan, but also Elon Musk and their platforms, Elon Musk, being an owner of X, how do you think that helped Trump?
I think it helped him because a lot of people look up to these guys. Joe Rogan has a massive following and was able to secure, a multi-million-dollar Spotify deal several years back. And Elon Musk is the most followed person on Twitter and is seen as a very successful and smart businessman because of his successes with things like Tesla and SpaceX. But at the same time, if you were to research any of the claims that they made, a lot of these were made, I wouldn't say falsely, but without much backup to a lot of the things they said. But because of their status as well-known individuals and sometimes often cited as intelligent individuals, people tend to take their word at face value. And that lets them get away with a lot of things that most people really wouldn't be able to say without being checked by somebody.
Yeah, I think to add on that and what I said earlier, I think you saw with Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and the Trump campaign and really trying to focus on that, I think you're aiming for just a different demographic than they might have normally been looking for, and trying to get these typically male voters that might not normally vote and may not have voted in the last election, or might be younger and might not have been able to vote in the last election. Trying to get them out and voting for Trump was a major part of what they were trying to do, and clearly it worked.
Absolutely. Bailey, you have anything to add to that?
I will kind of piggyback off of what was said earlier. I do feel like it gave him an opportunity to speak freely and have more of an opportunity to get what he truly thought was said without having to worry about being fact checked, things like that. Because these men have, like he said, they have such like a good face value. They can say things, they can get away with things, and they don't really have to worry about being fact checked as much just because of who they are.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And we saw both candidates use celebrity power a lot during this campaign. Like they'd have celebrities come to the rallies, speak, perform. How do you think in the future that evolves for different kinds of elections? So, like, do you think that this is the new wave of doing things?
Campaigning.
Yeah.
I would definitely say it plays a role. People look up to celebrities a lot. There was a lot of fallout with Taylor Swift not endorsing a candidate for quite a long time. So it's clear that people look to these celebrities, and I think the biggest thing will be finding these celebrities that will side with you that have the biggest following.
Absolutely. Anybody else? That is a good question, and definitely we're going to see the effects of that in our future. You have anything to say, David? Or
You know, I think it can be dangerous when we have people that are willing to vote based on what their celebrity believes in, and I think this is obviously the biggest that we've seen in maybe ever. I think really with the celebrities, and I thought it was interesting that we're seeing celebrities getting attacked, like you said with Taylor Swift, other celebrities too getting attacked for not immediately endorsing a candidate, and I think that really just speaks to the polarization that we're seeing. You know, in previous elections, if somebody doesn't take an immediate stance, that might not be that big of a deal, but because we see these parties as so far from each other, we see these candidates as so far from each other, the idea that a candidate isn't immediately endorsing somebody or isn't immediately denouncing somebody else is really just a sign of where we are as a country.
absolutely. Anything else?
I agree with what David said. I feel like it can be a little bit dangerous because you're going off of what the celebrities' views are rather than what your own views are, and you're just kind of putting all your, I guess, you're blindly following the celebrities' political views, when you can be finding your own political views, taking their opinions and then kind of dissecting it, finding the truth in what they say and how you believe. But instead, people are just blindly going with certain celebrities.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to just wrap up here. We really appreciate your guys' time and everything you guys have said. And while I don't want to wrap up this conversation, it is time to. Thank you to my co-anchor, student journalist Tyreek Montgomery, and thank you for watching the Student News Live. I'm Jada Mills, and two more of our colleagues, Tyreek, are over at the anchor desk ready to start our final hour. What a fantastic experience, everybody. Thank you for letting us be a part of it.
Thanks to Tariq and Jada and our political science students panel for their insights and opinions. It's all been a learning process, as is life in general. We're in the final hour of Student News Live. I'm Nolan Duncan.
And I'm Emma Johnson. The past 23 hours have set a student programming precedent, and one that we are very, very proud of. In our last hour, we will talk with many of those involved in Student News Live production processes and look back on some highlights.
Well, personally, I've been terrified the last 24 hours, especially when, polls closed yesterday. It was scary. Unfortunately, my predictions were correct. I was trying to hold out hope, but I knew most likely it wouldn't turn out how I would hope.
Yeah, so past 24 hours I've been following it a lot. Stayed up late last night watching it. My predictions were that I figured that the Democratic Party would have won, but I was wrong. Even I casted my vote for Republican Donald Trump. It was a big shocker, but my opinion, I'm glad he won. So,
well, I went to bed, I'm thinking she's not going to win because America's sexist, and I knew it. I was like, there's no way because it's impossible. And I woke up and I was right.
It's definitely, it's been a night. I haven't slept. I've been really anxious. It's sad. I feel like a lot of people going into this election didn't really understand the magnitude of what was at stake here. And I don't know, I just feel let down by my parents and by like a lot of people.
I don't really know how to feel, honestly. I'm still kind of like processing everything from what's happening. I went to bed a little early, so I didn't stay up with it during the night. And I woke up and stuff was happening and there was results in, and I was like, oh no. So
I really like his boldness when talking. Like, my biggest thing is when talking to other world leaders, I really like that he is bold in what he does and is firm.
I think right before I went to bed last night, I went to bed around midnight, and I saw how far ahead he was how far ahead he was, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna hope things change while I'm sleeping. And I woke up at 7 this morning, and I checked, and I immediately started crying.
Hi, my name is Nolan Duncan. Right now, I'm getting the opportunity to talk to my wonderful colleagues and friends who have helped make Student News Live as successful as it has been. I would like to let the floor introduce themselves.
Oh, that's... Okay. Hello, I'm Trista Honecker, and I'm a freshman with the College of Arts and Media.
Hello, my name is Wade Sullivan. I am a junior in the College of Arts and Media, and I am a multimedia journalism major.
I'm Michaela Wheeler. I'm a graduate of the College of Arts and Media, and I'm actually a graduate student in the Communication Studies program.
My name is Alex Grimes. I'm a junior here at Marshall University, and I am a sports journalism major.
So, just to begin with, I'd like you all to begin talking about what exactly it was like getting to be a part of Student News Live. What was that experience for the 24 hours?
First, I just want to say these past 24 hours have been some of the most incredible in my life. I have never been able to experience 24-hour breaking news, and to do that for the first time is awesome. I'd really like to thank Dr. Swindell, you, everyone else running the show, especially West Virginia Public Broadcasting. I am having an absolute blast, and I am super excited to do this for the rest of my life.
So coming into this as a freshman, I wasn't really knowing what to expect, but the experience itself has been just amazing. Getting to be involved and be a part of this is just an amazing experience, and I would like to thank the Parthenon for giving me the opportunity.
I will say this has been the ultimate test of everything that I ever learned with my undergraduate degree. You know, broadcast journalism had my heart and soul, but I think that I got to stand the test of every single angle of what journalism has to offer during this experience.
Kind of going off what you said, Michaela, I'll dumb it down a little bit. This was without a doubt one of the hardest things I've ever done, but one of the most fun things I've ever done. I got to cover breaking news involving the election with, honestly, some of my closest friends here. And that the time that I spent here honestly means the world to me, and it gets me excited to do this for the rest of my life as well.
So what was the 24 hours like? What did you experience during it?
All right, so, working for 24 hours, it is a chore. My bedtime is usually about 8 p.m., so, I'm asleep by 8 and I'm up around 5:30, and staying up for the past 24 hours has been a chore. I think I've gone a little bit loopy sometimes, but who hasn't? It's truly been an honor and a privilege to do this. I believe in this span, I have done some of the best work I ever have done. And I'd really like to do it again.
It's definitely an experience because you're very tired. You're trying to make sure you're doing everything you can for the news coverage, and you do get loopy, absolutely, but it's a really good experience.
It doesn't feel like 24 hours, in all honesty. You're working nonstop, but I think it's also a testament to the kind of community that we have to offer here. we all worked really well as a team. You know, you have to move quickly. There's no time for any type of feelings like frustration or even anger when things aren't going according to plan. Things are changing quickly. So it's a testament to how well we can communicate with each other and adapt.
This was simultaneously the quickest 24 hours of my life and the longest 24 hours of my life. Nolan, you would know, we worked together. We were the audio and podcast directors, so we honestly just kind of sat in front of a screen all day and uploaded content, but at the same time we were running around and creating content. It was a very enjoyable experience, but it was also very, very grueling.
No, it really was a very fast but very long 24 hours. Those clips that you just saw of Marshall students reacting to results, Tristan and I just did that about an hour and a half ago. I have never had to turn over a video that fast. So doing that, on the fly, it was really fun. It was a really fun challenge. I really enjoyed it.
I will say that a lot of the time Emma and I spent in Washington, it was hard not being able to just walk down the hall and communicate with our team for the very first time. So being able to quickly get in touch with people was incredibly important. And I think that's why it passed by so quick, is because there was so much happening all at once. But you really have to turn over things quickly, and quicker than you ever have, and you can't second guess yourself on it. You just have to get it out.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Alex, or do you want to ask Nolan a question? Turn it on.
Actually, yeah, Nolan, what kind of, while working with me, what was your kind of thought process through the whole thing? Because I know through the first couple of hours we were straight up panicking, but once we got the ball rolling, we were all right.
We're crossing the knee for this one. The hours were interesting because, as Alex pointed out, it started off very stressful, but as we got more into the groove of it all, we just sort of started mellowing out. We started getting content pre-uploaded, pre-scheduled, and we were able to make time to sort of relax and chill and say, okay, we can pause on content uploading. I'd like to ask you all a question now, and I might even answer it myself at first. I want to know what your all standout experiences were during this. I don't know about Alex, but especially serving as audio podcasting director, one thing that was interesting was I was behind the mic for a few pieces of content we uploaded, but it was so interesting having to be the one to direct not just my club members, but also get to hear the content coming in from other schools.
Yeah, Nolan, I think I kind of agree with you on that one. And it wasn't just other schools in the nation, it was other schools around the world. We posted content from Argentina, Spain, I think France was one. We posted a couple from Ireland. It was very, very interesting to hear what those other schools from those nations had to say, but as well as our own students, because me and a bunch of our other club members also went out and conducted the interviews with other students on campus. Granted, I had to show them how to do it, but I will give them credit where credit's due. They picked it up along the way, and so I'm really proud of them for learning how to interview people.
Well, you were able to test your ability to teach quickly as well, so not just being able to test yourself on what you've known.
I honestly, I just showed them how to do it and then said, all right, your turn. That's pretty much how I did it.
So there were several highlights for me. The first couple of hours of the entire broadcast, 23 hours ago starting, I was reading and posting stories, 5 stories a minute it felt like. And that was really fun to do that at such breaking speed, fact-checking that fast, and it was just one of the most enjoyable experiences I had. Another one of the most enjoyable experiences was going to collect those clips that I just did. I have never had to turn over a piece of video that fast, so having to do that was such a great challenge, especially as someone that isn't used to video yet. I do more photography and print content, so having to turn over a video that fast was a really fun challenge.
think part of my favorite experience was watching everybody realize their potential. It was amazing to be able to watch everybody finally come into their own and realize all of the time that they've spent being incredibly involved in every aspect of this program, even students that aren't journalism students. It was worth it, and it was amazing. But I think that my second was definitely at the White House. Emma and myself were in the press room, and we were going live, and all of these professional journalists sat down to watch us report. And that was an amazing feeling, because everybody had been busy all day long and doing their own thing. And for a few minutes, everybody sat down together. And I don't think I've had a moment like that in my career thus far.
So what I liked about was going out and getting the clips with Wade, because I just think it was such an experience in itself, just going out and talking to people, hearing what they have to say about their experience in the last 24 hours, and it really opens your eyes on that.
Especially because, there's a pretty diverse group of students here on campus in what their views are following the results of this election. There were some people who had very solemn moods, and there were some people that were very excited about the results. So kind of teetering that balance and trying to get good sound bites from them was a chore in itself. Trying to think of good questions on the fly was a challenge in itself, and I really appreciate having Tristan there to help me as well. I wouldn't have been able to get it done so fast without her, so thank you for that.
Michaela, to kind of build off of your thought here with, everybody that we worked with, Nolan, I was telling you this before this even started. We worked with and are working with some of the most competent people in the school.
Even though we were worried. I think we all had that mutual understanding of there was no way this could fail in any form.
Right, and it's because everybody knew what they were doing, and that's why I'm really happy to work with everybody that has been working on this.
It was nice. I will say that this was probably the first time I was completely stress-free in relation to how everything was running and what everybody was doing, which is amazing to be able to say, I went all the way to the White House. This was the first time we'd done something like this at this scale, and I wasn't worried. I wasn't stressed. So I'm incredibly proud of all the work that everybody has done.
Don't go away. We'll be back with more. But right now, Emma Johnson has something to share with you.
As Michaela was talking about just a few minutes ago, her and I were reporting from the White House yesterday, and it's been almost 24 hours exactly since we arrived in D.C. yesterday. So it has been an incredible experience, and there's really not much more that I could add that Michaela hasn't already said. So here's a bit of what we saw and heard in that incredible trip.
A big thank you to our correspondents with William Patterson University, Dr. Nick and Alex. And I'm Emma Johnson.
And I'm Michaela Wheeler. Thank you so much for joining us. We are actually live in the press room now. We didn't know if we were going to have access here today, so it's very exciting.
We didn't. So when we came through the gates and they were like, you guys have access to the press room, that was really cool to know that we would be able to come in here and not only use the facility to our needs, but also to be able to bring you guys along as well. And that way you guys can feel like you're also here in some way and be able to see all of the cool stuff that we've been able to see.
And it's a wonderful backdrop, as Emma was saying earlier today, the pictures unmatched for all of the content today. But it's also a sense of familiarity, it feels like home, it feels like every other newsroom. So just to let all of our other student journalists know, it's not much different. So get used to the hustle and bustle, you've got to work in it.
It has, and it's become like a homey feeling almost, we're used to that hustle and bustle and like people being everywhere and cameras and equipment being everywhere. So to be in this atmosphere, it just feels like a little piece of home that's,
right here, and not something that you get to see every day either.
And it really is true. You squat down where you can to be able to edit quickly, get your equipment organized, get set up, and go.
Yes, we've seen quite a few journalists who have done that. They will set up in one place, unpack their equipment, edit something, record something, and then immediately they're moving on to the next spot and repeating the same process, just as we've been doing all day. This is what, our fourth stop?
Yes.
Something like that. We've been to quite a few different places thus far, so.
And it's nice, we've seen a lot of actual cell phone setups. I've seen a lot of the singular tripods, so people can be a one-man team, make it convenient on themselves. We did actually start the day with our traditional camera setup, but as the days went on, it was just easier to transfer to our iPads and our phones. It made it very convenient with the equipment that we have the connectors to be able to quickly.
Yes, and it's kind of a cool dynamic almost to see these like top-notch media outlets turning to handheld devices to record stuff. And it's no lie that is by far the easier way, and it's pretty cool that technology has advanced that much. And while a lot of them do have their normal day-to-day cameras, a lot of them have brought their phones, their iPads. Some of them even have their iPads set up as like a little board operation so they can control stuff on the iPad, which is really cool in my opinion. But
I was definitely excited to hear. There's a lot of selfie lights too.
Yes.
So if I say there's one thing we probably need to look into,
Oh,
maybe some
100%.
selfie lights. I think we undersold those.
we did. That is one thing. We have just about everything else, and we've matched just about everyone. But I will say, the lighting, that's where they get us. They get us at the lighting.
And we did talk about the tent setups earlier today.
Yes.
But I think I want to talk a little bit more about the atmosphere here in the press room, because we did say it was very familiar to us. But the background, there's tons of equipment set up. There's news running 24/7 back there, other outlets. You can see continuing coverage, which brings us to, we do want to remind you guys, polls are not closed yet, so please make sure that you're following along for continuing coverage. Go out and vote, get active. The best thing you can get is one of those little I voted stickers.
And once again, please go vote if you haven't already. Right now would be prime time if you're getting off work late, or if you just got out of class, out of school, finished up an extracurricular activity. Right now would be the prime time to go and vote. Yeah.
And they actually did say earlier today, several outlets were reporting there was a 5% increase in voter turnout today, which was the biggest they'd seen since COVID. Just fantastic to hear how excited everyone is. People were lined up at polling places at 7 a.m. this morning, ready to go.
Yes, and while we were watching that, something else that they mentioned, which I thought was pretty cool, mail-in ballots became really popular during the pandemic, and so did early voting to beat the lines, beat the crowds, and all of that good stuff. But something they mentioned is a lot of people have actually waited until today to go vote to get that experience, because we did not have that experience in 2020 with the pandemic. So it's really cool to see that even though we have made advances in how you can vote, and it's very simple in a lot of places, that there are people who kind of want that nostalgic feel of going to vote on Election Day.
Yeah, there are people going and voting in person for the first time. There are people taking their entire families to get that connected feeling, which brings us full circle back around to the idea of community, which I think is what really describes this entire election season.
Welcome back, guys, to the studios. I'm joined here with Sarah Davis. If you guys have been following us since the beginning, you've probably seen her on this desk a few times.
Yeah.
So Sarah, I'm going to let you introduce yourself and talk about what you did and what your job was in all of this.
Yeah, my name is Sarah Davis. I'm a senior journalism student here at Marshall University, and I love news.
So you just seen what we did at the White House a little bit, being in the press room and all of that. That was a really cool experience. You were here and kind of got the different perspective of everything. So what was your time like here, especially anchoring those first few hours?
Yeah, the first few hours were definitely the most stressful for me because there was a lot of pressure. We're starting out this huge project at Marshall University, and all the moving parts with you guys in Washington, D.C., and Holly Belmont later on in the Cabot County Courthouse. All those types of things was a little bit stressful, but I think we did a good job. I think I handled it pretty well. And at the end of the day, I'm growing as a better journalist with these situations. It might not be the most comfortable thing in the world, but that's okay.
I agree. Something that was mentioned earlier is the fact that we really were put to the test with this one. And now that we are in our final hour, how do you feel seeing it come together? I mean, you've been in the studio since the beginning.
Yeah, so I have been awake for the entire 24 hours. I have not slept 1 second. And I honestly don't feel that bad. I feel pretty good. I think the adrenaline's still pumping through my veins. But just seeing, it's really cool to see it from beginning to end, because when you start out a project like this, there's so many question marks, so many uncertainties. And it's so beautiful to see it pieced together, to see all the people from the J School and across the nation come together to put this project together.
Yes, I agree. And when we got back from DC, we were actually watching some of the coverage in the break room. And it was really interesting to see the different perspectives from different schools and different countries that were helping out with this thing. Is there a standout moment that you guys had yesterday, or I mean, even last night into this morning?
Yeah, I just think seeing the different perspectives from coast to coast really broaden our horizons with Student News Live, because we could do a whole thing here just at Marshall, but you're only going to hear from Marshall. You're only going to see West Virginia polls. You're only going to see Cabell County, things of that nature here. And so expanding that coast to coast really shows our viewers, there's so many wide perspectives as we're covering the selection, and they're important. All of them are important to hear from.
I agree. And so you actually threw to us the second time that we were at the White House. What was that like from your side?
Yeah, so I was nervous for you guys because I'm like, okay, they're going live from the White House. I really hope it goes well. And I'm sitting here and I'm watching the clip and I'm like, okay. We're going.
It's happening.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here, and my earpiece all day has been extraordinarily loud in my ear, and we couldn't get it fixed. And it's okay. I can still hear. Don't worry. But just the noise of the earpiece and the noise of the studio and what was going on, it was quite hectic. But I'm sure it was a lot more hectic on your end.
Oh, we had a time, especially that second time we went live, which is what the clip that you guys just seen of Michaela and I at the White House. We were switching between 3 different groups and splitting a 30-minute segment into 10 minutes each. And like Michaela said, we had an audience of professional journalists watching us do this as well. So when we came back and we were, talking, and then they slowly started filing in, we were like, oh, this is getting real. Like they're sitting here watching us like we're on a television screen or something. It was pretty cool to see all of that. Now, another question that I do have for you is, throughout the day, and even this morning, you led into the first 2 hours when we were brought back. How was that to kind of get the ball up and rolling?
Yeah, so again, a little stressful since we're starting out, again. But I think just the main thing for this is just being confident in yourself. Knowing that, okay, I can do this. Is it hard? Sure. Is it going to be easy? No. But that doesn't mean that you can't do it. And I think having that mindset, and I was telling Nolan this earlier, I was like, if you tell yourself you're going to suck, you're going to suck.
Yeah.
But if you tell yourself, okay, I can do this, you're going to be able to do it. And I think starting that broadcast and just going through schools to school really showed that out, that I saw a lot of confidence from our reporters all across the nation here at Marshall and from other schools.
Yes, and it was super interesting getting to watch you guys throughout the day and become more comfortable in what you were doing. And while Michaela and I weren't here, it was really nice because it was like we got to watch you guys essentially go from being a little nervous and a little scared of what was happening to thriving in this atmosphere.
And the same for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I saw a huge difference from the first cut to you guys
100%
versus the second.
100%. And I think that just goes to show we thought that we were out of our element with this thing, and we thought that, I'm sure we all had doubts of, oh, maybe we can't pull this off, like this is a big deal. But as time went on, we realized that we were able to do it, and we did it pretty well.
Yeah, hard things are always worth it. and hard work always pays off.
100%. So the last question I'm going to ask you is the age-old question. Are you still wanting to be a journalist after this?
Absolutely. If anything, I want to be a journalist even more, which I'm not sure if that was even possible because I'm already pretty into it. But as soon as I was done with the first hour, I walked into the newsroom and I was practically screaming. And I was like, I want to do this every day for the rest of my life. In that moment, I was like, I need to remember this moment when I'm having a hard time. I need to remember how good this felt to be a part of this project.
Yes, and I don't know, it's such a cool dynamic. It was a really great,
it really is.
A really, really good experience for everyone involved.
Right.
And I think that is, I don't know, that's something that we should all be really, really proud of.
Yeah. I know I am.
I am too. And I'm super proud of you guys as well. It's been a really good opportunity, and getting to work with everyone as a team and as a community essentially has been really great. And playing off of people's strengths too, to like build this up to be the best coverage that it can be, was also really, really
because
good.
I mean, within the journalism school, we have a bunch of different student organizations, and we kind of have our own corners. But for this project, we really kind of pulled together. We had podcasts, we had video, we had Parthenon, we had radio, we had it all, and that was beautiful to see.
Yes. Well, that's the last question I have. Okay. Is there anything that you want to say, any closing thoughts now that we're coming to the end of coverage?
Yeah, I'm just super grateful for this opportunity, and I want to thank all of our viewers for watching. We couldn't have done it without you guys, too.
So now we're going to play a short little clip. We heard from student journalists from around the country and around the world on Student News Live. So here's a clip from Michael Shimmy, a sophomore from Georgetown University.
Hi, my name is Michael Shimay. I'm a sophomore here at Georgetown University, majoring in American Studies and minoring in journalism. And right now it is election day here in Washington, D.C. Now, Georgetown being a private institution, majority of the students here are from out of state, so they have requested their absentee ballots and have been voting by mail. However, a lot of those students have faced complications. I talked with one of my friends just earlier today who flew home to South Carolina, 550 miles away, just in order to vote because of a problem with her state board of elections. Now, she flew all the way to Atlanta, then drove up 2 hours to Greenville, South Carolina, in order to exercise her constitutional right. I knew another voter who flew back to Texas, another one who went back to New Jersey just this morning. So a lot of people are very excited to partake in what's, for a lot of them, their very first presidential election. Now, on campus, the mood is very excited, however, very anxious. There was an article in the New York Post that just came out today about our grad school that is offering mental health services to those that are feeling a little anxious about this election. Talked to a lot of people that are very stressed, very nervous, but also want to participate. A lot of people are going to Decision Desk HQ to help report election results later this evening, and a lot of people are canvassing for their candidate in nearby swing states such as Pennsylvania or for the Senate race in Maryland. On campus, I would say the majority of voters do tend to lean left. However, I've also seen Trump-Vance flags in various dorm windows around campus. Just a few weeks ago, Nikki Haley did visit campus, and I would say she received a relatively warm reception. There is a somewhat larger contingent than you may expect of Haley voters here at Georgetown. Now, which way those Republicans will vote, I really don't know. But I can tell you that a lot of the posters on campus are for Harris Walz. The college Democrats have been very active in promoting really their top two issues, which is reproductive rights and gun control. There's been a lot of activity by Students Demand Action here at Georgetown, and a lot of activity by just students who enjoy and are pushing for the Democratic platform this election cycle. Some students just didn't go to class today or have been very excited about this election. I also know people that registered to vote in Washington, D.C. due to a complication in their home state. So we will see what the mood is tomorrow. I know several people that ran down to the Capitol building in order to celebrate there and have also been scared. Just, simply the White House is very barricaded today, as with the Capitol, because this is, of course, the seat of our nation's democracy. So we will see what happens tomorrow morning, but for now, I'm Michael Shimay in Washington, D.C.
Welcome back to the studio. I told you all we were going to be back with more student interviews, and I always fulfill my promises. Right now, I'd like to introduce you to another one of the wonderful content directors that have helped make Student News Live as successful as it is. Take it away, buddy.
Hi, I'm Ben Cower. I am a senior sports journalist here at Marshall University. I'm tired, and that's because during this entire process, I've been one half of the broadcast media director team here for Student News Live. So I've been working with all the pre-recorded content you've seen on this broadcast throughout all 24 hours, and also live correspondence, and making sure that we were staying in touch with everybody, and making sure that, I mean, you just saw one of them, Michael from Georgetown. He was reporting in DC. That wouldn't have happened if we weren't in charge of doing that and reaching out and making sure that was happening. So it was a long process, but man, was it rewarding. And even though I am thinking about my bed in a couple hours here, man, this was such a fun process.
So, Ben, you're mainly a sports broadcaster, correct? So, what was the biggest difference going from a sports-focused field to a more news-centered?
I mean, I've dabbled with News Center 88, which is the award-winning news program that airs every day at 5 p.m. On WMUL, and I've helped with that in the past. But TV, being somebody who is very much a radio person, TV is something that is not always necessarily in my wheelhouse, but it's something that I've had experience with. So thankfully, a lot of my role was fairly off-air, so I wasn't necessarily put on air in front of a camera for the majority of it, because that would have been a lot more difficult. But behind the scenes, I've been a sports director before. I've had to manage a staff of people before. I mean, we won Best Sports Op at the Associated Press in Virginia's this past year for metro area. So, I mean, we had an award-winning staff. So I like to think that I know that I can manage people well. So when tasked with as much as I and Westfall had to do, we were able to piece everything together, and we were able to put together all that content. News is something that I am interested in. I greatly value obviously this election and the many topics and issues within it. It's a big change of pace from sports, but then again, it's a lot of thinking on the fly, and you do that a lot in broadcasting, and I think it was par for the course.
So one of the big things about Student News Live, specifically on the Marshall end, is we got to lead this event. And I don't know about you, but when I was watching that live stream there, and to kind of hint at what my co-director Alex Grimes said earlier, we had a lot of competent people. And especially when looking at the schools, I wouldn't say I got jealous, but I kind of got jealous of their better setup. So I just want to know, what was it like knowing that, Marshall's a small school? Mm-hmm. How did it feel knowing that, we were entrusted with leading this event?
Oh, I mean, it's been, from the get-go, I mean, we've been working on this for so long. Going back to last Friday, Michaela Wheeler and I went on WSAZ here to help promote this, and just getting the word out about this and saying, we're the first school to ever do this, and that's huge. And I feel like that should be bigger than it is. The fact that we, with the staff that we have of incredible people here at Marshall, but we do not have the staff of bigger schools in this country. We partnered with schools that have double, if not triple, the staff, and especially the funding that we have here. And yet we were still able to put together a 24-hour broadcast on election night, which is an election night, and the day after, which is an incredibly grueling task to be able to pull off. But we did it, and we've never done this before, and we were able to do it. So crazy, and I'm so thankful to be a part of it, because it's something that I've been able to reach out to people in other industries and tell them about it, and they thought that was so cool. This past weekend, I was in Martinsville, NASCAR, with the NASCAR college program, and I'm not going to name names, but I was talking with some high-ranking people with that sport about what we were doing here, and they tuned in during this process. They thought it was fantastic what we were doing. And to all branches, people in different leagues and areas across not just the United States, but internationally too. This is something that is unique because you don't hear from a student perspective. When you watch a legacy media channel, the talking heads are always, above the age of 35 and probably upwards to 70 or 80, and they never hear from people our age. And yet we are one of, if not the most coveted voters bracket in the entire country. They're trying to get our vote. And yet our voices aren't heard, and this is a program that has enabled us to do that. So it's really cool to be a part of something that is so unique.
So could you go into a little bit more detail about what exactly your duties entailed during the event?
Oh yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, Ben Westfall and I were the broadcast media directors, so it involved across really the last month, once we knew our duties and our roles, reaching out to 40 to 50 different people and schools and individuals, trying to reach out and say, hey, do you have any content that you would like to contribute to this? Is there any packages that you want to contribute, or any long form content that you would like to put forth? Whether, I mean, it could be an hour, it could be 30 minutes, it could be smaller packages, 3, 5, 7 minutes, just small little beats. Or do you want to be a live correspondent? And would you like to join the process and report live the day of? And then still that could show up on the program and on the website. So our outreach was involving those areas, and in the in-between, running around and filling in the gaps where we were needed. But for broadcast media directors, it was a lot of managing out the schedule and also making sure that we were securing content from people and working with people to make sure that we had something to show you at home.
So what was, throughout the entire 24 hours, what was a key standout moment that just made you go, wow?
I think the magic of television, even though I'm very much a radio person, I think a crazy moment was very early on when it was near the end of our first hour, I believe, of this. And now, funny enough, we're here in the last hour of this process, and we were it was one of the first 2 hours that we were on air, and we had live correspondent packages trickling in at that moment, our first 2 that showed up, because we set a deadline of 2 p.m. to get these on air and get people to send these in, primarily for the website, and if we could work them in on air, we would. And we were running a little short, so we had the opportunity to put these live correspondents on air during the broadcast. So in a 3-minute span, and it was hectic, we were able to have those ready on the go, air those, have those fill in, and write out all the copy that we needed and make sure that it was formatted perfectly in a matter of 2 to 3 minutes, if not less. I can still hear in the back of my mind and reverberating in my ears the countdown from 60 seconds and having to write out the live copy to make sure that we would be able to pull this off. And we did. And we got those live correspondents on air, different perspectives from different areas of the country, and we were able to pull that off. And it's something that I had never done before, and it was cool. That was just a wow moment, thinking back about it. It was saying, how did we pull that off? And we did. So, yeah.
So, big question, especially with all the people in the room. Mm-hmm. Would you do this again?
Oh, absolutely. It was a long process, as you can probably see, with the bags under my eyes and me looking probably disheveled. As you can see, maybe not on my shirt. I've been doing a good job of hiding it. I have this big brown stain on my shirt. I ate a donut this morning. I don't even remember eating the donut. It just fell on me at some point, but even throughout all of that, it was fun. And the election is an incredibly stressful process, obviously, for a lot of people, but being able to contribute to a broadcast that is able to deliver that to so many people, I thought was really cool, and I would absolutely do it again. It was a thrill being able to be a part of something I had never done before, and I learned a lot during the process. So yes, absolutely, I would want to do it again.
Well, it's been great talking to you, Cower. I thought you did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
So now back to Emma at the anchor desk with an interview with Dr. Robert Quick.
Welcome back to this side of the studio, guys. I'm joined here with Dr. Rob Quick, who is the director of the W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications right here at Marshall University. Dr. Quick, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us your role in Student News Live?
Well, thank you very much, Emma. Yes, so I'm director of the School of Journalism here, Mass Communications, and a co-founder of Student News Live along with my colleague, Dr. Nick Hirshon, who's at William Paz University. But the idea I had really stemmed back really at the beginning of the year to think about developing a platform for students to have their voices, and I called up my dear colleague, Nick Hirshon, and said, Nick, let's do this together. And he was on board immediately, and we developed this thing, and it quickly grew to over 100 schools across the country. So it's really been a gargantuan effort.
Well, you have not stopped since Michaela and I arrived back from DC. You have been going all night. How do you feel? We're in the last hour of it.
Yeah,
so.
I wouldn't say I'm feeling full of energy. I'd say I'm feeling exhausted. Exhausted but exhilarated. I think, because none of us have slept for over 24 hours, I think the achievement here is not just obviously at Marshall, but it's all the participating schools. The idea was, could we put together a coalition of students across the country to report on this particular election, because it's so very, very important for the students, that demographic, and we weren't really hearing a lot from them. And that was the whole idea. The premise was, can we hear from what students think, 16 to 25-year-olds. So the idea was that, and then is it possible for us to get people to sign up and participate? And we had 122 schools sign up to participate and contribute content. So this is a shared achievement. I think the historic nature is, for the first time, student journalists across the country came together on this project, Student News Live. And I do believe,
Technical difficulties, guys. Give us just 1 second. It's live television.
That's what happens, live TV. I do believe, there you go, you can hear me now. Yeah, I do believe this is not the one and only Student News Live event. We're going to do this again. So stay tuned for more information, but thank you for all that you've done. The White House was really amazing to see you at the White House, and I know that William Patterson had 2 students there as well. To be, and you were the only student journalists in the White House that day, I believe, right?
I think so. We didn't really see anyone else who was our age or that were with schools or anything. Which is another reason, like, why when the professionals turned and watched us do our thing, it was like, wow, we've made it. Like, we've hit this stretch of, we're covering this and there's no going back to it.
And I think that was a huge thing, because it took months to arrange access to the White House. And I think that's the really amazing achievement, is that Student News Live was the only student organization to have reporters at the White House. So it's a huge achievement. So I would like to congratulate every high school, college and university that participated across the country and around the world, and look forward to next time, whenever that will be. We've already got some ideas, but what we love is the idea is that we empower student journalists to do these kind of events. I mean, although this was a pretty big event to start with, 24 full continuous hours. So yeah, it's been a lot.
And what was it like on your end? You said there were 120 some schools that were participating. So what was that like, managing all of those schools?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of organization prep. We had a master document, of course, that we referred to, which was just, hundreds of lines long. The idea was to find out who would be available at a certain time and then schedule them in. And go from one school to another school to another school. And yeah, I think over the 24 hours there's been some rough moments, I think we can be honest. Technically, it's been a bit rough sometimes. But 2 things about that. Number one, when we're student journalists, right, this is student production, when we can't compete with, we're not meant to compete, and we don't want to compete with like mainstream professional news organizations, networks. But secondly, there's a kind of charm to the rough edges, in a way, that this is, these students are not professional yet, and they're doing this as a wonderful learning experience. So mistakes will happen, there'll be some rough edges, but ultimately the authenticity of their reporting comes through. And I think that's really, I think, inspiring in many, many ways, to see the students who are really sort of giving it their all, including yourself. I mean, I'm listening to your voice as well, and you haven't slept either, have you?
Not very much.
No. So it's been really exciting, and I think we want to do more of it.
It has been a surreal experience. Well, that is all the time that we have with Dr. Quick, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to throw back over to Nolan with the next set of interviews.
The all-star panel.
Welcome back. We've got a brand new set of panelists here. I'd just like to give a little bit of my experience real quick. This whole event has been sort of like a game of roulette, and I think that's the fun part of this. In fact, just like the panelists, we've been swapping out panelists, and I think that's the fun part. From how the broadcast works, from the order of the audio, it's just been one big gamble. And I'm happy to say that that gamble was successful. And I want to give more of my coworkers a chance to kind of talk about, what their experience was. So introduce yourselves, everyone.
I'm Nate Hara. I'm a junior here at Marshall, and my role today was being the floor director, as well as writing some of the write-ups that went up on the website.
I am Bailey Parsons. I am a junior multimedia journalism major, and for the past 12 hours, I have served as one of the digital media managers.
I'm Caitlin Fleming, a junior here at Marshall, and for the past 24 hours, I've been writing written content for the Student News Live website.
Hi, I'm Jada Mills. I'm a senior here at Marshall, majoring in multimedia journalism, and I was one of the hosts for the panel that just happened.
I'm Luke Campbell, and I've kind of been all over the place trying to help where I can, doing a little bit of audio and helping with some of the live shots.
Hello, my name is Ben Westfall. I'm a senior sports journalism student here at Marshall, along with Ben Cower. I am a broadcast media director, been helping out the past 24 hours getting content on the website, along with on the broadcast.
So I'm going to hit y'all with a quick little easy question to sort of prepare the palate. So what was your best experience of this event?
You want to start, Nate?
My best experience was probably definitely having the chance to kick off the event with being floor directing, so counting down the talent, the anchors, or just whoever was going on. That was it was very, very nerve-wracking, but definitely definitely a highlight moment I'll put in my brain.
Absolutely. I got to do the write-up once the president was decided. And so that was pretty exciting. I can't say that I've ever stayed up late enough to know when the president was decided. And I got to write the article for that around 6 o'clock this morning. So that was probably the most exciting moment for me.
I went out on campus and spoke to students about their voting methods and their thoughts about the election. And it was just really cool to hear what issues were important to college students as the election was happening.
My favorite part was definitely picking the brain of the poli-sci students at Marshall. They knew so much about what was going on, and it was just amazing to hear their perspectives and hear what they're learning in class, and just to really pick their brains because they did an amazing job explaining everything to us, and they were well educated on every single question that we asked them. I genuinely was blown away by the education. And 3 of them were freshmen, and first semester freshmen. They've only been here a couple months to Marshall, and they presented themselves well, and they knew what they were talking about. So I think right then and there, that just goes to show how amazing our programs are at Marshall University.
I think I really enjoyed just getting the first-time experience of doing something live, and the fact of feeling like there wasn't a moment of true downtime and not kind of having to be stuck trying to write something as a story, and rather doing something active.
I think exciting moment for me was just making sure everyone, all the video and all the content was being able to be put on the website. Working with Ben Cower, obviously, me and him work well together. So just being able to work with him and make sure everything gets up on the website correctly, in good time, and just make sure all the content's good and everything like that is a fun experience.
Absolutely.
So with everyone's both individual experience and the shared experience amongst yourselves and the individual experience that you've heard from one another, how has this event not just reshaped your view of how politics works, but also the role journalism and mass media plays in that?
Getting to see the election play out live and sort of see how it works from a journalist's perspective in the newsroom, I think it definitely shaped my stance on how live political updates occur, and it really is a team effort, and not just one correspondent can do it on their own. It really was all of us working together as a team to get the information out as quick as possible with accuracy, and I think that that's an experience that's unmatched that we couldn't get anywhere else.
Absolutely.
I think it's just like, and Ben Cower mentioned this in his one-on-one, but it's myself always working in sports here at Marshall and, always knowing the sports aspect, not looking too much into politics, finally having an open mind to all of this, the behind the scenes of an election night and everything like that for school of journalism, just opening my mind to both sides political wise and everything like that. It was a fun experience, and, staying awake and the bags under all of our eyes, and, it was just a fun experience, tiring experience, and I'm sure all of us are going to get some good sleep after this, but it was definitely one to remember.
Absolutely.
I will have to agree that I have never been like super interested in doing any kind of political reporting. That's not really my style, but I think that it was really exciting to like know that people are watching you and that you have to get things out as quick as possible. That kind of like rush is a really hard feeling to describe unless you experience it personally. And so it was nice to have that feeling of like, oh, wow, people are looking at these articles as they come out, and you don't always get that feeling with all kinds of coverage.
Seeing the first part of the live stream, at least on YouTube, I believe when I was watching it, like periodically throughout the day, there was around like 40, 50 plus co-concurrent watchers. And then I believe the first part already has like nearly 1,000 views on it. It was like, so it's really nice knowing that people are watching you or watching us cover everything together.
I definitely think, to kind of bounce off that, Nate, just people trusting us as student journalists and all the schools around the nation that were involved with this. It was just amazing to see all of our hard work put together and just how many people it really took. Like you said, it took a team to do this. And just all of the guests that we've had come in and, even sending 2 of our representatives to the White House, that absolutely blew me away. I am so thankful that they got that experience. And I'm so thankful that Marshall University was involved with this. I think this was a really big deal for us and a really big deal for every single school involved. And I think going live and experiencing, on the spot, doing something live, you especially getting that in college, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I think this will take us far in life.
I think another thing to add to is being able to see all the schools that we worked with, just being able to compare, our work and our ability and their ability as well, their mindset, how they work on these election coverages and everything like that, what they do. And so, we could take that as lessons, and they can take our, work as lessons as well, like, how to improve, how do we do this in this certain scenario, how do we cover this, certain aspect and all that. So it was really great to learn from these other universities, these other organizations and all that, to be able to, better ourselves and, better our coverage.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. It's been an amazing learning opportunity.
I'd like to just thank you all for taking the time to come out here and talk to us. Just before we end today, we got one more clip for you all. Even high school students were involved with Student News Live. Here's a clip from Madison Meyer, a student at Harrison High School in Kennesaw, Georgia.
The sun is getting lower and the sky is getting darker, but the lines at Harrison High School's poles are only growing longer. My name is Madison Meyer, and I'm a senior from Harrison's broadcast program, Hoya Vision, here to give you some updates. Almost all of the propositions that voters in Cobb are voting on relate to taxes. For example, one proposition is about creating a Georgia tax court to handle taxation issues outside of the general judiciary system. Another seeks to raise the amount of personal property tax exemption from $7,500 to $20,000. Another proposition would allow the state to keep property taxes on homes from going up too much, but would give local governments the ability to opt out if they chose to do so. Finally, the MSPLOS proposition would enforce a 1% increase in sales tax to provide funding for the expansion of transportation systems like the MARTA and better connect Atlanta with Cobb County. My education as a journalist goes back to my sophomore year of high school when I took my first journalism class. Since then, I've become a producer on my school's podcast, Hoyas on Air, and I founded our school newspaper, Hoya Headline News. I also work as a videographer for Skillshow and Wow Factor, as well as a student journalist for Vox ATL. All of those experiences have prepared me for covering this election by giving me experience with harsh deadlines. This coverage does, however, differ from my previous experiences because of its collaborative nature. I've never worked on a project that involves journalists from the West Coast and beyond, and it's been a little bit stressful, but incredibly fun. And honestly, what surprised me the most was the turnaround. It's been kind of challenging to produce content so quickly that's still accurate and of high quality, but it's definitely pushed my skills and made me a better journalist. As a student journalist, my coverage differs from larger corporate organizations like Reuters and Sky News because everything I produce is mine and mine alone. Of course, I collaborate on bigger projects like the 30-minute show that Harrison's High School just aired as part of the live stream a little bit ago, but these live updates are made entirely by me, set up by my own camera, I write my own script, I do my own research, and I film my own B-roll. It's much more independent than it is on the big screen where everyone's role is more specialized. I also think that it's important to note that my perspective as a teen journalist is a little bit more unique because I've grown up in a divisive nation my entire life. I was 9 during 2016's election, 13 during 2020's, and now 17 covering 2024's. I've never witnessed an election that wasn't incredibly controversial or divisive. One thing I have noticed growing up with all this polarization is the role that social media plays. Algorithms like those employed by Instagram, X, and TikTok cause confirmation bias en masse. I explore that idea more in an article that will soon be uploaded on the Vox ATL website, that's voxatl.org, where you can find more stories from teen journalists. That's all from Harrison High School for now. Back to the rest of Student News Live's 24-hour election coverage.
As you've heard and seen, we've had 24 hours of multimedia news coverage about the election coming in from colleges, universities, and high schools across the United States and across the world. Student News Live is a production of the W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications right here at Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. And its director, Dr. Rob Quick, and Nick Hirshon, Associate Professor at William Patterson University in New Jersey, and the advisor of the Society of Professional Journalists, reigning campus chapter of this year.
To say this was a team effort would be an understatement, and the list of contributors seems endless. Special thanks here at Marshall goes out to Dr. Quick, Marshall Professor Dr. Chris Swindell, Adjunct Professor Randy Yohe, Operations Manager Mike Stanley, and numerous members of the Marshall University School of Journalism and alumni.
This multimedia marathon could not have been an incredible run without assistance from our media partners at West Virginia Public Broadcasting. Thanks too to all those who came in to help technically direct Student News Live. What went on behind the cameras and the microphones was an incredible by nature.
The initiative has enjoyed support from national news organizations such as iHeartRadio, NBCU Academy, PBS NewsHour Student Reporting Labs, the Society of Professional Journalists, the National Association of Hispanic Journalists, the Association of LGBTQ+ Journalists, and several others. And finally, at its core, Student News Live was put together by students, for students, to better engage all young people, to express and better understand the importance of students across the country actively getting involved in the political process.
Thanks goes out to all of the students here and elsewhere who worked so hard to make all of this happen. I'm Emma Johnson.
And I'm Nolan Duncan.
Stay engaged, and as Dr. Quick says, cheers.
Cheers.